where the guy's head is so big, like an alien moved into it, and like, I was comparing my head to that show, and then I got into talking about oddities and the Max and whatever, and I was like, damn, I want to watch all that stuff again. I don't remember Super Jail D. I don't think I saw that one.
Do you remember that when she would trap? Was it either in the beginning or in the end when she would trap the fly with her eyelashes?
Yeah, you're talking about on Eon Flux. It was like the intro. It was both, I think, the beginning and the end. It was yeah.
Used to creep me out.
Well, hello everyone.
Usual.
What?
Good day.
Good night actually for me. It's personally, but all right. Oh, but okay. So what? So how's it going, everyone?
Keeping it flat. How about you?
Well, today. I've gone in a couple of times. Had some good
flatter debate.
What?
You want to debate, but you came into a 24/7 flat Earth debate?
No, don't want to debate. As I said, don't feel like debating today. Just add some questions, actually.
But you do understand if you're going to ask questions, we're going to ask you questions too, and that's how it turns into a debate.
Yeah, no, but I don't want to debate. I was doing an essay in school. I was doing an essay in school. And this time I want to understand, why people buy into conspiracies. So I thought, hey, let me hop onto that flat Earth server that I joined a couple of months ago.
Gullible.
Is it
what?
Okay, I'm going to start out. I know. See, this is where it gets fucked up. You think you're going to ask the questions, but just based off of what you already said, I have a question that must be answered.
No problem.
Do you think conspiracies don't exist?
Well, they do exist, but most of them who people believe in are freaking ridiculous.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the stupid ones.
Yes, not just flat Earth. Like flat Earth, yeah, we could say there is some, provable evidence, but that gets debunked. No, like I'm talking like ridiculously stupid ones, like 5G or something else.
Like your experience, right?
Yeah.
So how would we figure out which ones are the stupid ones and which ones are the smart ones?
Well, it's simple. Does it affect rich people?
That's all it comes down to?
Like, think about it. If, I don't know, people who say chemtrails, do rich people, do fucking, like, I don't know, governments, do they breathe the air? So, yeah, like chemtrails, disproven.
Hey, Omsky, sorry to butt in, guys. Omsky, how's it going?
Hey, how is it, mate?
Yeah, how you doing? Listen, have you ever watched that video with Bill Nye on conspiracy theorists? It's a guy asking him a question. You ever seen that video? I've just posted it in the live stream voice texter.
I'm going right there because I wasn't there. Let me check it out.
Yeah, interesting video, right? But it's funny. Do you want me to tell you something about that video? I made a video about that video. And it was like the guys on there, he's saying like, Bill, how do we deal with conspiracy theorists? And Bill was like, yeah, these people who believe the earth is flat and the moon landings never happened and blah, blah, blah. It's like there's all these warehouses of data, right? Now, isn't it funny that when we went to check out the warehouses of data that Bill Nye is talking about on the moon landing, all the data's missing. It's gone.
Well, I don't
You
know
know?
about that. I would have to do some more research.
Yeah, well, good video to start. I'll put in the video I did about the video. I'll put the link in for you, and you can watch what was
Yes, so
said.
is it the one
Yeah, yeah.
breaking
So
down walls of
yeah,
lies?
breaking down the wall of lies. That's it. Yeah, Bill Nye on conspiracy theorists. That's a little bit to watch first. It's not too long a video, but I did a video on that video. I'll put the link in for you. So when you finish that one, when you get round to it, I'll put in a link for the video I did in reply to about conspiracy theories. It's quite interesting. Yeah.
All right then. Yeah, can I get back to my question? Okay, I'll watch it later. I swear.
Yeah, go ahead with your question.
Yeah. So I have a list. So do you know? Do most of the right here also believe in other conspiracy theories, or
Wait,
is it
wait,
just
wait, 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 wait. If you have a list, I just want you to make sure don't give us some machine gun fire of questions. We're
No,
gonna
no,
go
no,
through. We're gonna go
no, no,
through them one at a time thoroughly.
yeah,
Okay, so just
fine,
one at a
but-
time.
yeah, don't worry. No, no, I don't have an actual list. I just have a list in my mind. What I want to ask you. All right. So as I said, first one. Do you believe in other conspiracy theories, or is it just flat Earth?
Each and every one of us is going to be different, but
Yeah, no.
we're going to. I personally have a certain handful of things that I think are conspiracies. There's another handful of things that I know are confirmed conspiracies that have been admitted by the government. I know these things happen. And
Yeah.
everybody here, but when it comes to the unconfirmed ones, everybody here is going to have different things that they may or may not agree with. So it's not it it if this is part of your psychological evaluation or something, I just want to let you know we're on to the fact that you're trying to steer us in, lump us in with this idea of people who are prone to believing in all conspiracies, no matter how ridiculous.
No, I'm not. I'm not just trying to say that because, like, I've been here a couple other times. I know that flat earthers aren't like the stereotype that people say about them, like they're fucking stupid or ridiculous or something. Okay, I know that. Like, I know most flat earthers don't believe in fucking ridiculous conspiracy theories.
Okay, I hope that's true. Anyway, go
Alright,
on.
And
well,
and how
I
would you know which ones are the
flat Earth-
ridiculous ones and which ones are not the ridiculous ones?
Well, as I said, which ones are ridiculous and which ones are not ridiculous. Well, matters what type of weight they have to them and how scientifically accurate they are.
Sure.
Well, Pizzagate's considered a conspiracy theory, isn't it? But the case is that the emails are real between John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, and there was hundreds of them, and the keywords that were used were also used by the FBI for paedophile rings, and yet there was never an investigation into it. It's classed as a conspiracy theorist, but that's because it doesn't agree with mainstream media.
Listen, the mainstream media always is manipulated by governments, by people who have money to spend. Listen here, money rules this world. If you have money, it's rule whatever you want is the truth.
Absolutely,
So
you can even buy your subscribers on YouTube. I was looking at
Yeah,
a place
like
today. You
websites,
can buy your
robots.
subscribers, your views, your likes. You can buy them all. You don't even need to earn them. You can buy them. So
Well, just like
how
when,
corrupt is that?
well, on YouTube, like I remember Susan Wojcicki, I don't know who was talking, but she said to someone, "Hey, I can get your subs out. I can ice your subs up, your likes up." Like every celebrity which gets in here, like I don't know where just fucking explodes. They get verified before they hit 100K subscribers. You can buy anything in the world. That's not a question.
Money
So
talks.
using your logic, right? If you do believe that
Yeah,
people can
now I
buy
want to get
anything,
that.
hear me out here. Just hear me out for a sec. If you do believe that people can buy anything should they have the money to, what you're trying to say is two or more people that come together in secret with a lot of money that want to make more money. You're saying that they couldn't form a plan so that they make money while other people lose money?
Well, what you think's happening in the world right now?
Exactly. Now, sometimes the strategy for some of them to make money is complex. So it's not just money, it's manipulation of one's understanding. So if someone can manipulate the understanding of a large group of people, they can also sell them things that they might not even need, but they had an understanding that they thought they needed it. Hence, the money still goes in that direction. So I know that's really simplistic, but it's like it's just feeding into the point that you made. If I had a lot of money, I can do whatever I want. But that's the case. There are people with a lot of money that are doing whatever they want, and they're lying to people to make sure they keep that money
They
flowing into
keep
them.
doing whatever they want.
Say it
It's a
again?
fucking monopoly. Like democracy is a broken system. And like, there's one point you could say, well, they're just manipulating, they're just manipulating everyone to say that the world is round, that the world is, globe. But then I have, well, people can actually do experiments that prove that. So
Well,
it's
we'd
a
have to go
two.
one at a time, right? We can't just lump them all together.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Where we're headed, I don't think we're gonna survive for much longer.
But why worry about it? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's probably not gonna happen in my lifetime. Listen, I'm a man.
Exactly.
I'm not individual, okay? I'll look at the whole benefit of humanity.
Okay.
We ain't gonna be able to feed 30 billion people. It's never gonna happen. Yeah, put the dates between
Huh.
2030 or 2035 to 2050. Yeah, it's not going any further than that. There'll be a great reset
I
before
mean,
then.
sorry, 10 billion is the limit of this planet, and
Yeah,
it's
well,
already pushed.
that's what I was about to say. 10 billion. We produce enough food at the moment, if you believe what they're saying. But you've got to add a
Not,
pinch of
not
salt to
that something
everything.
unbelievable,
10 billion. We can feed 10 billion people right now. Okay, and there's storehouses that are obviously building up food and grain and other stuff for famines or pestilences and stuff like that, just like the olden days, biblical actually. But we ain't going to be able to feed 30 billion people. It's not going to happen. So there's
No,
going to be a great
that's
reset.
what the planet
And,
saying now.
well, Omsky, you sound younger than me. I'm 48 years of age, right? I reckon this will happen. It's 2021. I was saying this five years ago that I reckon the dates are going to be 2035, between that and 2050 max. It's not going to go any further than that. But yeah, you just got to enjoy every day. If you got family, make the best of it. Yeah, don't give
Yeah.
up. Keep doing what you're doing. But at the
Well,
end of the day, we can't feed all them people. 30 billion people, not a chance.
hey, breaking down, I kind of agree with you for to a certain extent. I don't know what exactly you mean. That's as far as we have. Like, it's not going to be the end of everything. It's just that's when real calamity is like bound to
Oh,
happen. Like, I mean, the human race will continue after
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but
yeah. What I mean by that, Lou, is right. It'll be a selected few, similar to what the Georgia Guidestones were warning, like maybe 500 million people, 500 million people. Yeah, there'll be a selected few, but I reckon that the case is, Lou, that they'll definitely do a great reset, regardless of anything. There's going to be some calamity that is going to strike, whether it be disease, whether it be obviously a virus. I reckon that all this that's going on just now, Lou, is partly,
it's foreshadowing the end basically.
yeah, basically, yeah, yeah. I reckon. Do you know something, Lou? I don't reckon they can come up with a virus, right? The human body is so strong the immune system that they needed to get everyone's actual DNA to get something that can wipe out billions. They've not got the capability to do it yet. But see, once they have, I reckon that'll be a game over, Lou. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
Oh,
data.
no, that's
It's
not,
all,
you know,
it's all
I
data
don't think that's
collection. Who knows how bad it could get with once they have everybody's DNA on file. Yeah, who knows what they can do.
Well, Lou, the point I'm making, right, is see viruses, okay? We take in viruses every single day, right, and our body defeats them. We wouldn't even know we've had them. That's how strong the human immune system is. But see, when they get hold of our actual DNA for the whole world, as many people as they can, like billions of people's DNA, which they're doing right now, in a sense, they're collecting your
rather.
actual DNA. So when they've got that, if they can find a virus that works against the majority of that DNA, then they can release something into the environment that can, do proper damage to humans. I don't think they've got the capability yet, though.
No, that's no. First thing first, they already have all our DNA if they wanted to, and making a virus which could kill all of us is possible. But here's the thing: there's a much simpler way of doing it. It's already being done in fucking China. Like you're not allowed to make any more than one child. It's as simple as that.
The thing is everybody gets caught up with them wanting to just kill off the entire human race. They don't want to do that. Why the fuck would they want to do that? They just want to make sure that the people who are here serve them. That's all they want. In fact, the more of us, the better, as long as we serve them.
Yeah, but Lou, things are getting more out of control worldwide than it's ever been before, and yet it's more difficult to control 30 billion people as it is to control or kill off 7 billion or 8
But
billion.
that's the
You know
thing.
what I mean?
That's the old school. That's the old school way. That's the shit. The term. There's like a phrase, a famous person who said exactly what you're quoting somebody. I forget who it is, but that's old. Like that's what this new shit is about. It's about controlling large numbers of people. Okay, like that, controlling everybody, the masses.
Well, Lou, there's the old saying as well. It's easier to conquer a people that are divided, and that's what I see is a lot of division. This the latest all these things that are happening right now with lockdown and all these different things. That's division. There's a lot of people divided and they don't know which way to turn. Is this real? Is it made up? Is it fabricated? You know what I mean? A lot of people are divided on these issues as well.
Well, here's the thing. I can see your, conspiracy side come in here a little bit. It's not that hard to control a population. But as I said, democracy is a flawed system. It has so many gaps. It favors, the big, the rich, the power hungry, and the poor, the 99%. They get to do nothing.
Yeah, I was just talking today, right? Okay, so there was a guy, this is in the United Kingdom. I can only speak for my country. I don't know much about other countries apart for the news I hear. But wait a minute, is it okay that a guy kidnaps two 14-year-old girls or teenage girls, murders them, rapes them, and murders them, and then we give him 3 hot meals a day, protect him in prison, and release him, 29 or 27 years later? Is that justice? Justice
No,
is
that's too
missing.
bad for him. That's too bad. No, we should serve him better. Take what's
Yeah.
happening
The,
in
well, well,
Norway.
well, the point I'm making is that guy, the taxpayer, should never have been paying for that guy's safety. He should have been executed, and he should never be allowed the release. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That's what's wrong in the land. The justice system is actually strengthening immorality and these crimes that that's what's wrong. We have to begin somewhere. Where is the death penalty in the UK? They've done away with it. So you can basically go and murder people, rape, pillage, molest, be a paedophile, do what you want, and get 3 hot meals a day and the comfort of a prison cell for the rest of your life. And then,
Well, no one says 300
you know,
meals a day.
it's wrong.
For,
It's not right. People are getting restless with what is going on, you know, and it's one rule for the government and another for the regular guy.
Well, as I said, take Norway for example. If you fucking like, what was it? Terrorists, they killed like 50, 70, 80 people. He got 14 years in prison. I'm talking a luxury prison cell. He got video games, food. He was allowed to fucking use a knife. If he could get a gun and, start, I don't know, practice firing, he could get a music studio. He could do anything, you know? Because here's the thing. When we take Norway, for example, Norway tries to reincorporate people into society, while fucking every other prison system in existence tries to punish them. Now, there's a saying, there's no such thing as a bad person, but a bad decision. And that guy may be just fucking sick on the head, that's a different story. But if he just fucking made a bad decision, well, trying to reincorporate him in society is a better idea. It's a better use of our sources than fucking just punishing him.
Well, let's take that one for example, right? So a guy premeditatedly conspires or thinks about and plans to go out in a vehicle to kidnap 2 young teenage girls, rapes them, murders them, and then he only serves 27 or 30 years behind bars and he's let back out. And while the full time of his prison service is protected by prison guards, and which you would expect at the end of the day. But should he ever be back out in the streets? Should we have paid 30 years taxpayers' money to keep scum like that alive? That's what's wrong with the system. We need to start bringing UK definitely needs a death penalty. We need the death penalty back to restore people's confidence in the justice system. That's the UK alone, you know. America's got it right. Where they've got the death penalty, absolutely 100% you need it. You know,
Oh no,
see
the
when
death
see
penalty
when
in America is broken. Like a
yeah,
prison
but
it's
see
fucking
when they
30
did away. This is just another fact, right? See when they did away with the death penalty in the United Kingdom, crime that would have been equal to death penalty rose by 1,000% in a very short period of time because people knew they could go out there and commit them crimes with no harsh penalty. You know.
Well, some people are just plain old sick in the head. The only thing you can do there is kill them, as you said, or try to fix it, or try to fix it, try to reincorporate them to society. That's
Well,
why
I watched
prison
I
system
watched
damages.
Omsky. I watched the documentary, right, and it was Scotland paedophile yard. Sorry, Scotland Yard, right, and it was a paedophile unit that worked within Scotland Yard, and the gentleman who was in charge of the paedophile unit, he said that in his 20 years of service, he never seen or heard of one paedophile that was rehabilitated. They kept trying to rehabilitate them, but as soon as they come out of prison, they reoffended. And do you know where they were putting them next to? Children's playgrounds. Next to schools. They were rehousing them next to schools and playgrounds, and they were reoffending, abusing more children. There's something wrong with society. We can't allow. That's where I agree with the Bible. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You premeditatedly take a person's life or do harm to a person, then you should have your life removed. That's what's wrong. We need justice. The streets are lacking justice over here, especially.
Well, see, just as killing someone, ending their fucking life is just a waste. So that some Peters. Well, first thing first, I don't think Scotland Yard. I don't think any prison system is in the fucking UK is designed to rehabilitate pedophiles. It's designed to punish them. not reincorporate them to society. If they're
Well,
just plain old head, fucking kill them. That's right. You can't do nothing about that.
Yeah,
so what
but
do you
you know,
say? So what do you? Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Go
So
on.
what do you say then? Now I'm bad with quotes. Like I forget who it was who said it, but the best judgment of a society is how it treats its worst criminals. What do you have to say about that?
It's fucking, it reveals the truth.
Yeah, we've gone soft. Yeah, the UK's definitely gone
Well,
soft.
usually that argument that I just quoted is used in saying that you should treat your prisoners and criminals well. Actually, like it's usually used for that. It's saying like a good, strong, true society isn't inhumane to its prisoners.
Yeah. Well, take Norway. As I said, Norway, there's a man who killed 3 people with a chainsaw and he went to prison. And when I mean prison in Norway, I mean a fucking vacation island. And he was allowed to use the chainsaw there to fucking chop trees. And if he wanted, he could have killed some people, but he never did. And why? Because he was given no reason. Because he was getting rehabilitated. Sorry, I can't pronounce that word. He was getting. They were trying to get him back into society. They were giving him a psychologist to watch over him. They were giving him actual programs. They're gonna make sure he gets a job after he gets out of prison. A prison, in quotes. I mean, a vacation island. They're gonna make sure they give him a house, everything. So if you ask me, we're going too hard on prisoners. If you ask me, guarantee in the future, they're gonna look at our prison system like medieval torture, like we look at medieval torture nowadays. And Norway has one of the lowest rates of crimes, even though it treats its prisoners like fucking normal people. It's actually better than normal people. Vacation island, all that crap. The max security prison in Norway, I don't remember the name of it, but you're fucking allowed to use a kitchen knife to cook food. You're allowed to do fucking to play sports. There's like a music studio there. There's the fucking mechanic shop if you want to pick up a job. So fucking, treating criminals like they're animals, like that's inhumane, and it just plain old doesn't work.
Yeah. So what would you say? I know some of the Scandinavian countries are known for being really lax, like their prisons are compared to American prisons. They look like vacations, right? Like, uh, would you agree then that their way of dealing with crime is the proper way to do it?
Well, first matters what type of system they're using. Are they trying to rehabilitate?
Yeah, it's
Fuck.
it's based on rehabilitation there, right?
Well,
Less
is it work?
more
That's the big question.
supposedly, I mean, if you look at their numbers, yeah, supposedly it works really well. But would that work in a larger society like in the United States? That's a good question.
Well, there's no reason given why not, because they're just a smaller scale example. There's no given why it shouldn't work.
Anyway, I only brought that up just to be almost kind of devil's advocate, because you guys were saying we're not hard enough on people, and I just said that, and all of a sudden I've got nothing but talk about how rehabilitation is key. It's kind of funny. Just one comment switched the conversation and like the stance of the room.
We're going for like I don't know, fucking conspiracies to how the prison system. It's really interesting where conversation go. Where conversations go. Like we just fucking switched the conversation right now. It's really funny. And can you guess how old I am? Cause like I believe I've told some people, but some guys are new here.
You sound like you're in your 20s, late 20s.
All right. Anyone else? What do they say? 20, late 20s to like 30?
14.
Yeah, I would
Just
say you're like I'd say
13.
your voice reminds me of like maybe like a 16, 17-year-old.
I'm 13.
Gemsy, that had to be Gemsy that said 14. Gemsy, how's it going?
Yes, it was. It was. It was
It was.
Jamesy.
I knew that voice. Long time no see, bro. How's it going?
Good man. Good to hear you.
Yeah, glad to
How
hear
you
you,
doing?
bro. Yeah, good stuff. Always love how Gemsy destroys the Globers with his little questions and then that little giggle smirk at the end of there when they realise that they've destroyed themselves. Yeah, love it, Gemsy.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Is the gentleman speaking? Is he? What's your age? You're asking us
Yeah, I'm
to guess
13.
your age.
So you got it pretty right. You got it pretty close. 13, 14.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, we're having
Wait,
discussions about the political
what's the
system.
Discord TOS? 13 plus?
Yeah, 13 plus, so like just so barely getting there.
All right. Cool. Cool.
Mate, my fucking 5-year-old sister is using YouTube, which is intended to be 13 years old, so I don't know what you want.
Ski, I've got to say, bro, there's no way you are. Did you just say that you're about 13, 14 years
Yeah,
of
13.
age?
I'm 13.
No,
Yes.
bro, that's hard to believe. You well, you sound
I
like
swear to God, man, I'm
you sound
13
like
years.
too intelligent for that age. You know.
Yeah, I am. I skipped 2 grades. I skipped 2 fucking grades. You have some signs of hyperintelligence, as people say. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
Bro, you need to
Learn-
research. You need to research the flat Earth. Get straight onto the AFOS site. 200 proofs that Earth is not a flying
Yeah,
spinning ball. And
definitely. I've done.
Omski, listen. If you're that intelligent, you will, within a short period of time, you will work out that we're not on a flying spinning ball, hurtling through space at ridiculous speed. You'll work that out. Yeah, easy.
Okay, then. If you're
I mean,
so,
if you're that smart, definitely learn about the flat earth and take all the information in, but learn to code and computer programming and I don't know,
oh,
build some program to make money.
I'm already
thing is,
doing that. I don't think of my own PC.
the flat Earth takes a critical thinking mind to truly understand it and to know that the Earth is flat, not just believe it. Like the so if you really are smart and intelligent and good critical thinker, the facts are all there for you to figure it out. Like, and our goal here isn't to convince you to make you believe. It's to
Yeah, but it's for me to figure it out.
to show you the facts so that you can make your own decision or you can test it for yourself. That type of a thing. Anybody who does that, we're confident will find the truth. So,
Well, I have
like,
a question. Once I woke up at 5 a.m. a specific time, I went up to my fucking roof. I got my telescope, and I saw some flying tubes with solar panels attached to them. What was that? I'm talking about the ISS.
The ISS is listen. The ISS swaps between a drone, a projected image. I've got loads of pictures taken from live images. I've got videos. I've went through them all. So have loads of people on the server. Right, we've looked at these things. The ISS, when you get a close up of it, it's nothing like what they actually show you. It's more streamlined so as it can go quicker, and it's the same as the transit of Venus across the sun. It's a black dot. There's no proof that that's like an actual planet transiting the sun. Same as the ISS when it transits the moon. You get an image of it. It's nothing like the ISS are showing you. It's nothing more than a drone. That's all it is. It's a drone. They fly across the moon, look for it, and see all the images that people are providing. If they have a close look at them, it's nothing more than a drone. That's all it is.
Well, I'm looking at some, close-ups of the ISS with, with fucking telescopes, and I don't see how this could be any sort of drone. I'm seeing solar panels and,
Yeah, I'll
fucking.
put some up. I've got a folder full of ISS images, right, that are taken from people like Red Rhetoric, who's a glober and a big NASA fanatic. I've got other images that I've collected as well. And let me assure you, they're nothing like the ISS. It's a drone. It's nothing more than a drone. See them images as well of like the probes. You know, the probes that they've been sending out to the so-called meteorites away out in space. They're
It's-
exact same as them.
It's important to point out, like, we need to figure out what he's thinking about a drone. And we're not talking about a quadcopter that you can buy for a
Yeah.
few $100. So I'm talking
Like,
about
on a fucking
you know,
rocket.
there's no reason that the military or NASA or any big corporation can't have a drone with solar panel wings that stays up for extended periods of time. In fact, we can show you that these things already exist with patents and pictures of them.
Absolutely. What Lou just said there is right. I can provide an image as well. I need to look for it, but I can provide you an image, right, that shows drones that you'll never have seen in your life. They look like spaceships, and these are military drones. You've got if you ever watched that, yeah, if you've ever watched that, yeah, go on. Sorry, Omsky.
Are they confirmed? What is their source? Did someone just drew them up? It's not that.
No. The source says it's military drones. There's about 40 different types of military drones that you've never seen in your life. If you go and look up these drones, because I did it, I went and checked. Because listen, see, flat earthers, what we do is, see, when we do research, we do extensive research. We don't just go and Google the first page and then we like take our evidence from there. We go deep. That's what flat earthers do. That's why we're here. Because when we're looking up something, we don't just take what someone else says as the truth. We go and we research that extensively ourselves, and that's how we come up with. It's like, for example, right, when I seen a video of Disney putting in subliminal images into children's cartoons, I went and I didn't believe it straight away. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. What, a naked woman in the rescuers? So I went and got the original.
That was added in post production. That was like in one scene. I know that.
Yeah, well, that's the point I'm making. I went and I got the original file, and sometimes it's hard to get the original files or the original films or movies, but if it takes hours, if it takes days, we go and do it. So I went and got the Rescuers movie. I looked through for that exact clip that they were talking about, and right enough, there it was. Same as like the Lion King, Sex in the Clouds. Same as the globe picture of the Earth, sex upside down. Yeah, it's there. These things are real. I've seen them with, you don't need to look further than the original documents or the original pictures or images or videos. You'll find them. They're there. People are not telling you lies. They're there.
Oh, what's this that was sent in the fucking chat? ISS actual flight path.
Yeah, that's the flight path of the ISS from the NASA and European Space Agency data, except it's laid out on an azimuthal equidistant map instead of the globe or Mercator that they typically show you.
Well, actually, good that you brought this up because I have one important question about this whole thing. So, a flight from Africa to Australia, I don't know the exact times, but I believe it takes something like 7 hours. If it was a flat Earth, it would be something more like 15 hours.
You move to that. I wanted to say about the ISS is that you gotta remember, if there is technology that can go really high up, balloons or whatever, drones, there's technology that capable of doing high up. But what they claim that this ISS place that has people inside is in the vacuum of space. That's where the fantasy story kicks in. So they're telling you about this place that is an imaginary place, basically like Narnia. That's what I contend against.
Yeah, like
Because
17,500 miles per hour, 5 miles per second. It's ridiculous. Absolutely
Well,
ridiculous.
it's not that ridiculous when you consider that's in space and it's a vacuum and it's orbiting a planet. And space is a vacuum, so
it,
so zero drag.
it's ridiculous because it goes against natural law. It's a violation of of the
What type
law
of
of
bio?
thermodynamics.
Well, it has no aerodynamics. It's in space. It's in a vacuum.
Can you
He
have
said
can, okay?
thermodynamics.
You know that we are in a pressurized system. You can breathe fresh air because
Yes.
there's air pressure all around you, right? Gas pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
So what happens when you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system? What
Yeah.
happens?
Let me explain something to you. The air pressure down here, it's what was it, 9.6 psi, something like that. But when you get higher up, like high, right in the edge of space, we're talking 0.00001 psi. Because
You're talking
obviously,
about.
and gravity can keep that in the planet.
Anybody want to comment?
I was just gonna say you're talking about a change in air pressure, like a variant,
Yeah,
or
change.
gradient
Well,
of air pressure. We're talking about
take water.
the. Listen, kid. Like if you're gonna keep interrupting me while I'm trying to explain something
Sorry.
to you, you need to shut your lips and open your ears. Otherwise, this isn't gonna go well. You're
Shut
talking
up.
about a change in air pressure, a gradient as you move upwards. That's not the argument. We're talking about gas pressure in the first place. To have gas pressure 14.7 psi here at sea level, you need a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Well, when you get higher up, gas. Well, you obviously, I just said this. There's much less gas. We're talking extremely low amount of gas, and gravity can keep that in the atmosphere. Nothing floats out. We actually do lose a little. Actually, do lose a little atmosphere every year to the vacuum of space, but that's not because of the.
No,
That's because of Earth losing
your
the air.
contention of the vacuum of space is a violation of the laws of nature.
There's an experiment you can try right now. It's a better to try, but you can try it right now.
You don't need an experiment. Yeah, sure. Show us the experiment that defies the law of nature.
Okay, so what you want to do? You want to get some sort of centrifuge, right? And you want to have
Why a
container
centrifuge?
attached.
Why
You're gonna
why
explain
a
what
centrifuge?
to simulate gravity.
How does a centrifuge simulate gravity, and what do you
Well,
mean by
not
gravity?
gravity, but when it spins, everything
Okay,
goes
so
back.
it doesn't simulate gravity then. Have you
Oh.
defined gravity for us yet?
A centrifuge would be the opposite of what you guys claim gravity is, wouldn't it?
Well, okay, now let me explain something to you. Gravity is the impact of an object in space and time, causing everything to sink towards that. Unless it's something that I bet you're not gonna trust as actual evidence. So we kind of run into a crossroad here.
Okay, well, if you're going to try to use false equivalences to try to prove a point, yeah, we will have an impasse.
Well,
Yeah, here's
the way
the thing,
gravity in
Omsky.
space now is
Let's not judge what we're going to class as evidences and all the rest of it. You just present your arguments and your questions, and we'll deal with them. That's all. Yeah, we don't need to.
right.
Yeah, presuppose what we're going to say. You know what I mean? Carry on, dude.
Okay, so let me just explain this thing simply. You get a bucket full of water. You start spinning that bucket. The water doesn't fall off. See, that's what I'm talking about here. So if we have a container,
Wait. Wait.
has air pressure that
Wait.
is barely, I mean, barely lower than the pressure atmosphere, which is going to simulate how things are close to the vacuum. And we start spinning that, and we open the container. The little pressure difference isn't going to change.
Your example is incorrect because you need to put the water on the outside of the bucket, not on the inside, bud.
Well, we're gonna open up the bucket. No, I'm not talking about. No, I'm not talking about water in the bucket.
Spin the
I'm
bucket
talking.
with the water on the outside of the bucket, and then maybe your example would be congruent with what you're trying to explain. But right now, it's just farcical and silly.
Listen here. If the pressure in the container that we're gonna spin, that we're gonna put in a centrifuge, is barely lower than the pressure of the atmosphere, which is to simulate the conditions up in the up there in the vacuum space. And we start spinning that, and we open the container. None of the pressure, the little pressure difference, is not gonna change. If we put it in a centrifuge. As I said, that's a bit of an expensive experiment to try out, but if you want, you can do it.
Once again, your example is false. How is water in a bucket similar to the Earth having water on the outside or gas on the outside next to a vacuum? How is that synonymous?
Well, we're gonna open up the container. That's what I said.
You're gonna open up the container. How?
When you open up the bottom of the bucket,
Not the
everything in the
bottom.
bucket leaves the bucket.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the front. I'm not talking about the back. I'm talking about the front part.
Yeah, you're not talking about gravity. You're talking about centrifugal force.
Yeah, which when you think about which is equal, which if you measure it's actually well, how do you think they sim? Well, if they wanted to simulate
It's
gravity,
not related to gravity.
it's just a way to fucking prove that a fucking it's a way to prove that a pressurized that what I want to say here that a fucking air that a fucking container that a fucking area can have higher pressure than another area and be open to each other. Not just to prove that, so you can trust that part. Then we can that the atmosphere can be close to a vacuum.
The gas
Did
moves
you try to
freely and
prove
randomly in
what
all
an apple
directions
is
and
by
exits
showing
your
scenarios?
chamber. A centrifuge uses liquids and solids. It's not about centrifuging gas.
Thought it
Can
is
you read
similar.
can you read what I've posted in the chat?
Anyone else wanting what? The three phase of the globe model.
Yeah, can you read that screenshot from 40 minutes past the hour?
30. Wait. What did you send in the live stream voice text?
Above the theory, the phases of the globe.
Oh, above the phases of the. Wait. Let me just, because I'm not the best at Discord. Above that, yep. This is the phases of matter, gas. The physical phases. Hey, you want me to read this?
Yes, please.
Well, see what it shows here. And it shows very little response to gravity. No, none response to gravity, very little response to gravity. If you're in a fucking helium balloon and you let out some oxygen, where's that oxygen gonna go down?
Actually, the gases are going to mix. Relative density will cause the gases, the more dense gas to go down, but as the gases stay together in the same container, the gases will diffuse into one another and mix.
Yeah, diffuse, but that takes some time, and that isn't really revealing of our situation here, because
Yeah,
as I said,
your problem is that you believe that gravity is holding the gas down. That means it can't diffuse up.
so what do you want me to say here?
There's nothing to say. Like, you need to violate the
Yeah,
second
really
law of
explain it.
thermodynamics, and you have to have an experiment that shows that gas is contained by a down vector and prevent it from expanding into the container. That has never been done and cannot be done.
Okay, now you're really confusing me. What you mean by that?
Gases expand and fill the container because there's more space for the gas to go into. It will go into it because
Yeah.
gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
You're gonna
So
probably have to cover the full second law of thermodynamics if he's only 13, even if he skipped grades.
No, I do know it.
it's pretty simple. When you think about like a gas, or for instance, a Coke can, you shake it up, there's pressure built up inside,
Yeah.
but it's not until you open the can that the gas escapes. Psst. If you had gravity holding the greater pressure down, you wouldn't have any psst. It would just stay in the bottle until you poured it to the side, and then it would, because gravity is preventing it from expanding. It's preventing it from going from the higher pressure into the lower pressure. Second law is basically high pressure goes to low pressure, heat goes to cold, always.
Yes. They diffuse. Okay, so
They always seek equilibrium.
Yeah,
That's entropy. They're always looking to find equilibrium.
yeah. And what the Globers like to do is they look at the pressure gradient and think, oh, that means gravity. But the problem is you also have a temperature gradient, and according to Charles's law, gas is compressed or expanded based on temperature. So you have less temperature above, more temperature below, so you have more pressure below, less temperature above. And then you have gas generation at ground level, and you have precipitation from above, so you have these gas cycles where gas goes up into the air and then comes back down again as a solid. This is a closed system.
well, maybe my words aren't explaining it correctly. So what I did, I went down to Google, searched the question, how does the atmosphere exist close to a vacuum? And Google came up with this answer. Maybe because what I'm saying, it's right here what it says, but maybe my words aren't describing correctly because English isn't my first language. So here I'll read this. Vacuums never suck air. What they do is present an empty space and then air. Pressure forces the air into the vacuum. Air
Yep.
pressure is not uniform throughout the atmosphere. The lower the altitude, the higher the air pressure. Thus, you can move higher, the air pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's explaining it.
Yeah, that's only possible within a container. You can't do that without a container.
So what we have is a high pressure system here on the Earth, next to space, which is a very, very, very low, close to high vacuum, right? And there's no barrier in between in what you're trying to say, because rockets and satellites are going up into this area, which is a vacuum, next to pressure. You can't have high pressure next to very low pressure without a barrier. Otherwise, the high pressure would move into the available volume, according to gas law. That's all we're saying.
Well, first, describe space as a vacuum is incorrect. Okay, let me see how can I explain this. Air pressure
Yeah,
slowly.
that would be cool. That like if you would say that space was a fluid, something more dense, something than air, like that might be possible, but that goes completely against the entire narrative that all of mainstream science tells us. We don't need to start going into speculation about other types of fairy tales and Narnia and stuff.
Okay. See, as I said, space isn't technically a vacuum. It's very close to a vacuum. When you
Okay,
get,
so very close
you know,
to a vacuum.
particles
Very
in
low
less,
pressure. Very low
less,
pressure.
yeah, very low pressure, very extremely low pressure. So
Extremely
when
low
you start to get
pressure.
higher, yeah. So
Close
when you
to a
start,
perfect vacuum, but not quite.
Yeah,
yeah.
less
Oh,
pressure than anything we can create here on Earth. Okay, yeah, we got
Allegedly,
it.
yes.
so once we get started to get higher up, less air pressure, less air pressure, less air pressure, even less, to the point when there's absolutely zero.
Well, you're assuming that. You haven't tested that. You don't know that it goes to 0.
Well, it makes sense in my mind, and if I take something, and if I take something, for example, like water, high pressure down, and it starts, getting lower, and as we get higher up, pressure starts to get lower and lower until we get to the surface. It doesn't magically float up into the air. No, you can use that logic, and if you ask me personally, explains it. Because science is all about thinking critically and actually doing experiments, which I have done.
Hey, Omsky, not guys, not to derail the conversation where it's going. I just want to add a point. Omsky, if you look at all NASA launches, right, and the private launch, there's been a couple now.
Yeah,
There's more than one. So they fire a rocket straight up, and
and then
all of a
sideways.
sudden,
Yeah,
yeah, all of a sudden, the fastest private rocket ever fired. Okay, so they fire it straight up, and all of a sudden, it hits something that is super dense, but super absorbent because the rocket doesn't shatter in pieces. It hits something that is stopping it from going any further. If you watch every NASA launch, right, the separation videos, they get so high up and then they can't go any further. That points 100% to there is a barrier that they cannot break through. Have a look at them.
well,
Look at every
well,
NASA launch. You'll
to
never
orbit.
see you'll never see a cockpit view of that. Once it gets to a certain height, or after so many seconds, they always point the camera back down to Earth because they can't get any higher. The ceiling seems to be around about 150,000 feet, no higher. They can't get out. It's almost as if every launch, same with high altitude balloons, 120 or 130,000 feet. So that's about 29 miles up, thereabouts, I think it is, 30 miles. The ceiling seems to be setting, depending on where you are in the Earth, 30 miles up. It might be higher over the North Pole, but there's never been any launches above the North Pole that is the top of the ceiling. As we come down towards maybe Antarctica, beyond the 60th parallel, it may be that the ceiling is lower. Who knows? We've never had launches in Antarctica either that we get to see them from start to finish. The ISS orbits apparently the Earth, but I would say it goes round in a circle on the flat Earth map. You don't get the ISS going over the North Pole ever. You don't get it going over Antarctica ever. These are. It seems to be that there's a ceiling up there, and that's why we have the gas pressure at ground level. Yeah, everything points to a ceiling and a container.
Okay, now if you're saying why rockets stop at a certain point, I think it's because they get in an orbit and they don't need to go any higher.
Do you
No,
see the
just watch.
trail that
No,
Miguel just posted in the chat? That's what they
yeah,
do. That's what they do on launch.
Yeah, you believe that they're going into space, but you
so
have no evidence of this. This is just a religious belief.
yeah, that video that I posted as well on Ski. That is right. A rocket launched straight up, and it stops. It can't go any further. It just floats back down to Earth. Every NASA launch is the same. I looked extensively at NASA launches, and if you go yourself, just go onto the NASA sites, look for the launches, look for the separations. you'll see that as soon as they get up to about 150,000, they'll tell you it's higher. Okay. But every bit of footage indicates that they're no higher than about 150,000 feet. They're no higher than 30 miles. Every
And
lot.
to know that they're not any higher than that, just go to watch high altitude balloon footage that you know the height of, and then compare it to what they're seeing.
Correct. What Drace just said there, right? That's I'm going to be making a video on that, pointing out lots of footage about that just shortly. But that's exactly true. High altitude balloon footage compared to the ISS is identical. As you can tell clearly that they are no higher. And you know the strange thing is, Felix Baumgartner, right? He jumped no higher than a high altitude balloon.
Yeah, you
That's
know why
strange.
that?
You know?
Because helium balloons can't get any more higher.
Yeah, no, but if they class outer space as 200 miles between the 150 200 mile mark, why did they not allow him to go up to 150 miles? Because it's they can't get any higher. Do you know why they stitched together all the images of the Earth and put it in a shape of a ball under Photoshop? Is because they can't get high enough to take one single full picture of the whole Earth because they
But
can't get high enough.
can
That's like
can
you. That's like Felix Baumgartner, right? He jumped at 120,000 feet. Check the heights if you want. I've checked them. So New Mexico, he jumped to New Mexico, above New Mexico, and he landed in New Mexico, X amount of miles away. But New Mexico on his footage looked like it was a quarter of the world's size. You know, it's ridiculous. They can't get higher than 29 miles. So that's why they have to Photoshop, stitch together all these data strips to give you the impression you live in a globe. You don't live in a globe, you live in a flat earth, dude.
one thing, while you were talking there, I was just thinking because they say, well, the reason that planes don't fly higher is because they can't. Because there's not enough air up there to propel them. And like, do we know that that's actually not true? Like, do we
Yeah,
know that? Do we
yeah,
know that
Khalifa.
instead there isn't just a physical limitation, which is why they don't attempt? Like, how do we know that they physically? We're not up there. Like, and we know that there's like what the Concorde or whatever plane that flies is supposedly 60 miles. Supposedly, or was it 60? Am I tripping? 60 miles sounds kind of high.
No, 60,000 feet. Yeah, Concorde was about 60,000 feet, Elijah.
60,000. So that's not even 120,000. So yeah, we don't know that you can't fly higher though, right? Like, I mean, or do we? I mean, an engineer or
Yeah, Elijah, I believe that the planes are restricted from flying higher because they would see the flat Earth. I think Concorde was
they
stopped.
say it's lower.
Yeah, it would prove the
Because
flat Earth. You know, the more and more
if
people
I,
that flew on Concorde, they would prove flat Earth.
so how can we verify that the air actually is so low that you can't propel yourself with air?
Exactly. Yeah, it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. You know, it's the
But that's
same as
just
like
feel.
people. Yeah. You're breaking up a little bit, brother.
I'm pretty sure you can see the curvature of the Earth. Doesn't matter if it's not, fisheye lens. If you get high enough, you're gonna notice a slight, a slight line.
Not at all. Not at all. Listen, if you've ever watched Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says that even up at high altitude, 120,000 feet, or the ISS,
Oh, that's
he
what
said
happened.
it's flat. It's flat. He said they can't even see curvature up there. You know?
Really slight curvature.
I'm sorry, I cut out horribly. Well, what was the last thing you guys were missing?
Yeah,
Or did
we
you
were on
guys hear
about
me say anything?
we're on about passenger planes, Concorde. Yeah, the heights.
Yeah, I was saying, like we can't verify at what heights what the air pressure is, right? Like, so we got planes that fly over mountains, right? So other than, bringing a barometer or whatever to read the atmospheric pressure on the mountain, right? They only assume that, well, the higher up you go, the thinner it gets until it gets into a vacuum. Well, I mean, we keep assuming, like we've never actually questioned, well, how do we know that they can't fly right into the barrier? I mean,
Well,
it's not like we
up.
can
Some flat Earth
say,
millionaires put together an airplane.
what you mean except for the fact that there are FAA law, is it FAA? There are laws and rules that regulate where you can go in the sky and what altitude. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, exactly, Elijah. They're preventing people from going above that would actually allow people to see that they can see too far. We can't live on a globe. Yeah, they've prevented it. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's why
But they also
Concord.
might be preventing us from realizing that there's a physical limitation that might be on the table. Like we're
Yeah,
saying, well, you can never get to it. You can never. We don't even know air pressure up the mountains to say, hey, you can't fly something here because guess what? There's air there, right? Like
yeah.
if the balloon is up there reading pressure, well, there's still pressure up there.
Yeah, it's like,
But
has there ever been, has there ever
The
been
Felix
any
jump.
tests? Wait a minute, has there ever been any high altitude balloon tests that actually takes a reading of the oxygen levels or the pressures or, you
If
know?
you can put a barometer on it, I'm pretty sure it's gonna tell you it. Like you can make a helium balloon at home. It's not that hard. Yeah. So by the way, I'm looking at the jump.
Yeah, but the sky is regulated and no one wants to listen. You should be, in all honesty, asking for permission to put any high altitude balloon up that is at the heights or going beyond the heights of passenger aircraft. Do you imagine putting a high altitude balloon up, right, and a passenger airline flew into your high altitude balloon? That's why people do it out in the middle of deserts and
Or
areas
out
where,
of the
do you know what
mountains.
I mean? It can be quite dangerous because you imagine a plane flying at
Flies
uh,
into the jet
300,
engine.
400 mile an hour and sucks a high altitude balloon straight into its engine and you kill 300 passengers. That's dangerous.
Well, a plane can fly with one. Well, a plane can fly with one jet engine.
Yeah, I know that, but you don't want to put other people at risk either just to sort of put up a high altitude balloon. So there are regulations. What Elijah was saying is FAA regulations, and that is worldwide. There's even regulations on outer space now. You know, they're governing not only the skies, what you can put up, when you can put it up. There's even regulations on drones, as far as I'm aware. You've got to be there's regulations that govern them as well now.
Well, I was just about to say I'm looking at what was it? Looking at the Felix jump at 128k feet. It says fisheye corrector. And is it just me? But I can make out the slightest curve. Like if you got a flat line, you could make out a curve.
Okay, I'm killing this right now. I'm posting a video from Neil Hostile Witness Tyson.
Yeah.
He's talking about this exact thing, so listen to your priest.
Yeah,
I'm
that
not.
video there. Listen, Omsky, that video there, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just take a minute and listen to what has just been said to you. Have a look at that video and give us your thoughts on it. Right, it's only a short video. Have a look at it.
Yeah, 42 seconds. Yeah, but the one that this guy sent, yeah, I saw the video. Yeah, I know you can. Yeah, I know. But look, the Felix jump pad, it says fisheye corrector. You can make out the slightest curve. If you got a flat line, you could see.
Listen, bro, I'm doing a video right now, and it's I'm comparing the fisheye lens to the ISS footage. Okay, so you got the ISS live. Listen, they use a fisheye. They don't deny it. There is a NASA folder. It's a PDF. If you want to download it, just type in right now. I'll bring it up for you. In fact, I'll put it in live chat. It's called Fisheye over Sinai, right? It's in my video that I'm working on right now, and they tell you clearly they use a fisheye lens. They're not denying it. Okay, so what does a fisheye do? It creates strong visual distortion.
I know what a fisheye lens does.
Yeah. So see how you see all these ISS live footage? That's not round. It's not curved. It's completely fake. That horizon is straight as a spirit level. And
It
the only reason you can't see from one end of the world to the other is because we haven't got the eyes to do it. That's all. That's all. If you fly over that horizon, it's not curved. You can't see it from a plane. I've been up at 45,000 feet traveling to the Mediterranean, and we flew higher to get out of turbulence. And if it be true, the pilot said we were up at 45,000 feet and there was zero curvature. If you go in a plane that has curved windows, you will see curvature because, again, it's a strong visual distortion. So the only way you'll ever see curvature at 45,000 feet or 20 or 30, exactly. Thank you, Drace. Drace just put up the pictures there. Have a look at that.
yeah.
That's visual distortion at ground level. You will not
Yeah,
ever find curvature
that so
on.
you know the airplane window doesn't burst when they're in high altitude. They have to do it like that so it doesn't burst.
Listen, Omsky, let me ask you a simple question, okay?
Okay.
See when you went to, listen, I don't know what country you're from, right? But I'm from the
North
United Kingdom.
Macedonia.
Okay, Macedonia.
Or
Listen,
Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia.
okay, listen. They over here in the UK, I'll speak for myself. I'll not bring you into it. But listen, see when do you know how they train the children to believe you live on a globe? See when we have preschool, and it's like from the age of about 3.5, 4 years of age, kids are sent to like preschool. Do you know what the teachers do with them? They get a little blown up globe, right, with all the places on it: United Kingdom, America, Russia, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, North Pole. They chuck that about the class, and every time a child catches it, they ask them a question about the world. and that trains the young mind to believe that they are living on a ball. Listen,
I asked my
we all
4-year-old sister once, is the earth flat or round? And you know what she said? She said round. And I asked her, why is it round? Because if it was flat, we would fall down. I did not teach her to say that. She did not go to any
yeah,
preschool.
but there's the possibility, right, that the school is teaching children at a very young age and all over the world to believe we're on a ball. Listen, I never gave it much thought. I was about what? I'm 48 now, so say 5 years back, 43, okay? And that's when I came across a video of flat Earth. Okay, I'd never given it a thought before that. Come up in the YouTube links, and I like laughed at it at first. This is honest. This is me not making it up. This is me not going with what other people say. I laughed at it, and then I bypassed it. I was always into conspiracy theories. Then the next thing is maybe a week or two later, it came up in my feeds again, and it said flat Earth, and I'm like, that's interesting. What do they mean? I didn't even know what they meant by flat Earth. So then I looked at it and I watched a video where I think it was Eric DeBay, 200 Truths. I watched that. It got me thinking because I'd never given it a thought in my 43 years of my life as to what I actually lived on. Never. I was a father, 3 children, happily married, and never gave it a thought, just living my life as most people do. And 5 years later, I know for a fact they're not telling us the truth. Do you know
Hey,
why?
one
Because
question. Children of flat earthers.
I've researched it for 5 years, and now I've found a group of people on this server and on YouTube as well that agree with me. They've researched it as well. Omsky, honestly, you're not flying on a spinning ball. You're not hurtling through space at ridiculous speeds, orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. You're not hurtling through the galaxy at 2 million kilometers an hour. It's ridiculous. Omsky, come on.
No, it's not. When you look at the scale of things, 2,000 kilometers per hour is nothing.
Onsky,
Yeah.
is you asked your sister, and she said the Earth is your sister a flat earther?
No, my sister is a 5-year-old, and I asked her, is the earth round or flat? And she said round. And I asked her why. Because if it was flat, we would
Oh,
fall down. But,
wait.
and she did not go to any.
So she said round, right?
Yeah.
Tell me this: is a frisbee or a pizza round?
Okay, now you're gonna do that. That's mostly a joke. Yeah, I know. There's a picture by a guy named Miguel. The
Wait,
picture by a guy Miguel. Fill it up. It is round. Round is a flat object with that is curved.
yeah. Have you ever seen a round plate or a round table?
Okay, here's the technical word: spherical.
Oh, that's different. Sphere doesn't. I mean, round doesn't necessarily mean sphere, right?
Yeah, but it's just a general term. People have adopted. Words are misused all the fucking time. So I don't know what you want.
So do words have meaning or no?
Well, they have the meaning that we give them.
Okay, they do mean stuff, right?
Yeah, whatever people
We
say
we
they mean.
we don't give words. Well,
Well,
let me
what
say it
are
like
words?
let me say it
Explain
like
what
this.
explain
Words describe things that we
reality.
experience or see in reality. So the action or the thing in reality is informing the definition. The words aren't just made up, and then from the word comes reality. It's reality, and then comes the words to describe it. And that's how things are defined as they are
Words
experienced.
describe reality. Yeah, that's what you can say. Words have the meaning that we give them. If one word to have a certain meaning, it does. Because words are just things that humans made up to describe reality.
So you're
Right.
saying
So
that
if
the
someone's
Earth.
using a word, it has utility. It's not just oh someone made up that word. It's just because humans made it. So it's no, it's regardless of humans making it, the word is used to describe something that already exists outside of the human.
Yeah, it's describing something objective. It's not subjective based on people's feelings in the moment.
Well, because we're humans, that does unfortunately happen. So I have one massive question that has not gotten answered to me. That has not gotten answered to me yet.
Well,
Why
you
would
already
the
know. You already know the difference between objective and subjective, right? We
yeah objective thing?
objectively uh, have measured the Earth as flat. We experience it as flat, level, motionless. We objectively can demonstrate gas pressure requires containment, and also a vacuum requires a container, so that's demonstrable. Also, the ball that you speak about is all subjective. It's not. You only believe it is. You can't demonstrate it. You don't
No,
experience
no,
it.
no, we
No,
do
it
experience.
don't.
Yeah,
Nothing
we do.
is practical. Nothing practical in use in reality,
Just
like
watch your boat.
airplane
Just watch your boat.
or machinery. Nothing requires the ball. Nothing at all. Nothing is dependent on the ball. Everything is dependent and requires a flat, motionless plane.
I have one massive question. Why would every government in this world say that that the rule is wrong, that the rule is a sphere? Why would they do it? Taxes are still taxes. Life is still life.
So they tell you it's round, remember? And then they give you
But it's not
cartoons and show you
sphere,
a sphere. Listen,
yeah,
they
okay,
tell
fine.
you
It's
in the
not.
language, they tell you in the language it's round,
Oh shit.
and then they show you cartoons, and you watch the cartoons, you see the spheres, and then you believe in the cartoons and you believe it's a sphere. But you never experience this sphere that you talk about.
Okay, we never experienced it. It's fine. But why would the government, why would the government lie about this all? Why would they do it? Taxes are still taxes. Life is still life.
What is the
Why?
government? Like what even is the government? For you to
Uh,
ask why would they lie?
well, when I'm talking about the government, I mean, the
No,
people.
I'm not asking what you're talking about. Hone in on what I'm asking you. Like, don't repurpose or restructure what you're trying to say. I already heard what you said. I don't want a repetition. I'm asking you something in response to what you're saying. And I want you to respond with a new answer after having heard what I'm asking you. What is
Okay.
the government?
What is the government?
Define the government.
The people who run a country.
What?
The people who run a country.
The people who run a country.
Yeah. That's my
Oh,
definition. I'm sure it has a more official definition, but still.
okay. So why are you asking why they would lie?
But why would they lie? Why would they say that the earth
Why
is a
would
fucking.
but what I can ask why wouldn't they? And it would be just as fun some just as fun to contemplate
Well, why
because
would.
but
Well, I have already 10 answers. Why wouldn't they? First thing
do you
first,
get what I'm
it
do you get
wouldn't.
what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? What saying to you is it's just as fun to speculate why they would and why they wouldn't.
But
Keyword
why would
So
they?
speculate.
they can
Give me one
they
reason.
can instill fear, so they can have fear and control that fear and
What
control when
type
they
of
want
fear?
you to
I'm
have
not
that fear.
fucking afraid of the earth
Well,
being a
let me tell
sphere.
you. Let me ask you. One person versus one person. That person can choke that other person to death with his bare hands, and that other person would fear the fear of that death. Another way you can kill a bunch of people is bomb them. Another way to kill a bunch of people is to nuclear bomb them. But the only way that you can kill the entire planet at one time and instill fear in the entire planet at one time is with the heliocentric model. From asteroids, black holes, expanding stars, exploding stars,
Well, they've
supernovas.
clearly mentioned that
The
there
list
is no
just
black
goes
hole.
on and on. No. It's statistically going to happen. Now, the Earth is going to end from some catastrophic event when you believe the
It is
heliocentric
in a
model.
couple of trillion years.
You don't know that. It could happen right now. It could be happening right now. Your subconscious thinks that it could be happening right now. An asteroid is actually plowing into the other side of the planet as we speak, right now. And that could be happening.
Yeah.
That could be a thing. There could be a black hole shooting across the space right now, moving at light
If
speed,
I
we can't detect, and can eat our planet instantly. That's a thing that's scientifically, theoretically possible in the heliocentric model.
Okay, two things.
if I may get back into my
Think
interaction, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add
back
one
to
little thing to that, and then let you do
Okay.
that because uh, if you look at the history of what NASA has told us, they have oftentimes been like, "Oh, we just discovered this near miss asteroid. That we just discovered this thing really close to us." So they don't really know.
Yeah, they're constantly telling you that, oh, it's Super Bowl. 2 years ago, there was a Super
Back
Bowl.
to light.
And the day of the Super Bowl, there was supposed to be an asteroid close enough to come in between the moon and the Earth. And it was supposed to be big enough to kill everybody on Earth. And that's kind of bullshit, you know? That's what
Back
they're doing.
to-
They're trying to, they subconsciously
Yeah.
destroy your, with this.
Back to
tell
the
you-
I am
question
not
they tell you-
about
destroyed. I am fully.
They tell you that NASA is there.
Yo.
and this research is there to help to protect us from from galactic threats like that. And then they're constantly telling you like, yeah, here's one that just snuck by us. Wow, close call. Woo! Like thanks.
Just in
All
time
that
for
money
their voting.
all that money is definitely
is
helping.
anyone gonna politely give me back the mic after they're done talking? Like, oh my bad, yeah, Eli, go ahead. It's okay. Is that gonna happen?
Well, you were kind of badgering the dude. You weren't answering his question.
He didn't ask me a question. I asked him a question.
Wait, mates, I have to go.
And you
'cause
started
I'm really
talking right
busy
after.
now. I have to say goodbye. It was nice talking to you. See you all.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Now
too.
I'm annoyed.
I saw some people messaging in the text. Yes, I am 13. I have unfortunately no way of proving that, but I am. All right, mate. See ya.
I had a specific line of question and I was trying to set up. I don't like when you motherfuckers do that.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, this is an open
we
conversation.
gotta have the conversation every day about behavior like yours.
So nobody can talk while you're talking? Is that the deal?
Jason,
get it.
didn't you get my hint? I was like, yes, there's a point to your thing, but back to Elijah because Elijah has a point.
Oh, no, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I don't care if you like my point or if you see where I'm going. If I only had
I didn't.
less than 120 seconds, be patient. Who are you to not like where I'm going with something and so to just interject in the middle of me trying to paint a
He
picture?
was looking for an answer and you weren't giving him an answer. What's the problem?
The problem is you're interrupting the fucking shit out of somebody else when they're having a conversation. That's the fucking problem.
Well, he wasn't answering the question. I answered the question. It seems like that's what we're here to do is answer
I don't fucking
questions
give
now.
a shit. You're talking. You were talking. Ma was in the middle of a fucking conversation, asshole.
Oh no.
So for okay, so let's work on your logic, right? So if someone asks a question about gravity, a thing that doesn't actually have scientific validation to back it, are you going to talk about gravity as if it exists? Because I'm already in the middle of explaining or asking, like, okay, we're talking about gravity, and I stop to say, you know what? What is gravity? So we're talking about the government and why they would do something. And I asked, what is the government? And he attempted to not answer. And then I said, no, I heard what you said. The first thing I want to understand is what you think the government is. And after he defined it, you fucking started talking like I didn't have a follow up. It's just rude, bro. That's all. You could be like, you know what? My bad. I stepped on your toes a little bit. No big deal. I apologize. The same way I would do. Anyways,
Hey, I'll step in. I was the second person to step in, but I came from the other room, didn't know you were talking with him. I heard what's his name finishing up, and I jumped in for a minute there. But if I knew it was part of rumpusing you, yeah, I would definitely. Once you got upset, be like, "No, sorry, my bad. You were talking." You know, like it's that simple.
yeah, I know you would, Lou. And I wasn't even speaking generally about you. It wasn't all directed to him either. I was just talking about like us having had this same conversation yesterday and the day before yesterday. And it's like we all want the same thing to be able to sharpen our skills, to be able to have a conversation with people so that when we go to our friends or family or whoever, we have a better um idea of how we would like to approach the conversation. So if Eli is talking all the time, you guys can't do that. You're talking all the time. Eli can't do that. If Eli is trying to make a point and it gets taken over, I don't know. I don't know how that interaction is going to go. And
Then
I
get
can't then
to the
take
point,
that
Eli.
idea.
Sorry.
What?
So then get to the fucking point, Eli. Just fucking.
That's the point though. Like how do I know that an argument is good if I can't finish it? And most of the time, most of us can't finish our conversations because someone else is jumping in with some other point, and that hurts us all. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
It's oftentimes you don't even get the answer to your question because someone else jumped in with a new question.
Yeah, we're all eager to speak in here. We're all eager to get our points forward, but we got to stop rumpusing people and let the questions be, you know, drawn to the conclusion that we want them to be drawn to. Yeah, we got to stop doing it. It's not good for the server.
And thank you, Alberico. I don't want you all mad and shit on my behalf. I appreciate it.
Nah, this is his attitude that pisses me off. Fucker just got here too. And he has like VC verified.
But moving on. Yeah, moving on.
Oh, I muted him.
Louder, you handled that well, man. You were very lenient on that guy. Just wanted to say.
You know, on a positive point, there is so many people in here with so many good things to say and so much knowledge. That's what's great about this server. It's like never a dull day, you know, but there is a lot of eagerness to put the points forward that sometimes derail the initial point that is being made. Yeah, we just got to let some points be brought to the conclusion, you know?
Well, sometimes I think that's part of the problem too, is that we do have so many people who might have very valuable things to input on a certain topic, and there's a sense of urgency that people feel that they have to be able to get their words in before it moves on to something else, which it is guaranteed to do within another moment, right? So you're just like, oh, I hope they don't move on. I hope they don't move on so I can make my point. And then it happens to me anyway. You know, like I know I'm guilty of that.
Well, a little hint for
That's true.
people that are feeling that it's just like let's rewind a bit back to that other point. You know, you don't need to butt in and cut off other people just to have your point. You know, everybody is here. Everybody's welcome to say. You know, we can rewind a bit sometimes and just get that point. You know, if somebody's got something to say about a point, but we're moving on, we can rewind to that point. You know.
Yeah.
I get what you feel about the urgency. And I totally like. I'm not even gonna front like I don't know what you mean, because that urgency is why I interrupt majority of the time that I interrupt. Now, I mean, you guys can call me out and say, no, you're bullshit and you're wrong, and I would accept your criticism. If I'm lying, then let the record show. But I interrupt to add to the original or main point that's already out there. Like if someone's talking, like the only reason that I'll jump in to add a point is because I hear them moving away from the point. I'm like, no, 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 wait a minute. Based on what you guys were just talking about, I just want to add that this has something to do with that. You know, I don't just totally take it in a different direction. So it's not even that interruptions are bad as long as you're, you know, um, supporting the main premise or the main topic or the point that the person that you're taking the mic away from is trying to make. If you're making the same point or if you're adding to it, I mean, unless I'm being a dick, which then I would say, all right, you know what, I'm being a dick. Unless I'm feeling like a dick, I don't mind when someone interrupts me to add to a point that I'm making. But if you just change the shit, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, let's be able to interject. Yeah, to back up the point. Yeah, that's good. Interjection. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a gray area as well because sometimes people interject with a point that they think that's where he's going with it, but he might have a different way. So I think it's important to also if the speaker is like interjecting over your interjection that you clamp down and stop talking.
Yeah, let's face it, everybody sort of rumpuses Elijah when he's on here because sometimes his mic he starts to break up and then like people just like, well, Elijah's obviously finished talking, but he's not. So like then Elijah has to
Huh.
go back in a minute later and
I
try and get his point across because his mic broke up. Yeah.
Well, Elijah actually part of his speech pattern is he takes these pauses where you think he's done, and then you start talking, and then he's not. He's like, it's like
Yeah.
fuck.
Deep thinker. It's
This is
okay,
true.
Elijah. Don't worry, brother. If that mic starts to break up, I will halt everything, or Lou will halt everything to just allow you to get back in there to make your point clear. Yeah,
Eh,
definitely.
Funny thing
Yeah,
is, I'm pretty
that's
similar.
what I pause when Elijah see if he finishes because he
Yeah, you
continues.
see, listen, Elijah will say something and then his mic will break up on a regular occasion. It's actually not been as bad as of when it used to be. It used to be Elijah would say three words and his mic would break up and then someone else would actually finish his sentence for him. And when Elijah came back in, we were on a different point. We had to rewind it on a regular basis, but Elijah is a lot better now. Yeah, definitely. That Wi-Fi in New York is working better for you, bro.
But I get the long pauses because I sometimes like to think as well, especially because I'm translating over to a different language. And when it gets heated, I start directly translating and talking real fast, and it's um, yeah, that's when I don't shine. So, uh, but I do that because I feel this rush to try to get the information out before I get interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, I've had urgency some nights to say something, and let me tell you something. I've bit my tongue, and I bit my tongue, and I bit my tongue, and half an hour later, I've actually said nothing. But that's a good thing at times because sometimes we need to be slow to speak and quick to listen. Because is
Yeah.
it not better to learn than to teach? It's good to learn and to learn from everyone else that's in here as well. We have people that sometimes come in and they'll maybe speak for like a long, long time, and your urgency is there to just get a few words in, but the it passes. It's good to learn. Yeah, there's so many teachers in this with so much information.
I like when Elijah's talking and he gives you that pause, to make sure the person's thinking and hearing what he's saying and it actually clicks with them instead of just berating them, right? I mean, I enjoy it, man.
Yeah, listen, I want to congratulate everyone on the server because we all do a great job. Listen, we ain't perfect. We're only human beings. But since I've come to this server about, what, 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, I don't know how long I've been on the server now, but it seems like forever. But I've the most of the stuff that I learned from here. So just congratulations to everyone. Keep up the good work, keep up the hard work, guys. It's paying off, you know. We got to keep doing what we do, and that's it.
Definitely paying off. And thank you guys, and I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. You make me better. Um, but I do feel like we're having an impact because the mainstream structure is there to tell you nothing is happening. You're not making any ground. You're not making any gains. One of the things in journalism, like they'll say, oh, first they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then you're a thing, right? So at first they say, oh, you're insignificant, you're not real, you're not like, whatever. And then they address you or acknowledge you by ridiculing you, and then you break through. And I just think that based on what I'm seeing with Dave Weiss having these interviews on certain mainstream podcasts, I don't know if you can control comments yet. Like I know that you can have like bots and things like this, and you may even have like teams or companies paid to have like a few hundred people comment on a video. That's probably a thing, but I'm looking at videos where there are 4,000 comments, and you can scroll to your heart's content, and all of them are in favor of an open mind. And it's like because I was watching this podcast, Killer Priest, with Dave Weiss on it, and this wasn't the only podcast to admit that when they bring up every time they talk about flat earth, that's when they have the highest numbers and the highest engagement. So that lets me know that even though this is being censored, people are soaking it up at every chance that they get. So I'm done.
Yeah, we're dumb, we're foolish, we don't understand science. Yeah, we have to teach the globals their own model. Yeah, they know nothing about the model. That's the regular. You know, we're having an impact. Places like YouTube where we're getting censored, Facebook, they're taking down channels, taking down people's personal profiles, all these areas, right? I mean, CEO of like Google, Facebook, YouTube, all got called into what, American congressional hearing, and got asked, "What are you doing about fake news?" And flat Earth was mentioned in there. They never got called in there for no reason, did they? And they tried to even place it. This was in 2019. They placed it alongside terrorism. Fake news equal to what? Terrorism? And flat earth was mentioned. We're getting censored heavily. But guess what? I don't care if I'm getting censored and like it shows on my views, or 40 people viewed, because when I take my topics of flat earth to another forum, I'm getting thousands of views. So I've worked out that YouTube is actually censoring me about 95%. Now, why are they censoring me? One, I can't make money from it. Not that I've ever been interested, because most of my videos can't be monetized, because I use clips from maybe a popular tune or a popular film. But yeah, do you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to break flat earthers' spirits. They're trying to say, listen, no one cares about what you're saying. No one cares about what you're doing. No one cares about the proof that you're putting forward, all the evidence. But that's not true. So we just keep doing what we're doing and plodding away exactly as we've been doing. And hey, it might look like we're not having an impact, but let me tell you, we're having an impact. No question about it.
Okay, so I want to bring it back to what Elijah was saying. First, it's ignored, then it's ridiculed. If you look at the history of flat Earth and what we've been through, it started with just being ignored 2015 and up, and we spread pretty fast. And then 2019, they were like, "Oh, we gotta ridicule this," and you saw all this change to the algorithms and the ridicule being pushed to the top. Now I think we're at the end of that era, in like Elijah was talking about, and the acceptance is starting to set in.
Well, put it like this: if you go onto the street, more people know about flat Earth than they ever did. The numbers are up. It doesn't matter how much you try to contain this. They might say that we, as I said, we don't understand science. We're dumb. We're foolish. We're backward. We're idiots. They can do all that they want, but it doesn't matter. People will put 2 + 2 together, and they'll come out with flat Earth because we don't. The globe is ridiculous. Listen, it's brainwashed into children from the very young age. It's like, that's the only reason we ever believed it. We never even gave it a thought. When we come across flat Earth, as I said earlier to that dude that was in here, it's like I looked at it and I'm like, what does that mean? I haven't got a clue. And then I looked at it again, and then I started doing my research, and you find out you don't live. It's impossible. That's why I call it the impossible, because it's impossible to live on a ball that's flying and spinning and hurtling through space. It's absolutely preposterous. It's insane. It's ridiculous. It's not even, it, and it disagrees with the whole of science, what we're taught, but they say that mathematics prove it. It's ridiculous. It's totally insanity. It's mental. And we're the ones who don't know science. That's hilarious. I love it. I love it. We're the ones that actually put real science together. We're the ones that do all the working out, the proper. It's not like we go on and read the first page of Google and we accept the answers. I've took hours to get to the bottom of one single question, hours and sometimes days. And then people say, "Oh, we don't do research." Yeah, no, we're the people that's putting in the groundwork. We're the people that's putting in the hard work. That's why we're here, you know? And it don't matter how much they criticize us, how much they try to prevent us. People are waking up worldwide, and it's straightforward. That's the way I see it. You just keep plodding on, and we do what we do. What else can you do? You got to spread the truth. I ain't here to spread lies. I ain't here to look good. I'm not here to be popular. I don't care if 1,000 people laugh at me. I'm here doing what I do because I believe in the truth. That's what's most important. That's why we're all here.
Sure, man.
Something I actually considered, not properly considered, but I thought, wouldn't it be easier just to go with the globe model? Oh man, there's something inside flat earthers, you see, that can never accept lies. There's something that makes us different. I don't know. Call us broken, call us not normal, call us pathetic, call us ridiculous, whatever you will. But there's something inside me. I just can't accept lies. I need the truth. And something that's been in me since I was a child. I
Yeah.
always thought to find out the truth of why I'm here. It was a question that niggled me when I was a child. And as I grew up, I knew things weren't right, I knew there was something that they were telling us that just what it, you couldn't quite put your finger on it. But see, when I found Flat Earth, I just knew 100% that's the truth. I just knew it.
We have
You know,
a new
and
person
that's
here,
what, yeah.
Cracks Trin. He's he's not VC verified, but he should go up and get verified if he wants to speak. I saw him trying to unmute and by clicking all his buttons.
I agree with breaking down the wall on that last statement about the truth.
So if he doesn't wanna, then I guess we
Yeah.
can just.
Yeah,
And
100%, Sonny. Thanks for the backup there, bro. Listen, we're all here. We're all in the right place. We're all seeking the truth, and we will never accept lies. It don't matter. They can come and kill me tomorrow. I'll die knowing the truth. That we've been lied to our whole lives, and I think it's a cardinal sin. That I mean, you've got people, right? I watched a recent video that Simon Danny was like, it's not all right. It's like no, sorry, I think it was Fight the Flat Earth, and he was saying like they're asking in schools for the laws to be changed to be taught about flat Earth because it's not true, and all the documents point to a flat Earth. It's 100%. We don't live in a flying spinning ball, and we've got to keep fighting for the truth. For the generations that have to come, we've got to keep fighting. We've got to stand firm. It truly is. It's almost biblical because that's what the Bible says.
That was another point.
You know.
yeah, and thank you, Elijah, for trying to stay on track. I know it's difficult. I'm always learning. Like I can leave my hand off the mouse. I don't have to say what I think I need to say right now. Like if it's, yeah, and I've been guilty of that. I think we all have been. But I was really wanting to hear that last conversation come to fruition, right? And I was kind of disappointed that it didn't. And then I kind of saw myself in that situation where maybe I've interjected things that weren't going along the lines too. So then I go, oh, okay, so yeah, I've done it myself. Like, yeah, and it doesn't lead to a productive conversation if it's getting derailed. So
Take it easy, Sonny. Big Guns is in here. One of my favourites. I know it might not sound like he is one of my favourites, but yeah, Quantum's in here. Yo, Quantum, what's happening? How's it
hey,
going?
What's up? How's it going, guys?
Yeah, how's it going, Quantum? Yeah, if you're in here looking, listen, if you're in here looking to fry some fish, I think they've all left, you know?
Too bad.
Yeah, too bad, brother. Too bad. Yeah. We're just filling in dead air at the minute. We're having a bit of a shoot in the breeze. Yeah, just saying why we're all here, trying to encourage each other. Yeah, that's the way it's going.
Cool. It's a calm before the storm.
That's exactly. Yeah.
I think I'll go up and talk to Cracks Trin and see what brings him by the server. So I'm gonna go up there.
Isn't it ridiculous, Quantum, that people still in 2021 believe that we live in a flying, spinning ball? Is it not ridiculous? Completely.
Yeah, especially, well, you got to have a little bit of compassion for the ones that haven't looked into it. I've been
Correct.
in that spot. But the ones that are actively playing dumbass, by the way, I don't think they're playing.
No.
That's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah, I've no compassion for the likes of that. Yeah, I'm done with them. Yeah. But people, as I was trying to say, it's like 5 years ago, I'm 48 years of age. So 5 years ago, say around about 43, I had no clue about what flat earth even was. When it came up in my feeds for YouTube, I was like, what is that? And I ignored it at first, sort of gave out a giggle, and then it came up in the feeds again, and I'm like, this is, I need to watch this video. I think it was Eric DeBay. And my gosh, by the end of that, it only took me about probably half an hour. I'm like, my goodness, I've been lied to my whole life. And then further research, because as all of us don't do, we don't read the first thing we see or believe the first article we see. We go and do our own extensive research. And 5 years later, I'm 100% grounded. We don't live in a flying spinning ball and have lied to us our whole life. And it's basically quantum, as you pointed out, the citation. They're guilty of brainwashing us from a very young age, you know? It's crazy.
The physics professor. There you're talking about.
Yeah, that citation you provided that night. I've been saying it for long and weary, but when you come up with that citation that obviously I copy and pasted straight away, it's like it's just backup for there's a professor declaring that we are guilty of propaganda and brainwashing our students. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're doing it. Quantum over here, I don't know how they work it with the schools in America, but do you know what they do at the age of 4 years of age over here? Preschool. They get a blown up beach ball type thing with a globe and they throw it about the little children and they say, whoever catches it, they ask questions about the world. That's brainwashing the children into believing you live on a ball. Yeah, it's honest to God, I feel terrible that they can get away with that. No wonder people are asking for flat Earth to be taught in schools. To please tell the children the truth. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's just brainwashing from such an early age, you know.
Or at the very least, just stop lying.
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely. So what we got on for this week, Quantum? What we got planned for the? We got some clips. Are you going in depth in anything this week?
Heck yeah. Tomorrow it's going to be a signature numpty clip. The PhD booger eating schmuck, M. Scott Beach, is going to be leading out. Then a
Oh,
couple. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You got to watch. It's a signature. So, well, you have to
uh,
watch all of them, but signatures are signatures.
uh-huh.
And then the 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 big daddy, the big kahuna, the full Monty Saturday ball busters, man. I'm gonna take refraction. I'm gonna take it out back to the woodshed. I'm just gonna beat it profusely, just with a flurry of blows about the head and the shoulders with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville slugger.
Yeah, we need the refraction destroyed. I'm sick and tired.
Yep.
Bendy water, bendy light, refraction. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of hearing that word refraction.
Oh, it's over.
Now, QE, with Snell's law, are they
Mhm.
talking about coherent light specifically? Because those are the only examples I see. Yeah.
As opposed to decoherent light.
Right. Because I mean, the decoherent, incoherent light would just be the ambience would just be the 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 illumination of our, what we see. It's not the same as, like, a concentrated beam of light moving from one medium to another.
Yeah, I didn't really get that far. I don't need to go that far down into it. I could defeat it. Their concept is correct. But see, we got to be specific what we're talking about. Snell's law has nothing to do with atmospheric refraction. That's the biggest problem.
That's what I'm saying. Because the atmosphere, what we're talking about is incoherent light. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I guess it could. Yeah, but I didn't go there. I didn't need to. You'll see.
Okay. No, well,
You-
either
you-
way, I'm very interested. This is like one of my favorite topics. I'll be checking it.
yeah, you'll see what happens. It's really bad for them. And I'm gonna stick there. I'm gonna drop anchor there for about 4 or 5 months till flat earthers are sick of it. Because basically, this isn't a presentation for the Baltards. I don't even want them there. I want flat earthers there. This is presentation strictly to flat earthers. Yep.
Right. Is
Good.
this going to be on Saturday comment?
It'll be Saturday and every time I go live for the next 3 months.
Nice. Yes.
I'm gonna do it till you puke.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. They need to have the refraction shaft as far up the where the sun don't shine. Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
exactly. I'm gonna do it till everyone starts puking. When they start complaining, I'm gonna do it 10 more times.
That'll
Love
bring,
it.
that'll bring us
Yeah,
hopefully
love
to
it.
a level.
Yeah.
That'll bring us to a level of intolerance as a collective because
Yeah.
we tolerate the BS that they're like because the black swan is it. We should have seen people coming in and just leaving. Oh wow! Oh my gosh! They've lied. It's just clear as day. There's nothing left to talk about. But this refraction thing has gotten really ridiculous. They're hiding behind it, and a lot of flat earthers don't know how to really respond.
Yep.
Like,
Yep. I agree. I totally agree. They fell for the trap. Not the flat earthers, the Baltards. I just let them hang themselves for about 2 years. Now there's no way out. That's it. Saturday, they're finished. They're gonna even by the rank and file flat earthers, they're gonna destroy anyone who says refraction. That's how many times I'm gonna do it. All you need is 2 points, really. I'm gonna go a little overboard because I like to rub their noses in it. But all you actually need, it's very easy. It's very easy to destroy it. That's it. Is terrestrial refraction. Oh, in fact, all you need is 1 point. All you need is 1. That's it. You'll see. Oh, you've heard them a couple times, but not to the depth. Like I said, I'm not gonna stop until there's no more meat to gnaw off the bone. But all that anyone else needs is just the first couple.
and that's Ball Busters on Saturday.
Yeah, it'll be Ball Busters next Saturday. Yes. I got my computer. I got my computer working. So, got the parts in, hooked up the computer. I did a trial run for 90 minutes. No issues arose, so we're good. You hear that, ball tarts? I know you're listening. Is this going out to YouTube?
Yeah, you can be guaranteed Quantum. They're always listening. There's
Yeah,
always yeah.
I know they are because I've been having people tell me that I'm getting quite popular. So listen here, you retard, ball tard spinning space monkeys. It's over for you. It's been over for 5 years. These are just death throes. You're finished. Your little Elmer Fudd sophistry is over. You're a laughing stock. You know, I get people that are not flat earthers that listen to your dumbasses, especially my numpty clips. You should see the looks on their faces. I'm just talking about regular, people. They're laughing their asses off at you, just so you know. But hey, keep talking. Fucking ass clowns.
They're running out of arguments, Quantum. They are done. They were done, as you said, 5 years ago. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
They're just listen. I've listened to some of the arguments from the top globals as of recently. They haven't even got an argument. It's ridiculous. They've got no
Nope.
proof, no evidence, nothing. Science is not even backing them up. They're just like one liner making a fool of themselves. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's getting beyond belief. Yeah.
Don't even parrot the correct pseudoscience. It's like a right-wing Elmer Fudd Baby Huey faction that just makes shit up. And they think they're fucking intellectuals and clever, but they're fucking nutty dipshits, and everyone knows it except them. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Baltards. You're fucking laughing stocks, man. Oh, has the tables turned? And you know, I'm just going to rub your fucking noses in it. Because that's just the guy I am. So go report it.
Now, when you say the tables have turned, like, oh my God, in such a major way. I was just talking earlier about the media, how they'll ignore something and then they'll ridicule it, and then it'll finally get legs. Um, and I think that's the portion of the conversation that we're in, because every time, even with the mainstream version of flat Earth, like, because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you'd look at like, say a regular channel that's not really about this subject, but they talk about flat Earth. All of their audience and their commenters would be, they would have a negative reaction. Well, recently, when I was watching this podcast, it's called well, his name is Killer Priest, the Killer Priest podcast. Dave Weiss was on there, and regardless of the main, regardless of that, it was 4,000 comments, and all of them were basically telling the dude that was actually I don't know, I can't even call it a debate. The guy that was on the opposing side of Dave Weiss, like all damn near all 4,000 comments are basically telling him to shut the fuck up because Dave was making interesting points that he should at least think about. And that's not something I'm used to seeing. So it's very pleasant, and I think the tables really have turned.
Oh yeah.
There's even the normies that were on the side are actually turning against them. Yeah,
Yep.
they're seeing through the bullshit. Yeah, there's a guy, right? I used to watch him. I subscribed to him a while ago. His name is Jim Lee. I'll put a post up or like a link for his YouTube channel. He was on the side, right? And he was like, he went to the conferences and he was listening to what they were saying. Even he knows they're telling a pack of lies, right? He's not a flat earther as of present, but this guy is clued up. Even the normies are listening to what they're saying and they're saying this is bullshit. This don't
Yeah.
add up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think this speaks volumes.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
Oh shit.
Oh man, that just never gets old.
I said that had to be in an intro. You know what? I might put that in my next rap intro.
Me and Karma like that. I was thinking something along those lines myself.
We still got to collab. I'm thinking about a big, I don't know, something like a what's going on, but flat Earth version with like everyone involved. I don't know how the hell we'd mix all of that and get it sounding good, but I definitely do all I could to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in, and I know Karma's in.
That, is it in the system? Is that what it's called? I could see that if when the kids are like delinquents and they're not going to school, they're in the back of the school, like, I don't doing some unsavory shit, and then you just hear the song in the background. If you know how to get you in the system, like I like it. I like it a lot.
Did we have time to sit around and discuss lyrics to a specific beat?
Don't go too far off the beaten path of the subject.
Sounds like collab would be a good place for that kind of discussion.
Yeah.
So the Earth is observably and measurably flat, you guys tell me, right?
Yeah, what gets me is that there's nothing in any technology that I'm aware of that uses the globe Earth. Just kind of astonishing. If anybody knows of anything that they actually use globe Earth or any kind of measurements or curvature variable, I'd like to hear about it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just come in here and get verified. We'll talk to you, and you can present your case and show us the stuff.
Yeah.
Guys, in the 2 years I've been here, I've never heard one glober that could actually provide any evidence or proof of the globe. We've had to, come on, guys, we've had to teach them their own model for the 2 years I've been in here, and I know some of you guys have been in here a lot longer. They know nothing about their own model. It's evident to see that they just come in here believing religiously. That's why we call them zealots, religious zealots, because they've got no proof or evidence for the globe. It's ridiculous. We have to teach them about their own model, as we know, on a regular basis. What
Yeah,
hope has the fallen,
Yeah, you're quite right. I'm just like a hopeless optimist. I hope like one day someone will bring something new and interesting so that I can learn something from a glober.
No, it's never going to happen. That's the crazy thing. It's like you could wait till Kingdom Come. They'll never present anything that we cannot shoot down in flames because there is no proof or evidence of a flying spinning ball. It's ridiculous. I mean, I think recently, right, I was looking at Lou's footage again, Lunatic's footage of the drone. Okay, so he's took it up to a reference frame, let's say A, and he's viewing the sky moving, and he's not moving, the ground's not moving. What more fucking proof do you need that we don't spin at 1,000 miles per hour? The drone is separate from the spinning of the earth. So why is the earth not? Oh my god, it's insane. How do people ever believe this? I'm telling you guys, it's you know yourself, it's madness. It's utter insanity how anyone could believe that we're on a ball that's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It would displace every ocean, every sea would be covering the land masses. There'd be people getting sucked up into the atmosphere like some mad film. It's ridiculous. It's lose footage, busts the globe. Straightforward. It's the same as Radwin's footage. He's got like, if the globe is spinning west to east at 1,000 miles per hour, and the atmosphere is moving with it, so why we got clouds in three different directions going about 40 miles an hour in the sky? Where's this 1,000 mile per hour drag? Where is it? Not even 700 mile, not 600, not 200. We see what a hurricane does at like what 180 miles an hour. It rips to shred houses, everything in its path. It destroys. And yeah, we're meant to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour. It's fucking ridiculous. Sorry for the swear.
Yeah,
Innit,
that's
Sonny, come on, Sonny. How backward is that?
yeah, exactly. I mean, think about that. Think about somebody that could look at Lou's hovering drone there, right, sitting there and objectively seeing the stars and the moon moving in sync with each other.
Yeah.
The drone's stationary, and there's no motion on Earth
No,
except the
there's no
cars.
motion beneath
The
it.
cars moving around.
Yeah, beneath the drone is not moving at hundreds of miles per hour either, because it's exactly true, has been said for years. If the Earth is actually rotating at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and as you go up to the North Pole, 800, 600, 500, then you should be able to just hover above the Earth, and your destination should be able to come to you. It's mentally defective.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Sonny,
like
how
how
does
something could be stacked. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, no, how does anyone believe that? It's brainwashing, Sonny.
Yeah, it's amazing to see it. I'm like, how insane that actually really is. I don't think I've even gotten to the bottom of that yet. How it literally psychopathic that is.
It's
Funny thing is,
mentally retarded. It's mentally defective. It's insanity.
funny
Uh,
thing is, you said
if we,
hurricanes
if we,
earlier, and
yeah,
just
go on. Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to say this one thing because before it goes too far away from it, you said hurricane earlier, and we get globers in here who are like, "Oh, hurricanes." He said hurricanes. That means globe proof because hurricanes and Coriolis force. But the problem is the rotation of cyclones and hurricanes is not as the globe predicts. You can see counterclockwise and clockwise tornadoes forming under the same thunderstorm, so they don't have anything.
Yeah, Radwin's Black Swan. I don't know. Many of you guys have probably seen it. It's clouds moving and like uh, still frames put all together. So it's clouds moving in three different directions, and they're not moving at 1,000 miles per hour. They're moving as we would suspect them to move with a normal wind, like 40 miles an hour or maybe 50 miles an hour. And we see what hurricanes do when the winds go up to beneath 160, 170 miles an hour. They tear buildings to shreds. If you were getting 1,000 mile per hour gusts, no man would survive. We'd all be dead. Yeah.
Think about
Same
it for a second.
with
I live where there's like 30 or sorry 300 miles per hour roughly or something along those lines. I'm really close up north. So if I were to travel down to where the 1,000 miles per hour winds are, I would have to go through that differential. Like, where is all that differential? I should be able to measure this somehow. I should be able to, and if everything is just being magically accelerated to hide all the effects of these rotations, then it still should be measurable somehow because of the added acceleration.
Hey, gravity strong enough to wait. This is hilarious. Gravity. I need to say this. It molds everything into a ball. Okay, because it's omnidirectional and it's like super force. Weakest of the four fundamental forces, gravity, never been proven in the history of mankind to exist, yet can't hold a drip of water on a tennis ball.
Here, so check this out. I just thought of this as you guys were talking about hurricanes and tornadoes. So listen to this. So like, what's the fastest? I think tornadoes are maybe almost up to 300 miles an hour. But okay, so hurricanes are less than 200, right? So yeah. So think about this. How could something that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour create a cyclone that is less than that speed? Because think about this. If you have a paddle wheel, and I know I'm going to water, but paddle wheel and water, are the little cyclones, the little spirals in the water, are those slower than the paddle wheel itself, or are they faster?
Yeah, I think they just compartmentalize everything, so they don't think about the overall speed of anything.
Yeah, but I'm trying to bring that to a conclusion. So those whirlpools that happen, how could a whirlpool be slower than the speed of said ball? They would be faster. What else could they be? They're going to be slower than the actual rotation. Does that make any sense? Am I off on that?
If they're moving, they should have to be going faster because they claim if it's going at the rotational rate, everything appears stationary.
Yeah, but so the Earth is spinning, so it could never create a spiral because it's a tighter spiral. It's a smaller diameter, faster speed, right? It should be faster.
Yeah, just like if you start adding up all these motions in the heliocentric model, it gets faster and faster, but they compartmentalize it so they don't have to think about that.
Yeah, yeah. Just another little tidbit. To further nail the coffin shut. It's almost finished.
It's sunny, as Quantum said, they were done 5 years ago. We're actually just going round in circles at the minute. They've got nothing. It's like they say that we can't understand science and we're illiterate and we don't understand mathematics. We're goofy. We're idiots. We're stupid. They've got no argument whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Dracelov put up the right one. Welcome to the coffin of the globe. Yeah. Because they have nothing. They've got nothing on it. Yeah.
True. It has
You
been
can't
over for 5
argue.
years.
Listen. How many professors has Quantum Eraser went through? How many physicists or whatever else he's went through, and many other people have ridiculed, correctly so, and we've destroyed them. They've got nothing. Absolutely zero. They've got no proof, no evidence, because you can't provide proof and evidence about a complete lie in the story. That's it. It's game over. It was game over 5 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. It was. Because that once that radius is falsified, then bye-bye. That's it. It's over.
And it has been like nonstop victory ever since. I mean, So yeah,
I know.
it's
Think
been
about
over.
that. Think about that. Think about how exponentially things were different in YouTube 4 years ago when I first, got into it and started on the live chats and stuff. What the difference was, I was like in there. There would be like 100 freaking Glovers in there, all just like slamming, just like vile, like spewing out of nonsense. But they thought they had all the power because they had the majority as far as in this community goes. And now where are they? Any anybody got a clue? Like what happened there, folks? What happened?
Yeah, that's why they need to bring mathematics into it, because these fancy formulas, they look good on paper, but they don't equate to reality. We're in reality. Science should be able to be demonstrated in reality, not a surreal, scientific method and all the rest of it. They've got nothing. Honestly, it is so ridiculous. We've just got to keep recruiting people and showing them the truth, and that's all we can do. Just keep doing what we're doing. It's working.
Yeah, it is working. And I think it's working to the as far as this goes, because as many people as we contact, even just through this server, some of those people are going to be people like Witsit, you know, and others are going to be doing different things in different areas of their lives, getting this message out to whoever is in their sphere of influence. I shouldn't even use. I don't. I feel guilty even using the word sphere now. Can't even say it.
Yeah, just use Atmos. Atmos is okay. Atmosphere is a bit dodgy. Yeah.
Well, what I said is sphere of influence. I'm not even going to use that. I'm just going to say area of influence or whatever. Like as far as people go, we all have our different influences.
Yeah, but I get you because first after this realization, you catch yourself editing out the bad languaging.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, here's the crazy thing, right? You got people, right, believing that we're actually going to set up a moon base and then go from there on to Mars, right? You've got people like Al Warden on Breakfast TV. The whole of the United Kingdom witnessed that guy saying on GMTV on the United Kingdom, and he's a guy that's meant to have flew around the moon, I don't know, 40, 50 times. Al Warden, astronaut, he's telling you clearly, why would we go to a dead rock, Mars? It's ridiculous. He's even coming out and saying stuff. Bill Nye's coming out and saying we live in an enclosed system. There's one thing I want you and the younger generation to know, that you cannot leave. Is that not what us guys have been saying for long and weary? Is that not how
Yeah.
can you have gas pressure without a container? They're even coming out and saying this. Wait a minute, Neil deGrasse Tyson, that it's flat. You cannot see curvature. How many people have we had in this server before saying, "Oh, I can see the curve at what 25,000 feet, 30,000 feet"? The guys come out and derailed every single thing that people are saying. There is no curvature, it's flat. We live on a flat earth. They've got nothing, Sonny. They've got zero.
Yeah.
NASA comes
So.
out and tells us that they can't travel beyond low Earth orbit
Mm-hmm.
because of the Van Allen radiation, so it would kill anyone going out of it. So yeah, they didn't go to the moon, obviously.
Crazy, man.
Exactly. And then later on in years, they pull the moon back inside the Earth's atmosphere because then the Van Allen radiation belts are further than the moon. Wow. Is that not changing the goalposts? That's what
Yeah,
they do all the time.
yeah, just move it.
Isn't it insane? Insane that well, because it really is as simple as like if it wasn't, let's just remove flat Earth or the pretense and just think, okay, well, if it's something that you don't experience, it's something that you don't see, it's something that you don't feel, it's something that doesn't engage any of the five senses, why on earth would I take it into consideration unless you're telling me it's an imaginary or thought experiment or whatever you'd like to call it. Like unless you're thinking of something and you're imagining something, unless it's purely that, purely theoretical. Well,
Yeah,
damn,
yeah.
that's twice, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you see that all the time in here because don't they when they upon just a really shallow questioning, don't they how often they go into space and they go or okay, not space. What I meant to say is imagination. They're always going imagine if you had this. Then they go into this theoretical thing where it's removed from reality. Now it's on a piece of paper. But yet, at the same time, this is the doublespeak. They're saying that this paper represents reality when it had no reality in it in the first place.
Yeah, like gravity, they include in the mathematical formula the mass or the weight of the object we're talking about. Absolutely ridiculous. Why does not trillions of tons of ocean and sea fly off a spinning ball? Oh, because mathematical formula says that we need to include gravity. Gravity knows that the weight of the oceans and seas exactly imaginary and has to not fly off the spinning ball. How ridiculous. My gosh, it can't even
Yeah.
keep a fucking
Yeah.
drip of water.
Well,
Sonny, it can't even keep a
well,
drip of water on a flying plastic ball. And wait a minute, gravity is such a tremendous force. It forced everything into a ball. The moon, the
well, that's the
planet,
thing.
the earth. How ridiculous, Elijah. It's mentally defective. It's, oh my gosh. The more and
Well,
more I
that's what I
think
was gonna
about it,
say.
it's crazy.
The thing that they may use to say, oh, well, okay, let me scratch that. Where are my words? I don't working. But I was thinking about it because I saw, and I mentioned earlier that I watched this show Black Lightning, right? And yeah, the propaganda in it is like it's overbearingly disgusting. But aside from the politics and the left right stuff, um, the girl who is basically her power is like she it's not like she's a battery, but she's the energy itself, right? So she's like she has powers of lightning, but she's not pulling it from the surrounding area. The energy comes from within her. So she explodes in space, right? And they discover that the particles from her explosion are still just there clumped together. And they said, well, those particles should have dissipated in space. Why are they together? And they figured, well, it must be because she's still alive. So even in that imaginary tale of space, they say, well, those particles should have definitely dissipated. And so um, everyone knows that the story about space is bullshit. When I think about gas pressure without a container, like a bubble and a balloon literally disproves gravity. Why? Why? Because if there was no air or no pressure in the balloon or in the bubble, it wouldn't be a bubble or it wouldn't be a balloon. And what I mean is, when we say that gas expands in all directions to fill its container, the reason that we're seeing the balloon or the bubble is because the air inside is expanding outward evenly in all directions. So if gravity were real, why would it be a fucking bubble? Why would it be a balloon? Why wouldn't the air inside the balloon or the helium inside the balloon begin to compress because they're attracted to each other?
Yeah, you would think actually on Earth that it would be flattened, wouldn't you?
Or that, or that,
Mm-hmm.
or that. Either way.
But that's a really good point. I was going to talk about Coriolis and the stacking of this atmosphere, but since you talked about gas pressure, the gradient thing. So I don't know how we can get it through these people's minds most effectively to understand that they wouldn't even know what a gradient was unless somebody had measured it within a container, right? So, I mean, it's like talking to the insane, though. That literally what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out ways how to talk to the mentally deranged and explain things. So it's yeah, it's a whole new field of conversation when it's like that. You know? Wow. Never thought I'd see such a day.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's not even that deep. It's only that deep because they made it that deep. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I didn't think
Yeah.
I'd be here 5 years later. You know, it's
Shit.
oh shit, it's flat. Okay, I guess we gotta change shit up. You know, I didn't think that there would be people defending. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
so we weren't all misinformed. You're the liar,
Uh-huh.
right? Because all I did was come across some information, and I thought, oh, all of my friends are gonna receive this information.
Oh my gosh. Of course. That's where I was at too. I'm like everybody I came in
How
contact
could
with
you
for a
not?
couple
It's
months.
so blatant.
I
It's
thought it
so
was just
blatant.
I thought it was just fantastic. I'm like, holy shit, there's freaking hope for life. Like there's a whole new earth for me now, and everybody's gonna want to hear about it. Boy, was I naive, you know?
That's I
I
can't
was
believe
so
that that's not the
naive.
case.
Man, I was so naive. And I tried to spill out the whole freaking conspiracy, like the whole thing, all of it. From the money, like I had gathered all this information through years of studying like law about the lies in the law and the money system, the fractional reserve banking, like going back to the Nazis and Prescott Bush, Standard Oil, Union Banking, like you know what I mean? Like I'd been doing years of that kind of research, and and so like I tried to like spill all this out on one person. They're like, holy shit! I mean, like trying to tell those kind of things to somebody, the regular blue pillar out there, they're like, they literally thought I was like fucking insane. And then I had this juxtaposition of my like I had this awareness like, oh shit, they think I'm crazy because I figured out water is always flat, just like I intuitively sort of already knew my whole life, but never like acknowledged it for whatever reason. That's really strange that I never acknowledged it, or that we never did, because I think it's that way with a lot of us. But yeah, I mean, like, so I like what you said about it being, it's actually very, really simple. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, water's always flat. Who's going to object to that? So, okay, so somebody's going to object to it because they're saying there's some magical force. Oh, okay, great. But really, it comes down to like in our everyday, daily lives, I still walk across a flat space on my floor. I go outside, the flat street, you know, of course there's hills. We all know this shit, you know. Those are ridiculous questions. But yeah, you look over water, it's flat. I can see these islands, I can see shorelines off in the distance, like hills that should be under the curve, but I never like contemplated the actual measurement part of it because I thought it was beyond my scope that I could know, like that. Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre to go through your own mind control and see how it was implanted in us. And I'll speak for myself, in me. When I look at how it was actually put there, step by step, stage by stage, then I see, oh, this it's too big to measure thing got in there somehow. Like, where did that come from? But I obviously had it too, because I never thought I could measure. I thought, well, there's experts that did it. You know, they must have done it at some point. So that's part of this brainwashing. That's like this unsaid, unspoken part of the mind control. I'll stop.
Sonny, it's like that video I just posted there, jumping on a treadmill fails. So, like, when we jump up, if the earth was actually spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, that's what happens to people at 15 to 20 miles per hour. We ain't spinning anywhere. Yeah, that's how deep level of brainwashing is. So we've just got to, when you understand how deep the level of brainwashing is, that because we've been showed 1,000 images, it's in every book, it's in every magazine, it's in every paper article, they're denying the fact of anything we say, okay? And they're coming up with quirky answers like, Chicago can be seen because it's a mirage. No, it's not. The mirage they're even talking about is like it should have an image of Chicago up in the sky, a superior mirage. It's ridiculous. That's what happens to people when they jump on uh, a treadmill at 15 to 20 miles per hour. If the
Yeah.
Earth was spinning it at 1,000 miles per hour,
Right.
that Earth would spin beneath you, by you. You would jump up in America and land in the Pacific Ocean. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah, yep. And
Sonny,
the higher you jump,
yeah,
the further it would move. So if you were on a trampoline
absolutely.
and jumped up 20 feet, that may be a little high. Okay, let's say you jump up 12 feet.
Absolutely.
Boom,
Absolutely.
jump
You would
up
jump
and
up in a
yeah,
trampoline, and that trampoline would be half a mile down the road or a mile
yeah.
down the road by the time you came back down. How ridiculous.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's
So
preposterous.
that brings me back to this rotation thing. And so if something is lifting off of the surface, right? And this is spinning, at every single level, there needs to be a change in speed. If you were just hovering up, that's a change in speed. So, how are they going to account for the change in speed at every elevation above the surface? That's what I want to see. I'm going to start asking
Exactly.
them for that.
Look,
I want the actual geometric a diagram that shows formulas or some kind of scientific experiment that shows that when something is going up higher off the surface, let's say it's going straight up like a drone going straight up, it needs to change its freaking speed at every single level. So at 50 feet, it has to change its speed. Where's this change of speed happening to keep it
hey,
exactly above where it just took off? It
hey, Sonny, if it were true that the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, right? See where that rocket, the private rocket that hits the dome, see that rocket as it's rising up, and it was the fastest rocket ever to be launched private. You could see beneath it that the
mm,
Earth was not moving.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's straightforward, isn't it? But Sonny, when you realise, as I say, I mean, I'm repeating myself, it's the level of brainwashing. People just are not aware of that they have been brainwashed from infancy. That's all it is. When they start to critically think for themselves and not just accept religiously what they're being told in blind faith, and that's why we call it religious belief, you know, because religious zealots, they're promoting the globe. We know proof or evidence. They will see for themselves that there is no proof of rotation, there is no proof of movement, ridiculous vectors back and forward flying through the universe at nearly what 2 million kilometers an hour. What the hell? What are we on a spaceship? Are we actually in a spaceship according to the globe model? You know,
Mm-hmm.
inside. It's ridiculous, Sonny. My God, the more and more, as I
Only
say, it just dumbfounds me personally. It dumbfounds me that people are not aware of the ridiculousness of what they have been taught over the years.
I did. I saw him first. I'm sorry. I did. Oh, my bad, y'all.
Yeah, I watched another good video by Ewar. I found. I was. I'm not sure I ever saw it before, but it's what on Earth happened, and there's a lot of other topics in there, which is quite interesting. A little bit different than the lost history of flat Earth, but I like both of them. Kind of goes into more speculation about the lie itself, which I'm gonna start developing a way to deal with that. How to deal with the people that ask why would they lie? Because I think I got two good questions. For one, how could anybody ever possibly know somebody's motive? And by asking the question, how could you ever come to an answer asking that question? So those two things right there. First, you would never know, and even if you did know, you still don't know, and you would never come to an answer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's two ways to ask that question. Come on, why would they lie? Or it's like, why
Mm-hmm.
would they lie? Oh my God. It's two different ways to look at it. Like, because if you're asking, oh shit, based on the evidence you provided, oh, why the fuck have we been lied to? Like, is that the sentiment? And we kind of just, and we kind of pick up on the other way of thinking about it. What if people are considering that we're telling the truth, and they're really meaning, why the fuck would they,
Why would they
like,
lie?
you know?
Yeah. They're
But
actually wanting an answer.
I would want to answer too. I'd be upset, you know. And if I was someone who didn't know how to deal with that anger, I would suppress it and forget about it, especially if I couldn't get an answer. There's really nowhere to put this anger, so it's misplaced. I may as well just pretend that I didn't get the information that I got, because I can't really do anything with it.
I know. Yeah, so I think people like that, and here's the hard part. Telling somebody they need to go look into something if they're asking that question, they need to go look at the robber barons, the elite families, the banking system. Like there's a lot of material to go through. If they have not done that background searching, looking through information to find out what these things are all about, then they're juvenile in their attempts to look at anything that's more advanced.
And you guys were talking earlier, and I was about to. When I opened my mic, I was about to talk, but then I ran into some. But I wanted to ask if is not ask, but I wanted to say, isn't it funny that 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour unless you're talking about the globe? Then all of a sudden it
Yeah.
doesn't act like 1,000 miles an hour. Like how we would experience going 1,000 miles an hour in the context of the earth, it's like, oh no, it's not that. Like every other
So
way that we actually experience it, that's 1,000 miles an hour. But when we're talking about the earth, 1,000 miles an hour is not a. It
Yeah.
is.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not how you don't experience.
it's only one rotation a day, Elijah, but it doesn't take away the fact that it's still 1,000 miles per hour. Uh, fr- from where we are standing, we are traveling at 1,000 miles per hour on the equator. So yeah, they get away. They always detract from that by saying, but it's only one rotation of the Earth in a day. So what? It doesn't take away the fact that a fighter jet's traveling at 1,000 miles per hour and it hits a sonic boom at 700 miles per hour. But, as you said, Elijah, on the globe, the 1,000 miles per hour doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it matters everywhere else. So that's true. And that stupid thing about one
You know what?
rotation is measured at the axle.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You, you know what? So they say, well, you don't experience the effects because the Earth is that much bigger. Well, I mean, take a monster truck size wheel and take an RC car size wheel, right? When they're going 1,000 miles per hour, they're both going 1,000 miles per hour, regardless of the different size of the wheel.
Right.
Yeah, here's the other thing, right? Like, let's say, for example, you take a thing that does 1,000 mile per hour. So plug in a drill bit, okay, with a little ball on it. You know how you use the little balls for sanding and stuff. So rotate that 1,000 miles per hour. Do you think do you think that it matters that that little ball is doing a constant 1,000 miles per hour? You would still be anything in its atmosphere would be getting dragged along within a millimeter or 2 millimeters of that small little ball at 1,000 miles per hour. That would not make a slight bit of difference as to if it was accelerating or decelerating. It would still be everything is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. It's preposterous. You could put anything next to that little ball, and if it touched it or moved from it, it would get disintegrated. It's oh my god, it's I don't know, mentally defective. Yeah, there I go again, repeating myself. But it's preposterous. It doesn't matter of the acceleration or the deceleration. Okay, we apparently we don't accelerate or decelerate even at a constant 1,000 miles per hour. If you jump up, that ball is going to leave your feet and you're going to be a mile away by the time you come back down. So it's just ridiculous. It's totally it's insanity.
Yeah.
A
So
bunch of,
that. Go ahead,
sorry.
Dre.
They have a bunch of excuses for all of this stuff. One of the things that I find really bad, they don't really have any good excuse for is, for instance, the orbit of the globe at 66,600 miles per hour, but it's supposed to be held going in a circle by the gravity of the sun that is so weak at the surface of the earth that it's undetectable. How is it retarding 66,600 miles per hour motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, and to break free of the Earth's gravity, it's 7 miles per second. Are you serious? You telling me that any man could survive acceleration up to 7 miles per second to leave the gravity of the Earth? Absolute madness. Preposterous.
The whole thing doesn't make any sense when you actually critically start to look at it and try to compare it with other parts of what they claim is happening. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, do you know that Houston auto controls any rockets that leave the Earth? So see, even the astronauts that are sitting in them rockets, them giant world massive pyrotechnics. It's like lighting a fuse to the biggest ever firework you've ever seen, and trying to control the acceleration. They can't control the acceleration, the G force. There's never anyone in them rockets. That's why they built beneath the rockets, they've got like an escape shelter. So every time them astronauts are shown getting into that rocket, they're never leaving on that rocket. That rocket just ditches in the sea, as as we know, because there's no man could survive the G force of the biggest pyrotechnic in the world just flying by itself, auto or otherwise. He would never survive that. 9 Gs. You can. A euthanasia. Sonny, they built a roller coaster, right? That was called the euthanasia coaster, and if you experience above 9 Gs for more than 1 minute, you're dead. That's the end of your life.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
that's
way.
true. That's
Yeah,
true. And you know,
no
and
way.
and
Yeah.
and look how slow their rockets are taking off. I think actually, like some people have put forth that they're just using helium. That those are big balloons. They like okay, but I agree with you on the speed. Like the speeds that they are claiming, yes, you could never survive that. That's impossible. Like the ISS, a little tin can flying at 17,500 miles per hour, and they're just inside like they're inside like they're having a
Funny,
picnic.
yeah, as if they're having a Boston Tea Party or something. Do you know what I mean? Having a chimp's tea party. 7 miles per second to leave Earth's gravity to enter outer space to break the atmosphere. 7 miles per second. It's ridiculous. Anybody traveling at that speed would be torn apart. The internal limbs and all the rest of it, your organs would fail. The G force on you. And you know what? They've had the ridiculousness to come out and say that rockets only ever experience from Earth to outer space is 3 Gs. That's preposterous.
Yeah, that would be 60 times faster than a car moving at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, I put in a GIF. This is a baseball traveling at 1,000 miles per hour. The ISS is supposed to be going at 17,000 miles per hour, and there's supposed to be a lot of space junk. So that would rip the station apart. First impact.
Yeah, of course it would. There's not even any of the amateur astronomers. They've not seen any space debris up there either. There's no space debris. They say there's these thousands of satellites, geostationary orbit, and all the rest of it. There's nothing up there. That ISS would not be able to stay up there with all the space debris. Apparently, the Earth is littered. It's ridiculous. They're even coming up with preposterous ideas of nets to catch the space debris. It's ridiculous. They just make it up as they go along. It's like a fairy tale, all the way fairy tale.
Yeah, yep. They're just whatever they're doing and whatever they're doing, they're just trying to match the fantasy of the movies and trying to tell people that that's actually reality. That's what they're actually doing. So they have these preposterous things because of that. So it's this mixing of
Yeah,
reality.
yeah. They're going to be shielding themselves from the Van Allen radiation belt with their own poop. That's how ridiculous it's became. They're going to shield themselves with astronaut poop that will line the walls to protect against the radiation that they have already said, Sonny,
Oh my
that
God.
they can protect from. I
Oh
mean,
my
that's
God.
old
It's
news.
like a
Yeah, that's old
look.
news. How ridiculous does it become?
Oh my
There's
God.
nothing
Because
shield against the radiation they're talking about, right? But all of a sudden, astronaut poop is going to line the walls of the spacecraft and protect them. It's, oh my gosh, honestly.
but you don't smell it because gravity. Or because no gravity.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. How do we smell anything? Like
I know.
what is a smell? Is a smell also a part of like is it the particle actually going into your nose and engaging the receptors? Like if that's the case, why
Mhm.
aren't those things attracted to the mass of the earth? Like it's
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous, man.
Yeah, exactly. Then farts would go down.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Gravity, right? Gravity is such a strong force that holds trillions of tons of ocean and sea in a ball and doesn't crush us into a small ball. It's crushed the Earth into a ball, crushed the Moon into a ball, crushed Saturn into a ball, Jupiter, Uranus, Mars. All the planets have been crushed into a ball through gravity. All of a sudden, gravity decided it's not going to crush us into a ball. What the hell? We should be rolling about as little human balls.
I
There
know.
would never
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
There would never be a bird could fly with wings because it would be a bull bird. There would never be a fish that could swim because it's a bullfish.
Everything would be a bunch of little balls like
Yeah.
ball
Yeah, well,
insects,
we,
ball
we should
humans.
we
The
should all
the
be listen. If I was a ball, and every creature I seen, insect balls and little fishy balls, and everything else was a ball, I would believe in gravity. But nothing else is a ball, apart from gravity
balls.
made Earth a ball, yeah, and the moon a ball. Yeah, it's mental. It's retarded. What is Sonny? What is the world came to?
That's true, because like they have this show called Roly Poly Oly, and they lived on a small planet, and they were also round. And I was like, what if that was a troll? Yeah,
It probably is, man. It probably is. That shit'll come out, and these kids, when they're adults, all of a sudden they'll start talking
Yeah,
some really
that's
weird
to
shit.
sow the seed. That's to sow the seed that
Um,
we're all bulls. It's
they
like
don't,
they'll look at themselves in the mirror, see themselves, but really they're a bull. Roly
yeah,
poly bull. Yeah.
it'll be okay to identify as a ball. I identify as a spherical human being. That's
Get it
fun.
right. Get it right, Sonny. It's an oblate spheroid. Yeah. Where there's a bit of a bulge. It's only X amount of miles, right? It's like you'll never notice it. It's actually pear shaped. If you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's the
With his pudgy
Earth,
self. Yeah.
the Earth is pear shaped. Hey, I was watching a documentary about Antarctica, and one of the places in Antarctica was called, oh my gosh, what was it again? It'll come to me. It was called, oh yeah, Dome Argus. So you apparently, right, you travel from the tip of Antarctica to apparently the center of Antarctica, and it's called the place of no return. Very strange to be called the place of no return if it's only the center of a continent, because surely you can bypass that and go to the other side of the continent, but it's called the place of no return. And
That
one of the places that they pass by heading to this is called Dome Argus. Funny name, Dome, but it's strange, isn't it? I would say, Sonny, the reason they named it Dome Argus is because you're heading towards the barrier. Yeah, I would say that's why it's called Dome Argus. The point of no return is you can't get past that bit, you know? I mean, why have we for the past decades been launching I'm not saying nuclear, but atomic bombs right up at the barrier? What's the point? Why would you launch hundreds of high explosive missiles as high in the sky as you could? Are they mapping the dome? Are they trying to break through the dome? It's
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I
I
think
mean,
they tried to map it. I think they mapped it at that time, actually. I'm sure they know a lot more about that's stuff they'll never let out. Yeah, they probably found they could have found out how high it was, even possibly if it has a shape or not, what the shape might be.
I mean, the military's been bouncing stuff off the dome left, right, and centre for what 60 years. They've been
Yeah.
using the dome to bounce off signals. You know.
You know what? I bet there's thousands of balloons that are up there just pushed up against it because I think that's what happens to these balloons. I think they just go up there. Well, I guess they might pop. I don't know what would happen,
Yeah.
but there's
Do you know
probably
another, Sonny? Do you know another strange thing that I noticed is, isn't it funny, right, that why NASA rockets have always got that like spearhead on them? Have you ever noticed the NASA rockets with the long pinhead? They've always got it. They've
yeah,
got the
yeah,
head.
like a big
Like
antenna
if
or
you,
something.
yeah, they've got like the big antenna at the top of it. It's like something to spike itself into the barrier, because like if that barrier is super absorbent and you can't pass through it, and but it's got to be super absorbent, because when you've seen the rockets hit it, the rockets don't break up. They just hit it. All the energy is absorbed from the rocket into the barrier, and they float back down to Earth, you know? And then we get the pictures of the like concave Earth and the convex Earth, and the flat Earth and the round Earth, the globe Earth. You know, we've got all these pictures, which we know that's just camera trickery, but they've always got this needle at the end of the rocket, which makes me wonder why they've got that, you know? Is that just something when they hit the barrier that it sort of, I don't know, sticks in it? Does that stay in the barrier to map
I
it?
don't know. You know what? I don't know. That's a good
Weird.
question. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell? What is all
I looked
that?
it up to try and find out why they've got that needle point at the top of every rocket. Let's tell you what, it's not a camera. Whenever do we see a camera just heading out to space? We've never got a cockpit view. They always
No,
point to us.
or
Same as on
pointed.
the ISS, Sonny. They never show us the universe. Where's all these Don Petit and another astronaut was there saying, what can you? They were asked the question, what can you see from the ISS? So, oh, the planets, the galaxies, the universe, blah blah blah. Why is it every single camera, not one of them is pointing to these amazing things that all the human race wants to see? What is out there? They always point back to the Earth and always show the curvature of the Earth. It's nothing more than a movie set. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Go and look at the pictures of satellites being launched on balloons, and look at the angles of the solar panels. They're never pointed upwards. It's always in an outward direction.
I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. There's someone new in here named Frank Keeb.
Go ahead, Sonny. Go ahead.
He's server muted. Should I unmute him in here? I guess so, right? Or should we
Go
tell
ahead.
him to
Go
go?
ahead.
All right. Frank Keeb, are you there? See your light on, but I don't hear anything. Can you try again? Yeah, you'll have to go to your settings.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. Do you have any questions?
Well, you guys are discussing the firmament, right?
Well, the container, yes, yeah.
Yeah, the unpenetratable barrier.
Well, it has to be a physical barrier to contain gases. Yes.
All right. Does it completely go in a circle? Because the biblical version says it's a circle, so it goes under the water and above the earth.
Yeah.
Above the.
How would any of us verify that?
Well, there has been dives to the deepest part of the oceans, and there's a sludge that they come upon and they can't go through. I've seen videos on that.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though.
Right.
That's at the bottom of the ocean. So, yeah, that has nothing to do with the container.
Well, all right. Well, because my rabbi, he believes in the globe version because of a verse in the Bible that says that it's a sphere, a circle.
A circle is not the same as a sphere, though, right?
Yeah, in that same verse in that same book of Isaiah, if you look, there is two distinctions between a bowl and a circle. When Isaiah says, "He who sits on the earth, he who sits on the circle of the earth is a circle," and then there's another exactly in the same book that says bowl. The two are different words. Even if you go back into the Greek, the two are totally different. So he knew what he was saying. He said the circle of the earth, not the bowl of the earth. You know, so it indicates that that he who looks down above us is looking down on a circle, not a bowl.
So, how do I? So how do I debate that?
Well, I'll give you the scripture. I'll put up, if you're in live stream voice text, I'll put up the two scriptures that indicate that there's a difference between a bowl and a circle. Because a circle is a circle, it's not the shape of a bowl. And in the exact same book, they mention a bowl. And isn't that funny that they mention a bowl? Because if he wanted to say, "He who looks down on the bowl," which is earth, he would have said that, but he doesn't. He says the circle clearly.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to tell you the exact same thing. The same person that meant the same book Isaiah that mentions circle, know the difference between a circle and a ball. Because he says there's a chapter before that it says that will toss you like a ball. So you could have definitely put ball if you thought of the Earth was the ball.
All right. So it's a circle around the flat plane. Then it's not a
Let me ask you
globe
this.
type circle. It's a flat. It's the circle around the flat plane.
So let me ask you this: a ball is a type of form, right?
Right.
All right. So in the beginning, it says when God created the heavens and the earth was formless
and void. Yes.
and void, right?
Right.
So if it was and their whole thing is that everything starts as a ball, right, and it compacts together. But if the word said it was formless, yeah.
All right. So form would be able to be filled. So it's saying it's not formed. It's formless. Can you hear me?
Also, yeah. Also, it mentions that in the practically in the end times, everything's gonna be flattened out. All hills will be made low. Hills and mountains will make low. Valleys will be risen. Pretty much everything. It says everything will pretty much flatten out. So I mean, can you imagine flattening out a ball?
No, I'm totally in agreement with it. I just want to give him some enlightenment about the plane that we live on, the realm
Yeah,
that we
and
live in.
then there's the other verses where it says about the sun stopping, sun and moon stopping.
Yep.
Right.
But then there's another one that says the sun went backwards. Explain that on a globe. You had to stop the earth, reverse it, then reverse it the other way.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot of information I can hit him with.
And there's like over 200 verses that says the earth is stationary, it doesn't move, it's fixed.
Yeah, he doesn't have VC verified yet, so he probably can't see the voice text.
Yeah, I'm new to this channel. I've only come in here a few times. I got the alert that you guys were live streaming.
Cool.
Thank you. I thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Welcome
Hey,
to
Frank.
the server. Sorry.
Hey, Frank, glad to have you here, man. But yeah, you're on the right track. I just want to let you know there's actually over 1,000 Bible verses, and we haven't found them all that we know of for sure because we just keep finding more. But there's over 1,000 that obviously entail a stationary plane of existence and don't work on a ball. But just to let you know, since I know that there's a couple verses that they're going to pull on you because they're confused. The problem with that verse in Isaiah, there's actually three problems for him. One, it is he who sits above. So the first problem is above. You can't tell me where the above is on a ball. You have to have a flat surface to have an above. And number two, it says circle of the earth. Doesn't say the earth is a circle. This is a really big problem that even a lot of flat earthers get confused. It says the circle of the earth, not the earth is a circle. So what that's referencing is the limit to our view in a 360-degree view, right? When you turn around, you see a circle. And that's why that word is actually described as an encompassment. So only God can see above the encompassment of the earth or the horizon. Only God can see above the horizon, or it is he that sits above, right? So there's three serious problems there for him. And yeah, of course, a circle is not a ball. And like Breaking Down the Wall of Lies pointed out, there's another part in Isaiah where he talks about rolling you up like a ball. And it's an insult to bring up the ball. So just, might want to let that sink in. But yeah, there's about 1,000 more that we could go over to help you out with the Bible.
What do you think is beyond the firmament?
The heavens.
Waters.
The heavens, yeah, the waters, the heavens above, yeah.
Do you think there's more land outside of the firmament? Like this flat plane could be endless, but our existence could be in a circle that we're limited to. Was there any thought on that?
I think it's good speculation, but the thing is that you're going to have a hard enough time showing these people that what we experience is true. And I never go beyond that. I never go beyond what I can demonstrate for other people, because if I do that, then they start asking about everything else that I also can't demonstrate, and then we just get off in the weeds. But I just try to point out the fact that the Bible makes it very clear that things have to work in this system a certain way, like the concept of up and down. You can't have up and down on a ball, right? That's the whole point. Everybody would have their own independent right or wrong, up or down on this ball. It's pretty deep. It's actually much deeper. It's so deep that actually the way that I describe it now is Satan found a way to make every man and woman and child, without knowing it, literally break the laws of God. And that's not to have any graven images. And all this not heliocentric, but space ball religion, balls in space, quasars, black holes, you name it, they are all considered graven images, and they're all fictitious. None of them are based on reality, right? So it's literally such a big problem. We've just scratched the surface because we've only been doing this 5-6 years now. It's much worse than we initially thought.
Well, my personal opinion is that the spell cast over this realm, you break it by understanding and receiving flat Earth. When you start to receive flat Earth, dive into it, research it, you start to see all the other lies that are enveloped in the globe theory. All the other, like everything we've ever been told is a lie, literally.
Exactly.
I mean,
right.
I've said that joking around with my friend, but as I got deeper in the flat Earth and discovering the Torah and getting acquainted with the law, the Shabbat, the Sabbath, I started to realize everything we've ever been told from the time we've been growing up to now is absolutely a lie. Thoughts on that?
Well, you're right, and that's why I actually, after many years of doing this, I don't even bring up the F word, the flat Earth, because when I'm talking to somebody, they're gonna
Right.
obviously bring it up. They're gonna bring it up so fast because the first thing I start off with is outer space. Because you're right, it turns out everything is a lie, but the real big lie, I would say, that which is even bigger than the shape, which is a non-shape, right? The flat plane doesn't mean we have a shape. We're not an object, but it's this outer space idea. So when you asked earlier, what do you think's beyond the firmament? That's the point. They convinced everybody on the plane of existence that there's nothing up there. And the Bible says that the most amazing thing God ever created is there, the heavens. So the
Exactly.
Bible says the heavens are up there, and this world says nothing is up there. Of course, they perverted what? The Bible's saying there's a bottomless pit. So they took the bottomless pit and they put it above us. Satan is very good at his job.
Yes, yes. But I seriously think the revelation of flat Earth is what breaks the spell, and even the spell of churchianity, because this whole churchianity generation is under the equivalent of lawlessness, because they're not following any of the commands or the statutes that Yah has put before us.
That's right. And they did it so well. They convinced a world to do it without even knowing they were doing it.
And I think that could be the falling away, the great falling away that Revelation talks about, or Thessalonians. I think it's Second Thessalonians or First Thessalonians 5. There must be a great falling away first, that even the very elect would be deceived. Well, it's the church has become lawless. They're in the grace doctrine where you can do whatever you want and you'll be forgiven. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, the deception runs deep, man. Yeah, we're talking 2,000 years of rearranging our world, right?
Yeah. There's 1,000 years that I believe is disputed. I don't think, I think the timeline is even a lie. There's so much evidence that there's been 1,000 years added to our timeline. They call it the Dark Ages.
Well, there's some calendars that we can argue about later, but that's certainly no here nor there. But yeah, everything is disputed. There's a lot of deceptions attached to this one deception, but you seem to have it figured out that what's important is your relationship with God, and that's what this is about, right? It's understanding that God gave you a special creation, not a cartoon ball world, right? That's really important to God, because now God can talk to you like you're sane, right? Instead of the insane person that you used to be, thinking you lived on a ball, right? God doesn't have to, face palm himself. Oh, not this guy again. Thinks he's, or could you imagine being like these new age Christians that think evolution's possible, that they live on a ball? I mean, talk about deceived. And that's, it's a great deception,
Yeah.
bro. And God, remember, just like God hardened the Pharaoh's heart, God isn't going to give freebies away. He's not going to force you to learn the truth. He's not going to force you to want to know the truth. If you don't want to know the truth, God is actually going to help you stay in that deception.
Yeah, he said we need to seek. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be open.
Yeah, it's
Thirst
called
and
free
hunger
will.
after righteousness.
Yeah, it's called free will. If you ask for it and you want it, why would he force you to not get it?
Now, I started on this journey about 3 months ago with the Torah and understanding where the law fits in to our walk. And I just prayed, I want to know more. And I've been down one rabbit hole after another, and I found so much revelation. It's truly mind blowing. I've been saved for 25 years, and this is the closest I've ever felt to Yah in my entire walk with him in the last 25 years.
How long ago did you find out? Was it within the last year or so?
I found out about flat Earth about 5 years ago. I did a little bit of research on it, but then I just, I received it and I just let it go and went back into churchianity. But then when COVID hit, I started to go into more research about what, the elites are doing and this and that. And then I got back into flat Earth, and a friend of mine found a Torah study, and we found Kingdom in Context, their YouTube page, and I just started diving into that. And everything starts to make sense. If the law is your judge, you're not going to be judged by Yah. If you submit yourself to the law, you'll be judged by the law. And I would rather be judged by the law than to be judged by Yeshua and his kingdom. And that's just my personal point on it.
Yeah, that would be outside of the realm of this server, which is specifically designed to obviously help people just understand the deceptions, the tightening of the bolts of the Bible would have to be handled in a different room.
Oh, all right, my bad. I'm going off subject.
Trust me, I'm all about it. I just want you to know that I'm not allowed to talk about it. You can get so far with it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. This is really very, very edifying. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Well, like you were saying, you have that relationship with now, and it took another deception to push you over the edge. So welcome to the end of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we're in the time of great deception, where Satan has been loosed after the 1,000-year reign. And because the deception is so strong, it's on a spiritual level. It literally is on a demonic spiritual level. The deception. I mean, like you said, you bring up flat
100%.
Earth. It's a trigger word. It really triggers people. They mock you.
100%.
They call you stupid. They get very, very triggered.
Right, but you have to admit by now, even if you've only been in this realm spiritually for a year, it's quite fun, it's quite fun to be able to go anywhere in the world, challenge this world, and know that you're going to plant a seed in their spirit, whether they like it or not. And there's not even an argument against this truth. It's the easiest truth anybody could ever come to, because the whole world already depends on the fact of not adjusting for curvature or spin. You know what I mean? Like, this is a basic fundamental principle. They convinced us what we were experiencing is not real. This is a not just partly spiritual, this is a 1000% spiritual battle. You couldn't have, you can't even put anything on. There's no physical here. This is 1000% spiritual. When you go to somebody and you challenge their spirit that they thought they were right, it literally, they are going to either accept that they might be fooled, or they are going to show their true colors, and they might not be who they really told you they were. Like, you might lose friends and family, you might lose
And
colleagues, and that's a good
that
thing, to be honest with you. Go ahead.
and that really brings up, because I never really experienced that, when Yeshua said, "You'll lose mother, you'll lose father, you'll lose family members," and this context, all this context with the Torah, the flat Earth, all of it triggers, and it really, you really can see you being outcasted for your beliefs, even just not eating pork, or following Shabbat, making the Sabbath day, the seventh Saturday holy instead of Sunday, is a major trigger. And people start to, they don't want to be around you. They don't want to deal with the truth is so evident in you, and it emanates from you. Especially when you stop eating pork and you clean your diet up, you become more in tune with the earth and the ether, and you start, and your battery is supercharged, and the light in you is like a supernova light, like a bright flashlight, and they can't take, and they either run from you or they receive it, like you just said.
Right, and it's a power that I think some people shouldn't have, and maybe I shouldn't have it either, because you know where the conversation's going to go. There's two roads, you've paved the path for them. It's almost crazy. It's like having a weapon. It's literally like having the sword of the spirit. The Bible talks about, the most powerful weapon is the word of God, and that's what it is. And that's what, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about, oh, let's discuss science. I don't even go there. I go, let's discuss what the Bible says first. If they're an atheist, of course, it's a different conversation. But if somebody claims they're a believer, and you show them the dozens and hundreds of Bible verses that show you this is the truth and God wasn't stuttering, it is going to show you who that person really is. And sometimes we're not ready for that. I tell people all the time, this might not be something you're ready for. You might need to take, just like you admitted you found it 5 years ago, and you would have to admit that you weren't ready for it, right?
At first, I told my friend that told me about it, what's the big deal? But then when I did research it, I was like, okay, it makes a lot of sense, and I just put it in my pocket as, okay, we live on a flat plane. That's cool. I didn't realize the spiritual significance to all of it until, and I really didn't think the government was lying to me. And I watched X-Files and all these shows where they tell you that, where you see the CIA is doing stuff behind, trying to kill. I mean, TV has you so programmed, it's in plain sight and you don't even see it. Does that make any sense?
That's right, 100%. That's where these people get their beliefs from. They don't learn it in a college classroom. There isn't information. They learn this stuff because they watch NASA and science shows, and now SpaceX, or any sort of, military deception from China, whoever it is. That's where they believe in this, because they saw it on TV. And you'll notice that they have a hard time admitting that. But that's where this is from. Everybody in America was willing to pay to be brainwashed in the 50s, and the government did such a good job. They believed everything that they were told for 50 years, from Sputnik in 1958, showing them the first satellite, which is like the original 9/11. To think about it, 200 million Americans thinking that the Russians have nuclear power in space. That shut everybody up right away, and everybody's waving an American flag. And that's the thing, is that this country has been it's been a deception since its inception, you see. So they haven't been worshiping God in this nation or the world for now 2,000 years, so it all goes back to, of course, like, taking away from God, taking away from the relationship that you have with the creator, right? And that's why it's
Yes,
such a great
exactly.
deception. And again, the whole world does it unknowingly. And I always say it's the one world religion. I'll say a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian and an atheist go walk into a bar and watch a rocket launch and talk about how great it is. And that's the one world religion. And what you realize is that when they had this you said COVID earlier, I'll use the same term. When they had this
Right.
virus thing come out a little over a year ago, within a 1 week, every single government on the plane of existence was issuing the same mandated laws and mask
Right.
wearing and this and that. So that proves right there's only one world government, right? And Satan is doing a good job. Yeah.
Yeah. Red flag went off. Now, do you keep scriptures on like a cue card and carry it with you if you get into a conversation? What would be a good tip for me to start? Because I'm new at I'm trying to learn how to argue these points, or not argue, but debate or witness.
Oh, you don't.
I guess
Not
would be
yet.
a term.
Yeah, don't do anything yet. You gotta stick around for a while. Yeah, you're
I
gonna.
still
I
on
won't
that
do any of that.
match.
Yeah, learn. If you stick around for a while, man, you'll man the information you get here is just it's so logical that you won't even have to have it on a cue card.
I'm
All
going to
right.
give you one big hint, though. Let me give you one big one, though, and I want you to hold on to this one, Frankie. It's Exodus 24. That's Exodus 2:04, and these are the words which the Lord spoke. So this is an important part of the Bible. These are obviously the laws given from Elohim himself to Moses, and right there, the second one is don't have any graven images in the heavens above, the earth beneath, and the waters underneath the earth. To me, that's the most powerful scriptural reference to God's creation right there, because he's describing tiers or levels to his creation. And he says, don't you ever make anything of any graven images of any part of my creation. He explains above the heavens, on the earth, and the waters underneath the earth. Key being the waters here. You'll have to have your friends explain to them, if they believe in the Bible, how can there be waters? And if there's a ball in space, how could there be waters underneath the ball? So Exodus 24 is going to be your foundation
All right.
for this truth.
Right.
That's the best one to
I'll
start
read
off
that.
with. Yep. Amen.
I don't know. I think Genesis is like the best. You can't. Genesis is one where it talks about. Well, I mean, what they believe the sun came before the earth, therefore, because the greater, the lesser revolves around the greater, right? Meaning that
Right.
we spin around the sun. But in scripture wise, I mean, it says the sun and moon was created on the fourth day, and the earth was created on the
Yeah.
first day. So how is that?
How can we be spinning around a sun if it was created 4 days later?
Exactly.
And that is one of the points I do want to bring up to my rabbi, because I think that is a strong point. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
Genesis
gonna.
has several pages of description. So yeah, Genesis would be like a very stretched out description, right? The second best elongated description would be Job, 37 and 38. There's just literally passage after passage, right? The reason I start off with Exodus 24 is because it takes everything and it puts it in the one spot. Not only does God take his creation and describe it as levels, he's saying this is his law. So if you're big on the law, this is going to be good for your rabbi to show him this is the law, not to have any graven images about my creation. And by the way, it comes in levels. So again, it took me several weeks of reading it over and over again. I'm not going to expect you to just, oh, okay, I get this. It makes sense. It takes some time for us to understand the Bible now. We've been reading it wrong for 30 or 40 years incorrectly. And now when we reread it, we're going to find thousands of spots that go, oh my God, I had no idea. I read that 57 times already and I didn't know what it said.
And, yeah, it's funny because you know what? Even the atheists know that the Bible is a flat Earth book. They all know that. But and this is because my father is a pastor, and they brainwashed them, and they pretty much took that, whatever they saw, the images or whatever, and took it to heart, and restructure whatever taught the scriptures differently than what they're supposed to be taught, just because they don't want to go against the quote unquote science that they're telling them, right?
Well, that's another point. How hard is it for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven? These pastors are not going to give up their wealth, their flock, because if you start preaching flat Earth, you start preaching Torah, you start preaching these foundational things that are now that I'm finding out are true, you're going to lose your whole congregation. You're going to go bankrupt.
Dang right.
I mean, even the name Yeshua is it. They don't want to say that either because that'll push people away. If your name's John, called John, and I start calling you Johnny, you're like, nah, Frank, my name's not Johnny, it's John. Or I start calling you Jack, you're going to be like, no, my name's John. So you want to refer to our Savior by the name that his birth name, his given name is Yeshua. And that Yeshua represents so many different things in Jewish theology with concerning the Passover, concerning the references of Old Testament names. So it's really important. And they don't want to give up their statue or their position or their wealth. It's like relearning the whole Bible. I mean, I've been studying the Bible for 25 years, and now I'm at a point where I got to relearn everything. It's all from a new perspective, but I love it, and I'm absorbing it quickly. You know what I mean?
It's like when you watch the Sixth Sense movie and you realize the guy's a ghost, and then you got to go back and watch the whole movie, and you're like, oh, that changes everything. Have you seen that movie?
Sixth Sense? Yeah, years and years ago. I really did. I seen some videos on it. It's the one with Brad Pitt and the Die Hard guy, right?
No, it's with the little kid.
I think you're thinking of 12 Monkeys. Also a good one.
Yeah, I'm thinking of 12 Monkeys. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've seen Sixth Sense. I might have, but I used to get
You gotta watch it.
years ago.
Although it's
so.
probably Masonic now. It's probably got Masonic stuff in it.
Yeah, I watched a lot of movies when I was partying way 30 years ago, so I might have seen it. It came out, what, in the 80s or the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's about this kid. It's about this kid who's hanging out with this old dude like the whole time. The whole movie. And you realize the kid sees dead people, but you don't realize the guy he's been hanging out with
Is dead. I think I did see that. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you gotta watch the whole movie over again. And you realize when you watch the movie over again, oh my gosh, he didn't
everybody
actually
who sees is dead.
or like, yeah. So that's how it is with the Bible. Like you have to read it all over again. Be like,
But I'm
oh.
telling you what, when you look at it from the standpoints that we have to submit to, no, we're not under the law, we have to submit to the law, it makes so much more sense. Like, for years, I didn't understand why John said, confess your sins, and that if you do sin, if you do transgress, we have an advocate. I'm like, yeah, it didn't really make, but now it makes so much sense because we are to follow a pattern that Yah has laid out for us. And if we follow that pattern, but we slip, now we have the ability to confess it and reposition and reset, repent, and get back on track, submitting ourselves to the law. At least, the commandments and the statutes and some dietary law. I'm still trying to figure that out, where it all comes into play. You know what I mean?
Well, if it's applicable, right? It's applicable. Context is everything. So realize this, that even though we live in a satanic world, a lot of the habits that started because of God's people thousands of years ago still continue to this day, as in clothing, fabric making, things like that, the way things are done, so some of the things are already continued on, but yeah, you'll make adjustments to find the best way you can do to have your relationship with God, right? But it's to the means that you've been given. You know, there's certain things that we can't do, like we have to use money with Satan's name on it. That's just unfortunate, right? There's not right now we're stuck in
Right.
a system, and we're allowed to
Right.
do
Well,
everything
we're
except
we're, we're like
for
Daniel. We're in Babylon. We're like
sure, exactly
Daniel,
right. Yep.
trying to follow
Did
the
you say
law in
money with
Babylon.
Satan's name on it?
Yeah,
Well,
in
then,
God we trust. They're talking. Yeah, in God we trust
yeah,
is Satan.
talking
Yeah,
about the
Can
Babylonian
you
deity.
explain that?
because that's who they worship. They worship Satan. In God we trust.
Yes,
That's Satan.
it's the god of it's their god of prosperity. It's not
Yeah,
our
that's yeah. I mean, there's
not
just
our
one
God.
name. They
The
they
god
have
of
his name. I just want to say this for the record. They have his name on everything. Satan has many names, just like God has different names. But
right.
even in this, even let me. This is the big one that I think maybe a lot of flat earthers should know about. But the actual model, this space religion that people are taught now, is no longer a heliocentric model. This is a big clerical error because we keep referring to this heliocentric model. Actually, it hasn't been a heliocentric model. They've been teaching us a Satan centric model for quite some time now. They admit this because they're saying we're all rotating and circling around the great attractor. That's another name for Satan, the law of attraction, the great attractor. So they're admitting that it's Satan centric now. So they put his name on everything.
Well, we're rotating around the sun. It's a sun worship also. Sunday, you worship on
Well,
Sunday.
remember though, the sun is moving though, even in their teaching, the sun is also rotating around said galaxy. Galaxy is rotating around maybe something else, and everything is rotating. The center of existence that they're teaching is the great attractor now. It's no longer the sun. They're admitting the sun moves, but it's the great attractor. It is literally another name for Satan that everything is revolving around. You couldn't get any more. Yeah, you couldn't get any worse.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
when we go to another level. It
It's going to get every turn you make, it's going to get worse. Correct. Yep.
Yeah, not to mention all the days of the week are named after their pagan gods. all the illuminaries in the sky and skies above us are all named after pagan gods. It's the same religion. Yeah.
Yep.
Their numbers
Yeah,
are
like I said, we're Daniel. We're Daniel in Babylon. We're Meshach and Abednego. We're Daniels in Babylon, just trying to hold, you know, submit ourselves to his law and his ways. And that's the way I look at it. When I read Daniel, I actually started crying because he received such favor from Yah because he held he stayed to his position in his Jehovah, his God, and it just made me tear up when I got to the lion's den, and then the king actually got up early in the morning and ran to the lion's den to see if Daniel was alive. I mean, it just the favor that Yah gave him, it was just so precious. And that's I truly believe that is available to us if we continue to follow in his instructions.
Right. Like another name they use would be Apollo, right? They call the greatest achievement man ever achieved was the Apollo mission, which of course means Antichrist. And you show that to somebody, especially if they're rabbinic, like you said, you had I believe you said that you had a rabbi, right? So I mean,
Yeah, I'm at a Messianic church. I'm trying to learn the holidays and the feasts so that I can get out of these pagan holidays and start to get into, you know, understanding the seven feasts, what's written in his word on the way we're supposed to honor. Like these next 7 Shabbats are very important leading up to the Day of Atonement. So my rabbi taught on that. He brought that up.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, he's a glober, but I'm there for one reason: learn the holidays, learn the tour, and the other stuff. You know, as I get exposed to them, I'll start to just share and see if I can break through some of this.
Yeah,
some of it.
and do yourself a favor though. Don't even use that F word. Make him bring it up over and over again because that's like you already understand that word does trigger people. Plus, he's going to end up asking you, "Well, show me in the Bible where it says flat Earth." But the reason the Bible doesn't say directly flat Earth is because the Earth has topography, right? But if you look at Genesis, you'll see that there are plains. There are plains mentioned over and over again. Plains, plains of Jordan, plains of the cities. Just one plain of a city is impossible on a globe, let alone the plains of Jordan. You know, God is saying that there is a plain that Jordan dwells upon. And just start off with that. Like, listen, Pastor, whoever talking to, I'm just saying the Bible is true. It says right here that we live on plains, under the heavens, and in the waters. And that's it. I never use the F word because obviously that's a trigger
Right.
word.
You want to keep engaged.
Yeah.
You want to keep them engaged in the conversation. You don't want to trigger them.
Right. That's why I always start with space. Yep, exactly.
All right. All right, guys, it was a real pleasure talking to you. I have to go walk the dogs. So I'm going to check out. I mean, I'm just going to put on mute, and then I'll listen. All right.
Hey, God bless
Hello?
you, man. We'll see you again soon, bro. Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bro, have a good one.
welcome, Frank. Good to see
Bye.
Yeah. Have a great night.
All right, I'll go back in my corner now. Thanks.
you. You don't have to. Do we have someone new? Who was speaking up? Was that Beth that was speaking up earlier?
Yep.
Do you have any questions for the panel?
I have all of the questions.
Go ahead.
I guess like I don't really know anything. I kind of got into this a couple years ago and I was looking into it seriously. And then I kind of started jokingly mentioning it to like friends and family and they were like and other reactions kind of put me off, so I kind of got out of that. And when I say flat earth, I mean everything, not just flat earth. But recently I've sort of something happened and I've been praying a lot more and just asking God to like show me stuff. And like I've been noticing a lot of things, but at this point I don't really know what's going on, so I'm like trying to hear from other people who are like a little bit wiser what's actually going on, because I feel like I don't have any tools to defend myself. I just kind of, this is what I believe, and then I don't know how to like explain to them why, I guess.
So, is your take on Earth? What is your take on Earth? And at this point, or is that what you were saying? You don't really know what's going on, or
I know that the government is lying. I have no doubt about that. And I know that the Earth and the solar system and everything, like, it's not what they've told us it is, but I also have no idea what it actually is, and I guess that's what I'm here to learn about.
okay. Well, I honestly, welcome to the server. I honestly think the best place to start for any of this is just the objective reality that you and I and everybody else here on this plane of existence, we experience a flat, stationary Earth. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think one of the three claims that the globe Earth makes is the best place to start. So honestly, it's basically these questions are where is there a historical physical measurement of Earth's curvature to validate that it's actually a sphere? That's number one. So a measurement of curvature. Two is the detection of axial rotation. When, where, and how was the rotation of Earth detected? By what means, in other words? And then the third one is we have gas pressure here on Earth. In the definition of gas, the definition of pressure, of gas is pounds per square inch. You have to have a container to have pressure. Pressure does not exist without a container. So that third question is, how can you have gas pressure on Earth without a container? Right? So those three claims are why all of us flat earthers are still here asking these questions, because nothing has been provided, right? So that's like a foundational place to start. When we start looking around, we find there is no official measurement of Earth curvature. There's no technical manuals of anybody doing anything real on Earth or above the surface of Earth that's using spherical anything. So no one is actually using, not the militaries, not the CIA, not the Air Force, not the FAA, none of those people, including aircraft manufacturers, are using the globe for anything they're doing. So there's no technical information that's saying that there isn't even a globe claim out there, and that's just on the curvature part. So when you get deeper into it, there's a lot of information that these people here in this server have gathered throughout the last 5 years or longer, 7, 8 years, some of us. And there's been nothing provided that shows that Earth is objectively or measurably a sphere that's rotating in the vacuum of space. So that right there is honestly just the very beginning. Since you said you already know the government's lying, you've got a head start. Because some people come in here, they can't get past that first question. Why would they lie? They can't get past it. So if you're already past that, then you're ready to look at information. You're ready to look at the actual evidence that we have that shows us empirically what we perceive out there, let's say, of the fundamental nature of water. We can look over water with cameras, zoom equipment, and we can zoom into places. All we have to do is use the geometry of the globe, and it's been debunked. And it would really only take one time to do that. But we have thousands and thousands of examples, and it's just adding up exponentially. So yeah, I thought there was my little spiel, and any other questions the panel here would be happy to answer. I'm glad you're here.
You should come to Ladies' Night. It's every Friday.
What time on Friday?
It's at 5 p.m. Eastern.
I think I'm at work.
Oh, okay. No pressure. Just
I
know
guess
you
one
are
question
invited.
I have. Thank you. What do you guys believe sort of the sun and the moon are? Like, how do they function, I guess?
We don't know. They could be, I don't know, a reflection of something. My guess is they're not physical, because the more people you try to observe the angle to the moon, every time you add a new person into the equation, it gets weirder and weirder to locate where it is. So if I had to guess, it would be that they're not physical. that they're just some light. None of us know. Sometimes I'm like, is this an eyeball? Because I feel like it's watching me, but that's just me. So.
Hey Beth, are you still here?
Yeah.
Hey, like it says, yeah, welcome to the server. You are at the right place. It sounds like to me you believe that the earth is fixed and immovable. It's not a spinning ball. But you
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see, so I've been on the server for 3 years, and that's what's so beautiful about the shape of the earth. However, you came to believing it, that's what's going to be duplicatable for you because I'm not technical with regards to explaining it like most people are in this room and even on ladies night it's pretty impressive. They actually talk like the guys and I'm like, oh, you know, and I it's so funny because I can totally relate to you. But hanging out in here a little bit you can pick things up. But however you came to it, but by all means, figure out how it was. For me, I avoided it for 2 years, and then I was like, the why really bothered me. So then I found some
Hmm.
information out, and so what I did was I researched the researchers, and that's duplicatable for me, and so you don't have to complicate it and don't worry about it. And if you don't want to talk to anybody about it yet, you don't have to. But you can just start, asking your friends and family, like, gosh, did you hear about the people talking about the shape of the earth? It's kind of interesting because they have some really good points. And,
Hmm.
pick up a couple small little points. But if you hang out here a bunch, you're gonna learn some information. But don't stress out about it.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of hard for me right now. Like I'm so passionate about it. Um Mainly because I know this isn't like necessarily a Christian server or anything, but it's pretty related. But I'm very passionate about like learning about what God wants for me and what I need to do for him. And it's kind of like I'm 17. I still live with my parents. Well, actually, I live with my grandparents, but they really, really hate when I bring those things up. It's actually gotten to the point where I try to bring it up with love. Like, I try not to be, I don't want to be seen as rebellious or anything like that. I just bring it up because I want them to know. I want them to be enlightened. And um, now I'm like basically grounded to the house and I can't really see anybody. So it's kind of, I'm taking this time, um, submitting to my parents as I must, but I'm taking this time to research more and learn more. And I found this Discord and I was like, yeah, this might be a good place to go to, spend my time learning more about God and his creation. So yeah, that's why I'm
Right
here.
on, amen. So it's funny that I'm actually in this this room because I'm not really, but I try because I want to get a little technical. But the thing is, the people that I hang out with and the average person, they don't know what you're saying. They just know what they see on TV. Monkey see, monkey do. So the more you learn about the shape of the earth, the more technical you get. It goes over their head. So I usually hang out in the biblical section. And it was really funny because I got here when EXO was talking to Frank, and I was like, yeah. And then I was like, oh snap, are we not supposed we're not supposed to be talking about this here. But I just we kind of just let it, you know, happen organically. But we there's a bunch of us that meet in the biblical section. We in the server we have a bunch of different rooms, chat rooms. And then also a really good resource for you would be down below. There's FE for beginners. You asked about the sun and the moon. There's a bunch of videos that you'll have a great time reviewing. But I can give you a Bible study tag, and we have a running Thursday night Bible study. And then if you pop in biblical, sometimes people just show up. We just meet randomly. But yeah, would you like a Bible study tag?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's great. And then yes, look down below. FE for beginners. There's just so much information there for you. So many resources. Well, and then so how did you come to the shape of the earth?
Um, I don't really know actually. It was kind of um just once I asked for it, it just started popping up. Once I started seeking the truth, it just kind of came to me. I don't know if I was just ignorant to it before, or I couldn't see it before, or if more of it was actually around me. I don't know, but it just seemed like everything seemed to point to that. And I actually, it's kind of funny, but I accidentally, um, my friends thought it would be funny if they'd give me some chocolate with like magic mushrooms in it. So I accidentally had my magic mushrooms, and I'd already been thinking about this before, and I was like sitting there, and it sort of was like all of the thoughts kind of connected, and I was like, yeah, this is not true. What I've been told is not true, and there is a bigger truth, and I need to seek that. So it just kind of all happened. Like people started mentioning it to me. I started sort of seeing it pop up on the internet, and just started noticing it. Like started walking and running and stuff, and being out in nature. Like just everything seems to scream that for some reason. If you're willing to listen to it,
It sure does. Have you researched, gone to YouTube University or anything? Has it been popping up on your suggested videos?
Um, yeah, a bit actually. But what started to happen is I'm like every time I try to log into my YouTube account, it doesn't let me. So
Time to start a new one.
yeah.
We have a mod that's going around the U.S. Flat smacking, and he's a Bible believer. So he's flat smacking and sharing the shape of the earth and sharing the scriptures that relate with it. It's it's really great. It's really inspiring. I shared it before. Let me see if I can do it again here. I didn't copy and paste something else. There you go. He's really good. He's I mean, he talks fast, but you can write some things down and then investigate it too, you know, a little bit so that you have a little bit of knowledge that and you're going to be the oddball out in your family, with your friends, because not everybody wants the truth. Not everybody can handle the truth. And I think the biggest problem for me is having compassion for the people that don't want the truth because it's so crazy. It's like, why are you sticking your head what, and this is the big thing that I always got and still get. What difference does it make? It doesn't change my life. I'm like, well, I don't like to be lied to. What else are they lying about? Yeah, so just know that you're going to be the oddball out. And the scriptures even tell us that, essentially.
Yeah, and that's actually part of the reason also I was like, well, the Bible says that like the world is deceived and like the path less traveled. But I think like people don't take it as seriously as what it actually is. And I was kind of like, I'm not on the path less traveled and I'm not against the world. So where am I? So that was part of it as well.
So encouraging. You're 17 years old. And just when they've indoctrinated you, you're finding out the truth. You don't have to go through life indoctrinated like a lot of us that came to it a little bit later in life. What a blessing. I mean, what a treasure that is happening to you. And that you really want the truth. Because if you want the truth, because he tells us to seek him in spirit and in truth, you're going to get it. Does anybody else want to ask her some questions or say anything? Sir Vagabond, hey, are you here? I guess not. Or maybe you can't get to it yet.
I was going to say about your grandparents. Grandparents are tricky because a lot of them watched the moon landing and they have a very strong emotional connection with NASA because I forget who it is. There's like a flat earther doing like space propaganda podcast, and it's fascinating to see how hard they pushed it back in the day. Like astronauts were the superheroes. The superheroes. They're not as like poppin' as they used to be. So I think the older generations have much more emotional connection to space.
Oh, they saw it on TV, right?
Yeah. And they grew up through so many space movies. Just space everything. I guess we still have that now, but
Aliens. That's the big thing.
yeah, we got a lot of alien shit. But
Yep. Hey, Beth, how did you find the server? Did you tell us that? Because I must have missed that.
Some random guy in like a socialized server sent me it like a while ago, and I just didn't join it until now. I don't remember what his name was.
Oh, that's okay. Nice.
Yeah. He was from, I think, Brazil.
There's a lot of truthers in Brazil, flat earthers.
Yeah.
So you did want the Bible tag then? Yep. Is that okay then for sure? I'm gonna boogie out. So it was very nice to meet you. I'm gonna send you a friend request as well. And just keep praying, like you said, and seeking truth, and you're gonna love it here. Just come here when you can, and listen. Did you know that we have a YouTube channel as well?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So if you can't make it to Discord, does anybody have that handy, or is it? Let me see. Is it pinned here? Let me see. I'll get
I can put the link in for the for Helios. Is that what you're?
yeah.
Yeah. I'll put that in. Are you able to see the voice text? Make sure you're in the voice text. Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh.
The inhabitants refer to it as the planet Earth.
You just like exploded my eardrums, bro. I can't hear shit. Help.
Anybody out there?
Yep.
So, is this just about flat Earth?
Server. Yep.
All right. So,
Unless
what do you think?
karaoke
What do you?
night.
What's that?
No,
Sorry.
I just said, unless it's karaoke night, then. But yeah.
All right. Have
Everybody,
you seen?
I think everyone is in a coma today, myself
Have you
included.
have you seen anything about the map of the Earth on the moon?
Yes. I don't know how I feel about that though.
Well, it's turn the moon
Because,
upside down,
yeah.
and I think it's on the left side, the more populated. Now there's a theory that the firmament, the circle, rotates. Have you heard anything about that?
The firmament itself is moving.
Yeah, every 24,000 years it moves to open up more landmass.
Oh, I don't know that.
How do you verify 24,000 years?
Yeah, I know. I might be off on the number of that.
I don't even know where the number would come from.
I've seen it in E-Wars videos. I think it was Mira Mira, episode 7 or 8. Are you guys familiar with E-War on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's seeking, his channel is Seeking Yeshua now.
The lost history of flat Earth.
Yes. Yeah. What?
It's good. I think it's good to think about. And I like it. Like it's like, ooh, campfire talk. Like let's speculate. But then I don't know, at the end of the day, there's only 3 things we can really know about the Earth, which is it's flat, stationary, and there's some sort of container. So I wouldn't really bring it up in like arguments, but it is fun to, I guess, like spitball what you think.
So I figured nobody's talking, so I figured I'd throw something out there.
Oh no, yeah, like this is perfect for like dead air time.
Yeah, that's the only reason I brought it up. You know, something to dive into a rabbit hole to go down.
So do you remember why he said the number 24,000? Like, is there some logic behind that?
I'm not exactly sure if it is 24,000 or even 2,400. I seem to remember the number 24. I think it was 1,000.
Or I'm just saying that would have to be an integral. It'd be an integral part of your theory, yeah. Like if it has some cyclical nature and you came up with a number, I guess it would be based on, observations in the sky and then a presupposed cycle.
Well, it leads me to believe that this flat plane might be infinite, and that our circle of existence can change or expand, especially when the New Jerusalem comes down and the firmament might actually be removed and the whole landmass could possibly open up. And another theory I have is they're constantly saying they want to go to Mars. I think their Mars might be outside of the firmament or our circle of existence.
Well, maybe outside the circle that we're allowed to go to. I mean, New Jerusalem is, it's not even that big relative to the land we know we have. Like, it wouldn't even take up the whole U.S. I don't think.
Well, that's probably true, but the measurements for the new temple that they're talking about building, it's even bigger than both of the temples combined.
You're talking about them rebuilding the third temple?
Yeah, the temple of Satan.
Yeah,
it's not. It's actually referred to as the temple of the Antichrist.
Yeah, and the Gnostic take would be that they're rebuilding Solomon's temple, which was very, very big. Yeah, and then the Antichrist sits within the temple. It also has a layered meaning of us being the temple, but then not like the Luciferians want to build a physical temple. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well, we know that we are the temple of Yah, so there's that. But there also, I watched a video that the Wailing Wall that the Jews pray at is actually a military base. It's not even the Temple Mount where the rock of the dome sits. It was actually a military outlet for the Romans. It was one of the largest base they had in Jerusalem, because you have to go. That's what, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're actually. It's kind of funny. They're praying at on a military wall instead of the temple wall.
Yeah, because the temple wall doesn't actually even exist.
Right. The temple was lower than that mount that they claimed to be the Temple Mount.
Well, it was destroyed, like it doesn't.
Well, it was destroyed, but it was on a lower plane. You actually had to go down to the temple.
Right, yeah, that's not the right location, and the temple, there is no temple wall that exists, right? Like it was destroyed. Yeah.
Completely destroyed. Yeshua said every stone shall be turned over.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, all this information, now the scriptures are just like, it makes so much more sense.
It's the biggest red pill there is, dude.
It really is. It really is.
It's like the more you figure out, the more you're like, oh wow, it's wild.
It is. Do you guys know anything about Atlantis?
Yeah, antediluvian one world civilization.
Is it true or is it a myth?
I would say it's definitely true. The antediluvian just means pre-flood. Like there's definitely a pre-flood one world civilization written about all over the place. Yeah.
So Atlantis would have been a pre-flood kingdom?
Yeah, around the whole world.
Yeah, because Saturday I'm in another Discord and we're having a special guest who's going to talk about Atlantis, and I'm trying to do some research on it. It's really not much biblical research on it on YouTube.
No, it's difficult. I mean, like as to the name Atlantis specifically, you're going to always get back to Plato.
Right.
There's not many writings, but like if you look into the Gnostic teachings, like what you'll find is that it connects the quote unquote Aryan race, the Aryan people, stemming from the antediluvian era of Atlantis as it has been coined, and then they have a central hub, but it extended around the whole world. There's this misnomer: Atlantis is this little island city or something, and it's underwater now. But I think that most of Atlantis is underwater right now, and it was a one world civilization, right? I mean, we can call Atlantis.
So you're saying when Peleg, when they divided, when after the flood the lands were divided.
Yeah, they
Atlantis
filled the like
had
if you
merged.
think of the flat earth now as like a pond with little continents, I think that the land that we have now as continents is just the highest elevation that didn't get covered from the flood water. Because it really seems odd that these land like the creator would have these random continents. I think it was all one
Right. Well,
landmass, and then the water was added in.
Yeah, effectively, like the
No,
bottom
no
of it
Pangea.
would have hills or something, but then like the water covered all the land. That's why he had to be in the boats. But then the water started to go down, and he had to send the dove out. Right, he kept sending the dove out until the dove found land. Like when the water went back down enough to where land started popping back up. And I would say that most of this one world civilization is still under the water. Which is why, well, if you look into a mainstream book, it's going to tell you we don't know about 95% of the oceans, but I wouldn't say that 95% of the oceans aren't known about. You know, they just haven't told us about them.
What's up, Austin?
Chillin'?
Yeah. My name's Frank. Nice to meet you.
You too, bro.
Yo, that video you did on energy that we are charged, that changed my life, bro. That was such a gravy-filled video. And you really nailed it on that. You totally nailed it.
Thank you, man. I'm glad you liked it, bro.
Yes, it's all about the light. And the cleaner we live, the more light we dispel, the more energy, the more positive flow. It just you're on the way to becoming a prophetic teacher with the way you're living, with the cleanness, with the following the Torah, all the things that you're doing. You're becoming a true prophet.
Well, thanks for the kind words, bro.
Yes, yes. So what do you think about Tartaria?
I think that they started to. It could be remains from even long. I don't know. I wouldn't say antediluvian, but yeah, there's definitely things that are not being told about history, and there are really advanced buildings. Some of them may have been built by giants, in my opinion. But when people go all the way to saying, you know, just a couple hundred years ago, blah blah blah. Like I don't know. I don't make the leaps. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation in it that I don't like gets associated with flat Earth, just because people are going to hear the theory of Tartaria and people go 0 to 100 and they're like, oh, that's what flat earthers do. They just make up theories, you know. But no, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely weird. Every major city in the U.S. I've been to has crazy architecture. You know, it's interesting. There's the phallic symbols everywhere.
Well, you pointed that out when you were in Washington. You pointed out all the structures, the Freemason building, all the monuments, all the statues. You pointed all that out in that video.
Bro, it's like in every city, man. That's the craziest part. Like we're in St. Louis right now. I know it's here too, but we were just in Indianapolis, and it's the most Masonic city ever. Every major city it's insane. Like in the middle of Indy, there's this huge Scottish Rite Cathedral. Well, I mean, like Scottish Rite Cathedral. I mean, they're not even hiding it, but it's incredibly beautiful architecture, and it's lined up with the phallic symbol, lined up with a Masonic temple, with a statue of Lucifer out front, with like spirit, life, light, truth on the door, with the faces inside torches. Um, it's in every major city. So I don't know. I think the United States had like a really big role in a civilization that was more worldwide, and the architecture just still here. Like as to timelines, I don't know. I have no idea.
I grew up in Kensington in Philadelphia, and we did an outreach 2 weeks ago, and I drove through my old neighborhood. I never noticed the churches that I grew up, that I rode my bike by every like 3 times a week. The just the structure of them, the spear, the towel, they're all for free energy. They were all used for free energy. It's so mind blowing that it's been in our plain sight all this time, and we just never noticed it.
Yeah, I think they turned it back on, bro. I think that's the whole trick. I think they turn it back on. They effectively turn on this electric
Yeah,
grid. Yeah.
yeah. You think they're gonna? I actually watched a video circuit board about. We live in a circuit board world, and the whole world is mapped out like a circuit board.
Yeah. But if you look at Star
What do
Force, the way they're built, they're built all as if they're defending something from the north. So there's a one in it like a one world layout that we haven't been able to see, right? And that's why if they turn it back on, it'll be so deceptive. I think that's why these buildings are still can still be used with the proper understanding of the technology, right? Like they're still like
Sure.
shape.
It's all about the mercury.
It does appear that
And
might be the case. Yeah.
and they have the largest deposit of mercury in Antarctica, supposedly. So
And
they
they
can
tell everybody
actually,
to be scared of it.
yeah, don't go to Antarctica. The whole world signs a treaty. Like, really?
Yeah, and they
They-
just say Mercury is so dangerous, right? Like that no one even thinks about it.
right, right, right.
But it definitely
What
has
do you
like insane electric properties.
What do you think about the millennial reign and the short season? Because the short season of of deception, when Satan is released, I really think we're in that. And a lot of scriptures are starting to make sense, especially if you read Revelations, with the concept that it already took place up to chapter 20. It all makes sense that it was written for that generation.
Yeah, I'm waiting to have revelation exactly about the millennial reign. I get that question a lot. I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. You know, like the idea being that when Yeshua rose back, that when he overcame death, that would start his reign. I don't know. You know, there's always like I don't. I'm more so that the millennial reign hasn't began. So that's where I'm at right
Well,
now.
if he did return with his saints, the saints would be immortal. All those that went through the tribulation and that were martyred, they would all be immortals. And all of Hollywood is talking about immortals, X-Men, uh, all these hyper created beings that have superpowers. They're getting it from somewhere. I actually think they're getting it from our history, because the Dark Ages, there's literally been 1,000 years added to our timeline. If you look at some of the old coins, they have I or J in front of them, and then the year, not a number one. They didn't start doing that until like 1850. They started changing all the dates to 1700, 1600. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. It does look like they could have easily added 1,000 years. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and that's where we get our Dark Ages.
Yeah, we got Dark Ages, and you look at the anthropological evidence of the Exodus in Egypt and surrounding areas, and they've added like 500 years in the Egyptian timeline to make it look like it's not evidence of the Exodus. It's like, oh look, there was a small group of Semitic people that left in a hurry over here staying in Egypt, but this can't be the Exodus people because this is the wrong timeline. We know it would have happened during Ramses. So they added 500 years to hide the anthropological evidence. If you combine like stuff like that and the Dark Ages, there's easily 1,000 years that they could have added. Yeah, I don't know. That's why like I reserve judgment on it till Revelation because it's a deep subject. There's a million
It
different
is.
interpretations. Yeah.
I've been researching it for the last probably month. I'm sure you've seen the E-War videos, right?
Some of them.
It seems like you referenced a few of them in some of your videos.
I've seen some of them.
He put a 5-hour one out on his Seeking Yeshua channel, which is all of them in one video.
Right. Yeah, I've seen most of that one. That's where he talks about Tartar at the beginning and then the map of the moon.
Right, yeah, the map of the moon, mirror, mirror. That's where I was getting where the circle, the firmament moves. I think it's just a never-ending flat plane, and we're limited to this small circle. And there, and the whole portal thing with end games where they just come out of all these portals, and even Enoch references portals. Each star had a portal. And they've been trying to open up a portal with CERN. So I think their Mars is on the other side of the firmament. Whether it's left or right, I don't know, or north or south, whatever direction they are trying to go.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many possibilities. The initial firmament container, like it can be, let's just say, wide. Like once you get to the edge, it could be a realm that's inside the firmament, if you will, or there are layers to it, or there are different layers of it. Like, could you, in theory, penetrate the closest layers? I don't know. It's a trip, bro. I really don't know. I mean, I know the Queen of the South, the Queen of the South comes from the ends of the earth. It says that in Revelation. The Queen of the South comes from the end of the earth, and like they're obsessed with that region. They don't let us go there. They definitely have access to something there, but just what exactly that is, I have no idea.
Well, you referenced Admiral Byrd too. He said that there was resources there, more land mass.
Yeah, and a lot of people hate on that. Like a lot of people hate, like a lot of flat earthers, like he's a Mason, blah blah blah. Like, look, man, he was in perfectly healthy condition, and he died of heart complications after. Yeah, and so did his son. Like his son was, they were going to get him to go to like his award show or something, and he was like kidnapped, put on a train, found dead in a warehouse. So like I think he legit slipped up. You know, like that's
yes, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's we're living in some strange times, bro. But so what's your take on lawlessness? Because I mean, we're hearing a lot about lawlessness, the mystery of lawlessness, uh, the son of lawlessness, the lawless ones. I have a theory on it. You want to hear my theory, or you want to give yours?
Good. I would, because my answer is just that lawless is opposite of the Torah, right? Whatever doesn't align with the Torah.
The church is not submitting themselves to the law, to the Torah, and they are considered lawless because they're living under supposed grace. It's not what I do that defines who I am. I'm justified by the Son of Man, meaning I can live whatever way I want. Yeshua justifies me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that it's written on their heart when it actually says the heart's the most deceitful above all things. But it also says, like, many will say, Lord, Lord, didn't we cast out demons in your name and prophesy in your name? And he'll say, depart from me, for I never knew you. And what everyone's heard is Depart from me, for I never knew you, you workers of iniquity. But the actual word is lawlessness. It's workers of
It's,
lawlessness.
wow. All right. All right. So the whole, I'm right on. I'm right on with. Good. Good.
Yeah. Like it's so funny too that the KJV again. This is the biggest red pill for truthers ever. Really is because they translate it properly when it says man of lawlessness. It's the same exact word, right? But so they
Right.
translate it properly in KJV, man of lawlessness. But then when it comes, they had to change that because it literally it's people saying, Lord, Lord, didn't we prophesy in your name? Didn't we cast out demons in your name? And he will say, depart from me, for you, I never knew you, you workers of lawlessness, as in you didn't listen to the Torah. I don't care what you said you did in my name. I never knew you. And then they had to change that, right? Because that dismantles the whole apostate
Right.
Babylonian church thing, you know.
Well, that lets us know that we have to be submitted to. They say under the law. I think it's more being submitted to the law because it's your will. You have to line your will up with the law, with the Torah, the commandments, Yah's ways of doing things.
Yes. Your intentions are aligned with the Torah.
It's a work, bro. I mean, I'm like maybe 6 months into this, and I'm learning. It's really something that you really have to. It's stages. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
the whole
I
thing. Like
actually.
it's about your intention, man. Like it's about your intention of submission to the law. It's not you're not gonna wake up tomorrow and have the just bam. Now I'm living the Torah. They engineered society for you to do the opposite of almost everything in it, right?
Sorry to interrupt. This just in, GE Platypus says the moon comes from the west to the east. Stay tuned.
Right. You might have been mistaken. And is that in relation to me asking where it is?
Hey, Sonny, go read that again.
And what's
I
up,
know
guys?
reading's hard.
You funny, bro. Read what?
What did I say?
The moon orbits us from west to east.
Correct. What did you just say that I said, though? With your little this just in.
You're saying the moon orbits us from west to east? That means it comes from the west and goes to the east, right?
It orbits us west to east.
You're a
But
numpty,
what direction does it move through the sky?
You're a numpty.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You're a numpty.
Well,
Speaking of
well,
the
you have
moon,
a
did you
you have
guys
a
see
belief
that
that
moon?
it orbits west to east.
Did you guys see that moon the last couple days and the orange sun?
Yeah, well, the orange moon too. Yes. But
Yes, yes.
my question in chat was, it could be early. Actually no, because I come home around the same time, and I'm just wondering, well, where it is. It could be that my sky is cloudy. I don't know. It's nighttime. I don't know how cloudy it is, but I don't see the moon, and I'm like, wait, just yesterday and the day before we were all talking about how it looks, and now it's not there. It can't be like I know sometimes it's with the sun somewhere else in someone's daytime sky, but just yesterday it was right there at this time, and now I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it jumped to the east. I noticed it. I can't see it, but even just looking at time of date, because at this time of night last night, it was at southeast. It was almost directly south, just a little bit east of south. Now it's fully east. It's like at 90 degrees east.
What is it? I don't even. Whatever. Sometimes I get upset.
I'm sorry. Did I? I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, not you. Like the fact that this shit is happening,
Oh,
and
okay.
the Earth is flat, and you got motherfuckers like platypus, like.
I know, man. What? Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't derailing what you were trying to say or misunderstanding. So,
But
trying to be
anyway,
more
sorry for
sensitive.
derailing the conversation that was happening. I was listening and actually.
Yeah,
stay
I know
with
that
it.
was. Yeah, I know it was off the rails from your conversation you guys were having with Sitten and Frank. I apologize. Didn't mean to derail it. So
That's all right.
That's all good. We talked about scriptures for a minute.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good. I like the conversation. It's really pretty amazing. So if someone knew how to use those buildings, like, talk about mad. Yeah, mad. Where's the freaking information? Like,
Now, the Germans came up with a hovercraft that runs on electromagnetic, which you talked about this in your video. How I watched a video on how they attacked Admiral Byrd. And they came out of the water because you said that the aliens are going to come out of the water in one of your videos, and they. I'm not sure if that was a propaganda video that I watched on Admiral Byrd that he suffered a great attack. Have you seen anything on that? On the German technology?
Yeah, I've heard the story that something to do with this diary talks about an attack from UFOs out of the water. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just know a lot of UFO activity is in the water. I know that, and I know people in real life that have seen the activity around the water, and I know that that's the part that's all around us that they're hiding. And I know that they find huge cities and architecture underneath the water that they just hide and don't tell anyone about and ignore. And so for me, as they point to the sky, they're going to reveal something from under the water and further south.
That electromagnetic technology, from what I understand, runs on the frequency of the water. That
very possible.
The star forts, all the water that was around them, because they're all in areas where there's either canals going to them or waterways going to them, or they're on coastal areas where where the lighthouses are. They're primarily old star forts also. So I think this alien invasion has something to do with the electromagnetic technology, and I watched a lot of sci-fi when I was growing up with the hoverboards. And they came and Back to the Future had that hoverboard that he rode around on. I really think there's something with that, with the ether and the electromagnetic technology, that there actually was hovercrafts in the old world.
Well, look into the hovercrafts that they're popping up with now. There was one in Times Square. I'd like to know how that technology works, actually. Like I would like to see.
Magnetic.
Say good.
I said it works on electromagnetic, and it has something to do with the ether, with the pole of the north.
Charge repulsion. Two things of similar charge repel. Is that how it works? Like positive, like if the hoverboard's positive and it's on top of something that's positively charged, it'll just repel and float on top of that. Something like that.
That's possible. Yeah, something like that. But it has something to do with the energy that's coming out of the North Pole.
I will say that all the star forts are built centered and directed towards the North Pole. All of them, like around it. It's very wild. When you look at the architecture of the star forts, they're all built towards the north and around it and close to it. It's really crazy. So.
And I think negatively charged, I make the board negatively charged too, or something like that. What were you saying?
Well, the frequency rides off of the water. The water is what the frequency travels with.
The water is basically just a more dense version of the ether that it's a perceivable version of the way motion would work in the ether. You could utilize the movement.
The water in the ground is positively charged, and using the positively charged hoverboard allows it to repel from the surface.
I don't know the ins and
Yeah,
outs.
positive and positive repel, negative and negative repel, negative and positive draw together, right? On a magnet.
Check.
That's the force of the
Correct.
magnet. Negative and positive contract, and positive repel.
Correct. I have an
So-
interjection.
Mhm.
Okay, so the Earth's magnetic field has variations due to what is in it, such as iron have heavy magnetic field, and so I think that the magnetic field around water typically tends to be stable, which is why they would use hovering, aerial vehicles above the above the oceans. And and one more thing. You guys seen the new Black Widow movie? There is a floating fortress in that, which I don't know if you guys know of Legends of Floating Cities, but that's a big deal. Yeah, check that movie out if y'all haven't. I'm signing off.
Floating cities. Now that right there is the one thing I'm waiting for. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's all I'm waiting for, honestly.
Right? See one flying by the moon or something, a floating city. Yeah.
Maybe they already have it.
They might.
A lot of your animation, they have floating cities in them.
Yep.
A lot of your like space cartoons and animation.
What's that one with Aang? The water, the last Airbender.
Avatar.
Yeah, they got floating cities in there.
Well, even
They
Dragon
got
Ball Z
floating
kind of
cities
does
everywhere.
that. They act like it's a
Yeah,
different
actually,
planet or
Dragon
something.
Ball Z.
Yeah, floating cities.
Doesn't Avatar have that too?
Yep.
So anyway, I have a question because you guys are bringing up water. So check this out. So water. So frequency obviously travels faster through water, right? So tell me this. Now, how do sharks smell blood from a mile away? Is that just a parts per million thing?
Nope.
What's that
Not
about?
my opinion. Electromagnetic frequency.
Yeah, something's going on. They obviously
have
can
some-
feel.
Sharks have a sonar built into them, from what I understand watching Shark Week all
Have a
these
what?
years.
Have a what?
They have a sonar. They call it an actual sonar in them, like like an underwater submarine would have a sonar.
Right, gotcha.
They have that in underneath their gills, right below their brain. There's a pocket.
I know. They can sense vibrations in the water. So from far away, they can sense those frequencies moving through the water. They sense that they're very sensitive to that. Yeah.
Right, but you're talking blood. Like that's
So
100
that
miles.
was the blood. That's what I know. That's why I brought it up.
That's
Well, actually, blood has iron in it. So if your blood is iron rich, they might be able to detect it through the sonar that they have built into their anatomy.
Yeah, I
heard
totally
it's a
don't understand
misconception
that. Sorry.
I'm saying I heard it's a misconception they can actually smell like a drop of blood from a mile away.
I don't. Well, it's not smell because that's typically smell is what we smell through the air, right, with our olfactory senses, right?
So they would probably detect the iron in the blood, and they're used to it, and they know what that detection is, so they would go towards it.
Yeah,
And that's why a lot of them are around oil fields that are out in the water.
Yeah, but
because of the iron structure that is in the water.
That's not explaining how they would sense it from a distance, though.
It would draw them to it.
All I'm saying is I just remember that the mile number is actually a misnomer. Like it's
That is
less
false.
than that.
Yeah, that is false. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
like
it's
I
less
don't
than
know.
that.
It's still pretty far away, like half a mile or less than that even.
If
So
you
that's
spill
my
a lot of
question.
blood, there's going to be a lot of iron in the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
'Cause
So
our
that's
blood
my.
does-
Sorry.
Go ahead. But blood does have iron in it. So if
I
they
know,
detect
I know.
iron and
But
a massive blood flow would detect a large pocket of iron, and they might be drawn to it, aka
Can
the
I?
oil fields that they,
yeah,
the oil structures we have in the middle of the ocean are all made out of iron, and sharks all congregate around that. They could be
yeah,
drawn to the iron.
that doesn't answer the question though. That doesn't answer the question. And I don't
I
know,
have
there may
one
not
thing
be
to
an
add.
answer. Like they can just sense it. That's why I asked. Do you think that that's parts per million? Like they're so sensitive that once one part in so many millions comes by, it goes in, and then they know it's there. Is that a parts per million, or is that, like you said, something else? So yeah, I don't know. I just
I
thought
have
it was,
something to add, and that is life is in the blood, and life has a frequency. You could see a
Yeah,
person when they're
that's
alive, and they're extremely different. The next second they're dead, they're a very different person. The frequency has left them, and so I believe that the blood is alive when it hits the water, and that frequency hits the water. The shark sense that. That's my opinion.
yeah, that would make more sense.
it's a good take on it.
That makes
The
sense.
iron also, I think, is part of that as well. I think the iron and that is part of it as well. So
There's just a lot of things like that in nature. Like, for instance, the birds that migrate thousands of miles away from where they were born, and they go back to the same island. Although,
Oh yeah, well, you can prove birds use magnetics.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that's 100%. 100% birds use magnetics. Yeah.
So then
Well,
also,
sharks do the same thing. Sharks
yeah,
congregate. They migrate in Guadalupe, and they believe that is where one of the hatcheries for the sharks, and they migrate there when they are pregnant. They know instinctively to go there.
yeah. So do the salmon. So do like a bunch of whales, like killer whales that go somewhere also. But all these things, butterflies, birds, like butterflies, the monarchs, they fly thousands of miles.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, they're all intricately designed to react to the frequencies.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys have heard about the birds, right? Like I'll see if I can get a good source on it. It was kind of like mainstream kind of tried to hide it. Really, it's really weird. But like birds, literally they just are basically experiencing a magnetic field in the ether that we don't see, and that's how they navigate.
Right, right. Yeah, amazing. And bees too, like all of that.
We've been totally lied to. It's insane.
Yep. So I could see
Everything is
how.
magnetic. Everything comes from the magnetic pole. What about the black hole sun?
Yeah, Rahu and Ketu. Well, it was talked about in ancient times.
What, the black hole sun?
Yeah, they're called Rahu and Ketu. Yeah, they were talked about in ancient
What
times.
is the black hole sun?
You want to answer that?
Like, where is it? Like, what are we referring to when we're talking about?
That's a rabbit hole, dude.
Yeah, that's a deep one. We don't know, man.
There's like a supposed Masonic video that came out. This dude draws it and draws the black sun like in the center underneath, and they're claiming that it shoots these. It basically shoots different angles up that cause our perception of the sun and the moon and the eclipses relative to its central point, and that the elite know it and basically deify it. So I don't know. I mean, it's just some video, but it's interesting.
But it takes you back to that Soundgarden song, Black Hole Sun.
Is the
They
black
wrote
hole
about,
sun in
and that
relation?
dude got killed too. The singer from Soundgarden.
Damn.
He wrote a song about that.
Go ahead,
He wrote
Elijah.
a song about that, and then he committed suicide 10 years later.
Okay,
No,
go
that's
ahead.
fine. It's funny as hell because it was literally at the same time, so it wasn't like it was me over him or him over. It was hilarious. I waited like 7 seconds, and then soon as I started, that was funny. But Oh, is the black hole sun in relation to? Is it related in any way to the what we call the second sun or the spiritual sun?
I don't think so.
Well, if you're gonna rock with that theory, it would intrinsically be. I don't know. Have you ever seen the video? I'll find it. Supposedly a Mason, he draws it all out, tells you the supposed
Yeah,
size and distances to the
yeah.
sun and the moon on a flat Earth. And supposedly that's why when they made CD-ROMs, they made them with certain measurements, like to show you in plain sight, and then in that circle in the middle below it would be the black sun, and that the sun and the moon that we perceive are effectively reflective results, like that are perceivable, and the eclipses have to do with the angle over the course of the year based on the movement in the sky, and it's a whole ordeal. I don't know, but yeah, whatever we
Send
have
me that
in that
video.
theory, it would have. I will. It's a trip.
Could could
I need
could
to
the black
see
hole
that.
sun be the energy coming out of the North Pole because it is the center of the realm we live in?
Well,
Here's what I
effectively what it says. That's effectively it.
Here's what I think. Because in Enoch it talks about portals that the sun and the
Right,
moon
the
go
portals and the
into.
stars. Yeah.
So these ancients apparently they knew there was some dark things that's like we're almost like literally we're in like a slideshow projector, and there's dark screens that come across and cause eclipses. There's these different objects that are going in front of whatever these images, and that's what I think they are. I think they're just focal points of some kind of light energy that we don't understand even what the source is. But I think there's like slides. It's like a black slide or a dark slide coming in front, and this is time for eclipse. Who knows what the mechanisms are of all of that? It's just amazing. It's crazy to think about.
Can I drop a thought in, piggyback on that? We gotta understand. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta understand etymology of words too, because I'm trying to like I'm not kind of new to the Book of Enoch. You know, I'm trying to study out some of that stuff it says, and there's a lot of good in FE information in there, but we gotta understand like what the terms mean, because usages of words and meanings get obscured over time. So I gotta understand what portal is used as. You know, because
Well,
we
in
could be
Enoch, it
interpreting
looks
that
like
wrong.
it's pretty simple. Like if you had just 6 circles drawn outward from the center as the sun moves in and out, it would be calling them portals. Not so much as we interpret the portal to be like you step into a different dimension. You can literally just draw circles around the Earth from the central point and have that number, and it would work perfectly. It goes bang, bang, bang throughout the year, and just like it says, the beginning of the year would be like the 4th portal, which would be like the center, which is where you have the equal day and night or the vernal equinox. So it seems like that word's typically misapply when it comes to Enoch for sure.
This is my first time on the server, so thanks for having me chat, and I'm looking forward to more good combos, guys.
Speaking of Enoch, did you read that? What's it? Have you studied the Book of Enoch?
Oh yeah.
What are the rainbow demons? The demons that had outfits like rainbows, the angels that had the fallen angels that had outfits. They were arrayed like a rainbow.
Doesn't ring a bell. I don't know.
I was listening to it, and that struck me. I heard that, and it really struck me because the whole demonic thing with the transgender and the rainbow. We think they're mocking Noah's rainbow, but I think they're calling upon a demonic power of these entities that had armor that was the colors of the rainbow.
That's interesting. I don't know. I have to look into it. I don't remember that. I mean, I came across the Book of Enoch right after Flat Earth, like a year after. Yeah, I mean,
my bad.
I've read it a few times, but I don't know.
I have a PDF file I can send to you. I'm pretty sure I have it still. If you want me,
I have a physical copy like sitting right over there.
Oh, do you really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
all. Yeah. I think the physical copy thing is the way to go. If they do start to shut down the internet and they do start to censor some of the biblical things that we're getting into, I think the physical copies might be the way to go.
Yeah, there's something that actually insinuates to the point it'll get to where the believers will effectively have the scriptures like written on their heart, as in like they'll actually know them. They'll be able, say in a scenario that you can't find the physical copies or get the info compiled or the books they've taken out or anything like that. That just to, I guess, let's say theoretically, imagine that in the end, the believers with the seal of Yah would actually have all that info like at their disposal
Download it
immediately.
to them.
Yes, yes.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's cool.
And then you go down that rabbit hole. There's a lot. There's scriptures that insinuate it, books that have been removed that insinuate it, and you can look at stuff like the Book of Eli, right? Like he had it memorized in the Book of Eli. If you ever saw that movie, the whole time he actually had it memorized. He was
Yes,
blind.
yeah. He had the copy, plus he had it memorized. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, like he was actually blind the whole time.
That's
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
pretty
That
good
was.
movie. Yeah, pretty good movie.
I don't know. Enoch's a lot, man. Enoch's a lot, but I will say I think the creator showed me Enoch. So like that's why when people would spiral about it, I don't really care. It's like I don't know everything about it. It's a crazy thing, you know. It's a paradigm busting book, but
It is.
yeah, it's a lot to go through, but it's very interesting. It's just like anything to do with the scriptures. If you're an honest truther and you don't just put it off and ignore it, then you're like, oh my gosh, this is where it all is. This is what it's all about. This is what's being hidden. So I don't know that that Enoch's supposed to come in the end to reveal the knowledge. It clearly did. It's doing that, and we don't even fully understand it yet. And it's been in the truther community for very prominently for at least 5 years. It's still not fully understood.
Have you read the book of Adam and Eve 1 and 2?
Yeah, I've looked into them. I think I've listened to them.
Yeah, I've listened to them too. It's funny how every time they prayed to Yah, he sent his word. He sent Yeshua to them to explain everything that the devil was doing to them, or the whatever you want to call it, whoever was persecuting him. I thought that I as soon as I heard that, I was like, he sent Yeshua, his word, to them to counsel them. That book has been such a blessing. Took me a week.
It's a trip.
It took me a week to actually listen to both, and I'm seriously thinking about revisiting them.
There's a few things in them that I don't. There's a few things in them I don't agree with. I can't remember. I might would have it.
There is some grabbled terminology in it because they use the Sunday as the Sabbath. The translators kind of grabbled some of it because there is a couple like things that really did stand out to me also.
Yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole. Like there are 66 books. So they've taken books out. To how to determine. I think you have to pray. You have to pray about it, man. And like, I think that even some of the ones that have resurfaced are even grabbled in translation, and you need the Spirit to like help show you through it. Just like whenever I got back right with Yah, it was through NIV Bible, and I know it's like one of the worst translations. So I think the biggest component is the Spirit, right? Like I saw a thing today that talks about it, but there are numerous verses throughout the canon that talks about other books that are in it, right? So it's very obvious that they were removed, and to get to the bottom of it, I don't know. I honestly, it's hard. There's disagreements about the Enoch translations and everything, right? Like it's a whole ordeal. I think the answer is the Spirit. Like if you don't pray and have the Spirit of truth, that leads you to discernment and wisdom to understand it, then you're kind of going to run around with information overload and mistranslation, confusion. It's a lot. It's like a lot. It's I don't know. It's not so satisfying take, but that's my opinion. Like you're not just going to find them all and they're going to be exactly right.
Well, you know, when Paul asked for the parchments and the letters to when he went in Acts, when he was asking, I think Timothy or Titus, to make sure you bring all the parchments with him. I think they were the other books like Enoch and some of the Maccabee, maybe Jasher, the stories of Abraham and his whole journey, his whole life. I'm in the process of reading that too.
Yeah, I think Jasher is one of the books that are actually mentioned in the scriptures, and Enoch is quoted verbatim in Jude.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Dude, yes.
It's a one-page letter that's the next to last book in the canon, and it says, "As Enoch prophesies," verbatim.
I think Peter brings it up too in his epistles.
Yes. And then I think it's Second Chronicles talks about to hear more in depth about what else happened with Solomon. It names like 3 other books that aren't in the canon. Jasher's mentioned like 3 or 4 times. So it's just very interesting. It's the most attacked thing in the world. I don't know. I know a lot of people are like, "Damn, you've been talking about the scripture for a long time. We try not to do it too long in here. So if anybody else wants to change the subject, there's someone new." But I will just say in conclusion, right? Like it's a bit frustrating when I see people that claim to be truthers, but they don't apply that same scrutiny to this conversation. They check out, they go Glober on me, and they have a predisposition. And so, like a Glober has a predisposition, the Earth's a ball. So when you bring them information, they don't have to look into it. They already know the Earth's a ball. That's the way that flat earthers or even some truthers are when it comes to this conversation. They don't just remove all bias and look into it. So it's kind of wild, but you will find out it is definitely the most attacked thing that exists, and it's the hardest to get down to because it's so attacked. And the more you look into it, the more it verifies itself. So I think that there's a lot of powerful truth in there that would help us kind of win this bad battle that we think we're fighting in theory, which is to basically unify as people against the system. And it's kind of crazy that it gets done on the back burner because people are so woke that they're gods. But whatever, there's my take.
The flat earth, the way you explain it, it truly does break the spell that has been cast over this world, over this realm. The way you break it down with the figures and everything, and the mission that you're on is truly divine, because it flat earth, when you accept it and you start to research it, it's really what exposes all the other lies and hypocrisies we've been told as children.
So perfectly put. Yeah.
I mean, and like a friend of mine, he will not receive flat earth and he will not give up his churchianity. I mean, he sees I'm in a band. Me and my drummer are, we watch your channel, we're following, we're in discords, we're following the Torah. He will not, the guitar player will not let go of his churchianity. And he will not look into flat earth. We sent him videos. We've had discussions with him. He won't get in the conversation. This is a conversation. And if you won't get into it, you're just going to stay in your little place of security. But this conversation is the conversation that breaks spells, that really wakes people up. It's the red pill of all red pills. This whole conversation of Torah, flat earth, to talk everything, all of it, it really exposes the lies that we've been told.
Yeah, like I had quite a few different avenues I could go to be like real worldly successful, and but like I prayed and fasted, and I'll just say this: this conversation about the earth is very dear to the Creator, like 100%. It means a lot to him, and he has kind of caused it to get catapulted to the front, and this is a bit of a divide between those who actually want to know the truth and who don't. And so like I prayed and fasted about it. So it is a big deal. It's definitely a big deal. So that's why I have people. Nope, there are people that are always not gonna like you don't talk about the scripture enough. You talk about the scripture too much. Well, it's like this is where I like he's leading me. I think everyone should seek out what he wants them to do too. But this is a really big deal. But it's just to open the door to the lies. It's to remove the veil, if you will. It's like the first step. If you just set up camp on flat Earth, then you're not going to get there. Like it's just to remove the veil, and it starts to show you what's
Yeah.
really going on.
This is where the scripture, when Yeshua said, "Mother, father, brother, sister, they will come to hate you." We are in that conversation where I've never seen anyone get triggered from something that I've said. And we were at a concert, and it was pouring down raining, and I said, "Attention, everyone. This is what we have to do. We have to endure until the end. We have to stay like you're staying here for this show, even though it's pouring down raining. You're staying here for this worship service, and this is what we have to do until the end." And a woman yelled out, "We're sealed. We're sealed." I never had that reaction when I've ever spoken out, about the scriptures. And this is the fulfillment of what Yeshua said, "You will be persecuted for this."
Yeah, like even within this community. So it just is what it is. Like just rejoice when they revile you for His name's sake, for they did that to all the
Yeah.
prophets before you. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved it. It was great. I just kind of ignored her and kept going with the message that Yah had put in my heart, that we got to endure till the end. This is there's no rapture coming. We just have to hold the course, follow the Torah, and just stay submitted to the law, to His ways.
Yeah, but everyone just hears that, and they think they know everything. So they think they know the best way to live. They have things they want to do, and so they're like, I don't list. I'm not. No, I don't want a list of rules, right? But that it's just really the peak of ignorance. It's completely void of wisdom, because if you even actually understood the instructions, which is the proper translation of the law, the Torah, its instructions, then you would know it's nothing like that, right? But I don't know. It's just a very telling thing. It's a great divide. It's like the people that hold on to their churchianity won't listen to you about flat Earth. The people that woke up to flat Earth, they aren't going to be a part of churchianity, and if they are, not for long. There aren't many. There are very spiritually inclined people that are sold out to Yah, to the Father. Witness to people about the Messiah, but they're anti-religious because they found out about the Earth. So it's like a package deal. It's the great divide, and some people are insane as it is, they're actually watching the veil be removed, and then they're still closing their eyes. But
Yeah,
we're told
they
that
are.
happens. Like even in the millennial reign, like people rebel in the presence of the Messiah. So
Yeah.
it's just what it is. You can't wrap your mind around it all, but you got to let the chips fall where they may.
Well, the whole thing of it is when you get this revelation, it's like you feel like you have to relearn everything over. But actually, the scriptures start to make so much more sense to you. I mean, when it says if you're under the law, you'll be judged by. I'll tell you what, I'd rather be judged by the law than be judged by Yah for sinning against Him. Knowingly or unknown. You know what I mean? Living by this supernatural grace. I mean, we do have grace, but we have to submit to His instructions. And they just don't. What it is people just don't want to submit. They don't want to give up their free will. They think they are. And churchianity has made it a nice, neat package to where you can still have your own will and feel like you're serving Yah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a lot of people, even that found out about the Earth, they have no desire to do that, even in theory, to serve Yah. Like they think they're gods, and they think that they have their own moral guideline that they created. It's just pride. For me, the people that come to the realization of the Earth, like I have more hope for them because they do have love for the truth, right? Like to even accept. You have to humble yourself to come to the realization of the Earth. So I have more hope for them, honestly, than the people buried down in modern churchianity, because at least they have some love. But it's still really frustrating. I don't know. It's really frustrating. A lot of truthers, they just check out at the biggest truth. There is no more important thing. and everything starts to make sense, and now you understand what the whole why do people lie, why does all this going on, what's up with these weird rituals, why this, why that, why they do it like that, why are they obsessed with this and this person and this entity and this religious belief and this Gnostic text, and you start to all of a sudden it all makes sense. And so it's really baffling to watch, but it's just like I said, you have to let the chips fall where they may. So, some of the truthers, quote unquote, won't even, they can't let go of their pride. It is what it is. It's just a crazy time to be alive. But at the same time, when else would you want to be alive? For me, and I guess everyone's different. Like, I think it's kind of endearing in a way to be alive right now. You have to be strong, you have a lot of responsibility, and be willing to turn down a lot of worldly things and stand tall in the face of ultimate ostracism. But you get to witness the unfolding of the climax. So it's like, for me, I consider it a blessing.
Yeah. It's funny. The kid that led me to Flat Earth, and I told you, I was like, well, what does it even matter? I mean, if it's flat or globe. But then I researched it and I found out it was flat, and I received it. And he had so much other knowledge too. He didn't have the Torah, but he slipped back into addiction. And from what I understand, he's still in addiction. And it's such a shame, man. He just wouldn't let go of that pride, that free will. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, flat Earth is a beautiful thing. It's freeing. It gives you a lot of your power back. It makes you realize the true nature of where you are. But again, if that's your identity, I don't know. I mean, like, it's supposed to just now you have a better understanding, a foundation of understanding, so you can get closer to the Creator. I think if you don't do that, that's where you get into willful ignorance, and that's what globe earthers are. Globe earthers are typically willfully ignorant, and that even plagues the truth community when it comes to this part of it, right? So that's the dangerous part. Willful ignorance is the death of truth.
It's just dying to yourself. I mean, it just comes down to, you're better off submitting to his way than doing it your way, because he'll always show you the path to blessing, the path to fruitfulness. You know what I mean? But if you have your own will about it, you do it your own way, and you don't want to submit to his word and his instructions, he's going to leave you off on your own.
Yeah, then you're not. Then when you fall, you're gonna want to blame the Creator. That's the only time you want to bring him back in the picture, when something happens, and it's actually a byproduct of your own pride. Oh well.
Hey, did you notice that Sonny sounds like Vader Bear?
A little bit.
Yeah, I actually thought Vader was in the chat when he was talking. I looked for his name. It was Sonny talking. I thought that was funny.
Homie, I see him in you.
Yeah, I'm in another chat. It's Flat Earth Eschatological with Vader. They're actually having a special guest on Saturday, and they're going to be talking about Atlantis and Flat Earth. They asked me to join the Discord, so I'm probably going to do that. And am I right? I go to a Messianic church, right? I have a rabbi, because I want to, since I found the Torah and I've been listening to you and Flatjack and Kingdom in Context, Sean. I have a temple where I used to go. It's congregation. It's Messianic, but they honor all the high holidays, and they teach about the high holidays. I'm there for that reason, just to learn the holidays, how to observe them, the significance of them. And he does a YouTube channel following the footsteps of Yeshua. He's bringing on a Jewish expert on the Ezekiel Temple, August 7th.
Yeah, the Moadim.
The Moedim coming up. It's right after. Well, these next 7 Shabbats are leading up to the Day of Atonement.
Right,
And
like
then
Moadim is just appointments. It's like
it's a
people call
30-day
feasts and
It's a 30-day,
holidays.
right?
Well, Moadim just means appointments. It's like all the appointments, right? It's a
Oh,
overarching.
okay.
Yeah, people call them feast days, and it's not terrible to call them that. But there's actually one day you're basically not even supposed to eat, but just Moadim is the more accurate. They're appointments. They're appointed times the Creator literally meets up with you. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yes,
such a
that's what it is.
powerful thing that's been removed from people, man. It's a
Yeah,
crazy,
yeah.
crazy thing.
It's like Boaz when Ruth met Boaz out in the field. He was the king, and she met him out in that's and he was her redeemer. He was her kinsman redeemer. So we meet our kinsman redeemer on these times of Moab. Is that how you say it, Moab?
Oh well, yeah,
Moedim.
Moadim, yeah.
Yeah. That is so powerful. It's actually a 30-day period that you have right. You have to get right with the Creator, and then He gives you an extra 10 days up to Rosh Hashanah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, just like just pull all bias of scriptures, religion, anything like that out. Just in theory, for anyone here that has come to the realization of the earth, they know there's a creator, the earth's geocentric, it had to be created. Say that the creator of all things says, "Hey, come over here and do this on this day, and I'm gonna go meet you there. I'm gonna be in your presence and meet you there, and set my time aside to meet you there." Like that's a crazy thing. Like yeah, platypus, we get it. You're an atheist. You're an atheist nihilist, So like, of course you don't find interest in this. Once we get into a creator, I lose interest. Like, that's sad, bro. I hope that you come to the realization that's ridiculous, and hopefully you're not genetically modified.
Right. Well, yeah. From what he said, these next 7 Shabbats are very important. They're leading up to the time when we will. I think they lead up to Sukkot or the Day of Atonement. With Yom Kippur, is that Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah?
I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't even hear what did you say before that?
These next 7 Shabbats, starting this Saturday that just passed. The next 6 are leading up to the beginning of, I guess, the Jewish Medium, where they have their fasting and their praying starts, and then they take that time to get right with their Creator.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What you're talking about would be leading up to Yom Kippur, yeah, but it gets real interesting when you get into the Jewish bit of it. I don't know. They know they're right about a lot and they're wrong about a lot. They twist a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just there trying to learn the feast and just getting away from the pagan holidays and just getting into the 7 feasts and the appointed times where we meet our Creator.
Yeah. Well, this is why I
Fasting.
think that this is one of the main things I think they removed from us because they removed how we understand the sky. So they told the world that you're a tiny speck of dust and like you're on a ball that's in that stuff that's in the sky. Like you're a ball in the lights in the sky. Like it's super dumb. So people don't understand that it's a clock and they don't know how to read it. They don't know what it is. And so you're supposed to be able to just walk out. You could have no phone, no laptop, no Discord, nothing. And based on just the clock, the sky clock, you would know when these appointments are. You would know when to grow food. You would know when life begins. You would know everything. But they removed our understanding of the clock, right? So people running around using like this Gregorian quantification, assuming there's in a heliocentric model, and so that's one of the biggest parts of the lie, in my opinion. Of course, just hiding the creator in general, but really, even if you're logical, the heliocentric model doesn't hide the creator because it's still impossible without a creator, But they give them the idea that it is, but I think the big trick is people don't know how to interpret the clock anymore. So they don't realize that the zodiac signs are just a story about Yeshua. You're literally just looking at a story in the stars as if they were written, as if a story was written in the sky, and people don't even know that. Even flat earthers, half the flat earthers don't even know that, and that's a big trick, right? Like all these zodiac signs, it's just like a book, it's like a novel that was written above you by the timeline of events regarding Yeshua, and it tells you when you can meet the creator. And so say that stuff pops off in this, let's just say, apocalyptic world, like time of things being revealed, and you don't know how to read the clock, it's going to be a problem. That's
So
mine.
intellectual people here that believe in something, a story written 2,000 years ago by Jews, and you guys really believe this for real.
Yeah, well, for one, the Torah was written much longer than 2,000 years ago, dude.
So what? What does that have to do with you in today life?
Well, it would just be ideal if you actually know what you're talking about. I mean,
Well, you've been sold a bag of goods by some Jews, and they're controlling the United States by people like you in the Bible Belt.
the Jews say that that Yeshua wasn't the Messiah and that the whole New Testament's wrong. So, what do you? The Jews are controlling the people that
This
believe
should
in
be in
Yeshua.
biblical. We shouldn't even be talking about this.
Jews are controlling America through people like you, Witsit, that have convinced you that they're the superior race, and you're doing their bidding around the world. Yes, Witsit.
That's probably why I expose them regularly, because I'm doing their bidding. You really thought this one out?
I thought this out way, way long ago. I used to be an
Let's just
altar
go
boy.
to flat Earth. Let's just go to flat Earth. Nobody wants to hear this at all.
Like, I wasn't sure if I
If they
should
did,
come on
people
or
would be
not,
in
but
Bible. People would be in
this
Bible study.
really
Nobody wants
pisses
to
me
hear
off
this.
to hear intelligent people talk about this bullshit.
Just talk about flat Earth. We should just talk about flat Earth. That's it. That's why we're in this live stream. If people want to talk about Bible, then they go to Bible study.
Sorry.
So,
Well, someone wants to talk about biblical stuff, I'll meet you in biblical.
No, truthers just get triggered. They're baby truthers. They're a bunch of blue-pilled baby truthers.
No, you think you're smart, Witsit. You think you know everything. Let me tell you, my friend, when it comes to religion, you're 100% wrong. Write that down.
he's not even talking about religion, bro.
Well, he was. You guys were preaching this and that and
you
Montreal,
me.
you believe the earth is flat. You're the flat earth thing.
You're the only one talking about religion, bro.
Let's just go back to flat Earth. Let's just go to flat Earth. Any measurement of curvature?
People want to feel so dumb when this all unfolds, dude, and they ignored it the whole time.
Don't think you're so smart, Witsit. You're just a young kid who thinks he knows everything.
Okay,
so
chill out, man.
Don't
Chill
be
out.
arrogant. You don't know shit about religion. You're still growing up.
Calm down. Maybe you
Show
can teach
some
me
humility,
sometime.
dude.
We're
I
gonna
don't know
move
why-
on.
Yeah, why are you getting so triggered anyway? And never mind. Sorry, shouldn't ask.
Talk
So
about
what is your faith? Montreal, what is your faith?
Earth.
I was born a Christian. I was an altar boy.
No, we're not talking
And
about
I seen all the bullshit that the church
And now
does.
he's the internet expert. Yeah.
Frank, don't ask him any more questions or go down to biblical, both of you.
Why are you so emotionally attached to an opinion of me? It's weird, bro. Like we can just move on. We get it.
He hates Bible believers. He gets triggered easy.
Well, we shouldn't even be talking about it in the live stream in his defense.
Well, yeah. We should just sit here in silence, like it was when I came in here.
I think I would rather hear that, honestly, than fighting over this.
It's not fighting. It's iron. It's iron sharpening iron. It's exposing his inability to let go of his churchianity or whatever faith
he's not submitting to the creator.
Yeah,
and
but we're not going to circle back around to it. We're
We're
just
just gonna
gonna
move
like
on.
move. We're gonna just move along. Everybody, nothing to see here.
I scared? Which religion is
Oh,
true?
Hey, bro.
dude, just stop, dude.
Yeah, just shut up, dude. Yeah, you shut up, you idiot.
Okay, so I think that yeah.
Now, Montreal, he was telling me to shut up, not you.
I was just saying stop. I didn't even say shut up.
If you don't agree with somebody, you just disengage. That's all you do. Just disengage.
I don't like people that make presuppositions of what other people are doing. Like telling somebody they know everything. Like that's a pretty big fucking claim, man. Like I can't see anybody doing presupposing what somebody's motives are. Once again, that's the height of ignorance. It cannot be known. So stop trying to say somebody's doing something or thinking something or whatever the hell that you have no freaking proof of. You're only displaying your own bias and you're getting triggered about something that has nothing to do with anybody else.
It's their own unwillingness to let go. That's what it comes down to. He
No,
just
we don't
doesn't want
know.
to let go.
We don't know what it is. Once again, Frank, don't presuppose whatever it is. He's being triggered by it. The rest of it's
Right.
none of my business, and it's only up for speculation. I don't care to speculate. That's his business. But it becomes obvious when somebody's making blanket statements on somebody, and it's just using ad hominem to to say something about somebody else, making a judgment on somebody. That shows more about the person making that judgment than it does about the person they think they're judging.
Well, look, I'm 55. What's it? What, you're 24, 28, Austin?
29.
You're 29. And I've received a ton from you. You know what I mean? Age should not have anything to do with anything. Wisdom is wisdom, and we're all called to seek wisdom. I don't care what brook the wisdom's coming from. If it's from Yah, I'm going to receive it. I don't care if it's from a little kid, from a 10-year-old child. If a 10-year-old child gives me wisdom, I'm going to receive it, especially if it makes sense to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can just move on. Like I tried to move on a few times, honestly, because we do try to limit like the scriptural. Yeah, like I just will never not answer the question. So that's my issue, right? Like it's the most important thing ever. So we can just all agree to move on. I guess it's the best route.
So what's the
I'm sure
next
someone's
topic?
got some really fascinating things they want to talk about as opposed to this.
Can you tell us the curvature of the Earth? That was great when she said that.
No, that's actually pretty cool. When Wits is
That was
going
great when she said that, though.
when he's going up against like 5 different people that are all ad hominem him at the same time and straw manning him, he always does have a response. I think Wits is just built different, and it's a very good
armed,
thing.
huh?
But like I said, he's always going to have a response no matter what. And even in situations where a lot of people wouldn't have a response for 1v10, Wits it will. So I see that definitely.
He's fully equipped. He is a good workman unto Yah.
Yeah, he's definitely got one man army on.
Everybody dogpile on to Witsit.
What are you talking about? Wits is a gamma.
Shit. That's funny.
Jump on that scrawny secret king. That's funny. Hey, show him you're not scrawny, you're brawny, the quicker picker up, or what's up? Tell him, Austin. Don't make me and I won't.
Hey, Mike.
Tell him like I tell him. Don't make me and I won't. Hey, Mike, what?
What up, bro?
What up? Shout out to Austin. He takes shit from both sides. That's my boy.
B. Come on, guys. Someone's got something to
Who's
say.
C Montreal? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mute you, bro? I don't think I just got here. C Montreal.
No,
I
I
didn't mute
muted
you.
him. I muted him
He's
because he was all in
probably
his
still
feelings.
spiraling, being muted. That's great.
He was all in his feelings. Like, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing.
Nah, I actually
And
like.
I get why I don't even think the conversation shouldn't have been had in here. So he can
but
disagree, but he got all emotional.
well, he said, Banamod, is this how you handle people? You mute them. So let me cover that. Yes, I either ridicule them or I mute them. You're probably lucky somebody just muted you because I might have attacked you. We all know how it is when I get triggered. It's fuck the whole lobby, right?
You definitely would have. You definitely would have attacked him. I wished you would have been in here.
See, and she was even nice enough to unmute you. But she's right. Personality clashes and personal emotions, there's no room for that.
Well, like disagreeing is how you figure things out, right? I don't. If you have some like personal emotional connection, like I don't know, like I just think emotion's the death of logic, man.
Yes.
It's not a person. I told you something about facts and you guys couldn't handle it.
All right, bro. Cool. Agree to disagree.
Do you not agree that the Jewish lobby
We're
is
not even
controlling?
talking about this. You got that
Oh
part?
my God! Excuse me. I'll shut up
Yeah.
then. Tell me when I can talk.
You can talk, but we're not talking about that.
Well, since when are opinions about religions fucking or ethnicities? When is that back?
Can I talk to C Montreal for a
I'll
second?
cover that.
No. Go in the
I'll
no.
cover it.
No.
Why don't you two go down to biblical? Why don't y'all just go down to biblical?
Go down to biblical. Like we don't want to hear it anymore.
Talk all night long.
I don't want to hear
That
it.
was going to be my next question. Because
So hold on. Whit said
I'm
the other
pretty
guy
sure
we're talking
that-
about religion for
oh
half
my
an hour.
God.
I came
Shut
in
up, dude.
and asked a question, and
I was going to cover this. You're muted again. The Jew question is not available to be talked about in my live stream. Thank you.
understood. Now that's clear.
Yeah, let's just move on, man. Like, this is the thing, okay? I know there are some people here, they think they know all the rules, but the reason that that's a rule is because when it gets to the point where there's no longer cordial conversation, then it stops, right? So we've all agreed all the way
Well,
up.
the JQ, yeah, that gets servers taken down. But yeah, opinions, religion, beliefs, doctrinal beliefs, that shit just ends up to be a debate. Now listen, this debate has been going on for 3,000 years. You're not going to win it here repeating what your latter opponent said. All you're gonna do is repeat the same argument that's been repeated for 3,000 years. It's boring.
Right. So like kind of the unspoken rule is that like there will be moments where the conversations will lead into deeper conversations outside of the earth, but we try to rein them in and make sure that they don't become polarizing or like contentious, and we limit them. I let it go too
Here's
long.
the issue, Austin. A lot of us are spiritual. A lot of us have spiritual beliefs about God and the Creator, but we're not religious. We don't follow religious rituals. We don't adhere to doctrines or the beliefs of other men. Some of us here, even our faith isn't up for you to debate. That's how solid it is. Doesn't matter what your opinion is. It doesn't affect my faith.
I respect all religions. I respect everybody.
All right, cool. Then there you go. We're good. Let's just move on.
Yeah, we just don't like doctrinal debates, man. It's the same crap repeated over and over again, and people get butthurt over it. That's the simple of it.
All right, that's the actual rule. That's just to clarify here. Like the actual rule is people are going to get in like really heated religious doctrinal debates. It's not that they're never talked about the creator ever in this live stream. That's not what the rule is. But yeah, I agree.
Right.
It went too little
That's
too
the
long.
thing. People bring God and the creator into the flat earth subject. Hey, they go together, in my opinion. But religion and doctrine do not.
We have a new person.
It's dogma.
Unhalt. What are
Rock on. Keep it on
some-
point. I'll mute.
Hi there. I'm new to this like whole like flat Earth thing. Could I like get a rundown of what it is?
What brings you here?
I want to know about the flat Earth.
What prompted your inquiry?
Some guys sent me a disc like a link to this Discord, and I'd like to like pique the interest and maybe like see where it goes.
Mhm. What do you think the shape of the Earth is currently?
I think it is round.
Spinning ball.
Like it's like spherical. Probably
Mhm.
like in line with the orbit of the sun. Two, three other planets like in front of it. No, wait, we're the third rock, I think. Yeah, let me back that up. Something like that. You know what I mean? But like, what's the like whole like what's it like?
Oh man, you can physically measure the Earth. It's not curving anywhere. So if it's a sphere, it has to curve, but it doesn't.
So you like, but I like okay. So what you're saying? Like, where does the world end then?
Okay, there's something called a 60th south latitude. It's a circle effectively drawn around you, and it's the Antarctic Treaty. It's legal to go there. We don't make claims about the end. We're not even allowed to go there. No, you can't fall off of it. You can't fall off of a lake. You can't fall off of a
I
pond.
know. Hey, bro. He didn't even rebuttal your assertion that no curvature can be measured. He walked past it to ask another question.
Yeah, no. Well, that's what they do. It's
Push him back into the corner. Keep him on the road.
So tell me
do you
like
agree
what?
that if the Earth's a sphere, that
No,
it
no,
has
no,
the
no, no,
surface
no.
has to curve? You agree if it's a sphere, the surface has to curve?
Well, obviously.
Okay,
Just
so
geometry.
don't you agree that that's the best way to test out whether or not it's a sphere, is to see if the surface is in fact curving like it's supposed to be?
Well, then when we have done that, when the Russians launched the Sputnik into the atmosphere to like revolve around it.
They didn't release anything into the air to revolve around it, and that wouldn't measure the surface of the Earth. We're talking about
Well,
physically measuring the surface to see if it's curving.
You can revolve around a box.
well, I mean, then I guess like then they have satellites for that now, especially. I mean,
No.
no, unless that's hearsay here.
No. Well, it's unverifiable. I don't
What
have
do you
to
mean?
label it anything else. Well, verified data comes from space.
What do you?
I got a
On a
question.
satellite. Verify that. No, we're on the topic, please. Thank you. Don't be
Are
unruly or uncouth.
are satellites rotating in the trajectory of the sun and the moon?
No, they would be within the like Earth's gravity, like orbiting around it, like you know. No, like the ISS is too. You know what I mean? It usually goes in like a certain pattern. They say.
Can you verify that's up there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you
How
could just
so?
go to you can go to NASA.gov.
Is that a verification? No, I think you don't understand the colloquial definition of verification.
Well, I mean, it's a government source.
Verify.
NASA.gov/ISS.
Verification has nothing to do with authority. Nothing at all.
Do you trust the government?
I mean,
You ain't
kind
even
of,
gonna
but
ask
kind of
that
not
question.
at all. I mean, it depends on what I can speak on behalf. Like, you know what I mean? I can't really speak on behalf of if I trust the
Oh,
government. You know what I mean?
NASA's the one exception of the government that doesn't lie. He's saying we need something that we can verify, not just believing in
Well,
stories from
I
the
mean,
government.
we only see 5% of what comes from the ISS.
Hey,
Dude.
check this out. Check this out. Did you know that the ISS story is impossible if the radius value is wrong? So we need to figure out if the radius is right. Like, we don't need to point at the sky and come up with stories and say satellites measure the curve. No, they don't. They don't even claim to. That's ridiculous. So what we need to do is physically measure the surface and see if it's curving. Because if it isn't curving at a certain rate, then the radius value can't be true, which means you can't send things to space. You can't have orbits. They're based on the radius. We're trying to see if the Earth's what they said, a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's how you test it.
by physically measuring the surface of the Earth. So if you really want to know the truth of the conversation, then you would focus on that. You wouldn't keep diverting away from it. You would talk about how can we physically measure it.
Then how do we physically measure it?
Well, that's a good question
Physically.
because, yeah, like every physical measurement shows the Earth is flat. We use plane survey data. That's how we have maps. That's how we know distances. We use
I mean,
lasers. We have long distance observations.
but
Impossible.
but I mean, like you got to think about it. Like longitude and latitude are two different things, right?
Longitude and latitude are
You're not
based
just
on
gonna
the.
go
Do you
from
know
you're not just
longitude and
gonna go from
latitude?
a plane and then just like
It
think
all
and then
breaks
see a
down
few
to
ridges.
verification and validation through verification.
Do you even know how longitude and latitude was come up with? Do you know where they came from?
Chartographers who probably like were out at sea.
They looked at the They looked at the stars. That's where longitude and latitude comes from. The stars.
Okay, then explain the stars for me then.
The stars move over top of the Earth, and they've done the same thing for all recorded history, moving around Polaris, the North Pole star. So that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth curving. They navigated using the stars, assuming a flat Earth. So we need to figure out if the surface is curving. Again, like longitude and latitude are arbitrary lines. They're lines that we drew that don't actually exist based on the stars and where they are over top of the Earth. So is the surface of the Earth curving is what the whole conversation boils down to.
I would have never thought, dude. My mind's kind of blown right now. Please talk. Keep talking, dude.
Yeah. So can you tell us what the official, that would be the official one that's, given by the government you talked about, the official Earth curvature measurement standard? They would have had to have a standard of measurement in order to get anything into orbit. Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, yeah, obviously. I mean, they would have had to like. There's,
Right.
you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If gravity fucking kept,
Yeah,
what
we're
I
not
mean,
to gravity yet.
kept on
No,
the
we're
ground. You know what I mean?
we're talking about the surface of Earth. So there has not been any physical measurement of Earth's curvature at any time in all of human history from any source. And I would add to that, go yourself and try to find anybody out there on Earth today with all the current technology that uses globe Earth in anything they do, if they're doing real things such as flying aircraft or any other physical mechanical device or whatever you want to call it. Any single one in any different category or endeavor that's using globe Earth in their technology.
I mean, I'm just like, how skeptical are you?
We measure the surface of the Earth, dude.
I
Dude,
asked you a
listen.
question. If anybody's
Yeah.
using any technology in that technology on Earth, are they using globe Earth?
Oh yes, you said.
Can you find anything from any
technology? Like,
no, I'm asking you, can you go find us either a measurement of Earth's curvature or even a claim from any source that they're using globe Earth for their technology?
Oh, dude, I mean, there is.
Okay, provide that information, please, of the official Earth curvature measurement.
The official Earth curvature measurement, there isn't some like one world government I can just source.
Somebody would have done it. You
Of,
said it. You said it yourself. You
shit,
said
the U.S.
somebody would have
government.
done
I
it.
mean, dude, there's
You're the
probably
one
a
that said
satellite out there
somebody
by
done
some
it.
private corporation that probably has taken the curvature of the Earth.
Probably
How do you think
not.
they made
That's
Google
why you
Maps?
don't listen. If this was true, it wouldn't be that hard for you to Google it and bring that citation he asked for.
Yeah, don't you think there's a reason he's asking you? Bro, let me try to help you. I think this guy's
not
probably
backed by
good-hearted.
proof can be thrown out without proof.
This guy seems like
Just
he's kind of being honest, So like,
I know,
yeah, but
I
you
just want him to know.
Think about it from his perspective. He's asking you for the physical measurement. You must know he knows it doesn't exist, right? Like, we're not asking for no reason. You would think that it exists, right? If you're new to this conversation, you'd be like, yeah, of course it exists. NASA
Yeah,
claims they go to
we
space.
understand that.
Right, but like it actually doesn't. It literally doesn't. That's the point. And when you
No
go out and measure it
physical
yourself, it's
measurements
flat.
ever been done. And,
Yep.
and globe earthers didn't start doing laser surveys until flat earthers did.
But I'm just saying, man. Like, you know, like they put fucking satellites into space.
No, they
And then
don't.
what is space
Well,
even? Then, like,
yeah, but you can't validate that statement through verification, and you just need to understand that.
We don't have to know. Okay, outer space, as in a vacuum, is fake. We don't have to know exactly what's up there. We know that it's there, right? Well, we just know what it's not. It's definitely not a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. It literally can't be. It's impossible. It's not sitting next to a pressurized system. It's impossible. The second law of thermodynamics debunks it. The pressure would fill the vacuum, instantaneously seeking equilibrium. They might shoot stuff up in the sky. I've witnessed it and documented it. It's always the flat earthers that go out and document everything, right? And all you see is, say, a rocket that goes up and comes down over the water. Sometimes you see things floating in the sky, not really very often. We've seen balloons crash out of the sky with satellites tied to them. NASA admits they have satelloons. They're the #1 purchaser of helium in the world. 90% of the world's helium is purchased by NASA. We have high altitude balloons. There's no satellite in the vacuum of space. It's just 100% not possible, nor is it verifiable, nor is there any evidence for it. Right. So that's the thing. And also, you need to know that their main story is that satellites are what's called geostationary, which means that they supposedly move perfectly in tangent with the Earth, that they're effectively not changing their location. Right. So, or they're just over top of a stationary Earth, and they could be high altitude balloons. And that's all there is to it. Right. So that doesn't actually have anything to do with the surface, bro. That's how you find out if they lied. You go out and you measure the surface and see if it's curving. It has to curve at a certain rate. It has to block your view at a certain rate. It has to curve. It literally is that simple.
So Whitsett, you're saying whatever goes up must come down unless a balloon is holding it up.
That's correct. But there's all kinds of technology. I mean, there are
Then how do you explain the Voyager being like the fucking like heliosphere or whatever? Like the edge of the fucking solar system, man. Like you're getting deep space transit. Like this is undoing.
Yeah, we don't believe any of that.
What?
Yeah, there's no evidence for that. Did you know that they don't even show you real pictures from that thing? They admit they're not real. They're not even real pictures.
What do you mean they admit it?
They admit they're just composite computer-generated images with data strips, and that they have nothing to do with real pictures, right? Google satellites in space. Google it and go to images. You're going to see nothing but cartoons. Okay, so it's just a fairy tale that can't be verified, and we have to depend on NASA to tell the truth, a governmental agency that worked with Nazis. We're going to pass. We debunked what they said. We measured the surface.
Dude, did you know how much, dude? Those Nazis fucking led way to so many great. I'm not glorifying the Nazis here, obviously, but what I'm saying is those ex-Nazis, those expatriates of their people, fucking went to another land and did things that people never thought would be possible.
No, they're still not possible. The Werner van Braun, an SS officer, yeah, they still don't even claim that they can go back 50 years later. Werner van Braun didn't do anything. And they also had a partnership with Disney, the one that makes cartoons. Why is NASA working with Disney as they bring Werner van Braun over here? Someone that put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says the firmament shows.
Propaganda.
Hey, listen, man.
Propaganda would be the reason why.
Werner van Braun
would have to be the reason why for the
Werner
space program.
van.
Okay. Why? Because of Russian propaganda.
No, man. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. You can't go to space. There's no vacuum of space.
Nazis went to the moon, didn't they?
It's like, dude, think about how ridiculous the story is. They can't go back 50 years later. I'm trying to explain it to you. There's a lot of info.
You think it's ridiculous? But dude, where have you lived, dude?
Listen,
Some West
man.
Virginia mountain?
No, they can't. They admit they can't go back. It's 50 years, and they say that they can't go back today. That they destroyed the technology that got them there, and it's a painful process to rebuild it. They can't even replicate the technology. That's what they say. That they lost all the actual information, the telemetry data. They accidentally lost it and taped over it. They brought moon rocks back. Supposedly, they gave them to governments. Holland's government tested the moon rocks. They were petrified wood. Why'd they have to lie about the moon rocks? How come Buzz Aldrin's on record saying, no, you didn't see a real moon landing. There was no one on the moon to capture it when we got there. It was just an animation. You just thought it was real. All you heard was my voice with an animation. It isn't real. It's not real. Okay, Werner van Braun put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone that says, the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. Firmament, rakia in Hebrew, strong as bronze. It's like a tent stretched out over top of us, an impenetrable container. The person that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space like they said they did, so he let it out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and the main character's title is Elon. And in the book, Elon supposedly takes everyone to Mars, just like Elon Musk is supposed to take us to Mars 70 years later. It's just a troll. It isn't a real story. You can't go to a vacuum of space because it couldn't exist. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. And you can't go to space without a radius value. So it all comes back full circle to what I was telling you. You have to measure the surface of the Earth and find out if the radius is true. If it's not, it automatically falsifies all their other claims. Automatically. Because if you don't have an accurate radius value, you can't go to space, even in theory. So we need to figure out if the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate it's supposed to be. That's what the truth is. It's lying right there. There's no reason to run away and ask other questions. If you want to know the truth, then there's nothing to hide. If there's a ball, you can measure the curve.
Bro, you must have had a badass trip at some point in life.
Dude, did you see the Bezos rocket that went up to space? On
it was
all.
a dick.
Why?
Yeah, did you see that? You know
was a
what it
big
did?
dick,
It went
dude.
up. It came
Why?
down.
Yeah. Well, have them overcome
It went
the
up
second law of
and it came
Have
down.
them overcome the second law of Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I would like to know.
You don't know. Do you know that you're standing in direct violation of it if you say the moon landings are real?
Well, they were.
Oh, they were. So the second law of thermodynamics is false. Are you a science denier?
No, I'm pretty sure science can be proven wrong because it
Science
would be
can be
beneficial to debate.
proven wrong. Really?
Yes, science. Has
I
been
love
proven
your
wrong.
attention to detail. It's meticulous and excruciating. Do you even know what science is? What is natural science? Define it.
I would need a refresher, but you know, dude, it's kind
Let's
of
go
proof
back.
is in the pudding.
Let's
If
go
an
back.
apple
Oh,
falls
now
from a tree-
argument
if
by
an
fucking
apple falls
second
from a
grade
tree and hits the
cliche then.
ground, you know what I mean?
So argument by second grade cliche then. Is that where we're at?
But you know
Proof
what,
is
dude?
in the pudding.
It's fucking
Huh?
weightless.
You're a
Because there's
numpty
another law.
dipshit.
There's another
What
law
is
that
the
no one
second law of
voids that law
thermodynamics?
by, dude. You get that?
I'll tell you what.
There's another law that no one
You're
voids
done.
that
Fuck
law.
off. I'm tired of listening to your dumb ass. Wasting our time, spinning our wheels. Go learn the second law of thermodynamics, then come back.
Gee, I didn't even have time to eat my snack while I was listening.
Is the second law of thermodynamics what goes up must come down?
All right, that's fine. Say again?
Is that law what goes up must come down?
No.
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 I'm just joking. It's a joke.
Spinning wheels, got to go round.
Oh no, second grade, it's the wheels on the bus go round and round, bro.
Yeah.
There it is. What
Keep it in
goes
his grade.
up must come down.
You gotta keep it as the academic level. Shoe fly, don't bother me.
Is that miles per hour on the school bus, or is it axial rotation?
Could be angular velocity. Shit, I don't know.
I was thinking that same thing.
That's what I
What's
meant
the
to say.
angular velocity of the bus?
The angular, yeah, the angular.
Yeah. If you're not laughing your ass off by now, then you got some studying to do, people.
I know.
See, Mike started laughing immediately, so I know he knows. So if you didn't laugh, and I didn't, you might have been on mute. Who all laughed?
Laugh count here, damn it. Show of hands. Oh, I'm not eating popcorn. Those are peanut butter crackers, bro. And almond butter crackers, too. Nutritious form of protein.
someone asked you what's the angular speed of your vehicle, yeah, you would laugh.
Angular speed. That's getting a little bit squirrely right there.
Okay, angular velocity.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that you're getting squirrely, but they use not they. I've heard that and I've seen that term written down. It's a married bachelor. Angular speed. Angular, right? Follow it. Angular, that's acceleration. Speed is not defined in terms of acceleration. It's a scalar, right?
Right. Sine wave.
Yeah. So see the Matrix. We're getting some back feed from you. You want to say something?
My bad. I thought I was muted, y'all. I was
That's
about
all
to
right.
chime in, but everybody was jamming on it. So
No, go
sorry
ahead.
about
You
that.
can
I'll go
chime
back
in,
to
man.
mute.
Go.
I was gonna jump in a while back, so don't even worry about it, man. My bad. I thought I muted myself. My bad. I'm going back dead.
Platypus is trying to tell QE about what acceleration is.
I don't do chat skanks. I don't. That's like fucking Elmer Fudd trying to tell Tiger Woods about back swings.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't bust into linear speeds.
So you guys are saying Star Trek's fake then? It's a joke. Another joke.
No, it's a real TV show.
That is illogical, Jim.
You green-blooded bastard, you.
Acceleration isn't the change in speed over time. Acceleration is a change in velocity, you fucking idiot, G platypus.
Yep.
Thanks for exposing your dumb ass all by yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just let them speak or type. They'll do your work for you.
I know.
I know.
I hate to
So
go
we
back
can't
to it.
achieve warp speed then, is that what you're saying?
Right of change.
I hate to go back to what Platypus said earlier. Platypus said earlier that the moon goes from west to east. Then he doubled down on it.
I'm sure he did. Is that numpty dipshit? Hold on a second. Where's Platypus at? Oh, he's on deaf and mute. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way he goes through life.
Hey, well, Helen Keller made it. Maybe there's hope for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when he admittedly is watching porn when he's deaf and mute.
This guy knows when he watches porn. Damn.
He basically announced it to the whole server the other day.
He got skills. Don't be putting that private eye my way.
Hey, don't forget about the signature numpty clip tomorrow. M. Scott Veach, the PhD booger eating schmuck.
Again.
Scotty, are you okay?
Please beam me up, Scotty.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be a good one. Mike, you better be pushing that shit. I haven't been getting any messages in that group chat. What's it?
Oh, well, I share it. I showed you 2 servers said, nope, no links from this place.
Yeah, I seen that. That's too funny.
Let me post a rock and roll video, but I couldn't post one of yours, bro. They got you on block. I said, damn, these motherfuckers don't want to hear shit.
We have Steve A with no roles. Does anyone want to talk to Steve A?
Shit, I tried to talk the admin into it. He said, Mike, that one's not happening.
Is
We
that
partner
hey,
up or something. But
hold on a second. Is that Steve from let me see his profile. Hold on a second. Yeah, Steve A. He's good, man. That's Steve from Flat Earth Science for Pseudoscience. He's good to go.
Oh, I could unmute him then.
Yeah, go ahead, unmute him. He's good. He's
Hey,
a flat
Steve.
earther.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Hey, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good, Steve. I hooked you up. You're all right.
Thank you.
Yep. Can somebody give him a flat earth roll? Where'd he go? There he is.
Yeah, I'm surprised people don't confuse tangential and angular velocity no more. We beat that one into their heads, huh?
I don't think so. There's still a bunch of numpty dipshits around here that they don't know the difference. I'm telling Mike, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, don't assume that.
Well, I don't get to listen that much.
No, don't.
I'm working hard.
I have been, and no, they don't.
Yep, it's just one. It's one I haven't heard in a minute. That's all.
It's been 5 years. I still try to keep beating it into them. They still don't fucking get it. Holy shit! How many rolls you guys got? You got a flat Earth roll? Flat Earth flyer.
Oh
Hey,
man.
Hey, Sonny, hook Steve up, man.
I can't do that unless he's in a VC.
I got Steve.
Hey, hook him up, Mike. Appreciate
Flat
that.
Earth?
Yeah, he's a flat Earth.
Yeah, I
Hey,
can only.
gentlemen.
Oh, there he is. He's got it.
Hey, gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure being part of this chat. This is my first day here, so I'll be chatting and opening up more in the weeks to come. So just thanks for welcoming me in.
Right on. Nice talking with you.
I'm pretty sure I know who Steve A is. What's up? See the Matrix.
Hello.
Where'd you go? See?
He's still here.
See the Matrix just dipped. He had to
Oh,
go.
I'm sorry, Steve A. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve. I'm pretty sure I know who Steve is.
Steve A. Right?
Yeah. You know, I've talked to you a couple times.
Yep.
Yep. I thought so.
Yeah.
I gave you value, bro. You know what's up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh wait, let me give you image firms too. Keep forgetting that don't come with flat earther no more. Accidentally gave guy VC verified one day and he formed on the server. And then there were 3 of them that I accidentally did that to. I don't know what I was thinking. They said, damn it, Mike. Hey man, there was 3 dudes in the damn VC and the live stream was dead. What could I do? I tried to give people fish to eat. Now I just don't mess with the VC area. I let the other guys do that. My dad said if you're gonna half-ass something, just don't do it at all. Some idiot and just tag him. The fuck?
QE, you there, bro?
Yep.
What'd you think of my modus tollens, modus potens?
I just briefly looked at it, man. I didn't evaluate. I was too busy. Sorry.
No worries.
Don't take it as disrespect. I'm just swamped.
I hear you. I can
That's
say
right.
it now if anybody wants to hear it.
Go ahead.
P. If the Earth is a spinning sphere, a plumb bob will not hang plumb. Q. A plumb bob does hang plumb, so the Earth is not a spinning sphere.
Well, Good point. I mean, my wrecking ball don't just start swinging all of a sudden. You know what I mean?
And I read it. They say it only spins once a day, right? That's what they say right away. Well, we are all familiar with the equatorial bulge of 27 miles.
27 miles. I thought it was 21 kilometers.
It's 27 miles, bro.
Is it?
From
I thought
last
it was
time I checked, yeah.
the height of Mount Everest.
Yeah, so we got a centrifugal force that can make water rise 27 miles, but
What? That you're getting too deep. And go back to that modus tollens. Say that one more time.
Sure. P. If the Earth is a spinning ball, a plumb bob cannot hang plumb. Q. A plumb bob does hang plumb, therefore the Earth is not a spinning sphere.
Now now be careful, because you got if P not Q, therefore P. That's not modus tollens.
How so?
Because you got a not in your Q, the first part of the premise.
Yeah, it's got to be if this then that, not this so not that, right?
Yep. If
And,
P then Q, not Q, therefore. What the fuck?
I know.
I got my P's and Q's mixed up.
He's right.
I thought I had that one
what
down
they
pat,
said.
damn it.
They said the
It's P's and
equatorial
Q's.
bulge
Good.
is.
Yeah, forget the equatorial bulge. We got to go back to the FP then Q's.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. Let me go find it. Make sure I got my P's and Q's in order.
But it is due to centrifugal force, so.
Yeah, it has to. There's no way that it could stay plumb.
Well, if it's pulling on the center of the ball, and something's on the
Exactly.
ball, it should pull on it too.
Yep.
So the modus I'm just talking about the argument. Yeah, I agree with you. I got you, SE. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just to get the argument in order. The modus tollens is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not. So I was right. Go
So
ahead and
just a
read
wording.
read the first statement again.
You know what? I have a thing. Let me post it to make sure I'm saying it right because it's late. Give me a sec.
All right.
Do I got it right? If P then Q, not P therefore not Q.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Okay. It just needs to be worded like that.
Yeah, and I think part of his Q statement in the premises is a not statement, so it's not a modus tollens.
Yeah, you just have to reverse it.
Sorry about that. I got booted. I posted it in live.
If rotating sphere, then centrifugal force, plumb bob not hang straight.
Yeah, there's a not, so he's got to fix that.
So the knot is a problem.
So here it is. There can't be a negative in the then Q. Then Q can't be a negative.
Okay, got it. But the premise is solid. You guys agree?
Yeah, what you're saying is, yeah, I'm following what you're saying. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Thanks.
They'll walk around that like lack of curvature, though.
They already started with one revolution.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about the motion. That is one thing, but normally when I'm thinking about plumb bobs, it would apply to the motion as well, if there was any. But the plumb bob, mostly I think of the deviation that would occur from location to location. Over a certain amount of distance, the plumb bobs would show a deviation. But they don't. So it could be used for either one, curvature or motion.
Angular displacement, average angular velocity.
Yeah, they have a big problem with physical plumb bobs. They have a real problem with that. Physical, anything, mechanical gyros, they can't stand those.
Oh yeah, they hate especially the gyro compass. Oh, I did a number on Bob the Science Guy with that one.
I got a nutty clip coming out with the gyro compass. It's fucking hilarious.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell, everything Bob says is an empty clip. All you gotta do is let him talk.
So
yeah.
So if these unarmed men keep coming up and getting shot, wouldn't you think they would arm themselves?
You'd think that.
They should, before they challenge our flat Earth.
I guess
decorate my store.
I guess they don't
I'm
think.
armed.
I guess they don't think they need anything, which they're sorely mistaken.
I'm an Iron Man. I'll decorate the front of my saloon with Glover bodies. I'll leave them where they're laying, to be honest.
I got a freaking whole visual of the whole scene when you said that. I did. I see the bar, I see the bottles, I see the mirror behind there, I see the Glovers.
Me too. I see Clint Eastwood walking down the plank too. I'm be cutting up no more horrors. I'll come back, kill the whole lot of you.
Mike Eastwood.
You seen the Unforgiven? It takes forever for the action to start, but once it gets going, it's good.
Like it. Hey, SE, go. Can you write that out? Can you write that Modus Tollens out again? I want to take a closer look at that.
Flash floods. It even rained here, which is really weird.
What the hell does it have to do with flash floods?
I'm
Sure,
reading
I'll
it.
post it again.
Reading out loud. Sorry about that.
The baller tears.
Baller tears.
Oh, Mrs. Musk, how you doing?
How you doing, QE?
No, you put that shot up with the mask. I said, how you doing?
Everyone's turning into seagulls. So they look like birds.
I didn't get a response, so I said, oh, fuck that. I'm leaving.
When are you going to sing in karaoke night? People have requested you to sing Turn Out the Lights.
I don't sing anymore.
Oh.
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
They call me QE, but my name is John, and on them Glowbirth numpties, I'm dropping bombs.
You could
I'll write you a rap.
You could do the debate me, and I could play the acoustic guitar. That'd be awesome.
QE, I posted what you asked, and I also posted something for you might use for tomorrow, bro. A little gift.
For tomorrow? I'm not going to be anywhere tomorrow, just on... I don't see your post in here. You in the right voice stream, or am I in the right one? Hold on a second. No, I'm in the right one. Live stream voice text. Make sure you're in the right one. Oh, wait a second. I got it. Sorry. Yeah, you posted it, but I was looking for text. Earth is spinning.
Globers. Globers. Pretender.
And a plumb bob would not hang plumb.
Won't you come to debate Q?
Shut up so I'm trying to concentrate and you're singing in my fucking ear.
He's trying to formulate his modus tollens, man. Come on. Come on, man.
If the earth is spinning, then a plumb bob would not hang plumb. See, that's still a then Q. It's just a negative Q.
Is that you in the mask picture? That ain't you.
That's her.
That's a mask model.
No, that's her. I'm telling you. Musk, that's you, Mrs. Musk, right?
In the mask?
Yeah.
Nope. No, I'm looking
I
at
don't
the
wear
mask
masks.
model right now. She's on Amazon selling shit then.
Ah, shit. Then no, forget that how you doing shit then.
Oh. I see.
Look, I'll take 3 if you're selling them in white and black.
A plumb bob
got
will
it.
not hang plumb.
I mean, I can dress her in a black one right now.
If I was selling masks, I would be the biggest hypocrite.
Oh, yes, you would. Unless you were selling them for like welders and workers and drywallers and all that. Then you wouldn't be a hypocrite.
I'll sell like a face mask, like a spa treatment. You can get some like Himalayan salt. About as far as I'll go.
Yeah, see, I just put that in my Dress Barbie app and put her in the black mask. See?
Could you make the statement the other way? Could you make P be that the plumb bobs are not?
No, you can't switch that up.
Can't
The
switch.
premise has got to be the
The
overall
primary-
premise. The A. You know what I'm saying? The P.
Yeah, it has to be the primary. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I got you. Yeah. So how would you
A
put
plumb
that?
bob would not hang plumb. See, that's a negative and a negative because you get another negative coming with not Q. So you would not have a plumb bob hanging plumb. See, it's squirrely.
Say would deviate from plumb.
Deviate from plumb.
If the Earth is spinning, then a plumb bob would deviate from plumb.
Doesn't
that better?
deviate.
It doesn't deviate. Yep.
Yep, therefore.
Yep, he's got it. Yep, that's it. Fix it up.
First one's free of charge.
So just deviate from plumb on the P. That's it.
You're right, Mrs. Raw, Mrs. Musk. She could have big platypus lips or some shit.
Yep. No evidence, only assumptions.
Yep. She might have a butt chin too.
She could have a mustache.
Wait a second.
That's
listen,
what I was
take
gonna
that.
say
I'd
next.
take. Fuck it. I'm rolling the dice. I'd take the Pepsi challenge.
You got like a
He
giant
said-
mole.
Listen, with that beautiful hair, you could always turn it around, bro. Bada boom, bada bing.
So how would you make
Oh
the
my
statement? So how would you make the
Bada boom, bada
statement?
bing.
Would you go if the Earth is not spinning, then plumb bobs would hang plumb?
No, that's a negative P.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Dang.
Not as easy as you thought, huh?
He's having a good time with this.
How do you
He
freaking
gave you
work?
the answer. It would deviate from plumb. That's fine. That would work.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the
If
input,
Earth is
gentlemen. I
spinning-
really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Plumb bob would deviate.
I didn't do shit, man. I just pointed out the bad stuff. I didn't give you the answer.
Well, that's why many heads are better than one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that is where collaboration is where true innovation comes from. Agreed.
Yes, sir.
Sir. He nah. He's
Yeah.
fucking enlisted, man. He works for a living.
Yeah, I'm not a sir. Get on
If
that.
blonde girl has mask equal P, then blonde girl without mask equals QT.
Not
I like that
QT,
one.
therefore not P. Yeah. that's
QT,
funny.
therefore not masked.
That's funny. I do have an enlarged pic of her profile, though. If you know, that's her in the profile pic, right? You can just look at that profile pic and see that the two don't match.
Well, Mike, you're going a little bit overboard there, right? Aren't you?
I'm just picking on her, man.
Yeah, my hair's brown. Okay, let's get our colors right.
Listen,
Right.
listen. I just,
Yeah,
I had
that's
a
my
wrong vision of you, so I apologize.
You were visualizing 2019, Mrs. Mask.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, it's okay.
I was picturing
The end
Samantha
of an
from
era.
Bewitched. Samantha from Bewitched. Wiggle that nose. Can you do it? Send Darren to Genie Planet.
And make the noise at the same time.
Right. I like the new Bewitched is kind of funny. The movie. My daughter made me watch it. I thought, well, okay. That's not bad. Still playing in my Barbie editor. She look cleaner now. No hair.
It's like the globe with a mask on it, pretty much.
Yeah. It is a global virus, right?
Yes.
Christ, this is good.
Oh my God, is that a mask on the cat? Wow.
I think is that the cat's color? Oh no, it is a mask. Christ. Oh, this one here is freaking hilarious. Imagine if your girlfriend come over looking like this, like, hey, what's up? I'm feeling some kind of way.
Gosh.
What do you say we go to the bar? Sexy. Like that's just a little too fucking much.
Oh my gosh.
Does she know she has to wash the conditioner out?
Looks like that dude from where they put the face mask on him, the dude that was eating people. What the hell is that name? Silence of the Lambs. The hell's his name?
Damn, what's going on in this chat? Since
Anthony Hopkins.
everything was pretty boring.
Yeah.
Looks like we got.
Well, Anthony, yeah. That's...
What? What are you mumbling about, Mike?
Well, that's the actor's name that played him.
What are you talking about, actors? I'm talking about damn chat skanks. Hold on a second. I was looking through. Looks like we got a little love affair going on between KJ and XO.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Ooh. Sha-la-la-la-la-la. My oh my.
Sha-la-la-la.
No, see, that's an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. Ask XO.
KJ, what's up?
It's an unholy union.
Does anyone know KJ? KJ, what's going on? What's going on, girl? She ain't coming off mute.
You can just say, hey, girl.
Unavailable to chat. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Well, when you get off the call, chat up. What should I say? Go ahead, Mrs. Musk. Go ahead. Give me the words to say.
Just say, hey, girl.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Yeah.
Is that what works now?
Is that what works?
Yes.
That's just the
It's
opener.
universal terminology.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
the opener, though. You gotta have.
Hey,
some...
yeah, the Django. Look at this
Oh my gosh.
Django, that was timely. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, good one. Good one.
Oh man.
Too funny, man. You get a +1 for that one. That was freaking good. It was right on time too. What are you waiting?
Really? How'd you
He
have
did
that
the
at the ready? How'd you
he
get that
did the
ready?
man boo fat slide.
Jeez.
Hey,
Yeah, but it's the quickness, Mike. He was right on
I
that.
Like
know,
the
I
Doppler
know.
effect for the memes because of the spin of the Earth. You know,
Yeah, must be.
he's ahead of the joke.
Yeah, and he's upside down, and he did that quick, too. Wow.
Is he upside down, really?
Yeah.
Where is he at? New Zealand?
Yeah, Australia.
I knew I was one of two, man. I picked the wrong one.
Yeah, it's probably not. Yeah, not all the way upside down. Probably somewhere between like 20 and 30%.
I should have picked a larger
30
land.
degrees. I should have said degrees percent.
Upside down too, in the heliocentric. Like, we also take our turn, right? Being upside down.
Do we?
Where, in Vegas?
Yeah, in America, like we're upside down.
No, standing sideways.
Man.
You're like
When
sticking out.
if we're spinning, like the Earth is spinning. Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
45.
ignore me.
You're
Ignore
like
me.
45. You're like 45
I'm
degrees.
literally doing mental gymnastics right now. Ignore me.
Yeah, in their model, it's on the axis, and the north is always pointing up, but it's spinning east to west. East to west, right? Or am I wrong there?
No, everything rises in the east, sets in the west. Everything.
Yeah. So
it's supposed to be
just-
spinning towards the east.
We're in a different plane, different axis.
Axie.
Axis, axis, whatever.
What is the
Earth would be spinning towards the west.
What is the singular of axis?
Axis.
Not axie, huh? All right.
No.
What's the plural of radius?
Radius?
No.
Radii.
Yes.
Radio.
I'm high. He wants to play grammar games.
I'm high.
I'm like, fuck.
I'm high. Why do you got to talk about radii?
Where the hell's that Webster's at? Damn it.
The 1821 Webster's.
Right.
Gospel bearer busted that out the other day. I was like, what the fuck? But I said, yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Plural of ox, bro.
Yeah. I like to hear that encyclopedia shit and all them from the older times.
From the older times, yeah, I do too. That's why I stopped everyone talking. I was even making fun of them for a second until I said, wait a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, the amount of change in the terminology, language, and beliefs is always interesting.
Well, yeah, they'll play the game. They'll switch the definitions.
Yeah. It's the same way with law.
Yep.
Black's law, if you want to redefine the law or change the law, you don't have to change the law. You just redefine the wording used in the law.
Exactly. Yep. You got to be real careful of that. Exactly. You got it.
Yeah, because if certain words, if you change them, you just change maybe 30 laws.
Yep. Yep.
Like
It's called linguistic gymnastics.
Yeah, it's like most people don't know what the definition of a firearm is. They think, oh, ex-felon, he can't even own a weapon. No, is weapon a definition of firearm?
Good point.
I mean, well, I heard somebody the other day say their kid couldn't have a air pistol because he had a felony, and I was like, no, you can have a firearm is anything propelled shot by fire or gunpowder.
Yep. It's you got to be particular on the definitions, man. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so
Sounds pedantic, but you got to that's why I always say when people talk about, they make claims, it sounds pedantic, not semantic. Semantics is communication. You got to define the terms that you're using. So if anyone says that, they're a pretender clown right off the bat, right? But you have to define the terms, right? So you know what each other, so you have communication. It's just it's self-evident.
I mean, that's why Bo and Luke Duke used bow and arrows because they were on pro. Now I don't know if when they put the dynamite on the arrow, if that made it a firearm. I don't know. That's touch and go. It was.
Mrs. Musk wants to own a fucking cannon.
Can you imagine just rolling up to my house? I have that and like a pit bull.
Yeah. Cannons!
Well, you should come out here to the farm. I got a Civil War cannon right by the flagpole next to a old.
Oh, sorry.
An old
Cannons are cool. They're cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were.
Keeps the neighbors in line.
It was Grandpa's. It was Grandpa's. It's next to a steam tractor. I got a steam tractor too.
Nice.
I wouldn't shoot. I wouldn't do anything with them two though. I don't know if they got fractures or ruptures. So.
You could move the cannon with the steam tractor closer to your neighbors if you needed to.
Well, Mrs. Musk, she can roll on down to Pawn Stars, the little pawn shop down there. They deal with cannons all the time.
Yeah. Well, I had thought, in the end of the world situation, I'd strap it up there on that 78 Bronco I got.
Put it in your truck bed.
Yeah, you're not a redneck.
I'll make it a Humvee, dog. It'll be there's my Humvee. Unlike George Bush's, I armor plated that motherfucker first. You ever seen a 78 Bronco? They're not like the new Broncos. It's a big tank.
No, we went four-wheeling in one once and caught the battery on fire, and the whole thing burned right in front of us.
Oh yeah, that person didn't know how to work on them.
He was an expert mechanic. It was just the terrain we were going over.
I guess. Was it still a half ton? Mine's a 1 ton.
God, that was back in '78, Mike.
Oh yeah, it was probably a half ton then. Mine's a 1 ton. I put 1 ton axles and a gear-to-gear transfer. I got a 460. That big block don't work much. You can run trees over it, and it's not even working it hard.
Well, if you don't tie the battery, you got to tie the battery down. What he did was he didn't check to make sure the battery was tied down, obviously. It was just a beater from his aunt, and we went out. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Went out four-wheeling, but the terrain was outrageous, right? And
yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, fuck, you could throw the battery into the fan.
Exactly. Yep. That's exactly. I think that's what happened.
Well, yeah, cut the wires up, bound them together, and that started the fire.
Yeah, it burned.
And they got the mechanical fuel pump right there on the front. If it leaks it off, that's fucking ugly. My dad always loved them, and Ted Nugent, he had a Bigfoot, a 78 1 ton that was camouflaged. He used to always bring. He had my dad work on them because we had a bunch of Ford trucks, 70s trucks on our property, and 40s trucks and shit. So there ain't no question whether or not we know how to work on an older Ford. That's the first time I met him. The first time I seen his daughter, Sasha. He was coming down to get his truck.
Tater. What the hell is tater cannons?
Tater cannon.
They shoot
a
taters.
Spud gun. That's fucking hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen
Pilot
them.
style.
I'll take some friggin' tater tots. I'd do a cannon, man. If somebody was shooting that shit, I'd take the Pepsi challenge on that shit too.
I like tater tots too, so much so that's my youngest daughter's nickname.
Tater tots. Aren't they good as shit?
Yeah, dude, she was like 3, and she was in the high chair, and she just reached over and grabbed a big handful of my tater tots and took them. I was like, you little brat.
Yeah. She knew the deal, man. I would too.
That's how she got her nickname. I was like, you little tater tot thief.
That's gonna be on the meal this week, by the way. Thanks for reminding me that shit. My wife's I'm texting her right fucking now.
Oh, dude, I'll put them in like a hamburger helper, a homemade hamburger helper, and just bake
No,
it up.
I like them
Bake it all.
naked, man. Naked and crisp, like I like my women.
How do you even make tater tots? I'm just thinking about this. Like I've only seen them.
How does the
in a
crisp?
bag.
How does the crisp apply?
The sunburn. He gives them the same challenge that he gave to Rumpus.
Slightly chilled. So crisping is when you got something that's really hot and a cool breeze is going over it.
Or they're half baked.
Half
baked.
Yes, ma'am.
Versus fully baked.
Too funny.
Stay away from the.
I have abundance.
Stay away from the extra crispy. Just saying.
Yeah, we call it tater tot casserole, you know?
Not with tater tots. Fuck that casserole. You need to have them naked.
I do them like that too.
Crispy.
Nah, I don't want them in no damn casserole, man. I want my tater tots off to the side. And have a big fucking mayonnaise and ketchup bowl.
They get mushy in a casserole.
Mike's laughing.
You sound like my
they get
dad.
mushy.
No, what you do is you get your tater tot and you stick a raw onion in the middle of it, and then you do that to all of them.
A raw onion? How big are your fucking tater tots?
Really?
What are they, like bowling balls?
Just a tiny little piece.
Tiny little piece of onion. Do you string it through with a, like, I don't know, how does that, like a toothpick?
No, you just shove it in there.
Shove it in there. What kind of damn tater tots? Let me see the tater tots. I need fucking photo.
This is a family show.
Just a tip. Just the tip of the onion. Not all of it.
What the hell?
The whole damn thing.
I said this is a family show.
You gotta leave room for the bacon.
I'm going to use my referee role for this one. Yeah, we're not talking. This is a family show.
You got to have room for the bacon, man.
Tater tot jackets now.
Tot jacket. That's fucking hilarious.
Look. So how you make a homemade tater tot is basically a mini homemade potato cake.
Yeah.
Homemade tater tots are just mini cakes.
Tater pancakes.
Yeah, tater cake.
Yeah, but those potato pancakes, they're good. They're not tater tots though. I got it. They're good.
Yeah. I haven't had that for years. I haven't had a tater tot for years, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I usually don't eat that kind of stuff.
Kind of stuff? What do you mean? What kind? What
I don't
stuff
know,
is
man.
that?
Like I'll eat fried food. Like I'll eat a good grilled cheese sandwich. That's freaking great. I'll make those.
You don't have to fry tater tots. You can bake them.
You bake them. I know. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in the Midwest, yo. I know what a tater tot is.
Do you like yams?
Yams, yeah, I like yams. Yams are good.
Is there like a breading on them? What gives it the crunch? I'm like actually like confused about.
It's just
a potato.
Yeah.
Deep fried.
Yeah.
A fryer?
They're like deep fried and then
See guys, I just like learned how to cook like a year ago. I just like learned, so
Oh yeah, it's just like you brown hash browns or brown. Somebody browns them when they make. If you get them in the bag, they've been browned. So like potato cakes, you know.
Some of them are
potato
good.
Cake is?
Yeah,
make
some of them are really
garlic.
good. The store-bought ones are pretty darn good, man.
Yeah, I make homemade. I make garlic parmesan potato cakes. They're good. They go with steak, and it'll just be like a circular fry. So if you got leftover mashed potatoes from last night, you can make potato cakes tonight. You just fry two sides of it.
You could do that. Yep.
I prefer olive oil.
You could do that too. You could do them in the air fryer. I'll show you some air fryer ones, man.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we got an air fryer on the RV.
Or you should just not eat carbs.
Go ahead,
Not eat-
Mrs. Musk. Rumpus Witsit. Rumpus the shit out of that.
Do it again. Yeah, not eat what?
Oh, I just said it. You shouldn't eat carbs.
What?
Why not?
I don't know about that.
I love
gross.
these potatoes.
Sonny's there. No,
Nightshades are shady, guys. They're shady.
Go ahead, Witsit. What you have to say about tater tots, man? You're in Tennessee. You gotta love tater tots, for fuck's sake.
Only if they're crispy, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's how I like my women, naked and crispy. I told them
Crispy. Moderate.
Interesting.
Moderate.
I know.
Though. Don't get the extra crispy. Just saying.
Air fryers, bro. Air fryers. We have one on the RV. It's balling, bro.
Yep, they're good. Yep.
Is that the same thing as a convection oven?
No.
No.
Kinda.
Kinda.
Are you ever coming to Texas, dude?
Hey, on the way back around.
Speaking of Tennessee, they had giants in your area too, just to report. And also they had indigenous peoples that spoke Paleo Hebrew were found in Tennessee.
Sonny learned a new thing. He's on that.
Y'all got a 50 amp hookup or a 30 amp
Yeah.
hookup?
50, usually we rock with 50. Yeah.
I'll tell you like where the giants were in any of your states. Just ask me.
Well, I live pretty close to something called Pinson Mounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gigantic mounds. Yeah.
Crispy chick. Giants in California. Yeah.
This is Kiwi's type.
California.
What the hell?
It's crispy, bro.
That's crispy, bro.
That's well done.
You don't want the extra crispy. See what that looks
I
like?
don't know. She got painted on tan and painted on eyebrows.
She looked dirty.
How could you lick that? That's all I want to know.
Do you guys agree you have to eat the wings the same way? The wings have to be crispy?
I wouldn't put that in my mouth. Damn the other one.
Yeah, if someone gives me
If they're not
undercooked tater
crispy, I'm
tots,
sending them back, dude.
dude, I'm telling you, man, you give me undercooked wings or tater tots, I don't trust you for life.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. That's why I like you. I just had wings, man. Crispy wings. Well done. If they're not well done, I'm going to kick you in the teeth.
Straight up, man. It's not even, it's like, what is wrong with people?
California Nightmare. Do you know about the giants in Lompoc?
What the hell,
Giants
Sonny?
are found in- Yeah, man, don't worry. It's
Stick
cool.
on fucking tater tots, dude.
You know what the
Giants on the flat Earth, man. So yeah. Also, wait a minute. Does everybody know about this? You know Miramar Beach, where BMSLB does most of his filming up there. Santa Barbara.
That BML. What the hell did you say?
BMSLB.
That's not that. No.
Yeah.
No.
What?
BMSLB.
That's wrong.
No, that's right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So anyway, where he does all of his filming, those islands off of there, there's Santa Rosa, Santa Rosa, San Miguel, Anacapa.
It's Anacapa and Santa Rosa.
Yeah, those islands out there in Santa Rosa is where they found giants. They dug them up back in when was it? I think it's in the 40s. So they found
I thought you were talking about tater tots. They got great tater tots over there.
Yeah, we'll go back to the tater tots. Right now we're on giants.
Dude, imagine giant tater tots, bro.
Giant tater. So guess what?
They
Wait a
wouldn't
minute.
be crispy, man.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Remember all the maps, that earlier maps. Now I'm not fully on with California being an island at some point, but it's possible. But anyway, these people that apparently lived on Santa Rosa Island, they also found these pygmy mammoths on the island as well, that were living at the same time, apparently or supposedly, as these people.
Yeah, like the official story is it's like the biggest cartography mistake made across the board in history. The California being an island, they got a little official mainstream story for it as to how it was misunderstood to be an island. I don't really know.
Yeah. The books, I'm not leaving that out of the bookends, but those islands, I mean, think about it. They could have all been connected at some point. That's possible. So maybe they had references to older maps where possibly those islands were all connected, and that was the island, or one big island, or whatever. That's a possibility.
Well, the story says it had, like they had a goddess that rolled over, and there were a bunch of giants, and that's what California's named after Queen or the goddess Califia. So it's a rabbit hole.
Go ahead, take care of that, Sonny.
What, the rabbit hole?
Yeah, go ahead, take care of that.
My man knows a giant story for where everyone's from.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. If I don't know, I'll find it.
Sonny, have you looked into the rock wall around Dallas, Texas?
Yeah, I
rock
sure
wall
have.
is named that.
Yeah. Who did the hit piece on it though? Was it like the guy that does the history things? One of these blue pill documentary kind of Discovery Channel things. He goes around saying, "Yeah, the history we are told about Earth is not true." You know, like. But he goes and then he's the one that went and investigated that, and he goes, "No, it's." He turns around and says that it was not man-made, which I kind of doubt, but that's mainstream TV though. That's what they do.
That's how you know you can trust it, dude.
It's so false. That's how you know it's true.
Yes.
Crazy, man.
Dude, it went through all of the barriers to get out to the people. They fact checked it. You know, that's why it's mainstream.
Yeah, not.
So I don't know what were these giants eating? Like, how could they eat tater tots? You know, like they would have had to have huge potatoes, and think of how long you have to cook them so they wouldn't be they wouldn't be this disgusting.
I don't know, man. I don't know if they did tater tots or not. That's
Well, there's a story that says that whenever the soldiers had to carry home their food, they were carrying grapes, and took a bunch of soldiers just to grab one thing of grapes. So maybe they were giant potatoes and tater tots, man. Stop trying to kill my dreams.
could have been. Could have been. Yeah. Maybe that's what those big jars.
I think giants just ate humans, right? They just ate humans.
Towards the end of it.
They wanted crispy, naked humans.
After they were being chased.
Yeah, they're ordering humans. Like, I want mine naked and crispy.
Okay.
Well done.
Yeah, well done, crispy naked humans.
Lay out in the sun a little bit more.
They'll be like, no,
Ranch and Tabasco.
That one's a little too crispy for me. Can you send that back?
So we're like humans serving the giants other humans? Do they have servers?
The tips.
Could have been.
What about the traders?
That'd be a really awkward situation.
The traders, dude.
I know there were just drawings, but a lot of the drawings you see show them interacting and you know, relatively peacefully.
Yeah,
most of the story says ended up turning on humans.
Yeah, those are the ones you got to watch out for, man. Then after that depiction was invoked, you know what happened.
They weren't friends for long, man.
Come with me.
Well, it's kind of like the texts that talk about how they would sacrifice their babies to these different gods. They considered it an honor, right? So maybe they thought it was honorable to be on the menu. They're like, yes, I finally made it to the main course.
Jeez, that's some twisted shit right there, man.
See, do you think that these, if there were such beings, they were otherworldly, or
They're fucking ballers, man. That's what they were. Damn globetards spinning space monkeys.
Oh, they would have checked the shit out of Glovers probably. Well, you think the Earth is what, bro? Bro. You know how tall I am?
They would have thrown them back. Are you kidding? They'd be like, "Oh, are you kidding me?"
They're like, dude, I don't even want to eat them.
I know. Well, yeah, we're not eating that. That's spoiled food.
I've been talking for the last half hour on mute. Damn it.
That's a good way to be. It's a blessing.
You're welcome. You're welcome, QE.
Well, can you give us a highlight of the profound things you were saying?
And they were extremely profound, but nobody was answering me.
Yeah, that's why. I thought I was golden. I turned on Skype earlier and I seen Witsit. He had a big old greenie on Skype. I said, damn, this motherfucker's on Skype. He might look at this shit. Nope.
Dude, I actually went to your thread on Skype and got the Glowbusters call for the show. And then that was the end of that. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was literally just on Skype because I get called for the Glowbuster show. But I jumped on a couple minutes earlier and I was like, oh, this is the infamous Skype that QE keeps talking about. So I went to go. I opened them up, but I got a call. So I see you. I did hear you though. You're dropping the Sky Beach thing, manana.
Let's see. I don't got a little icon from you as looking at, but okay. Yeah, Skype's fruity anyway. I don't trust it.
Yo, I don't know. Do you have to scroll all the way down before it shows you that they opened it? Maybe.
I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, it'd be telling on me, man. But
I know the deal.
Yeah. I actually opened it up today though, so that's weird. But you know how it goes.
Yep, I do. I don't trust Skype, man. It used to be a pretty good platform, like 2.5 years ago. Now this is a clusterfuck. It's bad, dude. The sound doesn't. It puts me on default communications whenever I go in. Sounds coming out my friggin' displays and shit. It's stupid, man. I change it, changes itself back. Just stupid shit. But I've got international friends and stuff, so it does its business. Most people don't check their PMs from Discord, so there's got to be some other way.
Yeah, I don't do either. I look at Skype kind of like
yeah,
AOL,
I know.
like like AI, like AIM. You know the AOL Messenger back in the day. That's what I associate Skype with. I don't know.
We can't communicate with you, man. It's like I got to search for your dumbass being in here.
Yeah. And I can lie and say just DM me on Instagram, but I don't check those either.
I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't DM you. No, I'm not wasting my fucking keystrokes. So I search for you. When I got to get a message for you, I just search fucking Discord right here in 24/7. Nope, he's not here. Okay. The next day, is he around?
Yeah, I really don't know I don't know the best way to go about this. I can't if I say hit me up on Discord, I know that's not gonna fix this problem.
That's hyperbole from you. That's bullshit. I wait till I see you in this mug.
Yeah,
then
that's
I
probably the
interrupt.
best way.
Then I interrupt the conversation. What's it before you take off?
Yeah, that might be the best way, honestly. I'll try to remember to check the Skype, but I think we've had this conversation 12 times.
Yeah, yeah, at least that many times. Yeah. Hey, next Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right.
What? Let me know the time.
It's 2 p.m. Central.
Okay.
Don't worry about who's in there. I'll tighten their fucking shot group if there's any issue.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
do it.
checking out, guys. I thank you for having me on the chat. It was really exciting, really good. Learned a lot.
All right, well, make sure you scan everything when you're checking out.
Nice to
Yeah.
have you, Frank. Nice to see you on here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Much love,
Such a
bro.
blessing.
No,
Peace
you
out.
missed
Have a
it.
great night. Be
Yeah, you
blessed.
too, man. Bong, you missed it. That's not the deal, man. You missed the line. It's ready? Are you listening? Oh shit. That's the line, dude. Not anything else. What the hell, man?
He skipped over the whole entire joke.
Yeah. Oh shit.
It was
That's
so
the
genuine.
rub, man. That's the rub. Yeah, thanks, Justin. Yeah, you always post that. It cracks me up.
Bro, it's so funny that that was not staged, man, that you caught that. That's like such an epic freaking clip, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's almost like something you would script, though, for real. Like if you were
Yeah.
trying to make it funny.
Bro, it's up there with the with those memes, you know, that black lady where her house is burning down, so I got some pizza, you know, that interview, like, not today.
Which one's that? I didn't see that one.
Not today. See. Oh, I forget. It's one of those memes. My bad. It was exactly like one of those epic memes. Every
No,
time I
yeah,
hear
it
it,
was pretty. It was epic, man. You're right.
yeah.
It was so. It wasn't contrived. It was just, totally visceral. It was like, oh shit, something else. This one tops everything else.
And the way Winston and the way you laughed after she ran. Oh man.
You could have
It's
told me that
classic,
she was gonna
bro.
run down the street screaming, bro. I wouldn't have believed you, dude. I turned around and lost it.
So, who is that? Hey, great job, man. Bravo Zulu.
Yeah, well, thank you, man. That was all her. She's definitely the one that gets the MVP for that.
Yep.
Gonna have to sample that one. Put it on a beat.
Who put that out? Somebody posted it in Discord. I immediately snatched it. Did you put that out? What's it?
Yeah, so like a lot of people tag me and send it to me and post it on social media and tag me, so I just screen recorded it and posted it in Discord.
Wait.
It should be in the Epic Memes compilation. You know. Hey, did you know the Earth is flat? What? The Earth is flat. Oh shit.
So I think that's the move. Like anytime, even when people get triggered or something like that, just like if I can try to make it funny, where if we can get like 5 seconds out of it, that's funny. Maybe we'll glitch the matrix a little bit, you know.
Yeah. Lock the game.
Just wait till I pull the lab coat and bow tie out.
Mm.
I'm dead serious, bro. I'm pulling out a bow tie and a lab coat and glasses. Um, and I haven't figured out my route of what I'm gonna do though. Like teach flat Earth like that, or be like a little like baller for a second. I don't know. I just want something where maybe it'll go viral. Like if someone will react the right way, maybe it can glitch the matrix. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, I had some Globers hit me up, like they're really just looking for my well-being. You know, like, you need to be careful. You're out there taping people that aren't 18 years old. It's illegal, and I'm like, dude, I'm just in public. You know, I'm guessing that everyone that took an Instagram picture is going to jail.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, baltards, listen up. Don't worry about this, you little snowflakes. You better get your fucking act together with your evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion, because you're gonna get your asses handed to you day after day. You numpty dipshits.
They're funny, man.
This has been a public service announcement.
They make it so weird, you know.
They're
Like,
listening. They're listening.
Stop making it.
They're
All right, well,
is this
listen, yeah,
live?
stop making it weird,
Is
guys.
this going on YouTube?
I think so.
Yes? No? Maybe?
Some tube. Yeah, it's out there.
Yep.
Yep, it's recorded. Yeah. Look, yeah. Yeah. They're listening.
When tubed. Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
stop making this so weird. You know, like we didn't lie about the Earth. You're being weird. You're a bunch of weirdos. Like we're just trying to, you know, point out they lied. So
Yeah. Yeah.
When I type
history
in
will
flat,
reflect that there were some super weird people, like getting really triggered that they lied about the Earth. You know,
Super
like,
dumbasses, man. They're retards, dude. They're retarded.
yeah,
I'm
for sure.
sorry. They're retarded. Yeah, if you've listened to them, they're retarded.
I think their
Tell me they're not.
worldviews make them retarded. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I think
their arguments make them retarded.
well, I think it's because of their world. Like, I think the confinement of their worldviews make them retarded. So I swear, I think it's what like I think some of these people probably aren't just clinically retarded. You know, like they come off. I think that their worldview confines them and restricts them, and so they're just effectively really dumb.
I agree with that. I think they're isolated by their paradigm, so they're
so it's a cult.
encapsulated by it. Yeah, they're encapsulated by it, so they're controlled by it.
So it's a comorbidity. The dumbassness, retardedness is a comorbidity of their worldview.
Yeah.
Yes.
I concur on that one.
Yeah, I've even tested the theory because I'll ask some of these people, okay, let's just agree to disagree about the Earth, and we'll pretend it's what you think it is. And so let's talk about it. You think just coincidentally the moon is exactly where it needs to be, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I'll list off all the crazy coincidences that are non-related, but have compiled on top of each other. I'm like, so wouldn't this lead you to believe that this requires some type of orchestration? They can't even acknowledge the possibility. So it isn't about the Earth itself a lot of times, right? It's their worldview, man. That's what I think. That's why they will just disagree with anything a flat earther says because it's the fragility of like their nihilistic worldviews, or
So it's
materialistic is the word maybe.
like a religion, like a religious zealot, or
Yeah,
it's a religious.
very similar to religion, right? Because like if someone says something to someone, even someone outside of their religious belief, that they can't hear it, and they'll go as far as to make stupid arguments against it. Yeah.
Make stuff
It's their
up.
model dictates. It's a religion to them. They can't deviate from the geoid, no matter what. A straight line curves to them. That's just the way it is.
But when you talk to the zealots, though, what's so confusing? It's like, okay, you think the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics? Let's rock with that for a second, then. Like, Don't you think this looks like it would require some type of orchestration? They can't even acknowledge the possibility, dude.
No
It's
way.
really-
Never. There's a creator. No way. They'll fight it.
Well, it's not even their thoughts. The ball is not your. It's not anyone's thoughts. It's not anyone's idea. So in that way, I think they're totally cult, like, religious. Like, at least religious people can change. Can learn and kind of like figure things out. But like, it's almost like they can't let go of the authority. That's holding their hand. Of knowledge. Type of thing. Like, what am I gonna have after this? Like, if I don't trust them, then what kind of some
What
kind of
authority?
fear?
What authority? They're not parroting their authorities. They're like the Baltards here are like a right wing splinter group that just makes shit up.
Right. And
Yeah.
then there's those guys. Yeah, and then there's those guys that those are the guys I don't even bother with. I'm
But
talking
why do
about
they
like
do that? Why do those people do that? Right? Like that's the crux. It's despair. It's a state of despair. Let's say, okay, someone's an astrophysicist, and so they've gone around talking about it so long, it's really hard for them to have an honest conversation about flat Earth. Say someone's gone around their whole life bashing anyone that thinks there's a creator. And it's like you're a complete and total idiot. You just need an excuse. You can't handle that there's not whatever it is. Like you're so fragile. You just have to believe stories of a sky daddy, right? And they say these things for years and years. And now there's so much pride there for them to even entertain that there could be a creator that they don't even intellectualize the shit that comes out of their mouth. I don't think. I think they're just they're made
I think
retarded.
that I think that could be just the internet culture. You know how the internet just attacks anything and everything that doesn't. And then there's clout chasing, and I think it's clout chasing or building up these YouTubers making money and on YouTube off of channels trying looking for content, like controversial content or stuff that clickbaity stuff. I think all those people have kind of latched onto flat Earth topic as some kind of content resource, because these big YouTubers and channels run out of content no matter what their niches are, and then they start talking about what's trending or what's controversial just to give their channels a boost. Doesn't have to be true. Yeah.
Well, this is a generality, right? Like there are people that claim to believe in a creator that defend the globe, but most of the people that defend it vehemently day in and day out or on the internet publicly, they're like quote unquote atheists, which don't even exist. They're
Yep.
materialists. Yeah, like in the real world, like when I try to talk to my dad about it, he's like, "Yeah, well, yeah, my guy can do all that." I'm like, okay. At least at least he is there though, right? I think that's like a lot of people in the real world, but here on the internet, it's a little different. It's a little deeper than that. I'm like, but that's not what he said that he did. That's like what I say to my dad. But to these people, there is no there is no orchestration. So there's no logical order of creation. So it's a different ballgame. It's zealotry of materialism. That's something I don't think you can beat. I guess is my, the short way to say it. Pretty difficult to win against that or to reason with that.
Yeah. Now they think spirituality is non-scientific or not a thing.
That's it. Most people don't want to seek the truth. They've been told a story and it all makes sense to them, and they won't go outside of that, and it's pretty sad.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that sad because I don't think everybody is okay. Yeah, because I don't think everybody's supposed to get it. They're not supposed to. There's a purpose for them not getting it. For the ones that don't get it, can't see the truth. There's a reason why they don't get it. That's part of the plan.
Uh-oh. That's some deep shit right there, man.
Thank you.
No, I don't disagree. We
No,
we
I don't
chairs.
Yeah.
Well,
What's
one
that?
thing that one
It's
thing that
spoken
gets-
of. It's spoken of in scripture, by the way, to bring scripture into it.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm not a Bible person, but it says God will send the delusion.
Yeah.
I know. Do you reckon that's the delusion
Yes.
of the globe? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I do.
For they have no love of the truth.
Yep. Yep. So it gives them over to a reprobate mind.
And they actually they actually love they love being deceived. They want to be deceived.
Yes, exactly. Boy, that's fucking scary.
To illness.
Yep, it is. You're right. Yeah.
Those are the Dunning-Krugers we see out there all over with freaking Stockholm syndrome right now. So yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's like my favorite people are all in here. What's up, Quantum Eraser? What's up, Sonny?
Hey, Enoch. How you doing, man?
Hi, Mrs. Musk.
Hey, hey.
Uh-huh. Hey, girl. That's right.
What's up, Quantum Eraser? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yep.
Oh, I was just on a stream with somebody on my TikTok, and I flat smacked somebody.
How'd it go?
It went awesome, man. He totally was unaware that I was gonna be coming at him with some science. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know I was gonna be talking about science today." I was like, "Oh, well." Hey, so I was going over with him. I said, so what are?" Well, he started going over about quantum, the cosmos, and going over what he believes. And I was like, "Okay, so you believe in fallacies and stuff like that. I hope I didn't offend you." And he's like, "Oh, no, no." But I said, "So you believe in fake science?" And I don't know if I offended. I don't think I offended him, but he was asking me I think he was very open to what I was talking about. Like it's when he was taking in everything with what I was saying, it sounded like he's heard about us before, but he only heard about the flat earth uh
Society.
yes, the flat earth society. And so I was explaining, I said, I mean, because you claim the globe, so what's the curvature of the earth? And he says, "I don't know." I said, "But you claim this." He says, I said, "Don't worry, I'm gonna help you." I said, "So it's 3,958.8 miles." And he said, "Oh, okay." I said, "So I went over to the beach, and like I was trying to look out into the ocean." I said, "So at a certain height, at a certain depth, like when you calculate, there's supposed to be at a certain distance, there's supposed to be a drop. Like you're supposed to be a curve somewhere out there, right?" And he wasn't he couldn't explain anything about how to he couldn't explain anything about the curve of the earth, bro. And he was like trying to so what if you went to outer space, and he was like asking me if the astronauts were to take me into outer space, and if you saw the globe. I said, "But the earth is not a globe." And he says, "You wouldn't even tell him, like, what if it was a globe?" So you're asking me, would I tell them a lie if it was a truth? Is that what you're asking me? I asked him that. He says, "Yeah." I was wondering about you guys, like, would you do the same thing? Like, would you tell a lie if you knew the truth?
That's it. But that's the majority of the people. It's like, they won't look at curvature formula. They'll just, there's space, there's satellites, there's astronauts, and
Yeah, no, I mean, that was all he can come up with back to asking me was if they took me up into up into space, I was to look down and I saw the Earth was a globe, would you tell the like? I'm like, dude, I would tell them the truth, bro. I'll tell them the truth.
I love that argument.
Like, I don't know,
If
man.
I took you to Narnia, would you tell me the truth about the globe?
Bro, if I went to Narnia, I would have been like, dude, you and I are both going into that cupboard, and I promise you, there is gonna be a fucking goat somewhere in there. Hold up, just make sure we get high really quick first. Hold on. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that satyr needed to be slayed. He was trying to get the little girl to come into his house. Pan is the god of sexual mischief. A lot of innuendos in there.
Did you stream your thing on TikTok, Enoch?
Oh yes, I did stream everything on TikTok, and I wasn't getting people on my stream. They were because they knew my point of view, so they were already on my side, and they were like, "Oh no, he doesn't know. He doesn't know." They were on my side, and they were kind of talking shit a little bit. But I was like, "No, just it's okay. Just let him understand. You know, he's gonna find out. He's gonna." It was like, watching. It was funny trying to see him. Okay, I know how we talk about it on here, right? And you see the person spinning, his mind is just spinning, he getting mad, and he doesn't know how to explain, and then he's like, well, what about this and that, explain that and this and that and this and that, right? He just starts going off in a tangent. See that a person in the individual in live as it happens, like as you're telling them the calculation, like you're slowly just bringing it to him, right? And then he's realizing like, oh shit, oh shit, wait, he's actually no, wait, what? He starts really asking himself these questions, like, was what I actually thinking just imaginary? So then he starts, because I mean, everybody's in this mindset of thought of a Big Bang Theory, and dude, fucking stop putting your head in the fucking clouds and fucking do the fucking natural fucking science. Sorry. Sorry. I'm cursing. Fuck off. The scientific, follow the fucking scientific method. Fuck off. Like, and just prove it to yourself. Stop sitting there in a make believe fallacy and tell yourself like, oh, this because of that and the other because NASA said this, and then when the Albert Einstein and that and Newton's law about this, and I was like, wow, he just talked about everything all at once, that I was knowledgeable of everything that we talk about, and then he was bringing up Newton's law without even knowing that he was talking about Newton's law. He was talking about Einstein's theory without even knowing he was talking about Einstein's theory. He was going over refraction without even knowing that he was going over refraction with me. He was talking about refraction and talking about the speed of light, and he was trying to explain. I was like, no, dude, let's go back to the curvature of the Earth. What is the curvature of the Earth? This is what the globe is claiming. Stop trying to go over like everything else. We're trying to go over the first thing first, and that's the curvature of the Earth. Because he's not ready to go over everything else yet. Gas pressure without a container, he's not ready for that yet. He's not ready to go over the spin of the Earth. He's not ready to explain that, because he's gonna go over again gravity. He's gonna talk about gravity, and I'm talking about make believe fallacies all over again. Everything that Quantum Eraser keeps telling them about, or talks and goes over them, telling them that, yeah, what you believe is just a fallacy. You actually have to go out there and test it for yourself. And now I understand, because he was yelling at me about it because I was a LARP, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and do it myself. Fine, F you. I'm gonna where's the fucking calculator? So that's what I went ahead and did. I went and did it what quantum erasers go and suggested, and found out that look, there is no curvature when you do the calculations. Earth is flat. Thank you. Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah, I looked at curvature for about 3 months. Just checking, just like, all right, is this really happening? Is there no curvature? And it just kept coming out, all the laser test and long distance and infrared, and it just kept coming. And yeah.
Well, okay, I understand. Okay, I'm trying to understand more about refraction and and speed of light and when you look at okay, just for instance, I'm gonna tell you if I'm because what we like to do, what is it called? Scientific method. So, say for instance, you were actually to go out to the body of ocean, right, and sit and be on a raft, which is I'm pretty sure it has been done. When you look at a body of water, what do you see when you're looking down at the body of water?
Water.
Okay, what else do you see besides water?
Atmosphere, light. I don't know.
Okay, but what do you see when you look at the water?
I don't know. Water.
I mean, okay, so there's the sun's out, and you look at the body of water. You're looking down at the water. What do you see?
I don't know. Fish, maybe.
Oh, so when you look into a mirror, what do you see?
Reflection.
Ah! Bingo! Reflection. So we're going to talk about refraction, right? So we're going to talk about the speed of light, the speed of distance. So how does an image travel? So if you were to close your eyes, cover your eyes, and then you're going to imagine, right? You got an image. And then when you open your eyes and you look down at the body of water, you see an image. Right? That's how fast light travels.
I posted that image for you, bro.
Huh?
You were talking about refraction. So I
Right,
posted
which
an image.
is light travel, right? Or light, it has to deal with light.
Well, I don't know if we could call it refraction. It doesn't quite qualify as refraction because there's only one media.
I mean,
so we can't even call that refraction.
as an image is being taken from one point to another, right? I'm just saying for a distance traveled, what is the fastest distance traveled from one point to another?
Are you supposed to say light?
Light?
Straight line, right? From one point to another, the fastest point, the fastest way to one point to another, the straight line.
I think the saying goes, the shortest
all I'm
distance
saying is that
between
your
A and B is a straight line.
eyes, right? Your eyes, it sends a mental image, right? It sends a reflection, right? It sends this beam of light, this imaginary beam of light of what we see, and it puts it into the image of our brain. Why we have image.
That's what I reckon doing like a.
I mean, that's how our eyes work, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how our eyes work.
I mean, it's not imaginary.
Right?
It's
Exactly.
light information.
Exactly, right? Exactly. It's from one, I'm just talking about straight lines, right? So when we want to talk about straight lines and we live on a what? When we look at the horizon?
Look at a globe.
That's how I reckon all these
so
long distance.
we say, right? So we say.
Yeah. That happened here when we were talking about looking at light at sea level, or the refraction. Is that what I hopped in on?
I was talking about, yeah.
Well,
light traveling. How your eyes project off light, right? Your eyes project light.
Absorb the light.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Yeah. So, I came in really late to that. So what was we're talking about with refraction?
Well, Earth is not Phoenix. Haven't you heard?
I didn't hear what you said, man.
I said Earth is not a ball.
That's what I keep on hearing.
Yeah. Have you got any measurements of curvature?
Do you have anything proving that there's not a curvature?
He asked first. He asked you first.
That's fair.
I'm not claiming a ball with the radius of 3959.
Hold on a second.
So, where can we find some curvature?
That becomes an awkward argument, though. Because
But you're asking. But the thing is, you're asking a question with a question. Why can't you just answer the question without answering with a question?
Hey, I wasn't answer or asking a question. I said that makes for a difficult answer.
Why?
Because I know. Hold on.
You know.
I'm pulling something up.
Yeah, why is it difficult?
One second.
Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. If it was, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet.
I'm sorry, man. Can you say something again? You're really low for me.
Hello?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up a little bit too, Roger.
1 second.
Yeah, what he asked you, PK, he asked you, well, he didn't ask you, he made a statement. The horizon is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So when we go out and look at something with known distances from an observer, and we find we can see 10 to 30 times further than the geometric horizon would dictate, and what does that mean?
We say we can see 10 to 30 times farther than the normal horizon. I think we're getting terms mixed up there.
Which ones?
We can only. You're saying that we can only see up to that point. You can't see past that point, or that's just the point that the horizon any object that you're viewing in the horizon dips down.
No.
Too far so that you can't see it.
You're expert. Yeah. That's better, Roger.
Yeah, I can hear you now, man.
So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959 because we can see consistently beyond that point. We can measure consistently beyond that point.
Do you want to? Is that where I came in with refraction?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's the point that was being made there.
So where can we
you
find?
Show me?
Where can we find some Earth curvature?
The same argument that's always brought up with this is you can see stuff dip past the horizon. If you can see ships dip past the horizon. Everybody's favorite argument on the same point.
You can't look past geometric limitations. You can't look past a hill or around a corner. That is not.
You're right. You're right about that.
So
if someone's behind the horizon, then you're right. You can't see it.
Okay.
Unless light refraction comes into place and it curves the light.
This is
which is a thing.
This is impossible. It is
light refraction's impossible.
I'm telling you.
Usually limits how far we can.
But not always. Under special circumstances, if a light is coming in, if a light is coming in,
most of the time refraction is bending light upwards.
unless the light rays come down at a separate angle, which is a rare phenomenon.
Right,
So
but
special
you're
bleeding.
assuming that makes you see down,
Which is
when
the
that can
same
make you
thing.
see farther if
No.
it normally is bending
So
upwards.
I'll happily try to find this video again. That's one of the reasons I actually came back to find the server and talk about this as well. Which got me back interested at this point, that is.
We want you to provide measurements, direct measurements of Earth curvature, right?
Do you guys like math?
No,
Sounds
not
like
math.
I do.
A measurement.
It's a measurement, not math.
But the thing is,
Math is not a measurement. No, it's not.
See, the thing is, you wanted to approach the subject of light refraction, or talking about refraction, and we're talking about the Earth's curvature. We're talking about that there's the curve.
How do you guys feel about Eratosthenes?
So
If you want to measure that,
now that would be your problem.
how do you guys feel about it? That's what I was asking.
Well,
Feelings
we know what it is, but that has nothing to do with the Earth being a curve.
And it has nothing to do with feelings.
Exactly.
It's Eratosthenes isn't a thing. If they were a person that measured the curve.
Oh,
you can't,
using
you
shadows.
can't, you can't even prove that that person was alive in reality.
Well, if anybody here had the willpower, same as me, I can't make an excuse for myself either. We could also do the same
You have the willpower to show what? Who?
And so
You
we
have
all have the same. We have this, or we both have, or we can both go through and do that same thing that Eratosthenes did.
Yeah,
and
but
measure the curvature.
He made an assumption that the sun was millions of miles away, bro.
Yeah, which was proven to be accurate.
No,
no, it's an assumption that's false. We don't know how far the distance of the sun is from the Earth.
We have a hell of a good assumption.
Oh, Phoenix.
Not to mention,
First of all, it's based on assumption. Okay, that
hey,
it's not.
Hey.
Wait. You said it was proven. It was proven to be what? It was proven to be true. That's what you said, right? Right?
I'm sure you guys have heard this. I'm sure you guys have heard this term before. Science doesn't prove anything.
Stop talking. You said 93 million miles was proven to be true. How the hell? Can you explain how it was proven to be true? Go ahead. Explain it.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Phoenix, you keep interrupting me. Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Is distance a science question?
Can be.
No,
it's needed.
No, it's not. You don't need. Excuse me, guys. Hold on. You don't need science. You don't need science to ascertain a distance. When it comes to astrological distance, hypothetical equations and philosophy, but it's still not a direct measurement, so it's not proven. If I want to prove the measurement of my table, I'll break out a tape measure and I physically measure it.
And how do you think we got that measurement?
Excuse me?
We understand what those distances are using science. In order to figure out a distance, we use science.
No, you use words like understand or figure out, but you're avoiding the very essence of the argument. Your hypothetical equations and quantifications are not absolutions of distance. It's not even a best guess. It's not an approximation.
You use a measuring tape or a measurer to measure something. You don't. You know what science is?
You know how many assumptions are involved in astronomical distances? That becomes the next question.
I didn't hear what you said, man. What was it? What'd you say?
How many assumptions are involved in an astronomical distance, and what's the margin of error?
I don't know off the top of my head. Do you?
Well, wouldn't it be astronomical? Yeah, we do know what it is. Michio Kaku told us.
I want to say that when it comes to astronomical units, it was a measurement of 5% was a fair margin of error.
Yeah, what about
Hold on,
I thought
guys.
that was the question that we were using.
You'd be you'd be arguing against Michio Kaku, who's a leading astrophysicist, when he said what 10 to the 100th power.
I could be missetting.
Astronomical error, because it's inversely squared. It's proportionate to the distance. So the error margin is exponential. If it's 5% right here on Earth, then as you go over distances, that increases inversely squared.
All right. Did you say the dudes with the sticks? Like,
And this is accepted. It's not, dude. Can you guys stay on one point, or do you have to keep obfuscating for him?
I have brought up exactly one point. It keeps on getting darted around.
Yeah,
I've been talked
that's
around a
what
lot.
I'm asking my own members. Can they stop interrupting me and obfuscating my point?
That would be appreciated. And also, I do want to say this as well. I am very willing and happy to have a discussion and debate with everybody here.
Okay,
However,
so are
hold
you
on.
in live? Are you in live stream voice text? I want to point something out.
No, but I can be.
Look in the voice text lobby at get 1:37 a.m. on the hour. He shows what in cosmology we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. Michio Kaku, the foremost astrophysicist.
Communicator.
So
Good
that
morning.
becomes like the billions play. So that means you could be here or you could be a billion miles somewhere else. And that doesn't even attribute the apparent position versus the actual position. Because we know that objects we see in the sky aren't actually where they are due to the aberration of light. It's a moving object.
It is.
And it takes light to travel. It takes time, right, for it to travel. That creates an aberration.
And we can predict that aberration that you're calling it as well.
No,
because we know the speed of light and the general distance that it's taken for light to get to us.
No, we don't know the general distance, and Michio Kaku tells you that you're off by 10 to the 120th power. You know what the 120th power is, right? That's orders of magnitude times 120.
He doesn't know that. 10 to the 12 is 1 trillion.
I understand how to do exponents.
1 trillion
I do.
seconds.
I understand how many
1
zeros
trillion
are in
seconds.
120th
I didn't
power.
finish.
Look, you can make a prediction all you want, but it doesn't mean it's a fact.
Hold up. If you know how
Mic
many
check.
zeros on there, how can you say we're roundabout number? How can you even say that with a straight face? I mean, you guys love to appeal to authority, and the authority says we really don't know what the fuck's going on in the sky. That's what his statement infers.
Right. So we need you to concede now, Phoenix. Right?
I'll
Be honest.
I'll happily move on to a different point. Sure, I'll concede and move on to a different point.
Okay, so Aristophanes could not and did not measure the distance to the sun. So your
Aristophanes didn't attempt to measure the distance to the sun.
Right.
Who said he
Yeah,
did?
that's-
He assumed an infinite distance for the assumption of parallel light rays when they hit. He also assumed the size. He didn't attempt to measure either of those. Those were assumptions in his base axiom or his hypothesis of if this is true, that's true, then this is true. If it's true that the shadow equals 1/50th of the radius of a radius,
keeps on going over.
Then we can infer this. If everything else is true, we can infer this. But we know he thought that Cyrene and Alexander were on the same longitudinal line, and we know for a fact they're not now. This shit's so flawed, I don't even know how you guys call it an experiment. He couldn't even accurately measure a stadia. He had no baseline. You guys act like he made some big accomplishment. No, what he did is he made a big long if this then that, and then if this is true then that's true statement. And now we know quite a few things he said, if this is true, are not true. We know they're not true. We know he couldn't even accurately measure high noon. He took the shadows at high noon, but he didn't know when high noon was.
So the science that you believe in is pseudoscience.
It's a belief. It's not a demonstration of anything. You believe that this guy stood on the shoulders of giants and told you something you couldn't disprove on your own.
So I have two separate questions. You got that. Two questions though. One is a general question. The other one's a more specific question. The first one is, what exactly do you and everybody, or at least in this situation, you're the one talking the most here. What specifically do you believe in, and how do you know that it's true?
What? That's a real general statement.
I said it was going to be.
I believe I can boil water at a certain temperature, and I can demonstrate that. And that's due to atmospheric pressure at that location and elevation.
Mm-hmm.
I believe what we can apply and what we can demonstrate. Can I answer that with that general statement?
Sure, that
because
works.
just because you give me an unverifiable assertion doesn't mean I have to accept it as reality. But what people should accept, who do accept that, is that they're living in a belief system because it's undemonstrable. You're talking about things that are a level you can't even physically experiment on them. So that's not science. Not one of cosmology, astronomy, astrology, none of that shit is science. It's all philosophy. You can't even call it science. It's a category error.
No. They are fortune telling. That's what they are.
So I believe in what we know and what we can demonstrate at our current understanding. And I know that'll change because the only constant in this reality we live in and observe is change.
Fair enough. Thank you for answering the
That
question.
change and growth.
And that the Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959.
Well, growth just goes in the life cycle: birth, growth, death. That should be an axiom for all of us.
One of my favorite things. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for telling me how you feel about that. But one of my favorite things, and something I'm curious about, what the actual community believes is, what is y'all's take on gravity?
Well, we don't listen. We're not 100% deniers that things fall. It's a given
I would
cause.
hope not.
It's a given cause that we. But we listen. There in physics, there isn't just one direction, one axis of travel. There's up and down in kinetic theory. Up and down. Some things go up, some things go down. There's no preferred direction to travel in our atmosphere.
And there is no up or down without gravity in general.
Well,
Up and
there's
down
no
are relative terms.
No, that's not true.
No, they are not.
Gravity, listen, they are relative terms, but they're not relative to gravity. They're relative to the direction of north, which is the only true direction because we can measure it with magnetics.
Well, if you're in space, there is no north.
We're talking about on Earth. We're
I
not
was talking about in general.
Space, you are supposing
so
that
here's the thing.
you're
In space, there's nothing to judge your motion off of relatively. So you wouldn't know up from down, left from right.
Which is why they're relative terms.
There is no direction to travel in space. And that's because
space is
it's
imaginary.
theoretical. It's theoretical.
Oh, hold on, back up. Hold on. I need to clarify this as well. Is space made up?
I was already leading into that. But it's not a place you could verify for me today. None of us as average men could actually go and verify it. Verification
Can you
is
wave your
key.
hand?
With enough money, you could.
Can you wave your hand?
Verification is, yeah, that's the assertion, but we don't know that's true. Now, I got enough money to do Virgin Galactic, but they didn't take nobody. The new guy, Bronson, he just went, but it was just low Earth orbit. Is that space?
It's safe space.
It's not space. We're not.
At what point? At what point does our
Low Earth
atmosphere stop
orbit.
in your model?
In,
No,
in
and
your
you're right. It's not outer.
listen,
It's not. It is space. There is a
listen,
different. There is something
in,
different here.
Yeah, there is. In your model, the atmosphere extends beyond the moon.
That more has to do with our gravitational pull, not our actual atmosphere. Our atmosphere goes about
not
30.
true. Not true. If you keep up with NASA's newest shit, they say the atmosphere extends beyond the moon, and that's why they didn't have to worry about the Van Allen radiation belt.
Sure. I mean, I guess I could see how a few particles could reach all the way out there and then continue to be in our orbit from our gravitational pull.
Oh, you need to
But
look
our
at what.
actual.
Listen, you need to look at what they say before you make assertions
All right.
on the thing you don't know.
Does anybody have that article on hand by chance?
Why are we entertaining Narnia, Phoenix? You haven't even provided any validation of
You haven't proven to me that it is Narnia and that it isn't fake as well.
Listen, right now it's just a conversation. We weren't debating a thing. He was asking what I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so because we can't
I
prove
understand
Narnia, we
everybody
can't prove
here has
anything.
got a different map in different directions, but we're driving in my car right now.
Hey, you can't prove that Neverland isn't real. Therefore, it could be real, bro. So what? What now?
Yeah, I covered that with you. It's unverifiable. You couldn't go there, and then we went to, well, you could if you had enough money in it. Well, that's just an assertion that you can't prove that it's true.
Guys,
But the
can
furthest
I
they
ask
went
him
is
a question, please?
the furthest they went was low Earth orbit, and that doesn't prove space, not as far as their model is concerned.
Mic check.
Mic check.
I heard you, bro, but
Thank you.
I'm trying to ask people to leave me alone and let me do this myself, but it keeps getting ignored. Let me be polite and interrupt you.
Yeah.
Either way, it's unruly and uncouth. It's not polite.
True.
So you got a little wishy-washy whenever I was asking about gravity, though. What is the belief of
Well, I didn't get wishy-washy. I said
Who cares? What
we don't care
who cares what gnomes do in Neverland? Who cares?
Bro, he
what
asked me
fairies
directly.
do?
Disprove and tell me what
I'm
your
gonna get
replacement for
upset.
gravity is. That's all. That's what I'm
Replacement
asking.
for fairy tales, for fairy dust.
Can you stop for a minute? Listen, dude, I don't like to get in this fucking yelling at shit, man, and I'm about to address this shit. He asked me directly, what do I believe about gravity, not you two.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's not gravity we deny, it's a given cause.
So the attraction of mass is the given cause there?
Well, that's Newtonian physics, and we're not under that. We're under relative physics. Warping of space-time and an effect thereof. What are you talking about?
Mass does warp space-time. Gravity does.
Yeah,
And
but
gravity
mass
is the
doesn't
consequence of
attract mass. Listen, you
Mass
keep
does
saying
attract
this.
mass.
Nobody.
No.
Can you not?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Not by special relativity. Mass doesn't attract mass. There's no force. There's no force of attraction. That mass warps space, and mass rolling towards mass and warp space-time fabric is the effect. It's just an effect. There's no force. Do you know what a relative world is? I mean, do you know what special relativity is?
Relative to the person experiencing it is
Not the
simply
relative I'm referring to. Relativity and special relativity. In the Euclidean geometry in the world you live in, as it pertains to that relative world. Relativity.
Yeah, space-time link. I understand what you're
So
talking about.
relativity absolutely says gravity is an attraction, and that's the new modern science. You can't prove it. Can you even show me? Listen, time is a concept made up by man. Space is an abstract concept made up by man. Yes, did we not even the word time is made up by man. So time is a way we constructed to measure the passing of things, the coming and going of cycles of life. It's not a physical thing. You can't warp time or space.
You can warp your perception of it, though, and an object's perception
Well,
of it.
you can't warp a concept. You can't warp a perception. Listen, You can warp a perception or a concept in your mind all you want, but I have no physical attribute in reality because it's not a physical thing.
To us, it is.
In your
Time,
mind, it is.
We are
Your
experiencing
mind, yeah.
time.
Listen, we do not experience time.
You don't.
Time is a measurement
All
of
you
the passing of
experience is
time.
Our
life.
bodies pass through
Oh
this
my
wonderful
God, I'm
thing
gonna
called
mute
time
You
you,
space.
bro.
experience life, not time.
Get, bro. Hold up, man.
And what is life without time, anyways? Right?
Life without time is just what it is, not what we've labeled it. Is that so foreign to you? That man
time. Go ahead.
Man has
Life.
labeled a lot of things, and we come up with a union of measurement for a lot of things, but it doesn't make those labels because they apply to the natural world. It doesn't make the labels or the unit of measurement a physical thing. That's like saying math is a living entity. It's not. It's a man-made construct to quantify things. And quantification is a man-made construct. And things is a man-made construct.
But if we can experience something and measure it using our
Yeah,
own terms that we've created.
Experience is a man-made conduct.
Yeah,
So,
and I'm experiencing talking to you right now.
So our
and
terms,
it's very
yes,
real.
They're not real. They're labels we've given to what we actually do. You can
They are
argue
labels,
all you
but
want,
they are
but
real.
listen,
Our experiences and the
you're
environment
not
around
going to
us
make
are real.
time physical, and you're not going to make space physical. An empty space isn't a physical thing. It's the absence of all things.
Space is not the
Come on,
absence of all things.
Space is. Space is the
Space
area
is a
things
low pressure
fill.
system.
Space would exist
No.
even if nothing was existed. There'd be empty space. It's an area, a volume, a man-made measurement.
Now that
a
is
concept.
true. Now that
It's a
part is true.
It's a yeah. The truth is, it's just a concept to measure area. See, you
In our
just
own
wrap.
terms, yes. However, those measurements
Not,
are still real
not
and
in
we can
terms, in
still
reality.
experience. However, that's also not the main topic that I was wanting to get on.
Listen, you can never experience the entirety of a volume of an area.
You are correct.
It's a man-made
Nor would I
concept.
ever want to.
It's a
Yes,
man-made
but
concept.
it is a man-made concept, but without it, we'd have no understanding of anything and not even be conscious beings.
Oh, we'd
We have
still
to have
understand.
experience.
Listen. Here's the thing: we'd still understand. We just wouldn't be able to communicate that understanding to other human beings. That's what language and concepts was created for—to relay our thoughts to others.
Right.
Not to make physical and bend so we can trap people in beliefs.
Okay, going back to the original point, though, we got a good bit off track.
Space and time aren't physical things.
Okay.
Yeah, so concede, right? Concede.
There's no proof for the given
conceding
cause of gravity. You can't prove mass attracts mass. You can't prove that
But we
space
can
time.
infer that large bodies of matter do attract other large bodies of matter.
Listen. And what you're doing is you're seeing movement in the sky and you're wrapping around somebody's fucking belief. All these things are attracting each other. That's why they move. It could be something. Listen, it could be something outside of your understanding, your current knowledge. It could be beyond that.
It could be. However, it could also not be, and we could be able to explain these things.
You can't. That's the thing. If Newtonian mechanics worked for the entirety of the universe, it wouldn't be off by the measurements Michio Kaku gives us. And
Newtonian mechanics are not perfect, thus black holes and our entire understanding and the graphic of physics
Newtonian
breaks.
physics doesn't even work for the entirety of the movement of what we see. You guys
But it is
say
the best model that we have.
It's not. That's why it was replaced by Einstein. That's the whole fucking point.
Once again, still get off topic here. Why do objects fall down on Earth?
Well, you asked about gravity.
Subject.
We don't know why. Neither do you. So why do you require that we know
our
why?
Best model we have an indication with our best model.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
That is not
Your
falsification.
best model
it's verifiable, testable experiments that we can do repeatedly and we can observe repeatedly. We
Yeah,
have
but
a good
listen,
guess on why it works.
yeah, you don't even have a good guess because you make no correlation between cause and effect. So there is no
What do
experiment
you mean
on
there's no
gravity.
correlation? Wait, hold on, no, back up. What do you mean there's no correlation between cause and effect with gravity?
Well, you're saying mass attracts mass. Why would anybody, when that's not the current rhetoric, even create an experiment trying to say mass attracts mass? Why would we still accept Cavendish, the non-experiment, as an experiment when it doesn't? It addresses an overwritten concept that nobody uses anymore. Why? It's a best guess. Why wouldn't our best guess now be attributed to our best guess, Einstein, smartest motherfucker in the universe as far as you guys are concerned?
Bendy space time.
Can definitely better
I
than
mean,
Montreal
can you answer
Still,
that?
that's not.
Bendy space.
Well, apparently, oh, bro,
That is not the intended question. Still, I'm not trying to dodge.
I'm gonna.
We can
I'm
go
gonna
back to this. We can go back to this.
put
Please,
your ass
somebody
in
remember
dog
this.
dish. You keep doing this.
What?
Not,
Well, we keep on
not
going
you.
off of. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm tired of being interrupted, man, and I'm gonna start addressing it here. I'm not the one to hackle.
I appreciate that.
People need to remember that shit again. I've been too nice lately.
I do appreciate that. We all right. Keep on approaching the subject, then we keep on getting derailed.
Yeah, we're
Due to
off
both
in the
of us.
weeds. You want to ask
Yeah.
why things fall, and I want to say prove your cause and effect. You listen. You can't prove your cause and effect, but you want me to replace it because I say it's an unproven cause and effect. It makes no sense to me.
Replace is maybe the wrong word, but still, we have what we feel is a general understanding. What is your general
Yeah,
understanding?
what you
What is
feel,
the term that you
doesn't-
use for it?
ambiguity. There's nothing wrong
So
with it.
things fall down at a specific rate constantly because they feel ambiguous.
Oh, it seems as if you don't know what the ambiguity means.
I don't think I do in the term that you're using it for.
What is ambiguity? The state of not knowing?
Ambiguous means that it can go one way or the other. It's an ambiguous term.
I didn't say ambiguous. I said
Ambiguity.
ambiguity. Yep.
I'm not drawing a different meaning here, even with that. Help me out.
It's the
You
state
either
of not
know or
knowing.
you don't know. You don't ask for help. If you don't know it, just say it. It's not a shame.
I did say that. I said help me out. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong.
Okay.
However,
that's good.
Okay.
I'm open to other explanations of why, because I don't think yours is the exact explanation. That's why it can't be demonstrated. If it had been proven, you'd have anti-gravity. You don't. Why? Because you didn't do any experiments on the cause and effect. Yeah, anti-gravity. For it to be an experiment, you have to have an independent, dependent variable, and you have to manipulate the variable that's the cause. Right? If you could manipulate the variable that causes gravity, you'd have anti-gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have it, so your gravity's not proven. That's the only. It's plain and simple.
But that's one of those other things as well, though. As I said earlier as well, I'm sure you guys have heard too. Science doesn't prove. You don't
Well, I
prove
know that.
things in science.
No, that's not entirely true. So that properly stated, it would be there's no 100% in science. Just
And
our best.
100% would be proving.
No, you can prove to a 98%.
You can prove
No.
without a.
Here's the thing. If you let me finish, you can prove
Mm-hmm.
98%. I can prove 98% certainty that water will boil at a certain temperature. But because I know that that's due to the current atmospheric pressure, I can't say it'll always be true. But it is true right now. 100% true right now. But I can't say it'll be that way forever because atmospheric pressure could change. And then so would the temperature at which water boils.
Yeah.
And this is why
Thermodynamics.
we say 98% because it leaves room for growth of knowledge. Not that we haven't demonstrated an absolute fact. It's that we could understand that fact in a greater manner. There could be multiple causes down the road. What we could be calling the cause could be effect of another cause. The cause could have a cause. So we always leave room for the growth of knowledge. That's it. That's the only reason. It's not because, oh, we're not attempting to prove shit. That's dumbassery when you apply it to science, because we absolutely are trying to demonstrate truths and facts.
And a real scientist would take a pledge to that fact.
I do agree with what you're saying.
Yep, 100%.
So
Can I ask
it's
him a
not that
question?
we're not. It's not that we're not trying to prove something. It's that we know we can't prove it to certainty because of what I stated earlier. Change is the only constant.
Well, why not accept also a model that does make up, or that can
I gave
describe?
a specific reason. You can describe whatever you want, but that you act like because you can describe it, that proves your cause. It doesn't. We use science to prove cause. Cause and effect relationship, it is proven through experimentation where you manipulate a variable. So when you give me anti-gravity, I'll accept your premise on gravity. Okay, cool.
I mean, technically, we were able to change
I
how
mean,
we feel gravity.
we can boil things and we can freeze things. That means we know a lot about temperature.
You know,
You
how
can't.
would you feel about this? How would you feel
You
about
can't
this?
make things float, so don't tell me you know why
How
things fall.
how would you feel about this? So we can manipulate how we experience gravity, as you're talking about with boiling water. We can change how we experience gravity,
Oh,
and we can make it
really?
best.
No,
How?
we can't.
We can't.
Tell me how you manipulate gravity. Yeah, tell me.
Go to another
I'm
planet.
curious. What?
That's impossible.
What? Go to another
Hey,
planet.
it's funny.
So,
Ha ha ha
Making
so
ha.
making
it is
CGI
because
videos?
Yeah, we're not getting on the
right.
CGI part. We're not getting
Listen,
on that.
no, we're not gonna. We're gonna stick to the earlier
Yeah.
statement about verifiability, validation through verification.
Yep, which I can
If is
argue
the
my
biggest two-letter word in the dictionary. You know what I'm saying?
sure is.
It's infinite. If and infinity can exist together in a fucking theoretical reality.
Yep, so we can be here all day asking ifs, ands, and buts.
We've been here.
Yeah,
For
and
But let me run. Let me run.
productive at all.
Let me run
Oh,
this.
fuck,
Still,
dude.
good thought.
been here
Good
5
thought
years.
experiment.
No, it's not about running your thoughts experiments. It's about that you are
You
not
don't believe
literate.
that
You are
we
not
can. You
literate
do not
into
believe.
sciences. I haven't
You
finished.
do
Don't
not
interrupt me.
believe that
I
we
don't believe.
can go to
Yes, I
space.
don't
Hey,
believe.
fuck, you cut
No.
me off, dude. Talking
So
about interrupting people, let me point the gun
you
your way.
you kept
How about you
yeah
take
you
your
kept
own advice?
asking
Hmm.
you kept asking us about gravity. I
Fuck,
tell
I
you
can
that
be
you are
specific about it
illiterate,
and you
and
still
I'm
ignore me,
saying to
bro.
you
That's why
that
you annoy me.
if you knew anything about science, you would have been watching one video at least from MIT University. Because at MIT University in physics classes, they don't teach the damn gravity which you claim exists in physics classes. They teach
Nope.
something else for the down vector at
Yeah,
MIT.
son. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, son.
They teach
What subject?
Oh, fuck.
incoherent electrostatic acceleration at physics classes at MIT
subject.
University for the down vector. So that is motion inside the electrostatic, electric, and magnetic field between two Gaussian planes, where you have forces acting
Yeah.
and
Real nigga.
manifesting.
So that's what they teach at MIT.
Yes,
Yeah.
Cool.
they
Okay.
don't. They don't teach
What do they
gravity.
teach you in kindergarten, though? What are they
Yeah,
teaching you in
yeah.
kindergarten, huh? That magic does it? No. That's not how it works. It's
Hey, listen. I
electromagnetism,
haven't.
bro.
Listen.
Electromagnetism.
Listen.
Oh,
Listen.
my.
I haven't
Just
insulted
saying, man.
y'all. I have
Sure,
not insulted
guys.
y'all a
Just
single
take
time.
over
I'm just
my
a
debate.
joker. I
It's
like to
cool.
joker.
You're
I
doing a
like to
terrible job of
troll
joking.
flat earthers. I like to troll
Yo,
flat earthers. That's my
hold
job,
on a
man.
second.
Flat
Mike
earthers?
was trying to get to a point, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Battle mod, yeah, you were trying to say
Well, you
something, bro.
never can do that because you move at the wrong pace for other people's likings. And they throw respect, general respect for other people to the side for their need to feel like they're doing something better than you. I'll allow them to do it. Fuck it. If you're that narcissistic, have fun, bro. But the day I get pissed off and you're out of here about it, don't ask why. Because it's coming quick.
Okay, so going back to the original thing that I was talking about. And it's going to have to be hypothetical since you guys don't believe in space. But let's say that space is proven to y'all, and the current model of the universe that we have, just with planets and such, just with planets, our solar system.
It doesn't work, dude. We already covered that.
That's a religion.
Oh,
Okay, let's pretend. Let's say it was proven to you, right,
man, I could
that Darth
fucking
Vader is
threaten to
real.
shoot somebody and it'd fall on deaf ears.
Right. Let's say it was proven to you that Darth Vader is real, and the power of the dark side is real. Would you then believe it if it was proven to you?
I don't know. Can we take? Hey, is Darth Vader in Narnia? Because we mapped
If I
Narnia,
took
bro.
you to
That
the
shit's got
Death
to be
Star
real.
itself, right? If I flew you to the Death Star and
There's a map
introduced
for
you
Narnia, bro.
to
sure. I
to
believe
the
in that.
man
That'd be great.
himself, would you
Live
then
in that
believe it?
universe.
Because you don't
Yeah.
believe in Darth Vader, right? You don't believe that that's real. But
You show me Darth Vader with a lightsaber, and sure, I'll believe it.
I would
Luke,
furnish.
I
You
am your
see,
father.
well, that's what I mean. It's
Together we
possible,
can
right?
rule Narnia.
You agree? Yeah.
You show me pictures and proof.
So you agree
and
that Darth
verifiable,
Vader, that
repeatable.
Darth
Sure.
Vader and the power of the dark side, that it is possible for it to be real, right? Right.
Do I
By the
believe
way,
that?
I've got a bridge
It's
that I want to sell
comparable
you.
to your
Just give me
science.
a call at
Yo,
this
Bung.
number, bouncesound.com. Bro,
Chill, dude.
look, it comes with a
Chill.
free trip to
Chill.
see Darth Vader. Okay.
Well, he's got a
And
good
I've got a
point
tower
there.
I want to sell you too, bro.
Not
I'll
really.
DM
This
me
is
your
his point.
contact.
Aside from
I'll
seeing
send you my
proof.
email.
His
Yeah, bro.
point
I'll
is
send
that
you all the
you're
proof.
telling fairy tales, motherfucker, and he's ridiculing it with he can send fucking unicorns in Narnia with Darth Vader riding them,
Have
and
I
it'd be
ridiculed?
equal.
Have I ridiculed a single thing that y'all have said?
Oh, you ridicule us when
What
hold
have
up.
I done in a
We
mocking gesture or two?
ridicule because when
Well,
you
when I
started
quit getting
speaking,
interrupted,
you said that we do not
I'm
believe.
gonna cover this, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. When we said we're in an empirical scientific debate trying to demonstrate facts, and you went to theoretical ifs and fairy tales, you were ridiculing us and our intelligence.
The only ifs that I'm on are ones that we have a.
That you
we
feel
are on
you
a
have an
different.
answer for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
you feel like you have an answer, but we've already demonstrated you how that's a fallacious reasoning. It's
What is this
faulty.
thing? What is this thing that people have with gravity? It's like, well, if you don't explain this one thing that's mysterious to all science and all of knowledge and all men, the very
You
thing that
don't
may as well
even
be
have a
God.
model to
If
predict
you
it
can't, no,
otherwise.
listen,
Well,
let me finish what I'm saying,
lack
bro.
of proof isn't a proof
Wait,
of in of
listen,
itself. But models
wait,
aren't proofs. The maps.
you're missing my point.
The model's not the land, and the land's
That's
not
not.
the model. The
Let
map's
me make
not
my
the
point,
land, and the
Valdemar, real quick.
land's not the map.
Let me make this point real quick, bro, real quick. People come in here and ask us for a replacement for gravity. But gravity is not something that anyone understands. Not Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Michio Kaku, not the scientists. Like get said, nobody uses gravity in the
At least
real
we
world.
try.
You're not gonna hear about this gravity, mass attracting mass, or the warping of bending of space time because of mass when you go to school to build things. Okay, like we're trying. So when people say, I need a replacement for gravity, right? Well, you already have a replacement for gravity. It's in college. It's called electromagnetism. That's how they explain it. Well, if I am to believe this, right, I need you to explain this one mystery that comes from a model that's that's hypothetical. Okay, like you see what people are asking for. Like you have to ask yourself, what is gravity? What is this thing that my brain won't let go? Right? Because I thought about it, and it's the apple falling down. That's what gravity is. That story that's been driven into your head. You don't know what it is, but it must be explained. What must be explained, right? That you lift something up, right? You lift it up from where it's resting, you let it go and it falls down. That you push a ball in the water and you let it go. Wait, you push a ball into the water, right? You let it go. What happens? It flies up.
But it
That has to
fell.
be explained.
Yeah,
It already has been explained.
it
You
has
see what
been
you're
explained.
asking for? Yeah, go
The
ahead. That was my point.
The same way the gases from decomposition rise. They've both been explained. They're not mysteries anymore.
Exactly. It's been explained. We already
If they're not,
have always
if they're
known
not,
it.
then explain it.
The reason why it can't be explained
It's
is
called
because
specific gravity, relative density.
the reason why it's difficult is because if you imagine you're on a ball, right? And the reason why the ball is a ball is because of this thing called gravity. Okay, the reason why all in this hypothetical model, the reason why all those things are balls is because of gravity. Okay, so in that model, gravity is a problem, but in the flat Earth, in the real world, gravity doesn't exist. It's something else.
Listen,
Go ahead.
I own an apple orchard. Since you're on the apple falling thing, I want to know, how do apples even grow on a tree without falling in the first place on a rotating ball? How come all my apples don't swing to the right?
Well, there's
due
a
to
problem. The
centrifugal
problem is the
force.
ball. Yeah,
I
the
mean, hold
problem
up.
is a spinning ball.
Centrifugal force bolds the equator. Why wouldn't it swing my apples all to the right? How come my pears don't swing to the right?
I'm sure that you've heard this argument tons of times. If you're standing on top of, if you're standing on a truck that's going 60 miles per hour, if you're
Centrifugal
standing
force.
on
The truck. Listen, don't give
It's
me.
not an explanation. It's a lie.
No, you're talking about linear movement and you're comparing it to rotational movement, and they're uncomparable. It's a category error. I'm talking about centrifugal force. Hold up. I'm talking about centrifugal force. That'd be the bank you go into on the racetrack, not the straightaway. You went to the straightaway and applied it to the bank.
That's backwards. Like you're stuck in your seat, right? But when you're going in a curve, you're like to the side, like whoa, this car's gonna.
Until you're doing it for a while and then you get comfortable with it.
So
yeah, and then you evolve to living like that. Like oh, you evolve, right?
Are you under? Listen, are you under centrifugal force in the straightaway? That's the question.
I have evolved to not feel the airplane when I'm on it.
And
Right.
here's the thing: you can say I don't feel movement in the truck when I'm running 70, but the truth is, I pave highways in America, motherfucker. No highway is perfect, so you don't feel movement down the road. That's a fucking pipe crackhead dream.
I drive cars so much, I have evolved to not feel the motion
You
of the
get
car.
comfortable with that momentum. If you
And
are in an RV,
and a
while
poor
it's moving,
motherfucker like you probably feels every bump in the road because
Whoa,
your
whoa,
punk
whoa!
ass.
Why are we going to name calling? Yo, bro, why are we going to name calling?
Can't afford new struts when your struts get blowed out. You
Dude,
can't get new shocks. You're on.
Hey, wait,
You're on.
guys, I got a good
You're
one.
on drunk
I do
tires.
not get
Your
y'all.
brakes
I'm
don't
gonna,
work
I'm
good.
gonna start
Your
interrupting
wheel
you.
bearings vibrate.
I don't understand why y'all are resorting to name calling.
We're not. We're just having
mocking
fun,
when
man.
I
We're
have
just
done
having
nothing
fun.
of that to y'all.
We're just having fun. Calm down. We're not picking on you,
I
dude.
didn't call
It's
you
not your
names.
model.
I said you're
You called me
poor.
poor.
You can't. That's not a name. That's a status. So you
Hey,
poor
we're not-
motherfucker. When you can't afford struts for your fucking car and yours are all blowed out and rattling, don't
I'm
tell me you
poor.
don't know you're
So-
going down the road.
Still,
Hey,
you're
I'm
saying
poor.
that you cannot get up in an RV while you're moving on a good road, a flat road, and move around.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
I evolved to not
No,
feel
you
that
can,
though.
motherfucker, but you
Yeah.
still feel
like you're moving.
I own an RV.
Let me talk to this guy for a second, man. I just want to ask him something. So, are you saying that gravity causes things to fall down?
Yes.
Well, okay, the problem here is gravity is the effect of things falling down, not the cause, according to the mainstream model. It is the bending and warping of space-time that causes.
They've already said
gravity.
doesn't exist, but yeah.
No, that's the
That would
well.
be
See,
agreed
that's
upon.
the cause. So the cause is the warpage of the space-time continuum, and the effect of that would be things falling, right? So that's how you have to put it forward. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that? Because that's the current mainstream model.
Let me make sure I understood it. Repeat it one more time.
Okay, gravity, all right, is the effect. Okay, the cause of that is the bending and warping of space-time, according to the theory of general relativity.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, you agree? So you see, so gravity cannot be what? The cause of things falling down. It is the effect, and that you just labeled the effect of downward acceleration as gravity. Fine, I'll call upward acceleration anti-gravity. Okay, because I can post you the slides. Like for buoyancy, there are two vectors. There's a vector down, there's a vector up, and where the body reaches equilibrium, that's where it rests. It's submerged in a fluid. Air is a fluid. Water is a fluid, and I can back this up with equations. And yeah, so it's like, okay, well, what's your point here? Because gravity is just a label. It doesn't cause anything. Just a name.
The warping, gravity is constantly pulling down, and it's the warping of space-time causes things to fall down, or is the pull of it. So one gravitational field interacting with another can't be pulled down if one gravitational field interacts with the other one.
We're only talking about in the medium of
You're
air
word
here, right?
because you don't know what you're talking about.
We're not even talking like in the water. It's not the same way though. Like, how do you explain gravity? How gravity works inside oceans?
Well,
Because
he
when you
needs
push
to
arms
understand
down, they come up.
Bong.
So
He needs to understand how Einstein's shit works. Okay, so do you think the warping of the space-time continuum on your feet? Hold on, dog. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Do you think? Okay. So, is the come on, man? Quit that shit.
Yeah, let him get it out. Let him get it out.
The bending and warping of the space-time continuum on your feet equivalent to the bending and warping of the space-time fucking continuum on your head? Are they equal?
Technically, yes. Technically, no.
No, absolutely not. That way you can't weigh. That's how you weigh stuff in Newton's theory. Is the differential
you weigh
between
stuff by your experience on a gravitational field.
No, fuck you. No. What the fuck here? Why don't you post the equation for it, and I'll post the equation for it.
Sure.
I'll back my shit up.
What did you say?
What did you know what you're talking about?
What happened?
I know what I'm talking about. You know what you're talking about.
What was it? What was said? What?
I was saying the bending and warping of the space-time continuum on your head and on your feet cannot be the same. This guy said yes, but technically yes and no. He said yes and no.
Your body of matter is what makes the gravitational force. No, that's why I said technically no. Each part of you is separate.
That is gravity in Einstein's theory of relativity. So these are the parameters you have to work with.
Man.
There are no forces.
What is space-time?
Separate atom.
What is space-time? I can't even imagine or listen to this conversation without knowing what space-time
come on,
that is your own problem.
I'm trying to take it to another dimension, so to speak. I'm trying to take it now to.
Okay, so we've got a flat.
The conversation.
Okay, so we've got a flat sheet of paper. That's space-time. All right, and then what? Then you put a marble on it. Oh, what did you? That's nuts.
Yeah, it is nuts, isn't it?
Okay, so all right, man.
I can't even understand what's. You know, when my teacher tried to explain it to me, Cyrus,
well, that's
I blew her fucking mind. I blew my mind. I was like, "You're saying that."
Okay,
I was
so
like,
all right, okay. Hooke's law, F equals kx, is how we weigh stuff. By the way, just to let you know, your spring scale. That's how all spring scales work. Hooke's law. Okay. So now you can't fucking use Hooke's law in Einstein in theory of gravity. That's general relativity. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. So you cannot blend the two together. You can no longer invoke forces, and we can get multiple citations actually that say gravity is not a force, because it's not. There is no force equals no. It's actually that force. Einstein replaced that with the fabric of space-time. That's what he did. He took Newton's force and he replaced it with the fabric of space-time, right?
Yes.
And that's so that's why you cannot mix the two together. So you cannot. You have to weigh. You have to weigh stuff. You weigh stuff by the differential of warpature between the fabrics of space-time. That's how it's done. You see. And so if you're gonna speak about gravity, I'm gonna check you. Be like, all right, go ahead, do your calculations with your fucking differential geometry and show me. That's the gravitational force. How much bend is in the space-time continuum? Because that's the update. So now I just updated you to Windows 11. Now you get the now reformulate everything you just said with Einstein in mind, because Newton has been shredded.
Download, man. Take the download.
That's it, bro.
Take the
All right, I said my piece.
That's good, man.
I yield.
Yeah, if he's so smart, why don't he tell Why don't he tell us the magnetic properties of lead?
Man, you guys I hope he's smart because I knew exactly what he was talking about.
he got tired of kicking people aside to have a conversation. You wore him out quick. Yeah. Yeah. See, you know.
That's right.
What? Some of the things
I
just
was
at the
I
same
was
time.
talking about Cyrus, not him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What up, bro? I kind of didn't hear most of that.
I don't know, man. I'm really into gas planets, man. How does that work out? You got any explanations for those?
So,
Anyone?
Yeah, I have. The gas planets are proof that when you have a release of warm gases, they don't rise above the table level. That's my.
Hey, I got another question. If I wear a mask, will it protect me from your gas? I wonder.
if
It's a
that
good
globe guy
one
has
too, of
another
course.
question,
I am here
please
for
come forward.
comedy. I'm the comedy relief person in the house here. Sorry, I get carried away. My apologies.
Comedy's good, man. But I gotta address this guy because I'm just
Don't
I'm just
apologize.
Yeah,
Throw
no,
them
no,
all,
you're
bro.
great,
Throw
man.
them all. They've been pissing me off. Throw them all, dude. Throw them all.
Yes.
Everyone in
What, nothing
bastards.
piss you off?
All right, man.
I love that fucking Ben.
No, actually, you were having a decent conversation,
Exactly.
Phoenix.
It's good. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, you're cool, Phoenix.
I learned a lot, man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the glow, bro, and the image firms.
Bam. There you go, man.
I'm special.
You're
Hey, you got any questions about gravity or
No,
gases
dude, you're normal. So you can have a normal conversation. You can be decent and civil, and those are the only people I give the globe. Obviously, you believe in a globe.
Well, no, he just believes that
Most of these guys here would say, "What's the radius?"
what he's been taught, man. That's all.
Yes.
Well, they want to know the radius, the circumference, the polar circumference, the equatorial circumference. How do you equate gravity? Just like Cyrus said, he'd want an equation for the warping of space-time, not force equals ma.
I can post it if you don't believe me.
They
I'll
get
just hop on
real
my
critical on you, man. They'd be critiquing your asshole to give you that glow, bro. I just gave it to you because you're a decent guy.
Well, I do appreciate that. Trying my best here. I was getting concerned towards the beginning of that or towards the beginning of our conversation.
Well, no, dude. Well, I get loud so I can be heard all over my own damn members.
Oh no, it wasn't you. It was several people.
But don't let that happen, man.
I'm sorry.
I know
You weren't even here, dude. Don't let it bother you. You can find good conversations here if you're picky about your battles. I gotta be. When certain people are here, I can't even try to debate.
I know it gets tough, man, because everybody wants to like chip in a little piece of the puzzle, and it's cool, man. I love that, man.
Yeah,
That's what makes this place great.
well, I don't. I built this server, man. We took it from level water to actual fucking answers. I don't need help, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody's got to hold my hand. I can skip through the merry month of May on my own.
You got it. Exactly.
Ain't nobody gonna grab me and shove a hot poker up my ass either.
So, out of curiosity, not debating. No, not debating. Just curious question. When did y'all become flat earthers?
2015.
Like 2015. Wow. Good while back.
2016, 2017 for me, something like that, roughly, give or take.
It's about the time I think I first heard about it.
I'm with Data. Either late
2013,
2014 or early 2015.
Been a truther since 1991, so but that's a different story.
Right. Yeah, that is a different story. I've been wondering my whole life how God's creation works in the scientific world, but that's another story too. I don't attribute my religion to science like some Christians do. I'm not a Christian. I don't accept a doctrine or a religion. I believe in a God. So I'm not going to say, okay, well, the Big Bang was God speaking a heliocentric universe into existence. I'm not going to say that. They're two separate issues. One can be verified, one can't. Or one can't be verified, and neither can the other. if we're talking about the Big Bang, and then God, I can't prove a God to you, or you couldn't prove a Big Bang to me if you tried.
Yeah, it's
just
fair.
another
Keeping
you gotta,
religion.
well, you got to have faith. They're both faith based.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
like
can agree
gravity.
with that for that analogy many times as well.
Gravity's faith. A lot of heliocentric shit is faith based. Now you could say, now you say it, and so it goes along with the laws of logic that we can make logical inferences, but you have to have faith in the demonstration that you make a logical inference based on. If you form one theory and then you use that theory to build other inferences off, and that theory is not backed by evidences or experiments. If none of your inferences come from an experiment or a demonstration, then your inference is worthless. And a lot of your inferences are just so, just as I stated, lacking experimentation. Because 90% of it, you couldn't experiment on if you wanted to. And that's where we ask for proof of a globe, and you guys go straight to the sky. But we can't physically experiment on the sky, so we can't call any of that scientific. It can't even be a scientific theory because you can't experiment on it. It's unfalsifiable. Why? I can't go there and experiment on it. Unverifiable. Can't go there and verify it.
Go to that gas planet, man. Is anybody thinking about going to that gas planet out there?
I'm waiting for him to offer a ride to the sun, bro. I'm gonna go to the sun. I imagine, yeah, on the sun I won't even need a lighter. I can just bring my bag of weed and I'm good.
That would be.
You gotta land up. You gotta land there at nighttime, though, man.
No.
How is the sun burning without oxygen?
Oh God, that is
in the
that is
nighttime, dude. Come on.
That's the greatest fucking correlation
Actually,
between their reasoning and the heliocentric model. We can land on the sun at night.
At night.
That's funny as fuck. I'm gonna be laughing about that shit tomorrow when I wake up.
It's good talking with y'all. I need to head off to bed.
When you're taking a
Thank
piss,
y'all
you're
for the good
laughing.
conversation.
You're like, why is this
Alrighty,
guy?
man.
I'm gonna put it in
You
a
guys have a
rap.
good night.
Yeah.
Hey, you too, man.
It's
See you.
heliocentric, dumb. At nighttime, we can land on the sun. Write that shit down and put it in the rap log right now.
That's pretty good, man. What the?
The rap log, bro. I'm just writing raps. I'll find rappers to rap them. I'll rap some myself.
Oh, if you go back and if you guys ever scroll through the live stream voice texts after not looking at it for a couple days, man, you see some of the funniest shit in there, man. It's great. Thank you guys. You guys are fucking awesome, man.
The dark side of the sun, man.
Listen,
you gotta go to the dark side.
Yeah, half these motherfuckers can't fit their head in the VC, bro. You got to be careful with all them comments.
I know, but there's like so many great memes and pieces of gold.
Their head's so big, their microphone don't fit.
It's like gold for like killer memes and just crazy cool stuff, man. Thank you guys.
I look through here for poetic ways that people say stuff because
so good. It's so
it can be turned into a rap or a song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like there's one guy here that likes to rattle. He'll write a paragraph or two, and he don't even know how many of his sentences I took and made into bars.
There you go.
Verses. Like, damn, this motherfucker's contributing verses all the time, and he don't know it. I'm gonna write a 5-paragraph rhyme and show it to him. Look, this is all your statements, or where they led. In my mind, let's take a trip in my mind. I'm flat Earth time.
Where fucking Phoenix go? Did he take off?
Where time's not a fabric, you can't grab it.
I guess he took off, man.
Oh, Phoenix, yeah, he said he was going a minute ago, man.
Okay, cool.
He's decent. Like, look, it's so hard to get people to stay here because you get that domino effect. When one motherfucker starts a conversation, you got 30 motherfuckers that jump in it. And then when the people get frustrated,
like people just get excited, man.
They get sensory overload. Listen, they give Globers sensory overload, and then they say, How come we ain't got no Glovers to talk to? And I just so want to cram it down their fucking throat every time they say it.
Well,
But here I'm just too fucking polite. Go ahead, Hank.
We got to have a code and says, "Hey, man, 1, 2, 3, man, I'm taking this guy," or what? Everybody's
Bro,
got.
you can say it in plain English and they ignore you.
Well, exactly, man. It has to be some kind of like.
It's like they're relying on the language barrier. Oh, my bad, Battle Mud. I thought you were saying this. It's a language barrier.
Right. But it's just tough, man. I don't know if there's any fucking perfect way to figure it out, man, so that it doesn't happen. But
I mean, I'm not a mic hog. I'll lead him to my
still
point
gonna
and
happen,
get off
man.
the
It's
damn
still gonna
mic.
happen, dude. You just
I
gotta
ain't got
kind
a
of
problem letting other people get a whack at them. This is why we built the arena, because those of us that built the server can't get our own damn BC and have a debate with. We don't look as debate as 6 people against 1. It's 1, maybe 2 people.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Tag teaming a motherfucker.
Everybody's
And we
got
get
find it. If some people will get along with different people, man, and that's just the way it works, man.
Yeah, and some people have already considered that
say, okay,
they don't like to hear certain people talk, so they interrupt them every fucking chance they get. Well, that's not smart, man, when the people can just remove you from the community.
That's right. I don't like that either, man.
And the fact that they don't do it should let you know they're trying to be nice. Don't mistake niceness for weakness.
Yeah, I get it.
Indio gets so fucking mad when he comes in here and he can't even. Man, we started this shit. We used to sit in here, and the only people we would let talk would be me, Indio, and Jose. Maybe me more. You know? And people were happy when we unmuted their mic and said, "Hey, man, you want to add to this?"
Right.
Now we gave the platform over and we afforded other people the opportunity to use our popular platform that we created.
Right.
And now when we do come in and we got the feeling to fuck up a Glober, we can't satisfy it.
That's a good way of putting it, man. Feeling like I want to fuck up a Glober today.
Yeah, I got the flavor for a Pringle, but I get in here and I get some crushed up ruffles because some motherfucker stepped on my bag of chips.
We should have some kind of like special thing we click and like I feel like fucking up a Glober today. Click.
I'm about to bring the auto mute code back, so where when I use it, it mutes the entire lobby all at once.
Who wants to join that fucking party? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't have liked Judas Sleeves or Deuce Vote when we first started this. This motherfucker come in and 2 people talked, and he'd go through and mute the whole damn lobby. And unless he called your name, you didn't get to speak.
Yeah.
If you use your role to unmute yourself and then interrupt him, you'd probably get demoted.
But I at the same point, Mike, man, I appreciate the spontaneity and the just the unpredictableness. Sometimes it's kind of very interesting.
Yeah, sometimes it is cool, but when you got a new
it's-
guy and you're just
I'll be driving down the road listening.
Here's the
and you
thing.
guys are total fucking. Everybody's talking over everybody, but
I know.
I'm picking up a little. It's kind of funny at times.
When new people are crammed to the point of sensory overload, and then we're sitting here for hours without nobody to talk to, and we got the people that cause it asking why we don't have a Glover to talk to, it does get kind of frustrating. So if we could just pick somebody, if you could each take turns talking and say, "Hey, I got the last new guy, you get the new guy," then we wouldn't keep losing people, and then we'd get enough new guys to where we got 10 resident Glovers you could take turns talking to.
No, I think you're doing. I mean, you're getting enough Globers in here daily. I hardly, miss a day where I'm like, here's somebody.
Bro, we had 50,000 people at one time, and we had 1,000 Glovers that we could choose to talk to, and we used to pass the turns. And literally, we did it. It was unspoken. When you came in here and somebody else was already doing it, you didn't say, "Hey, hold on." That shit didn't happen. We didn't allow it.
Well, I mean, it's your thing, man. I'm just trying to make it a little bit better, or I'm not trying to
Well,
make it any worse. Believe me, man.
I know. Listen, it's fun to let everybody do it, but we had a point when we did it, and that's the reason we maintained control, and it was a more welcoming environment there.
Yeah.
Now, so we can't get above 5,000 people right now because it's not a welcoming environment. People come in here and you blast them with sensory overload. We're listening on YouTube. We get so pissed off, we get on our microphones and start muting people and bitching.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened? Like when I was allowed to explain Einstein and gravity to him, he didn't have anything to say. Like he just
Right.
was quiet. And Mike was trying to, like, when I just hopped in here like a little while ago, he was talking to him and he was getting somewhere, but everybody else started talking, so the point gets lost. So after that happens, it's hard for like the guy that was speaking, like if I was talking about Einstein and I got cut off, like I lost my train of thought. It's like fuck, now I got to go backwards. It's cool to just let's let that guy just hammer his point home, and like I passed the mic, we all passed the mic, so
yeah, if I can get a joint to lead it to my conclusion, I do pass the mic. Sorry, I'm not as quick as you all, but the truth is, y'all aren't quick. Some of you just want to be the only motherfucker talking.
Well, that's what. There's
And
so
some
much.
of you spend all day in here every day. I come after work, and there's motherfuckers that have been here since I went to work at 5 a.m, and they're still here, and they're still the same motherfucker talking, or over talking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll probably respond to some of that. I have been working a lot.
Yeah, you've been absent, Hank. Sorry, man.
I've been in here
Listen, bro,
morning.
dude, I'm not mad. I want to get back to the welcoming environment we had because it's good for us and our community. A few bad adiples can fuck it up for the entire community. You got certain people in here that will only come in a couple hours a day, and it's gotten to where the same people are always in here all the time, and those people who are part-time can never even be heard.
Yeah, I'm a part timer. I usually come in late at night like this, man. Come take a piss.
I know, and the last 2 times you came in, you couldn't even talk because somebody pissed Mike off. So here you go, bro.
I was driving, man.
I'm going to give it to you.
The last time I came in, I was driving all day, but I was just listening and learning. I had a little bit of interjection, but that's fine, man. It ebbs and flows.
But you know what I mean? It's like Hank. Hank only gets so many times. Like he said, he's usually working.
Yep.
He wants to come in, make a quick point, and get the fuck on. But the same dude that's been talking for 4 hours goes, hold on, hold on, hold on. And like Cyrus said, you lose your train of thought. And then there goes the 10 minutes you had to talk anyway.
But everybody has like a certain sweet spot of their knowledge that they just can really rip at. Like you just handled that fucking Einstein shit like a pro, man. That was fucking sick, man.
Thanks, bro. I didn't even pull out any math, man, because he didn't know any.
I know you didn't even give him the real equation, bro. You just threatened him with it.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even.
He wasn't ready.
Well,
I was letting him know
record that shit and put it down on fucking paper.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like me and Cyrus, we sat here and worked on the dude the other day. We flow good together. We both think in the same manner.
Yep.
Because we went to school for the same things, Maybe he didn't finish, but he still thinks like an engineer systematically in a process.
I like how when. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Cool, man. Go ahead, bro. Spit it out.
What was funny was like I like how when we were talking about how I was approaching the guy in my live stream, and then he came in and he was talking about refraction, and that was the first thing he was trying to get at, and I like how he just like went straight back to the proven Earth has a curvature, and then when he brought up Einstein's theory, I was like, I know exactly what this dude is talking about right now. And like, I'm like, man, is he reading my mind or something? I felt like he was reading my mind. Like, I want to just let him know, like, exactly what he was trying to bring up.
Yeah, that dude was honestly cool. He heard a few things,
yeah, he was.
and he just wanted to cover the few things. We shouldn't try to sensory overload those people, because here's the thing: we all say Globers get toxic, but what you got to realize is the toxicity level in the room when they're on sensory overload. So, in the what part we play as a group and making them become toxic. I've seen it over and over again where decent people have come here and they become toxic because they literally can't hear a straight answer if somebody's trying to give it to them because you got 10 people talking at once.
You know what, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
You feel it. You feel it when you go to like another server and you're the only flat earther on the panel. I think if everyone tries that out, you will understand how it feels to answer to 10 people at the same time.
Right.
You know, like
Yeah.
we've done it like on the politics, on the other one with where Veach is at. Man, we were just chilling, and they started grilling me, right, because the entire panel is against you. It's like, holy shit, that's what we
Yeah.
do. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, and it's comparable to 15 fucking detectives, you know, trying to cram you about wanting you to explain your day. Oh, are you sure you woke up? I woke up around 7. One dude, are you sure you woke up around 7? Do you know you didn't make coffee at 6? Could have been at 8 o'clock. What color shirt were you wearing? Did you have your shoes on? Were your underwear properly installed?
Right.
You know,
Were the
it
planets
gets,
aligned?
Right.
yes, my planets were aligned. My properly installed underwear was on. My ass was raw because I hadn't shit yet. The coffee was hot when I woke up. That shit's on the timer. And my shirt was red. But before you get it out, you got 10 more fucking questions, you know?
My shirt was red, white, and blue. How about that? How do you like them apples?
Oh
Yeah. I got a taste of it when I went to that chatterbox. I was like, fuck, I couldn't finish one answer before some idiot's asking the next fucking question. And that's what we do to them. Fuck you.
Dude,
half the time they can't get their entire question out.
But they'll come in with 27 questions right away. What's gravity? Where's the edge? What about
Well,
the stars?
I
The
know,
moon?
but that's
And I'll be like,
when
whoa,
it's
whoa, whoa, whoa,
properly
dude,
done. When it's properly done, one person addresses the first question and holds them to that, doesn't let them move on from it. I try to show people that through example over and over again. A proper debate isn't done on 100 different topics.
Let's just
it's done on the first positive claim.
Well, Mike, first of all, man, usually the Globers come in and you kind of give them the little rundown on the three questions, which is cool, man.
I don't do that.
Let's see where you're at. A lot
I've
of people
never.
do that.
I don't do it either.
I've never big. I like Miggy's 3 points, but
they'll
I
bring
don't
up
do it.
something. They'll bring up something, and it'll.
I try to meet them where they are.
Exactly. Let's meet them. Yeah. Meet
Talk
them
to them, not at them.
and say, "Hey, man, okay, what do you know about your ball, man? You got any? I like that, man. What's wrong with that?"
Simple
Nothing.
thing is
that's where I do it.
Once you gauge them, and just one up them, not two, not three, just one. Be like, all right, gravity. Listen, it's like this. Boom, 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 boom. Bow. What you got?
Gravity we talking
It's like,
about?
oh fuck. You know, you could just trap them right there. I don't even do that anymore. I just go to Einstein. There's only one Einstein. I'm not gonna play the Newtonian game. I'm just going to That's me. You don't have to do that. I go, oh, gravity. I love it. Einstein. Yep, that's my gravity. What's good, man? What you got? Crickets, you know.
It's what we use in application. We convert gravity to newtons, and we don't say weight is caused by gravity. We just convert gravity to weight and calculate our load bearing capacity with that as part of the load. And it could be, listen, it can be equatable to wind or atmospheric pressure. Yeah, well, you got to think pressure pushes down on stuff. Pressure is a force.
It does.
Yeah, so newtons converted to, or gravity newtons converted to kilograms could be just the atmospheric pressure.
That's what I was saying last time. Remember, I was telling that
Yeah.
dude, you got to convert it back to like kilograms to make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like it's in newtons. Like what the fuck is a newton? You got to divide by g again, little g, to get kilograms. You know?
Exactly, and then we use weight in engineering, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it, man.
How much weight can it bear? You leave a percentage, so it'll be like a 80% ratio for if you want to be 20% above the weight you're predicting to bear. If it's a bridge, I say I'm going to bear 130 tons at the highest possible weight. Full of cars, 130 tons, but I'm going to build the bridge to hold 150 tons.
Yep. I think it's
And
called
I'm gonna
safety factor. Safety factor.
Yeah.
Is that it, Mike? Yep.
Yeah, safety factor, and I'm going to allow it to move and stress and float.
What's funny was that he said that these are his words, okay? He said you measure something by a prediction. I was like, what?
Yeah, and another thing, listen, and another thing is the flexibility isn't anything we learned from any gravity concept. It's the oak tree versus the willow tree. One bends in the wind, one doesn't bend in the wind. The wind gets too strong. The one that doesn't bend breaks. It's too brittle. So we just learned that from nature. If you can't flex during a fucking earthquake, you're gonna tumble. So we make tall buildings where they can sway, vibrate. They sit on coil springs. The foundations are built on springs, where all the main supports sit on springs that absorb it and allow it to. You control the amount of sway that it has. And if you go outside the variance, well, then the building fails. You got total structure failure.
Twin Towers?
Well, yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say.
That's a unique case, man.
That was a demolition job, dude.
It was.
It was the most perfect demolition. I can get online and get you a million videos of demolition gone wrong. I've seen the tops of buildings roll down streets. Now, there's only one system that could do that many 3 in a row perfectly timed. Anybody else know who that complex would be that could perform them systematically perfect?
Cordite?
The military industrial complex. Who else is that precise on timing, scheduling, efficiency, overkill? Well, 9 times out of 10 demolitions go wrong because the materials that are involved in demolition are expensive. So you don't want to use any more thermite than you have to, or any more explosives than you have to. That shit's expensive and your profit goes down. If you're not worried about profit, you can blow them motherfuckers straight up and make them systematically concave on each story per story. Bam, 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 bam. Fall in on itself perfectly. That's a perfect demolition, dude.
Awesome.
You don't want to touch the other buildings around you, too. So you don't want to go overkill with the explosive either. Because you'll blast,
you want it to be an instantaneous failure, but an instantaneous failure will fuck up everything. It was perfectly systematic from floor to floor to floor.
Hey,
that way you didn't end up with the top of the building rolling down the street and it was obvious it was a demolition.
Hey, speaking of structural engineering, Cyrus trademark.
Yo. What's
do you
up,
ever watch
bro?
Brian Mullen?
I have indeed.
Yeah.
Love that guy. Yep. Multiple times.
I had a feeling you loved that guy as much as I
love
do.
that guy. My guy, man. He's my dude, man.
He put shit in my head. I'll never get rid of.
He's
Brian,
the one.
only problem with Brian is he works for somebody else, and people were allowed to fuck with his position.
George fucked with him. Specifically. I heard him admit it out of his own fucking mouth, and fuck that guy. What a piece of shit. He's a great fucking engineer, man. He knew his shit, man. And
But when I saw his shit, man,
that's fucked up.
it's like he showed me that like I had plenty of tools to like wreck this shit. Just simple, just algebra. I was like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah, listen, dude. He's got a quality for putting complicated shit in simple form where any idiot can understand it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I like about Brian. It seems he's got young kids at home and he knows how to talk to you like you're a fucking 5-year-old about some shit a 50-year-old should understand. You know?
Well, when he made those videos, he
Nice
didn't have
grit,
any
man.
children. He didn't have a girlfriend.
That's one of my biggest problems.
You know,
relaying the information in a way that other people can
he
understand
put
it.
out some information, man. That
It's a good teacher.
Every week, I was like, "Oh shit, what the hell's next, man? Oh fuck."
Yeah, just because you know shit doesn't make
He only
always
did
make
you
you
less
a good
than 10
teacher.
episodes of that shit.
Yep.
Hey, Michael. 8 total, and it was 8 fucking power packed episodes, man. Woo.
Dude, my dad is a civil and structure engineer, and like he went and he busted out his surveying books. Like he was like, man, this is bullshit. Like he's a flat earther for sure. Like, but after like checking out the videos or whatnot, he was like, what the fuck did they teach us then? So my dad is 60 now, and this was like a few years back, like after like 2016, 2017, and he went, man, and he started busting out the survey books, and he was like, oh my god, man, it's bullshit, it's just
Same thing with the pilots.
So
the same thing with the
he's
pilots,
a civil structural engineer.
pilots
Yep,
get fucked
civil
too, man.
structure, yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Pilots.
I don't know, class
They
of
start breaking
whatever.
out the fucking manuals. What the fuck?
It's like where they had electromechanical back in the days where such thing existed. Yep.
Oh fuck it.
So they
You
had
better
civil
know about
structure.
this shit. I don't know, but you know. I know you do.
So yeah, they lay out roads and bridges and everything. So, yep, assume flat Earth. Yep. Assume flat. It's like, oh yeah, fantastic. Yes,
Oh, you
that's
betcha.
what's up.
Oh, you betcha.
If you're surveying under I don't know how many square kilometers, yep, can be neglected. It's like, oh wow.
Hey, that's a canoe coming out in him there, eh? You betcha. Oh yeah, you betcha.
Oh
yeah. Beer and sausage, eh?
That shit's all from Fargo. Fuck fucking Fargo. I hate that fucking movie. Fuck.
Oh, hey. You don't like tapioca, eh?
Never, man. It's just totally, every once in a while I'll be like, oh, you betcha.
Oh, you don't have no tapioca then, eh?
I think I've seen it once.
It's
maybe.
good. It's good, eh?
Hey.
Like my friend was from Minnesota. She would go, don't you know?
Don't you know? Yeah. See, my grandfather lives in a reservation up there, and he don't talk like that. But I mean, he's Native American.
I think
But
it's all Hollywood like shit, man. It's just a fucking Hollywood. Fuck this.
a lot of people don't talk like that up there,
NASA's
dude.
Hollywood. Fucking science is Hollywood. It's fucking Hollywood.
Shit,
Everything's Hollywood, man. Fucking Coco
ain't
is
gonna lie.
Hollywood.
Bro, my grandmother's from Minnesota, and that don't you know? That is on point, bro.
On point. All right. Just
sorry, but Battle Mod.
Oh, you're all right.
You're good, man. We're just taking.
I was just gonna say, I used to go to the reservation to see my grandpa just so I could go to all them hot ass titty bars they had up there.
Don't you know?
Take my grandfather to there, don't you know? Give him some dollars, eh?
Have this this up and down accent,
I say,
bro.
Grandpa,
It's like an Irish accent almost.
Hey, Grandpa, don't you know that Grandma won't be mad about what she doesn't know, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a tapioca. Get your pudding. It's only $1, Grandpa. Just give her $1.
Oh
Put
my
it in your
God.
teeth.
I just want a game by timeout, but That's only because I was trying to check. This guy tried to make the time run out and win. Oh my! I just saved the win by.
You play chess?
Making it. Oh my! Yeah, like people are cheaters, man. It's so dirty.
What? How do you play? Like, okay, let's play, man. Where do you play at?
I'm on chess.com. No, I'm talking about like the Blitz games, man. People are like freaking disgusting, man. They're so dirty. Like, I was like, obviously,
bad leadership, man. Really bad.
they'd rather win by time and not give you the win. You know, not resign. They're. I'm like, you came here to win, but yeah, you know.
People are greedy, man. People are greedy. It's kind of this us against them. This team.
Let's go, ball.
I thought online
your
gaming was
whoop
toxic,
your
bro.
ass,
I
man.
know, right?
It's a new level, man.
That coconut chess. Let's go, man. Let's go,
Man,
bro.
people are so toxic, bro. It's like chess, not chess, bro. Not chess. No, not like this.
What are you playing?
I was playing Blitz, yeah, on just chess.com, like 5-minute games. Like I play the slow games to practice, but when you play the fast games, people win by time. Like they'd rather win by time rather than resigning when they just move pieces crazily until the time runs out. It's like, is that how you play this game?
Fuck, man.
It's crazy, dude.
I play that Sniper Elite. Me and my nephew been playing that online.
Sniper Elite, eh?
Yeah,
I have it. I never tried it online though.
For PS4, what do group missions, shared missions.
Okay.
So like if you can't complete a level, if you're having problems on it, you can invite me. I can come play with it, and if we beat it, it'll complete it on yours and mine.
Yeah, co-op.
Yeah, co-op. So just like it started, Big Red Dawn and all that shit, PS2, those were online. A lot of people
like
don't
that game. You can do that slow-mo shit.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know you could play online on P2, but yeah, you could.
Sad, man. So sad.
I like that Sniper Elite. It's better than playing frickin' Call of Duty all the time.
You know the thing about chess, people are always trying to trap you at low levels. It's so like,
Oh man. Hey, listen. I don't know how to play. Let's go, man. And I'll whoop your ass. Let's roll.
You probably would. You probably would.
Nah, I don't think so, bro.
For what?
See, I'm a little bit. My dad taught me when I was 6. However, I never kept on playing, dude. So that was my bad. Yeah, chess.
Oh.
Yeah, same. My son's like that. He hasn't. I taught him when he was little, but he hasn't played since.
Yeah, I gotta know you're good, or I won't play you. Just if you're not good, it's just too fucking easy.
Oh shit!
It's boring.
You ever played with Bong?
I study fast kills, so I mean, you should be studying 3 and out, 1 and out, 2 and out, all the way up to 32 and out. You should have that shit memorized. If they make one mistake in 32 moves, you should already have them dead. And if you're not playing at that level, then you're just going to be bored playing me because you're going to keep losing.
All right, Vaughn, you at that level, man?
I'm systematic.
I'm honest. Fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck. I know what you're talking about. I got a chess book, but get the fuck out of here. No, sir. Yeah, you'll whoop my ass if you know that shit. Yep.
Well, I got tired of losing to my brother, and he only read up to 7 and out, so I read more than him.
Damn.
And me and my older brother, were competitive. He's the oldest, I'm the youngest, and I was always arguing with him. No, that ain't true no more. You ain't been in school in a while. You're wrong. I can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in a competition since I was born. I think just because I was the youngest. It's like, damn it.
Bong? What's your level, bro? What's good?
It's weird, man. It's weird.
You at that battle? You at that battle mod?
It's weird. My when I played daily chess, you know the chess. It's around 1200. When I play, like the
good.
faster I play, the faster the games you play,
Yeah.
the worse the worse
your ratio gets. Yeah.
your rating is. I was like, what the hell? What's up with this crap?
It's kind
But
of asinine.
yeah. But I think it's because of how because of how crazy people are playing. You know, the computer. You know, the computer is stupid anyways. It thinks that you know, it thinks that the more pieces you have, it doesn't know the position. Like computers aren't smart. You know what I mean? They don't know certain things. Like they don't know that you're winning when you're actually losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they think that you're having more pieces instead of position. You know, all these things because it depends on the deck. It's when you play people in the real world that's kind of it's cool because
Hey man,
you know
once
there's no computers or
once I defeated my dad one time, I kind of retired after that. Took a bit. Alright. Yeah, you know, he taught me when I was 6, and I think I was 20. I was like, I'm done, man. Cool. Fuck this.
yeah. I mean, I used to hate it because of how frustrating it is, but now it's kind of that's all right. You know, I just play for fun now. But
You ever play with a timer? You ever use the timer?
No, I don't like it. Not at that level, man. Just a hobbyist. Novice.
yeah, I used to study it hard. You know, back then with poker and all that.
Yep. You two should fucking play, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I went from chess to poker. Poker was the next level chess for me. That's why I went to poker. I was like,
is.
holy crap, chess is level 2. Like level
21.
Yeah.
it is. Can I count cards? Can I count cards like I memorize chess moves?
But it has to be Texas Hold'em or no limit. Texas Hold'em.
Oh,
that's
live.
That's the only poker I play. I don't play the other games.
I like Hold'em. That's the only poker I play.
Sound right, Truth. Do it live. That just doesn't sound right. You're gonna have to word that.
You have to risk
play
something
chess
to gain
live.
something, right?
So we can watch. Don't they do it?
Yeah, live, exactly. Please, man, let's go. On the live stream. Bong versus Battle Mod.
We ain't gonna be doing it.
Nah.
In the sense of
I'll play Bong.
No, you're not getting it. Do it. Not getting it. Like doing it.
Doing it live.
Doing it and doing it and doing it live. This isn't gay porn battle mod. Don't play like that. I'll be playing chess and playing chess and playing chess live, but I won't be doing it.
All right. Cool.
You don't get it. It just sounds a little gay to me, dog.
Play chess then, man. Play chess. We all want to see you play chess live, bro. Come on.
Well, I'm not playing chess right now. I'm good. I'm like Bong. Once I memorized it and beat my brother down, I was good with playing. I might play the computer every now and then to see what score I can get. That's why I know 1200 is a good score, because I do the same thing as him when I get bored.
Battlema, do you rate yourself in chess?
Do I rate myself? No.
So you just know you're at a certain level then, because you know your skill level, right?
I've been rated. I played in the
So
school.
you think you can beat? So you think you can beat basically any novice player, basically?
Novice, yeah. I played league chess.
But you know you'll probably lose to like a champion player.
Oh yeah, champion. I'm not a champion level player, no. It wasn't
That's cool
my
because
love.
you know if you're good, you kind of know where you are. You know your strengths and your weaknesses, and that's that says a lot.
Yeah, I can generally beat down a novice, and it's not even fun. But a champion player, they're probably more versed and out moves than me, and if it goes for that long, I'm gonna lose. You know what I mean? If we're
Yeah, I'm kind of like the novice player who learned, you know, to who knows chess but haven't really got my rating up over the years. So I just play for fun, but haven't really got good at all.
Yeah, I mean, shit, I probably remember about 25 of them now. So once we get outside of 25 moves, it's just coming from heart or feeling. You know what I mean? It's not from systematic repetition. It would have been more when I was younger.
Hey, I just wanted to say, Gondrick, you in here, bro?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, that's him.
Bro, I would pay you to get like a Cleveland Brown avatar and just go as Cleveland from now on.
Do I sound like somebody?
You sound like Cleveland Brown, bro.
Is that a person?
It's a cartoon character.
I'll tell you what, man. I look like people too. If you see me in a grocery store, you'll be like, I know you. I saw you. You look like somebody. Yeah, will tell me that too. I sound like somebody. I look like somebody my whole life.
I got the pareidolia, bro. I'm sorry.
But I've never met this Cleveland Brown dude.
I just posted his image in Livestream.
Usually, I try to play positions the computer and people like book, like people aren't used to, and I like trying to experiment using the king. I've been blundering a lot doing that, but it's getting better, I think. A little bit.
I'm laughing right now because this is what's this cartoon? Funny ass cartoon.
Homer,
Family Guy.
Family Guy.
Family Guy.
And then
Family Guy. Sorry.
Cleveland got a spinoff
It's
and
been
got
a
his
while.
own TV show.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Homer, that's nasty. Yeah, he got a spinoff that was just Cleveland Brown too. I like his son. He's funny.
Oh man, I missed them.
I'm out.
Unless you've seen that episode, it may not be funny to you.
Damn, man.
That's one of my favorite episodes. Where's my money, man? Got my money? Got my money? He beats on him forever, and Brian's like, okay, let's go to the bank. We'll get your money. After he spends 3 hours taking a beating, saying, I ain't got it, man. I'll pay you, man.
But the 5 minute the speed chess, like the blitz chess. That's pretty good for like because people do traps and they go all out doing all sorts of crazy trying
Do
to
you
trap.
get better when you're high?
Yeah.
Like I know
Oh.
in pool, there's a big difference. I can feel a difference, like sober versus stone. Shooting pool, I'm much better stone.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. I'm always better.
With that sativa, I think, especially. Yeah. With a good sativa.
I played so many games of pool, it don't matter what state of mind I'm in. I play the same at any time.
Oh yeah.
Unless I got a headache. I got bulging discs in my neck, so you get tension headaches, it fucks with your eyes. Spend a few more years working, you might know what I'm talking about.
I got herniated discs too, man. Lower back though, like L5S1.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
Most days it doesn't bother me because I do enough stretching. My days start with stretching every day.
It makes it worse sometimes when I stretch.
It does. That's the thing. One day you stretch wrong and it irritates it and you end up with a headache. Yeah, that's why I try to make sure I'm awake before I start my stretching, and I try to do it the exact same way every day.
Since the military.
Oh no. Nope, I don't do military stretches. I do focus stretches for supporting muscle. Shit I learned in physical therapy. I still do Pilates once a week. I was gonna quit, but I kind of like some of them old women there. They're all right. And I don't mean women my age. I mean like 70-year-old women are still hyper and athletic doing Pilates and shit. It's enjoyable.
You're better, man. You're a freak.
No, I'll go down there and buy them all a latte afterwards.
You should take one out.
It's good to see old women enjoy themselves and still be active. You never had
Oh,
a
I thought you meant they were hot.
No, I denoted that. They're not my age. They're more like remind me of my grandma.
I thought you were into like extra MILF. A little
No,
gilf.
Hell no. No, I've got respect and love for our senior citizens.
Yeah, that's respectable. You're a good guy, Battle Mud.
Yeah, it's just they're good women. Plus, I take donuts. I go on Friday and give them donuts. Buy them a latte. My donut shop is open Thursdays and Fridays, and that's it. I go down there and spend a couple $100. I ain't lying. If I went without, somebody ate my last box of donuts. I've been feeding for 2 days. I get 2 dozen more the next week. I buy a lot though. I get an order. I got to stand in order because I take donuts to I got a classic automotive restoration shop on the back of my repair shop, and I'll take them down to all my mechanics, and I also take certain like 10 dozen donuts to the asphalt company. Try to hook them up with them good donuts once a week. I mean, these fucking donuts are $1.50 for a Long John. It's a 120-year-old recipe, man. They still make custard the old world way. Healthy.
Sounds so good.
Oh, they are. They are. I ain't never showed you the image. I'll show you image. They're called Hinkley's. Hinkley's Donuts. they're literally famous all the way to New York, man. There's people that come from New York to buy them and freeze them, take them home.
I'm in New York right now. I'm about to make the trip.
Yeah, there's people that come to buy our Coney Islands too. Coney Island hot dogs.
Man, you're making me hungry. I'm out doing deliveries right now.
What are you delivering?
Just pizza.
Oh, yeah. See, these are my fave right here. Chocolate covered custard long johns. But they sell croissants and pretzel wraps, and you can get maple nut frosting.
These got custard in them or no custard?
No, those ones are custard. Yeah, them's my fave. Them are custard.
Yeah, custard is dope, man.
They sell apple fritters. You can get the vanilla coconut. They got the bomb, yo.
Vanilla coconut. Wow. Okay. Some advanced donuts you guys got. I like that.
Oh, these motherfuckers. They sell the best donuts.
Nice.
They sell fritters, pies, broth,
Bake me some
soup,
brownies.
cheese rolls, chicken. They sell all that shit. Chocolate frappe, whatever. You can get blueberry pie, cinnamon donuts, cream donuts, pecan pie. Yeah, pecan pie donut. They sell fudge cake. Their fudge cake is good too. See, but they're only open 2 days a week, and then the rest of the week they do custom orders. I like to go there when they're fresh hot out the oven. That's when they're best. They sell them cinnamon twists and pecans and shit, man. That shit is the bomb. See, that's how I lay them out too when I take them in there. Take them in and open the boxes up. I got coffee machines at the shops too, and I'll unlock them and just put a bunch of free credits on there. So Friday I pay for their breakfast and their coffee. Everybody, some people like to miss Friday. They're wore out by the end of the week. You know, they're fucking coming in late, showing up 5 minutes late. And I don't dock somebody's pay. You punch in a half hour late, I still pay you for the day. You still get that hour. But when they know they can go in there and get a vanilla cafe and a fucking 2 free donuts, they're there early. Shit, I get chocolate milk and shit for all of them too. And when it's cider season, I'll take cider in there all the time. Shit, the asphalt guys love cider. But cider is good for you when you're dehydrating. It helps retain stuff. Helps you retain fluids. I love a fucking... I put a whole gallon of cider in the damn cooler when I'm doing asphalt. I want a cold glass of cider, 5 times a day. See, in asphalt, it's smart to just get a 2-liter or a big bottle of water. Because if you pull out a whole bottle of water out the cooler and you don't drink it and you set it down while you're working on the asphalt, it's going to be 80 degrees before you go back to it. So if you're one of them guys that buys a Pepsi and takes 2 drinks out of it and set it down, you want to stuff it back in your cooler when you're doing asphalt. Stuff it right back in there, take you a drink and put it up. Otherwise, it's going to be boiled water by the time you get back. I like to get them. I got big 5-gallon things of Gatorade, and I get these big packs of Gatorade mix. I'll mix it all up and fill it up, and then just dump a bag of ice in there. I like to keep them on the backs of every truck. I
The
buy
ice machines you got?
15. I don't make my guys pay for ice either. I also buy them these every year. I buy them a couple of them 3 times a year. I'll give them these. You guys know what a fanny pack is, right? Well, I get these bottle holders. They're insulated bottle holders that clip onto your belt, where you put your belt through it, depending on where I get them from. But they'll literally keep your pop cold on the asphalt for a freaking hour, or a bottle of water or whatever you put in them. You guys love them. Fuck, I love them. I like to get the ones that are Velcro. Stick the Velcro tab down through your belt, and then Velcro it. That way, when you get in the truck, you can take it off your belt and leave it in the rack. Set it on the seat, and it doesn't get hot. It's wrapped in a cooler. I mean, everybody that works for me got them fucking pimp coolers, you know what I mean? We all got a badass cooler. Plus, each truck has its own cooler. Just get the big Coleman white coolers. It's got to be white, though. I mean, you guys know what they are. The most rudimentary things are the inserts you put a pop can in, Kind of like that. But they mount on your belt.
Do you have an Orca?
Yes,
Orca
I have
cooler?
a fanny pack. I have a fanny pack that has 2 holders, like you're talking about. They normally come with plastic bottles in those 2 holders.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so you can carry a couple pops with you. Yep.
Yeah, I keep an extra gun in mine with ammo, and it just looks like you're gay instead of you're packing.
No, I got an Orca cooler at home, but that's for fishing.
All right.
But no,
That's the
you
good
don't want.
stuff.
Yeah, you don't want nothing like that on the seal
Asphalt.
truck.
Yeah.
Getting covered with seal or getting asphalt on it. Who is that, Dumps? Is that you?
That said they put a gun in it instead?
That's what he said.
That was me. I serve.
Oh.
I serve the one I am. I'm the one that said that I got a fanny pack, but I keep a gun in it.
No, I asked Big Dumps if that was that picture that he posted is him. I was asking Big Dumps it. He posted a picture.
I got you.
I was wondering if that's him. Or the one he posted earlier was him.
Michael, I think you're too damn nice when people won't stop interrupting you, man. I think that's why they just continuously do it. Just too damn nice, dude.
I know.
I mean, if a cop's standing at the corner yelling all the time, but yet never does anything to you, that all they ever do is stand there and yell. I mean, are you going to listen to the cop? No, you're just going to keep doing what the hell you're doing. And that's pretty much what you've been doing. You're just standing over there yelling and not doing anything. You got to start doing something, and then maybe they'll shut the hell up and let you finish the damn statement.
Yeah. I hear you. It's the truth. But then they all start complaining. Battle mods, mod abusing.
Who cares?
I know.
All right, I'm gonna ban that guy for concern trolling. He didn't say nothing.
Ooh.
Come on, man. He didn't flinch.
Talking about me. He's talking about me.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't flinch though. So sure. I thought you was gonna flinch, man.
No, he's
What up,
right
bro?
though. I used to mute all these motherfuckers that pissed me off tonight, but I got tired of listening to him complain. Some of them act like they got me muted and shit. There's like 5 people on here that just don't like to hear me talk. They're like, you're always yelling. Yeah, that's because your fucking punk ass is always interrupting me. I'm trying to be heard over you. What the fuck? If there weren't 6 people talking, nobody'd have to yell, right? I mean, when it gets in here and it's decent like this, none of us. Do I sound like I'm yelling now? I mean, if so, maybe I just got my mic too high.
No, you sound like you're getting tired, and no, you definitely do not sound like you're yelling.
Oh yeah, I got up early today. Fuck, I think I only get about 3 hours sleep. I do that 3-4 days in a row before I gotta crash, and just a habit from doing seasonal work. Sometimes I don't feel right unless I rob myself for some sleep, you know? Because I'm just used to it. I mean, I don't do as much work as I used to. I don't run crews now. I just go in and make sure contracts are straight, equipment's being maintained properly. Review the books, make sure I'm not getting embezzled from. But I pretty much trust my secretary. They're the only ones with the authority to withdraw or download, pay bills, write checks. Now we don't write checks. We just, we do it digitally online, but they have access to that. So they don't rob me though, because they know if they need a loan, they can just ask for a loan and they get a no interest loan. They don't have to get a bank loan. Shit, the head of my office, the foreman, my head secretary and accountant, I bought a house for her and she just made monthly payments come out of her paychecks. How would you like that? You get a loan to buy a $40,000 home and then you only work 7 months out of the year. So you're only making payments 7 months out of the year, but they go directly off what you owe. Nothing goes towards interest. There ain't no balloon payments. You just give me back the damn money you borrowed.
So you're not chewing them. That's pretty good, man.
No, I mean it just sits in the bank anyway, you know. And anymore, the bank, it should be you make money off interest in the bank, but if you're just in a regular account anymore, that you don't make no money on interest because they're charging you fees, handling fees, and I'm so tired of banking systems, and they're like, it's illegal for you to have $10,000 at home. So if literally if I took all the money out of my bank and said fucking put it in a safe, I'd be in prison for embezzling my own company. Like, are you fucking serious, man? So my money just has to sit here and I gotta pay this bastard all the time for doing nothing. You're doing nothing. Like, so you sent me a letter that told me how much I had in the bank. Do you think I didn't know that before you sent the fucking letter? I mean, I tried to opt out of that shit. I don't want your fucking letters, bitch. You're sending letters through the mail with my information on it and somebody could steal my fucking mail, moron. It's all the way down by the road. Hell, I can't even see the mailbox from the house. You know what I mean? I'm in the country. You could just...
You buy stuff online or not?
Oh, I do. I do.
Shows up by your mailbox or you pick it up?
No, that actually I got a sign out front that says all deliveries go to front door, drive up driveway.
All right, cool.
So, but it also says I tip well.
All right.
So people, they don't bitch, you know.
That helps.
Yeah, the guy that delivers for this area, he already knows. I don't really even need to sign out there anymore. I usually get the same delivery guy. And a lot of times he'll be like, man, you ain't got to tip me all the time, Mike. But hell, fuck it, I don't. I got one of those coffee machines in my barn too, because I like that vanilla coffee. Vanilla cafe. But in the mocha, I like that. But it's kind of nice to just go push a button and get a cup if you don't feel like making a pop. But I got employees out here too, so.
The little cups? You talk about the little K cups or whatever the fuck they're called? Okay.
Yeah, little cardboard cups. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a small coffee machine. Actually, there's two of them, but like I said, I got employees. You know, there's farm employees that come out here every day. So. But you know, he knows shit. On Friday, he's like, "What's up with a donut? You ain't gotta tip me. Can I get a donut? Can I get two, Mike? Can I get some coffee for the road?" He always got a big cup. He want to get 2 free cups of coffee so he can fill his cup. But he's cool, you know. You know how they're like, a lot of them are like, when this shit came out, if you ain't wearing a mask, I'm not delivering your shit. And he's not like that. He asked me, hey, do I gotta wear this mask every time I come up to your farm, Mark? I don't see any of your employees wearing a mask. And I'm like, nope, I don't buy into that crap. He's like, cool. Took it right off. We get a coffee then, Mike. So more people know what's up than you think. Right here in my town, the hospital just made mandatory, you know, mandatory vaccinations for employments. So the hospital employees are starting a lawsuit and going against that to where no business can call it mandatory because it violates medical laws. So they're going to start it for every business in Michigan. And since they filed the lawsuit, they have to halt that shit until they win it or lose it. So you can't make it mandatory until you fucking win the lawsuit and prove it's legal. And a bunch of nurses and shit did this. I thought, yeah, okay, that gives me hope for my town.
So a judge ordered an injunction?
Yeah, they have already got an injunction. And they also, 2 days ago, we stripped our governor of her executive authority, right? And we're starting her, whatever, removal. We already got enough signatures from enough of her constituents to say we all want her to go. They can't, there's no fighting against it. She got to go. Impeach a bitch. And I'm not even going to argue whether it's a dude or a girl. Just get them out. At a certain amount of signatures, it starts an impeachment hearing. At a greater amount, you need no hearings. If 80% of the people in the state are in agreement that she got to go, then that's just all there is to it. The people of the great state of Michigan say you can't be the governor no more, and that's the way it is. And we're at 82%, so
That'd
they've
be
been
awesome, dude.
well, we are at 82%, and they've been trying to fight against it, but we filed the injunctions for that. Well, they accepted the injunction, so that stripped her of all her executive authority. Now it's just a process. And I think motherfuckers are going to be real more critiquing and picky when people start running for governor here. I think we're going to want a Michigan native and a well-known person. I mean, I got some money to campaign against people who I absolutely feel shouldn't be governor, and I will. Smear campaign isn't that expensive. I mean, I pay for commercials and advertising. I know how much it costs to put a commercial on TV. I can make a good smear commercial. And if they refuse to do it, well, then that just shows a bias. And I'll advertise that bias on YouTube. My state's starting to wake up and speak. I almost want to start a group like an Alon group. A bullshit authority Alon group. Do you have PTSD? Has your government appeased you? Are you slightly disarrayed with your government? Join our group. Let's talk. They
Fire
basically
range included in membership.
right. They basically made it to where to disagree with your government makes you patriot terrorist, bro. You know that. They call you extremists just for rallying.
Domestic.
Yeah, domestic terrorists. Domestic terrorism is an attack on legal fiction or a corporation. How the fuck is that? When you're talking about a citizen who doesn't want their freedom in the hands of a corporation anymore, how can you be a domestic terrorist trying to tear that down? Well, basically, what they're saying is we're your rules, and we'll just keep writing laws that. Well, listen, you can keep writing laws that keep us in prison, but there'll be a day that motherfuckers shake off the ideal that they owe your law any allegiance. They're just words on paper. In reality, right? In reality, in natural reality, those are just some fucking words you wrote on paper.
I'm sorry, sir. You have confused us for public servants. We are your master. Do as we
Yeah.
say. Shut up, or we will have our army come and beat down your door.
Well, the thing is, most military men won't do that. They don't believe it's their responsibility to kick in doors.
But the cops will. That standing army that's not supposed to be.
Yeah, only until the value of their life goes down. Which right now with BLM, it's down real far. You want it to go down with every other race too? That's when they'll be politically correct and polite at a raid. I'm sorry, sir. We're pretty sure you're selling drugs. Can we come in? No, you can say no. You can say no, we can't, but this is a raid. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. FOP conferences are open. I went to a few FOP or Federation of the Police. Fraternal Order of Policemen. You can sneak in
There
them
wasn't such a
and
if
listen
there
to
wasn't
them.
such a there wasn't such a false whatever of called the thing called the war on drugs. How else would they be able to get in your automobile on the side of the road without a warrant? They wouldn't.
Well, right now
It's not
they
a war on
can't.
drug. It's a war on people's rights.
Right now they can't. If you disagree and you're really reasonable about it, you don't offer them any opportunity to say you're just being violent and aggressive and resistant. Well, then they have to get on site warrant. You can tell them you don't agree to a search. Get on site warrant. I've been a dick.
That depends on what state you're in and what they made up canine laws are.
Well, Michigan. Oh yeah, you can bring your canine in for a outside search. They do that. Yeah. Oh, you
Yeah,
don't want to let us?
but then they make them false alarm, and then search your shit anyway.
Oh, I know. Me, I'm not pressed about it. They can do that. They're not gonna find anything illegal in my vehicle. Marijuana's not illegal here no more. It does have to be, transported under certain regulations to carry it in a certain manner, keep it in the package you. Actually, you don't have to have it in the package you purchase in no more here. It has to be in a seal tight container, like a Ziploc bag or something, because now it's decriminalized for recreational use. So you can have an ounce of weed in your pocket and you're not in trouble. You got an ounce and a quarter now you might be. You might have something to worry about then, but you can have an ounce in your pocket here. I think actually it might be up to 2 ounces, but I never carry that much anyway. So, I'm, you know, I'm pretty. Maybe it is two. I think it is two. You can grow 12 plants here for every member of your household. Every 18-year-old member of your household. So, I mean, if you got 5 adults living in your house, you can grow 60 plants in the yard.
Did that get a lot of people off the streets? Hey, come live with me. I need plants.
I don't, no, our homeless rate is actually still pretty high because of the auto industry never returned to what it was. But come on, let's not be coy. They were renting the Cobo Arena and the Palace and shit. They were renting the old baseball field just to store cars in for Ford because they were manufacturing more fucking cars than they needed. I went to Detroit one day and for 8 fucking miles they had cars lined up down both sides of the railroad tracks waiting to be shipped out. Just brand new fucking Cadillacs, brand new fucking Mustangs, just lined up everywhere. Like they couldn't even ship their cars out. Why are you still producing them then?
Probably a contract they have with their union employees.
Yeah. Here, I'll be back in a sec.
Welcome to the Dead Chat. How are you doing today?
I am well. How about yourself, sir?
Doing good.
Good. How is it in Texas? What's the weather looking like?
Hot and humid.
Okay. Even at night?
Yep.
Oh, that sucks, man.
I think it's probably still like 87 at night.
No.
It's hot enough you're outside for 15 minutes.
So you can't live without AC, right?
Well, I mean you can, but it's pretty miserable in my opinion.
Yeah. So it's a necessity, yeah.
No, it's a luxury, but
okay.
But your AC is continually dripping.
What?
I said, but y'all were talking about distillation the other night, you know, and that AC is just continuously dripping water. It might be cheaper and easier to put a badass filtration system on your AC and catch the water that comes from that than
Yeah,
it would
right.
be to distill stuff.
It is. It is. I mean, it's runoff. So yeah, just catch it, filter it. You're good. Shit.
I believe that is technically would be the same as distill.
It is, yeah.
The definition of distillation. I mean,
It's condensation
being
from the
distilled.
air, you know. So
yeah.
Just so it is distilled. Yep. Plus I mean, it's gonna pick up whatever's on like condenser, you know, cold surface. It's gonna pick whatever. So yeah, it's a good idea to just run it through a basic filter afterwards, a carbon scrubber and whatnot.
No, I meant like if you put like badass HEPA filter had a clean sterilized unit and just catch the water straight out of the unit itself. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying like put a basic like carbon filter post the catching process just to get whatever particulates and shit that it picks up off of the surface that it's going to condense on, you know. You don't have to. You can. Oh, it's like super ultra clean.
We always put a 5-gallon bucket on the RV AC where it leaks, you know, off the roof. Put a 5-gallon bucket there, and it stays full, and all the animals always have water.
Nice. Yeah.
My memory serves me correct. You're a crypto guy, right?
I have some Bitcoin, yep. I wouldn't call myself a crypto guy now. Shit.
How's it going? Are you not the one that set your dad up like to mine and stuff?
My dad? No. I mean, I am.
Okay, someone else then.
Oh yeah, I just mine my computer, just my GPU. I just let it mine. Kind of stopped for a couple of weeks now because it kind of went down. Profit went down a bit. I could have kept on going, but it's the only one I got. So
What's Bitcoin?
However, 38. So, kind of.
1,000?
Yeah, so I'll start mining again. For sure. Nice. I'll just check right now. What kind of animals you got? You got horses?
My wife has a dog.
Right.
I don't know.
Anything
Oh,
edible?
That's you, Cyrus. I thought it was someone else talking. That's why I had you.
Yeah, it's me, man. Yep.
No. Sort of like nomads, so we don't own any property yet. There's no place to house animals.
Yeah, I want to get some ducks, man. I like duck.
To eat for their eggs or what?
Eat, yeah. For the meat. Eggs for business. Hatching eggs, not regular eggs.
Yeah, one of my friends that of selling chicks.
That's decent business, man. It's not bad. You can sell hatching eggs, I think, like $3 an egg. Something like that. Or more. Depends on the, what I breed or whatnot.
Do you live in the States?
Yeah, I do.
Which state?
It's a blue state. Let's see if you can guess. It's a blue state. I live roughly on 47th parallel. Roughly. Legal pot. No, I'm way north of them. Washington.
Oregon.
I'm up in Washington, bro.
When I went to Oregon, it was awfully strange being a native Texan. I hardly ever get more than like 300 miles from where I was born, and seeing people just have like an ounce of pot on top of a 5-gallon bucket rolling joints in front of the gas station. I was like,
Dang, yeah.
it's just weird. I think anybody should be able to do what they want to with plants.
Bro, Texas, man. Come on, bro. You guys talk about that freedom shit, freedom this, freedom that. You don't even have legal weed.
I wouldn't even want legal weed. I think anybody that promotes legal weed is a dumbass. Should have decriminalization across the board.
Legalize it.
It's not a crime in the first place. How in the hell is having a plant hurting somebody?
I don't know, man.
Who's the victim? The CIA?
Yourself. You're victimizing yourself. We can't allow you to do that.
They don't have a responsibility to protect me. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy what our grandfathers great grandfathers allowed the governments to do.
Yeah, they duped him, man.
Sins of the fathers. That's what we pay for every day. They're talking about blockchain and cryptocurrency.
Who are?
The live stream voice text.
Oh shit, let me check.
Oh, wasn't talking about it. Just like summary.
I can read.
Yeah. Big Dump said something about Bob Lazar, and I said they use him to push this alien agenda. I say that guy is their pawn, their clown. He's working for them. He made only claims and statements. You know, he told us nice stories, but no evidence, nothing. You know, from anything that he did or witness.
Oh, that's the Galactic Federation of Light, bro. Trump for the Galactic Federation.
What do you eat?
Why? You hungry?
No, I'm eating a ribeye right. But it is funny trying to listen to you talk, laugh, and eat at the same time.
Turkey sandwich. Turkey and Swiss, bro. I like my shaved turkey.
And 51 countries, somebody said to me today, that wasn't.
Who's listening to Trump? You surfing the web, get be get. What? You know you're hot micing. Get be get. What's up, Truth? You're being quiet tonight. How you doing? You get some sleep?
I already told her that, man. Told her this exact same thing. See, that's two of us. That's two of us now.
I'm being Have.
How does Have act?
Yeah, she thinks by speaking the truth last night, bro, she might have offended
No.
some of us.
No, look, dude, I don't remember everything that was said last night, but some of it I do. And the part that I remember, I was being a real bitch from time to time, just like for real.
I got it going, and look, even Elijah jumped in. He co-signed both of us, so we had to been speaking some truth.
Yeah, I don't think you and I are talking about the same thing. I think you think I'm talking about that, and I'm not.
I
But
know.
yeah, I remember that. And I think that probably may have set the tone for it before the rest of it kind of like fell in. So I don't know.
I heard the rest too. Mm-hmm. Look, when the same motherfucker can come in here and be a drunk and an asshole over and over and over again, and you one time out of a couple years have an outrageous night, I wouldn't sweat it. There's people here that do the same dumb shit day in and day out. When you try to point it out, they ignore you. But like somebody pointed out, I'm just too nice about it. So I already made the statement. I'm over the crap, man. I'm gonna clean it up for the community. So when you catch a band, don't ask me why. You already know why. You're one of them people. I'm done with rude, unruly, uncouth people who don't add to the community in the ambience, but they take away from it. I got too many years into all this. I don't take it lightly. And believe me, you didn't say much of shit, True. I've heard way worse.
You you weren't in there like you weren't everywhere that I was when I was talking. You didn't hear.
Okay,
Yeah, you didn't hear
maybe
some
not
of
in
it.
here.
Yeah, that's so. I wasn't really referring to what you were talking about. Well, no. Plus, I took a nap and woke up, and I'm just so, I don't know, just so relaxed that, and
Hey,
if I was, then it's
I
like
prefer
gotta
drunken.
give people time to heal. So I figure, well, what better thing to do than to just,
Hey,
sit back and be chilled and relax and let people heal.
for future reference, I prefer drunken women DMs over drunken men DMs any day. Men get drunk in here and you call them out on it, and then you're in your DMs for an hour
Yeah,
crying like they didn't do shit.
Drinking's just not for me. I don't.
Hey, hun, that's why I only do it on occasion, too. I hear you.
You were cool. I told you. You were all right. You were having fun and shit. It was cool.
I'm a dick on scotch. I'm a whole new motherfucker. I hear you. That's why I give it to the boy now. I really want to drink that, but you handle it so much better than me. You're young. Here, you take that bottle. I just never broke the habit of buying it. You know what I mean?
You still buy it, but you don't drink it.
Oh yeah, look at that. A $300 bottle of scotch that comes with 2 free cups and a shot glass. Ooh. Yeah.
Well, okay. So with me, I'll tell you what it is. It's like drinking for me now is nowhere near what it used to be like. When I hear of others drinking and having fun and shit, it reminds me of when I used to drink and have fun. But it's different for me now when I drink. So it's it's like I drink to you know, to have that, and it's like that's not how it ends up being.
No.
I don't know. It's weird. I can't explain it.
Huh.
I mean, it was like 10 or 15 years that drinking. So, but when I drank the last couple of times, it hasn't. I mean, I've had, but it hasn't been, you know, what I was after. And then afterwards, it's kind of like a feel shitty, know that you've just poisoned your body, and then you feel crappy, and then all the, I don't know, regret. I don't like all that.
Shit, it takes 3 days for me to get over a hangover now. That's one of the reasons I don't drink as much as I used to. Shit, when I was 18, I'd get drunk and walk 5 miles just to, you know, hang out with my friends. We're all old now. My friends are probably sleeping.
Dude, I've been getting my hangover the same night that I drink. So
Oh,
the
no
next morning,
shit.
I'm good. I'm great the next morning. It's like that's happened to me twice.
So you power drinking and then you're not buzzed that hour or two later and your head hurts. That's gotta suck.
I think I cut out. So I don't know if you were addressing me. I didn't hear you.
Oh.
I don't know what's wrong with my shit here.
I said getting a hangover in the same day you drink, it's gotta suck. The only time I ever did that, it was because I didn't go to sleep that day.
Well, it kind of works out for me because I can get, you know, because I'm having the hangover while I'm buzzing. So the buzz is helping me through the hangover. And I don't have anything I'm planning to do except for go to sleep. I don't have a guy here. I'm not like at a party. I don't have anything planned for later or anything. You know what I mean? So I
I
can
do.
get through my hangover while I'm buzzing, and the buzz can help me get through it. And then the next morning I feel great. So yeah, if that were to change, then it would suck because then I'd be dealing with a hangover while trying to, you know, enjoy something. And
No, my room don't look like that. I got a liquor cabinet.
why would you lick her cabinet?
Oh, 'cause she likes it so much. I like the way they squirm.
I don't even know why you would say that. It's so fucking lame.
Well, if you're gonna ask,
Is that what
I'm
they're
in.
calling it these days?
It's almost as if it just came out. I don't even know what happened there.
I lick her cabinet to watch her squirm. Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Is that what your boyfriend said? It just came out?
Nah, I reckon I like them there cabinets. Mm-hmm. I got a closet kind of like that in my bar in the barn, though. I got a bar. I got my own bar. Shit. I don't drink though, so my brother and his friends like to come out. What I usually do, man, is on New Year's and Christmas, I'll have company dinners and let them drink it. Send all my
Well, then,
employees home with a free fifth.
so what's happening then when it sounds like you're drunk
I'm smoking weed.
and you sound like you're drunk?
When do I sound like I'm drunk? You'd have to be specific about that because I haven't drank in 6 months.
I don't know, like 3 weeks ago or so. I'm bad with timing.
What,
Sounded
karaoke
not
night?
too long ago.
Yeah, I thought you were drunk on karaoke night, Mike.
No, I'm smoking weed, man. I don't drink.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay.
You
I
can
drink.
get high enough to slur.
Wow.
I've never been that high.
Special Jack
Yeah.
Daniels
And
brand.
tired. I
I've
must be
been that
tired
high.
as
I've
fuck.
been high enough to not be able to
Here's
get
the
up off the
thing,
ground.
though. Here's the thing, though. I got bulging disc and herniated disc. I take muscle relaxers too.
Oh, that's it.
For muscle
Maybe that's what it
spasms.
is.
So when I'm slurring, it's because my back's hurt so bad. I've taken 2 somas.
Yep, those zones will make you drunk. No doubt. They'll make you drunk.
Yeah, I get Soma 150s and Percocet 10 over 325. I don't like to take the Percocet though, but
That's
I'll
probably what
take
I'm hearing then.
I'll take the Somas though because yeah, they relax me. And when you get rid of the muscle tension, my back don't hurt no more. Cause when I have muscle spasms, I damage muscles when I herniated disc in my back, and they haven't healed yet. But when they tense up, you get spinal misalignment. So your vertebrae is pushed one way and the other because you got a muscle on one side tightened up and a muscle on the other side tightened up, and your
Then it
spine.
pinches your nerve.
Yeah. So it makes my back gets all tense, make my neck hurt worse because I got bulging disc in my neck. So I'll take a couple muscle relaxers, and then if I smoke a hooter, yeah, dude, that's why my throat gets all dry and sounds hoarse because I took 2 muscle relaxers and I now got cotton mouth. And yeah, when I slur, it's some somas. If you've ever taken somas, you know what the fuck I'm saying.
No,
Them,
I haven't taken one in 10 years, but the only thing I've ever taken is like oh, brain fart. I'll tell you in a minute.
the Flexerol, shit like that.
Vicodin, maybe.
Valiums.
Yeah, Vicodin's not a muscle relaxer. That's a hydrocodone. It's more like Percocet.
I was asking him if that's what he took, because he said he couldn't remember what he took.
Yeah, Valium could be considered equal to Soma. Yeah, maybe if you took four Valium, that'd be a 1 Soma 150.
No, I like just taking one.
So
But I haven't took one in 10 years. But that's the only pharmaceutical pill I've ever taken that I like the way it made me feel.
Yeah, I don't like the way they make me feel, but I do like the way when I need them, they get rid of my fucking tension. I get three of them a day, but I don't take 3 a day. Those are the Percocets and the Somas. I don't. Normally at the end of the month, whatever I got left, I give to my kid. He don't take them, but he'll go get money out of them. So, fuck it. Free money for him.
Cyrus.
But, I mean, I get 120 Percocets and 90 Somas. And if I'm lucky, I won't need Somas, but maybe 1 week out of the whole month.
Yeah, what up, man? Someone said Cyrus.
That was new perspective. I used to live in Washington.
What's up?
You said you lived in Washington. I'm a greener. I lived in Olympia, Washington for 8 years. It's Evergreen. You know about Evergreen, right? Obviously.
Evergreen,
right? The Evergreen State College.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a greener.
Okay.
No grades.
Where do you live at now?
No.
I'm not.
I'm in California.
I'm not from here, but I've been here for 5 years now. But I moved around.
What area? Or what?
I lived in Spokane. For like 4 years.
I'm in California now, Southern California, right next to the airport.
Yeah. I want to go there, man. The weather is much better, but the prices are ridiculous. You know.
Yeah. I was gonna say I have a joke for you that you might be able to use living up there. So 3 guys standing around, right? They're all drinking, and first guy takes out a full bottle of wine. He throws it up in the air, and he shoots it. And the guy standing next to him said, "What'd you do that for? That was a full bottle of fine wine." He's like, "I'm from California. Where I come from, we got plenty of wine." And the guy standing next to him goes and takes out a full bottle of whiskey, slams it down, and then throws it in the air and shoots it. And the guy goes, "Oh, he didn't. He just takes out a full bottle of whiskey, throws it in the air, and shoots it." And then the guy standing next to him says, "What'd you do that for? That was a full bottle of whiskey." He's like, I'm from Kentucky. Where I come from, we got plenty of whiskey." And then the third guy takes out a microbrew, pops off the lid, drinks the whole thing down, throws the bottle in the air, and shoots the Californian. And the guy standing next to him goes, "What did you do? You just shot this guy." And he goes, "I'm from Washington. Where I come from, we got plenty of Californians."
Oh shit!
I'm gonna recycle this bottle.
That's a good
I'm
one,
in Texas,
man.
and I feel
That's fucking funny.
I'm in Texas right now, and I feel that way about the Californians. I'm the only adult here who's not from California.
They bought up everything over here, man. The predator.
Whoa. Whoa, hey. Not cool, man.
Not cool, man.
Those jokes are totally online, dude. You're
I notice
fucking up my
Californians say
vibe.
"yeah" a lot.
Yeah.
Where's Flat Earth dude at?
It's funny, Californians have no allegiance to California. They just know it's the best place to live, and they don't really give a shit what people say about it.
I thought you were gonna say.
Most people are from another place, actually.
Yeah, that's what most of them guys in San Fran say. Mm-hmm.
I thought you were gonna say a liberal. I thought you were gonna say, "Well, I'm a Californian, and in California we have plenty of liberals."
Well, they're on the beach in their pinstripe see-through shorts. Mm-hmm.
Kind of same difference.
I
A
can't
lot
go
more
to
conservatives in California than you'd think. I think the media just makes it seem like they're all liberals.
Are they in San Fran?
Not a lot of them, no. But it's not as liberal as like Oregon, like you guys were talking about. It's way more liberal.
Oh, let's be clear. I was talking about gay San Francisco.
I understand.
Not liberal.
Gay
I went
Francisco.
there. My wife, we went to see her aunt, and we went to San Francisco. I was like, "You better get me out of here. I didn't bring enough bail money."
Bro, Chicago, man. There's a pretty big gay neighborhood over there.
I mean, when I'm walking with my wife and kids down the street, and 5 guys figure they got a hit on me, man, I was ready to whoop somebody's ass.
Wait, guys hitting on you, not your wife?
You're in the wrong spot, bro. You're in the wrong area of town, dude.
You just got your wife to whoop their ass, man.
I was mad. I was like, my daughter said, "Dad," I said, "I heard them. Keep walking. Let's get the hell out of here." Well, it's the best restaurant. Yeah, it's probably a gay restaurant. What the hell are we doing here?
But deep down inside, you really do appreciate the compliment, right? Like,
hell no.
So, I mean, you know,
It's funny, Battlebot. It's funny how you're like, so it's like it's your Achilles heel, man. Like I remember I was listening to a Hangout where you were talking about that the baller told you that some of the ballers come in here just to talk to you guys because they're gay and they want to like talk to somebody, and then he started feeling funny every time he's talking to a baller. He starts suspecting that they're just wanting to talk to him because they got the hots for him or something. That's your weakest.
Yeah, no, that was a
They like getting beat up by him.
All the ballers.
The comment was they like getting beat up by him.
Yeah, no, that was a flat earther, a gay flat earther, Raven song. He told me, "Hey, Mike, that guy you just bitched out." I said, "Yeah, what about him?" He said, "You know he loves you." I said, "What?" He said, "He's having gay fantasy sex with you right now, and you're slapping him around." I was like, "Oh my God, Raven, you motherfucker."
Yeah, there's a lot of gays in flat earth too.
Yeah, I told him, I said, "Look, dog, I was thinking you're cool, but right now you're being very uncool."
Actually, all gay people are flat earthers, so you know there's that.
No,
well,
nobody.
It's like totally flat. So I mean, I guess it. Yeah.
It could be. Listen, he said it about.
I mean, they're all flat.
I like balls, but you know what I mean. It's not
You're never gonna get away from those guys, flat or.
He made
or
his
ball.
point with QE and what's her name, Brenda. He said, "Look, Brenda always comes back and jumps right on QE. She always wants to talk to QE. She likes him beating her up." I was like,
QE likes it too.
I was like, motherfucker, that makes sense. But I can't be the only one knowing this. And as soon as QE come in, I said, "Hey, you ever thought about this before, QE? That maybe Brenda's in secret love with you and loves you yelling at him?" And he was like,
"But my shoe, my shoe, QE, ow, my
he'd be
shoe."
sitting there with leather shorts on and a whip. And like
he said,
every time he mutes and
"Fuck
whips
you,
himself.
Mike. my DMs ain't open to any dumb shit you want to say. I was like, he said, where the hell did you get that idea? I was like, Raven song. He said, oh my God, the gay guy said that. It might be true, Mike. I don't know. I was like,
Gays
yep.
on the plane. Yeah, I mean, they've always been there.
Just hey, I
Well, hey, listen,
Where are you
listen,
expecting
Mike.
to straight
Mike,
people?
recommend that you.
there may be some. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was
You
gonna say I
recommend?
recommend that you you just act like you're flattered next time, Mike. Otherwise, they're gonna use that against you.
Oh, I know. I don't. I didn't
Well,
want to offend a Raven by getting pissed off about it, but
right. I'm
well,
sorry.
there may be there may be something to
go
that.
ahead.
I mean, G Platypus sits in here and watches porn while he's hanging out with
Oh
us.
my
how
God.
do you know?
Because he was like, hey, guess what I just found? And then post that foot fetish thing that he got off of Pornhub while he was sitting in here talking to us.
No. Wait.
So,
That's great. In his defense, I did listen to that when that happened, and what he said was that he had stopped doing what he was about to do, to come onto the Hangout to show the clip of the NASA shirt girl because it had
okay.
really flat Earth. But yeah, it
Yeah.
was a little weird.
Okay.
He did the right thing and didn't do
All
that
right.
thing he was gonna do.
So
Good
does
job.
that make it any better? Does that make it any better that you're looking through Pornhub
I'm
and
proud
you're
of
getting all
I'm
worked up
proud of
and
him.
you're getting ready to spend some time with yourself,
As a
and then
guy,
all of a sudden you decide to go ahead and
truth,
pull
as
that
a
Earth
guy,
check?
That's why he
yes,
thought
as a
it was
guy,
funny. He
I'm
had to
proud of
stop
him. That was the right thing to do. Yeah.
She
Because he
said,
would have forgotten
"Get
about it
ready
after
to
he would have
spend
done his
time
thing.
with yourself." All I can see is him saying, "Platypus, you know I love you, baby. Fuck it if nobody
He had
else
the
loves
lotion and everything. He put all that away. He's
you."
like, you know what? Let me just
Got
do
his
this real quick. He's
sock
like, I'm
ready.
proud of you. Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm not saying he really
Proud of
does.
you,
I
bro.
just
He's got
I
his
said this
priorities
to
straight.
I
Good
said
for
this
you,
to
man.
him. I said this to him that night. He knows I'm just joking about it. So it's okay that I say it with him not in the room because I've already said it with him in the room.
Getting
Oh,
ready to spend time with yourself. That's so fucking funny.
He's watching
strong
porn
words.
every time he's on here.
That's probably why he's deafened.
But the meme was
That's the way.
funny.
That's the
The
way to.
meme
That's the
was
way to get
Now,
people.
if anybody in here got
Whoever's
offended
Stefan
at
must
that
be on
statement,
watching
you
porn.
know
I know.
they're getting ready to spend time with themselves all the time, so they got offended that she knows it.
rubbing their athlete's foot all over your mouth and face like a. Yeah.
Oh no, Django. Come on, man. It's a bit much, dude.
Like, why are you
No,
looking at feet
that's
though?
funny as hell.
I know, but oh my gosh, look out. God.
First time he posted
Platypus.
that, I
What was
about
the search term you typed in to get
I
that?
about choked on that shit.
Well, whether Platypus is gay or not, I think he is.
What did you search up?
He's one of those guys that's here just because he likes to get beat up on. Why would he be here so much and then still hold the position?
Flat eye puss.
I just want the globe to rub her curve all over my face.
Right.
All I'm saying is Raven's song may be like he may be onto something.
Oh well, yeah. Those guys will always exist, you know. In
So
every
Raven
community.
song's just like I'm gay and I'm flat earther. Like that's
So
an
we're
order
talking
he
about
tells people.
Oh no,
Well,
he
yeah,
doesn't mention
I
the
think that's
fact
smart.
that he's gay.
Yeah. Just tell
No.
everybody
I thought
so
you said
people
he
don't
was.
get on his ass, and then yeah, that's smart.
No, Raven, he didn't mention it. It's not. No, he doesn't open with "Hello, I'm Raven, the gay flat earther." No.
I thought that's
You
how
can
you
tell
put it
from the
because you
way he
said I
talks,
was
bro.
talking to this openly gay flat earther, and he told me that the other guys are coming in here for beats because they like it.
Look, I grew up with a lot of gay people,
Yeah,
man. I
he's
know
openly
the
gay
way
with
they
not openly gay. He just admitted to some people he liked that he was gay, so they knew it.
Well, either way, his gayness is
I
out.
think it was a test.
Due to,
Yeah.
it's due to us.
So I think it was just
Sorry,
a
Raven
test to
song.
see if people would still like him, and he,
What about big, hairy, ugly, muscular guys that are gay? That's kind of scary.
Here, I got a new
That happens
one.
all the time, man. That's
Hello,
what
I'm
makes me
gay.
think
I
it
know
has
it doesn't look
it
like
does
it,
seem
but
like
I
there's some.
am.
Not to get into this
Look,
subject, but
Bong,
it does. I mean,
look
I
in
don't know.
live
It's gotta be
stream
genetics,
voice
you know?
text.
What you got in there?
You know what I think? I think they are making us gay.
Rainbow Warrior.
I think they're
Gay
fucking with the
platypus
chemistry.
go.
For the globe. For the globe.
You think they're messing with the gay genes? That would
they're doing
imply
something.
that everybody has a gay gene in them. It just has to be
No,
activated.
I'm not saying that. Maybe. Well, I'm just saying that there's some kind of weird, maybe like estrogen thing that they're doing. I don't know, because the traits of a gay guy are so effeminate that you have to think there's a little bit of that chemistry going on. That they're not just acting that way
they
because they
probably
decided to
got
be gay.
high levels of estrogen.
Right. And the same thing with women, getting high levels of testosterone. I think they're experimenting on us. There are different levels of that. While there's
they believe
while
in
the
the
woman's
hermetic.
being treated as her pregnancy.
They believe in hermetic principles, so they think sexuality is fluid. Now they want to see if they can make a guy a girl and a girl a guy.
Yeah.
Or role reversal. So yep.
And I think a lot of these people, like these celebrities that people are calling out with the transgender stuff, I think some of them are true for sure. And there's trannies that we don't know about that you'd be really surprised. But I don't think all of the ones they call out are true. And I think it's partly because there's either a high testosterone level in these people that their whole lives it changes their bone structure. But all it takes, I looked into this because when Poncho Pete went crazy with his trans investigations. I don't know if you guys know about that, but he
Jungle Surfer did.
He started calling all of us. He's saying we're all women, and not me, but
Metatron.
Like talking about his friends now. He's like they're flip flops. No, get out, Ben.
That's like noob logic, bro. Those people. Yeah. That's some noob logic. That's like
he went off on some people.
I was in that rabbit hole with him, dog. Like, it does kind of look.
Yeah. Right, but I think that's because early when I looked into it and to try to talk some sense into him and send him an email with all this information, I was like, look, I think what they're doing is putting testosterone levels high in an already determined female or male, and to see what the effect of that would be, or whatever their cult practices are, they get those because it changes your bone structure at that early development age.
Well, I tell people Angelina Jolie is transgender, and they think, "Oh no way in hell." Well, her son's transgender too.
Right, there's some weirdness going on from birth. That's the other weird thing. Like they'll hide the identity in some cases, supposedly from birth. Like you've always thought this was a girl, but it's always been a boy. Like how do you I would like to know not only why they would do it, but also how they have to convince the kid to keep the secret and how crazy that is. But think about the power it would give that kid though to have that secret. Eventually it could. So you'd always be with the women, but not a woman. I don't know. I think they do it to a certain. There's a weird thing going on there, but not as extreme as a lot of people think, because of the whole testosterone estrogen level thing. Some of them I don't want to know. If that girl's a man, I don't want to know. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, go ahead.
I used to listen to Jungle Surfer a lot. Was one of the first ones to come out saying that everybody was a trans, especially the Hollywood people. And I was just like, dude, if you're right about a quarter of the people you're saying are, this or that, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I bet it's probably at least 10%, at least 1 out of 10 that they're talking about. It's probably exactly what they're saying.
There's 3,000 transgenders in Hollywood who actually openly admit it, and they're on a list of transgender actors and actresses.
But there's a list you can get, or it's just a list that is private?
Oh no, there was a list last time I Googled it.
Yeah, nobody really well known except for that chick recently. She might have been a boy from the start and been playing a girl this whole time, though. What's her name?
So a lot of them are starting to come right out now and just say it. Just come out the closet and say it, because they don't go on the list because for fear that they're you know, a woman that is seen as a sex symbol comes out and tells everybody she's a transgender, and bam, there goes her fucking career because
You mean
people.
You mean an MK Ultra?
Yeah.
Butterfly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Six kitten.
Monarch.
Yeah, Monarch. Metamorphosis into the goddess of sex and love. And
It is like there's a
lust.
cult of people.
Yeah.
There's a whole cult that does this, and I don't know how extreme it is. Like I said, I don't, I don't want to know the girl I had a poster of or whatever when I was a kid is actually.
I don't want to know.
Some
It's
things I
okay.
just don't want to know. It's not that important.
And boom, it shows up on the news.
Everybody's
No,
got their
turn
line.
it off. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird thing.
I don't think Lucy Lawless was a guy though, right?
Oh,
She
some
looks
people
very
think
woman.
Mike Tyson's a woman, dude. Some people are full on convinced that Mike Tyson's a woman.
Look at that back, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Mike Tyson's
They
a beast.
take extra. I think in some cases, if that is true, or a really muscular guy is a woman, it's the testosterone levels that make them so buff and
Yeah.
whatever. Like they can do that.
Yo, try saying that to Mike Tyson's face, right? I think you're a woman.
Hey, you know, just because my voice, I think people say it just because my voice.
I think that's my voice. Yes, people getting confused with a lot of things.
I just love my nut sacks.
I don't sound like a small guy, but I'm actually not. I'm the world championship. I'm the world champ. I'm the champ. Dude, I love Mike Tyson, man. He's like,
yeah. Oh, did you see his one-man show, by the way? Anybody see that? That's worth
yeah,
watching. Dude.
Smoke Box, yeah, hot
really
boxing
good,
with
dude.
Mike, yeah.
He's got. No, not the hot boxing with Mike. I'm talking about his one-man show that he did, like a theater show after.
So here, guys,
just out of jail.
Here, we're gonna play this game. Trans or no?
Oh no, are we doing this? Like I said, I just don't want to know in some cases.
That's Jamie. That's Jamie Clayton.
Megan Fox is a man. I don't want to know. Okay.
Jamie Clayton. She played in movies, Hollywood movies.
That's a man.
Yes, it is, and she admits it. She played in that movie where.
That's the weird thing. So how do they get the breasts? Are those just fake or all completely fake? Some of them don't look fake.
Well, you know, there are certain pills that give breasts.
Yeah, right.
How many young boys
took a lot of pills?
Well, she probably took a lot of pills and got some inserts. Probably doubled down on tit factory. How about Laverne Cox? Tranny or no?
Yeah, I think she's a known tranny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, whatever what maybe they're both women. Is that Mike Tyson? Yeah, maybe they're both women instead of the other way around, like people think. Who knows? I don't care because it goes to a certain extent where it drove somebody that I really was a good friend with.
Motherfucker got a back like fucking a frog.
They're both named Michael.
I hate the agenda. The trans agenda is so obvious and so.
Oh, it causes confusion.
Anybody that can't see it is just like crazy.
It's supposed to cause
confusion. Say on the left. That thing should say on the left we have Michael Obama, and on the right we have Mike Tyson.
Right.
And Obama always keeps saying, me and Mike. I mean, me and Michelle. I know I keep saying Mike. Aren't you guys ever hear him say that?
And it's like they're putting it in our face with her too, like that she's a part of it too. She's not really even trying to hide it because it's the cult of chaos that we're talking about here. They want confusion. They want intentional contradictions. They want people fighting over things that are trivial concerning them. As long as you're talking about them, they don't care what you're saying. As long as you're focused on the little game they're playing, a little show they're putting on for us, and you're getting distracted with things that don't matter. They love it. You know, and they're all probably just looking at each other like, you know, yeah, I don't give a shit what they think. I'll play the part of the person that is supposed to be, you know, they have no allegiance to the people. They're just amongst themselves laughing at us, it seems. I don't know. That's an obvious one, though. And then it could be even be that, you know, they didn't, that, what's her name, that called them out on that, the, shit, what's her name, the talk show host, really famous, said that she, you know, that Obama's gay and that Michelle's a tranny, or bring
Was it Barbara Streisand or something like that?
No. Somebody say it.
But she had blonde hair with glasses.
Yeah, not Barbara Streisand.
Walters.
No, not Barbara Walters. Come on, it was a woman. Anyway, I don't know why. When I get stoned, first thing is I always try to think of names I can't think of. But anyway, yeah, it could be she's part of it. The whole thing's an act. Maybe she didn't die. Who knows? That's the crazy thing. I think that they exit people with the drama, like maybe Epstein or whoever, and we have no idea if they live or die because it's all a show, most of it. Right?
Joan Rivers?
Joan Rivers, yeah. That was a weird death too. Didn't her daughter die like right at the same time and shit? There was some weird story about, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking Carrie Fisher.
I thought of it before Google told me the answer, but the third hit is Michelle Obama. Alex Jones claims he has of the former first lady. I didn't read.
Alex Jones is the definition of how they're telling us the truth, you know, about the lie as part of their scheme, you know. It's the whole, they're giving you both sides of it through controlled opposition like that, obviously. But
wouldn't that be more like COINTELPRO rather than controlled opposition?
Here's a weird story for you. Actually, speaking, you said I mentioned Carrie Fisher, and so and we were talking about transgender. So there's a weird thing that happened when I was working out at a sushi place in Pacific Palisades, where I waited on this guy named Bob Turr, and I struck up a conversation with him because I'm from a place in Illinois where he knows somebody and works in film, and I went to high school with a guy. So somehow we ended up figuring out that I knew this guy. And I called the guy on the phone and we talked to him, whatever else. But Bob Kerr tells me he used to be married to Carrie Fisher. And I'm like, really? Wow, okay, okay. And he's actually the helicopter pilot that filmed OJ, right? Some people may know this story from the news, but the weird thing is that, you know, after I talked to my friend, I went back home and went to a party, and I was going to talk to him about Bob Turr because Bob Turr just come out as transgender, right? The helicopter pilot that filmed OJ, and you know, and was also married to Carrie Fisher, and you know, I was like, hey, you know, hey Dave, this Bob Turr, you know, he's come out as a woman now. Isn't that crazy? And he's like, yeah, but, you know, the craziest thing is the guy that was the competing helicopter pilot, that they were like, you know, whichever news was, you know, the better footage was going to be bought by one of the two of them for the footage of OJ in the white Bronco, right? He's also transgender. So both helicopter pilots that filmed the OJ Bronco are now friends because they have something in common. They both became women.
No, they did not become women.
Yes, both of them.
No, they can't become women.
Well, they became the opposite identifying gender. They identified as the opposite and got parts changed.
They admitted they have a mental disorder.
Correct. That's pretty much what it is. It's not normal, that's for sure. Whatever normal is.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
no
you can
idea
look
what
this
normal is,
up.
but I realized real fast when I was really young that I was definitely not normal.
Right. And it's just a matter in which way. In what way are you not normal? That's it matters, I think.
I realized I don't think like any of these people around me think.
Yeah, most of the people that are at Flat Earth at this point already, that are early on, even though it's been a while. But even at this point, I think those are the people that you're definitely not like everybody else. It's a club of mavericks, basically. Everybody's doing their own thing. None of us would want to ever be in a club our whole lives, and now we're in this kind of club. It's kind of a loose club.
I became a geocentrist in 06. This guy by the name in a chat room, his screen name was Mind of Reason. He was just talking about different stuff in like a Ron Paul chat room. And I was like, hey man, can you send me an email? Like with all these links you're talking about? Or all the names of the videos you're talking about? I'm like, I'll watch every single one of them. I'm like, I'm always down for new perspectives. And like, if I don't agree with them, I'd like to look into it. And he was talking about stuff that happened in the country that starts with a G, people that wears the small hats, and stuff about cosmology and just a few different stuff. But he sent me an email, and I made a YouTube playlist out of the email he sent. And yeah, after watching those videos, I was convinced. No, geocentric at the time. I wasn't. I mean, I never really believed any of the cosmology stuff. I still don't know what the hell's out there. So,
every time I talk to someone that says they were a geocentrist, I have to ask them how it was that they ever put it together that it could be a ball but not be spinning. How does that work? Like a geocentrist just means you think it's like a ball that everything is centered around, right? But how does that work without the spinning and that whole thing? That doesn't work. It has to be spinning if it was a ball, right? So how does the science get explained if there's actual belief in it?
Technically, geocentrist not mean ball. Geo means land.
You cut out there.
Centric. I said technically geocentrist does not mean ball. It means geo land center. The land.
Well, then it's just like flat Earth. That's just like being a flat earther. What's the difference?
Yeah, you haven't come to the realization yet that, you're not completely out of your indoctrination yet. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I always ask a geocentrist how they didn't how could they be like okay with that if it's like so contradictory to the state.
I watched one video in, I don't know, 2013, 2014, and that's all it took. One video to realize that it was like, this is all bullshit. I didn't.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I
geocentrism makes sense because obviously we're the center of whatever is going around in this area of reality for sure. But
well, I mean, because
thinking that it's a ball, okay, so there's still people upside down in Australia, but they're not ball's not moving. It's just like you know what I'm saying? Is it a Lagrange point or something?
I never thought about it that much, to be honest with you. In the
right, yeah, obviously, because you would have figured it out right then. As soon as you go take it like that, wait, so it's a ball but not moving in space? What?
So what I was trying to say is because I was already like on the geocentric ideology, I only had to watch one video, like that showed up in the YouTube algorithm as a suggestion.
Yeah.
I watched that one video.
It doesn't. It's not too much of a difference, except for you have to get the flat part out, straightened out. Yeah.
And I was like, dude, this dude has a point. And like for the next 3 weeks, I watched.
200 proofs is still the go-to.
It was way before 200 proofs that came out. It was a crazy. I don't like to support him, especially since we're on live stream, because he's just a narcissistic, paranoid, crazy dude.
Oh wait, don't even
But
say the name. Is it LSC?
it, MAT
Lord, LSC.
artist guy.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
Oh, okay.
It's the
Mark
artist
Sargent.
guy.
Yeah.
No, the
Mark Sargent.
artist guy. No, man, it's Matt Powerland.
Oh, that guy. Okay. You went to MIT? No. Oh, MAT. Okay. Did you say MIT? Anyway,
I don't
yeah.
believe so. I thought I said MAT.
He's not like he's you know. Yeah, there's debate about him, but he was important in the whole rolling out of flat Earth if they rolled it out, which I think they did. I think, or at least they put it on the table and let everybody have their go at it. But there's definitely some interests that are network people in disinformation being allowed but not allowed at the same time. If they wanted to kill it, they could have done it a long time ago. So either they're just using it as a way of dividing people, or they're going to actually admit it at some point, which I think they will, and they're going to tell a bunch of other lies to go with it.
If what Matt produces in his videos is actually him and his character and it's not an act, I think that the dude is smart, but he's very unstable. There's something wrong with his mind.
Yeah, there was some weird shit. You see the whole thing happen with Jake the Asshole, that whole drama. That was weird.
Which
He
drama?
needs to learn. If he's doing it as a troll with his guitar playing, though, that is pretty fucking awesome. He has to be, you'd think, because it's so bad that you can't imagine that he thinks it's good. Jake the Asshole, and he had a whole drama back in the day when
with Matt,
Jake
whenever he was going to visit him, and then he
yeah,
did visit him, and then like a couple weeks afterwards.
Well, he went to see IPS, right?
Yeah, and then they were doing super chats.
Remember that? Yep. Yeah, and he got the super chats, and then IPS was doing some hand signs that looked like Illuminati, you know. And it was just a weird thing, and then yeah. So you were there. You were back in the day then too.
Yeah.
And then like there was a whole thing with like IPS taking Matt's name, and that sent Matt off on that. He took Mark Sargent's name.
On that news. On that news thing.
Yeah, that news, the KKL9 or whatever, or K9 or something. Anyway.
And he said his name was Mark Sargent.
He said his name was Mark Sargent that's when he used Matt Boylan's name. And then he used Mark Sargent's name when he was in supposedly in this public forum, or what do you call it, when you go you make your complaints at the local court, and he uses Mark Sargent's name and talked about the malfeasance with bubbles in space. Anyway, yeah, he came in and stole like the leading whatever flat earther's name. Then he went to Matt Boylan, and then he took the name of what's his name? He started saying that he was what it was Osama bin Laden. Oh, Tim Osman.
Tim Osman, that super troll that's been around for years.
Troll. So then he comes out. He's like, "No, I'm Tim Osman, but I'm Tim Osman."
Dude,
whoever that original Tim Osman.
Whoever that original Tim Osman is, dude, he had to be on the computer all the time, or they were like a club of high intellects that were just like super trolls. They were everywhere, man. I mean, any like genre of chat room or like little niche of like a certain type community, there would be a Tim Osman trolling them. I was like,
"Yep,
what is this? Is this the supercomputer?" Like,
it was like a small pond at the time. There was only a few people to pick on. Yeah.
And it didn't matter where I went though, man, or what. I mean, even these people that I thought were like operatives, which I'm not someone that thinks everybody's an operative, but so I was subbed to a whole lot of people, but when the Bundy um standoff happened at their ranch, to me that showed me who was true and who was like government funded. because everyone that said don't go, blah 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 blah, most of them I'd already thought that they were like, like some type of government operative anyway. But to me, that showed. But anyway, I don't even
the
know why I'm
people that
talking
are
about that.
around. Well, I like to say, I sum it up like this: that if Mark Sarge is a Freemason, then IPS is Illuminati, right? I'm not saying he is, but maybe he is. maybe he is. Maybe they both are in the club, but who knows what that even means?
If if he is, then Chris Pontius is the ringleader. If all
Nah,
if
come on. Chris Pontius.
well, that's where
Get the
that
guy
no
that makes
well that,
nah,
yeah. Well, the reason why
he's
the reason
fucking
why I
full
say
of
that is
fluff.
because no, I know. I'm just going along. I can
That's
tell
funny though. Yeah,
you're
he's the
BSing,
ringleader.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying he's the ringleader because that's where everybody meets up. That's where
Right.
Dirth
Is that
and
right?
Patricia and Rob
At his place?
and yeah.
They go to Chris Pontius's place. Is he in Arizona? I think.
Yeah,
Right? Texas.
no, he's in Dallas. Yeah, he's in Dallas.
Dallas.
I've gone to multiple Flat Earth meetups there, and that's why I'm saying that. Because like,
Okay.
there's
At
always
Chris
like,
Pontius's place.
yeah, whenever there's a Flat Earth meetup in Dallas, like all of like, not all, but a lot of the well-known, YouTubers are there at the same time.
We got another flat earther in this Discord from Dallas, by the way, the Whammer.
Oh, really?
Just to let you know.
What's his name?
Yeah.
What's his screen name?
The Whammer.
The Whammer. I don't share this Discord with any of the Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex Flat Earthers because just because of their like religious standpoint.
Most of them are, at least. The Whammer's not like that.
No, I mean, I believe in the Bible and stuff, but these people clearly aren't woke because they like believe in so many man-made doctrines that are not found in the book that they say they believe in, that I just don't like feel like they would be an attribute to the server, so I don't invite them.
The Dallas Fort Worth flat earthers are Bible Belter type people, or what?
No, they're indoctrinated type people. They're like diet woke or whatever catchphrase
But they're
is. I mean,
flat
I don't like
earthers?
really labeling people. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Anyway, so that is Chris Pontius's place, like decked out? Is it like badass? I imagine it is.
No. So he's a worker, right? And he's a creative artist. So he builds stuff, and so his shop is sort of a cluster F word. But but whenever
His
they have
bike
a flat Earth
I
meetup,
saw his bike at the first official Flat Earth meetup or whatever, or not first meetup, but
they clean out one part.
FEMA camp. At FEMA camp, he had that motorcycle, that all wood motorcycle.
Yeah, he has it in there every time. But so he cleans out this one part and shoves everything in another part, and then brings in like a bunch of like mobile air conditioners, and it's nice. I mean, he makes it nice. It's nice. It's nice. I like going to the Flat Earth meetups over there. It's nice.
Well, so you've
The
met
first time I went,
everybody.
the first time I went, and sorry if you're a vegan, but I mean, for someone
No,
being a vegan, I just thought this was ridiculous. The first time I went to Chris Pontius' house, right? I meant place. It's not really a house, but he does live there. But uh, I'm walking and I see this dog underneath like this like RV type thing. I don't know, sort of like I can't remember exactly what it was. It's either like a tiny house or an RV. I see this dog tied up on a really short leash and it has no water. It's summer. It's like 100 degrees outside and this dog has no water. And I'm like, whose freaking dog is this? So I went and got water and gave him water and he was clearly thirsty because he drank the whole damn bowl. And I go inside and I'm like, whose dog is outside tied up? And you would have never guessed it was the vegan. It was Nathan's dog. And I was like, dude,
Nathan Thompson?
I'm like, you're a vegan and you
Wait,
got your
hold on,
dog
wait.
tied up.
Are you talking about?
Yes.
You're talking about Nathan Thompson,
Yes.
right? I've
Yes.
heard about the way he treats his dog too. So yeah.
And I'm like, you're a vegan dude, and you have your dog out in 100-degree weather with no water. That was my first impression that I got of him in real life.
I've heard that myself. Other people saying stuff about the way he treats his dog there. But definitely not, the whole thing with Witsit, that just sealed the deal on him for me. That was crazy.
Yeah, he called me shortly after that and told me he was coming to town, and I didn't tell him why. I just told him I had previous plans, and I wasn't going to attend his meetup.
Good.
I was cordial about it because I don't have no evidence, but I'm in the same mindset as yourself, but I don't have no evidence, so I'm not the type of person to
Yeah, there's certain people, you suss out and you figure out after a while it's just not worth talking about, or even definitely not meeting with.
Yeah, so I was polite, but I was like, yeah, I'm not meeting with you.
No way. Anyway, but Witsit. Speaking of Witsit, man, that's some good shit he's been doing out there. Oh man, I like some of his streams when he gets some people coming in straight up, especially that girl with the fucking Earth is flat.
I was curious. I couldn't look at my phone earlier. I was curious who was giving him shit earlier today in the live stream.
Witsit shit.
Yeah, right before Battle Mod came on. Battle Mod came on right at the end of it. Kai sort of shut it down, or was attempting to shut it down, but
giving him shit about
I don't know who he was. I didn't recognize his voice. Just his beliefs or his belief system or something. I don't exactly know. I just know he's giving him shit. I was busy, so I couldn't fully pay attention, and I couldn't go look at my phone to see who it was.
It was a SC Montreal.
SC Montreal?
Yeah, SE Montreal.
SE.
What was the argument over? What was he giving shit?
He was just like he was shitting on religion. He was just being an asshole.
Okay. Yeah. Well, religion. That's the weird thing about the whole idea of religion. Being bad and spirituality being good. And, there is a big difference between the connection with God and what religions say. Obviously.
Yeah, he was just being a jerk, dude. He was like, he was calling Witsit an idiot and shit just for no reason.
Oh, really? Did he get banned? Hopefully.
No, he got muted for a bit, but they've calmed it down.
He's been around a while, right? Montreal.
Yeah, he's usually cool. I don't know what the fuck happened tonight or yesterday.
Some people just have to say what they have to say. Yeah, this is like I was saying earlier, the Club of Mavericks. Everyone's got their own independent. The only reason we're all here is because we're so independently minded. But it's so it's not it's the most incohesive group of people sometimes. Everybody's got their own mind and their own thing to say. Like all the rumpus and going on here earlier too. Battle Matt had to get all mad. Then Elijah had to get all mad earlier too.
Which Elijah?
Some of that's funny. Elijah doesn't like people talking over him. Okay, maybe you're kind of newer. Elijah.
What time does chat usually get active again?
New York Elijah.
There's a couple of them. New York
Elijah.
Not until about 9:30 Central Standard Time.
Right.
Sometimes 11. It just depends on the day.
He needs to get a better mic because people talk over him. He doesn't realize that they can't hear him.
So you're definitely talking about New York Elijah.
That's what I said, New York Elijah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
You probably didn't hear me. I was kind of talking over you.
No, I need to go to sleep. I've been awake too long. I'm not at home. I'm out of town, and I'm a night owl. And when I'm out of town, I'm not a night owl. I'm nocturnal. And when I'm out of town, everybody else is awake during the day. So I got to be awake during the day, and then I can't go to sleep at night.
I hear you. Same here. Exactly the same way. What is that? What's the reason for that? It's almost like I can't sleep at night.
I went and had. Yeah, and then when the sun comes up, I'm tired until at least 2 p.m.
Yep.
I went and had. When I was younger, I went and had. No, when I was younger, I went and had 2 sleep studies done to see what was wrong with me because I thought something was wrong with me, and I was mainly doing it to save my job just to show that I was trying to be proactive to, to find a solution. And I had to take two sleep studies because the first one the results were so weird. The second one the results were exactly the same. The chick, the nurse chick that was doing it told me that I was definitely going to be narcoleptic because she said no one hits REM in all three naps, let alone in two studies. She goes, that just doesn't happen. She's like, I've never even seen someone that's diagnosed as a narcoleptic hit REM in six naps like you did, and
Okay, wait. So
sleep
how
all
do they
through
do
the
the
night.
study? They have you take 6 naps.
No, no, no. So the way they do a sleep study is you get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they put no, you get there at night. No, no, it's in the morning. You get there in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they
Which is
put
your
a
night,
what's it
which
called
is
a E.
probably why you're confused.
But back then I was trying to function during the day. Like
Right.
I had a normal job and stuff, and I had
Right.
been
And
trying
you
to
were
do that
late
for like
enough
5 years.
times where you're like, oh wait a minute, I'm gonna go get the
No,
study
no,
done.
I'm not even late. No, it's not even like that. I'm not late.
You just don't even show up.
I don't even show up. I call in at 6
Right.
p.m. and
Right.
and I'm like, I
Hey,
just
I
woke
just
up,
woke up.
you know. But they know, but they know I'm not lazy because I'll work more hours than anyone
Yeah,
will, and I never
I
bitch
know.
about having to be
Sure.
there or
Yeah. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. So they
But
don't want to fire you, but they're like, wait, dude, you just missed your whole
yeah,
thing.
yeah, not reliable, you know. That's why I was like, no, I just need to do service calls, man. Don't put me on a job. Let me do service calls. That way, you're anyway. Um, but so so they put an EKG. I think it's called EKG. You know, like all the wires on you and monitor your heart, your brain, and whatnot. You got all these wires hooked up to you, and you got to carry this little device around with you, and um, and then throughout the day, they just come and tell you, hey, it's nap time. And then they give you 10 minutes to go to sleep, and they can tell when you go to sleep because the machine they have hooked up to you. And then if you do go to sleep within that 10 minutes, they let you sleep for 10 minutes, and they monitor that sleep for the 10 minutes. Then they come and wake you up. And so you have three of those naps throughout the day. And then at 8 o'clock at night, they tell you you need to lay down and go to sleep. Even if you don't go to sleep, you can't get up except for to go to the restroom. Like you got to lay there and stay there. And so after the second one, they told me my results was so weird that I get to go see like the best sleep doctor in the whole state. So I go to her office, and she's like, "So what are you looking to get out of this?" I'm like, "I just want to know what's wrong with me. Like I want to try to fix this so I can function properly." And she's like, "So you're looking for a pill or something?" I'm like, "No, I don't take pharmaceuticals. I'm not gonna take a pharmaceutical." She told me, she goes, "This conversation has totally changed." And I said, "Oh yeah, what do you mean by that?" And she goes, "I give 80% of my patients placebos. 80%." She said, because she said that most of her patients were over 60, and when you're over 60, you only need 6 hours of sleep. So these people go to bed at like 8 p.m. and wake up at 2, and they think there's something wrong with them, and they want a pill. So she gives them a pill. And she's like, by the way, here's a bunch of free things. You can throw them in the trash when you go out. I signed a contract saying that I would give them out and I get paid for it. So you could throw them in the trash. I don't care. But here, I gave them to you. I fulfilled my part of contract. And she goes, but let's get back to your diagnosis. She goes, I'm pretty sure I got your diagnosis figured out, but I want to talk to your mother first. And this was long enough ago that everyone didn't have cell phones. She's like, is there a way to reach your mom? And I'm like, yeah, she's a secretary, so she got a direct phone number. And so she calls my mom, and she asked my mom, when you brought him home from the hospital, when did he sleep? And she was like, he slept just fine for the babysitter and kept me up all night screaming. And she goes, that's exactly what I thought. Thank you. And she told me, she said, there's nothing wrong with you whatsoever. She goes, your biological clock is just not set to everyone else's. And she said, and this is not something that is wrong with you. She said, it's not like a default or anything. She's like, so don't think of it as that. She goes, your biological clock is just not set the same as the people around you. If you want to live a normal life, you can try to take these pills, which you already said you won't take. She goes, I've never really seen them work, but some people just need a placebo. I mean, something to convince their
Right.
brain that it's fixing them.
Right.
And she
Yeah.
said that
That
works
doesn't
with
tell you
10%.
mind over matter
10,
works.
10, yeah, she said that works with 10 to 15% of the people. She's like, but if you want to live like a daytime life, you need to move 7 to 10 hours away, time zone wise. And she's like, and I don't think you're gonna do that, right? I was like, no. She's like, so you either need to work for yourself or find a job that's a third shift job.
You know what? The whole thing you just explained makes me think of like what the diagnosis must be that she figured out that other doctors aren't even acknowledging. First of all, what is it like about this biological clock and how it would make a difference if you're in a different time zone? Like, what's that? What's the condition called? Like, what's the reason for that? How could someone be born with a different pattern of sleep than other people?
She said that some people. She said some people that dark and light affect their melatonin produces. She said, but she said she really wanted to emphasize to me that I did not have a condition. That it was
That's
just
the
a
weird thing.
circumstance,
Like,
place where you're at.
but she seemed to have like an idea that some people are born this way. Like it's just a matter of fact that that's how they are. There's no way to fix it or any of that. That's just the way
Right.
it
She
is.
said.
I wonder where she.
She said there's no scientific reason. She said, but out of speculation, it's the time that you're born.
Right.
The time that you
I was
first saw light.
I was born at 4 a.m. What about you?
5.
Yeah, maybe that has something to do with it.
And
weird. I wonder. I bet there's probably a correlation there. People that like to stay up really late at night are probably born early in the morning.
She even knew that I could already naturally stay up for days when I was younger. I can't now, but when I was younger, I could stay up for days. And she already knew that. And she's like, you can stay up for days, right? With no drugs or anything, and function very well, right? I'm like, yeah. And she
How is
said
it
that
if you like when you went to the sleep study, she said you hit REM state faster than other people would, right? Like you actually went
not faster. It's not faster. It's the fact that you actually hit REM that fast. But she told me that she was super impressed with me because she could tell that I had been putting forth an effort to function, what most people would consider normally. She told me that I had exhausted myself, and that's why I would hit REM so fast, that I was just exhausted from trying to live outside of my natural biological state.
Right, but they have a thing before you go in that you're supposed to just see so how much sleep have you had, and then you get in there and you don't sound like you're staying up for a long time and then hitting the REM state before your test, right? Aren't they trying to make it like a normal? Anyway, it's an interesting concept that you would hit the REM state faster because maybe you're be up longer hours the night before, then that would make sense. Is that the case or what?
No,
or just that's how no matter what, like as soon as you go to sleep, you hit REM state no matter what.
She said it's because I had just exhausted myself. She wasn't a normal doctor, like normal doctors just want to write you prescriptions and get you the hell out of here,
Right.
No, she seemed more like the mindset of us.
That's awesome though, because she was the best one around, right? It's funny. I just watched the movie Doctor Sleep before I came on here. Anyway, weird movie.
I've never heard of it. I don't watch movies though.
Have you ever seen The Shining?
No.
Or heard of it?
I know what you're talking about though. That's the one with the little boy, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the little boy growing up. This is the little boy growing up now. That's what Doctor Sleep is.
Is it still the same author? Or
no.
director?
I no. I don't think so. No, it's not because it wasn't.
I've only heard people talking about it in videos.
It wasn't Kubrick. Kubrick did The Shining.
Right. That's the only reason why I know that he did it is because of the videos, the type of research videos I've watched in the past.
I like to watch the movies now for all the predictive programming stuff, and the concepts. Well, I'm a writer. I wrote a script. Wrote a fully feature movie about a big lighter. Actually, it's called Flick.
Do you ever watch Casey stuff? Enter the Stars.
No, who's that?
He likes to break down movies and stuff. I think he does a pretty good job at it.
What's the channel name?
It's Enter the Stars, but it's spelled really weird. I'd have to look it up. I'm smoking right now. Whenever I go back in, I'll send you a link to his channel. But you'll have to tell me your name because I haven't looked at my phone.
New Perspective.
Oh, you have a channel, right?
I got a channel, but I don't. I just put up some videos of my friend doing some rap. Pretty much is all that's on there right now. Doing his his shows, but yeah, I don't really put out material quite yet.
I thought I heard Mike one time say that he was subbed.
I'm sure people are subbed. I got subs, but I'm not because I'm putting out videos for Flat Earth content yet.
I could have swore it was you
I've
that
got
like
something I'm working on. My Perspective is another channel, the popular channel. Instead of New Perspective, My Perspective, he had a lot of good stuff back in the day.
Somebody in here had a YouTube channel similar to your name, I believe. I could be wrong though. And somebody like was really an asshole, and that individual left the stream, and Mike sort of bitched the person out that caused him to leave the stream. He's like, "That's a good dude. Why are you giving him so much shit?"
Wasn't me. I'm not sure who you're thinking of. Anyway, but yeah, DM me that if you want. I think I might have DM'd you. I don't know if I did or not already with some videos or something because you're something you were talking about. Maybe not. Sometimes I'll give out a list of videos to people that are new. But you're not new, right? You're new to this server, right? Or no.
No, I'm not.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's
I don't
cool.
know why.
And I have two accounts.
I'm new. I'm actually the one that's new. That's the reason I don't know.
I have two accounts too, but they both have the same profile picture.
Oh, maybe that's it. What's your usual name? Your other name?
I'm pretty sure I'm on my usual name, but so a mod here named that account Warrior for the Most High.
The Most High? Okay, cool. I am.
Damn share setting for a channel.
There's a whole thing about the I am that people are critical of, right? Because of the whole, they think it's like associated with the idea that you are, I don't know, you're a god. The people that are that go with the I am thing are somehow saying that they are God because God is all, God is one. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, like the New Ager thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the reason why I picked this particular screen name, technically, the screen name I would prefer to have is I'm at Bunghole, and that's just because, like, for psychological reasons, I want to see if people are going to judge me by the name, and if they know the actual definition or not, or if all they know is the Mason definition.
What is the actual definition? I don't know it.
Of a bunghole? A bunghole is an aperture put into a container so that you can take something out or put something into it. So if you have a 55 gallon drum, it usually has two bung holes on the top, and what you need to open them is called a bung hole wrench. But it's just a sly way of saying that I'm open-minded. But it's more like a psychological thing to see if people are going to judge me for my screen name or not.
Well, yeah, but what would they judge? They would just what would judgment be really though? That you have a
they only know the Mason definition, and they think it's inappropriate.
Right. Okay. That's funny. Well, I'd say 90% of the people probably don't know the real definition. They just associate it with what we all think. The Mason definition is a bunghole, like an asshole, right? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Or do I even know? I don't even know. Okay. Why is that a Mason definition?
Because MTV and Beavis and Butthead are the ones that gave it that.
Oh, okay.
Urban definition. And I think MTV is Mason TV. It's not really music.
So Mike Judd is a Mason. Probably yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Even though I liked Office Space a lot. Mike Judd's the creator of Beavis and Butthead. And he also did that movie, The Office, which is really funny.
But I changed my screen name because a popular YouTuber had started a server, and I told him that if he made me a mod, I'd change my name just
So you
because
used to be
first
Bunghole?
impressions. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
So
that was
you
my
got your
original.
used to that for a little while then.
That's still my name on YouTube, but yeah.
It's funny because you get, you know what happens there is that people probably think you're a Beavis and Butthead fan, and in fact, it's the opposite. You hate that kind of shit. You, right?
I don't hate it. I grew up on it,
Oh.
but yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, so it is kind of you're a fan of it in a way.
But yeah, but
I
that's
mean,
not
not in a Masonic sort of way, but just as a kid sort of way. I get it.
when I looked up the actual definition of the word, I was just like, whoa, man, this could be like a covert way of saying I'm open-minded, because
Gotcha.
if you don't have a bung on a container, then you can't put stuff in or take stuff out. And just being if you're an open-minded person, like you have to have an opening so you can let the bad information out and the new information in. And so for me, it was just sort of like a play on words, and also a psychological thing, because I could test people to see if they were going to judge me just by my screen name. And I could also make
Yeah.
people look like idiots if I wanted to, and be like, dude, you're so ignorant. You don't even know the real definition of the word. Just,
I got you.
I don't know. I just
Okay.
like it.
So you got your fun out of that at least for a little bit.
Yeah, but I changed it because first impressions wise, as a moderator on that specific server, I didn't want people to judge the individual for making
Well,
somebody
yeah,
with the name
I
Bunghole.
think that the only problem with that is people aren't really judging you. They're just associating with what they know, and maybe they'll think that you are a Beavis and Butthead fan or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, people not knowing the real definition of that, that's very rare if they would, I think.
I sent you a link to a video. I didn't even look at what video it was. It was just the first one on his page because I couldn't find the link to send you just the channel link.
Okay. So it's on that channel.
Yeah, he's got lots of
that's his channel,
playlists
right?
on there.
Okay.
That's Casey's channel, yeah. And
Yeah, I'm sub to him. I'm sub to him. Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. Right.
Yeah, I like him. I used to listen to him a lot. I don't listen to him so much, but yeah, I don't listen to him so much, but anymore. But I used to listen to him a lot.
Right. Yeah, I forget what he was usually into. Let's see.
He got popular originally by being friends with Dabu.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, that sucks. That's really sus.
And I don't really care for Dabu. I mean, I listen to him if something's going down.
He's a fearmonger. I think that Dabu's got to be one of those guys that's got a agent pass of some sort. There's a theory about him being actually being the dude that died, played the Joker from Batman. What's his name?
No, I've never heard this before.
You never heard this? That's the theory.
No.
What's the guy? Who's the guy? I can't think of anybody's name when I get stuff. Guy who played fucking somebody come up with it, not Joan Rivers. It's the guy who played Batman that died, that was famous. Anyway, there's actually a better theory about
Not Heath Ledger?
Heath Ledger, yeah. Some people thought that, or the theory was that that Heath Ledger is actually Dabu 7. But there's another video that shows that Heath Ledger is probably this other guy. That's pretty possible. I don't know. I don't think he probably died.
Now, what I'm going to say is going to sort of sound contradictory. I really, really like Dutch Sense, but I also think he's a little bitch. Like, he acts like an immature female at times. But when him and Dabu sort of got in a scuffle back in the day, that's when I really lost any respect for Dabu, and I didn't unsub from him, but I quit watching his videos. And I knew Dutch Sense way before he got popular, from when I was in like Ron Paul chats. Somebody gave me a link to, I mean, he was in a chat I was in one time, and then somebody gave me a link to his chat room. And Dutch Sense thinks like we do. I mean, whether he's a flat earther or not, that's beside the point. But I mean, like the way most of the people in here think and the stuff we research, Dutch Sense does research all that stuff. But am I still connected?
Yeah.
But when he figured out how to forecast earthquakes, he he made a very logical decision to stop talking about conspiracies and whatnot, and the stuff that we're interested in, because he knew that it would be used against him to discredit him, and he knew how important. This is all my opinion, of course. Doesn't mean I'm correct. I believe he knew how important what he figured out was, and that he needed to, wisely think about what he said before he said it, so that he couldn't be discredited by being called a conspiracy theorist or whatnot.
Who are you talking about? Dutch sense?
Yeah, Dutch sense. Yeah, he figured out how to forecast earthquakes. Before that, before he when the reason why he figured out how to forecast earthquakes is because he was there was these anomalies happening on the radars, and at the time he called them scalar squares. And whenever these anomalies popped up, he realized that within the next 72 hours there was going to be hell, or like hurricane force winds or tornadoes in that
Yeah,
location.
I've seen this guy. I'm subbed to this guy too. That's a pretty crazy thing he does with those maps. Yeah.
Yeah, and through watching these solar squares, he was trying to figure out if there was like some type of Earth electromagnetism or something that was causing these blips in the radar, or if they were man-made. And while he was researching that and watching those so-called satellite feeds, and doing that and staring at them so much, that's when he connected the dots on the earthquakes and how they move, and how he could predict the next place that they were going to be. And when he figured out that he could actually forecast an earthquake, I really think that that's when he was like, okay, I gotta stop, speaking my mind, and keep to myself about my ideologies, so that someone can't discredit me for this. He should get a Nobel Prize for it, man. He really should.
I know it's pretty. I've looked at his stuff. It's pretty mind blowing the way he's talking about it. I don't know if that's. I haven't looked at it enough to know that he's what his whole discovery was. But yeah, him zooming in on all his maps, and then he'll find like a power station or something like nearby, and think that, oh, maybe they're doing this on purpose with the fracking or whatever. Like there's certain things that he was identifying that he thinks it's man-made. A lot of this stuff, doesn't he? He's kind of looking for those clues, right? No. Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Well,
He doesn't say that they're man-made, but there's only been 2 times.
what is it that he discovered? What was his? How did he? Why would he be worthy of a Nobel Prize again?
Because he has figured out how to accurately predict earthquakes within 40 to 200 miles, and the magnitude that it's going to be.
By what? Doing what?
So if you watch one of his videos, he explains it almost every time. He doesn't necessarily explain the calculations that he uses every time, but he explains that there's 2 spots on the earth where supposed deep earthquakes come from. And the magnitude of that deep earthquake is how he predicts the magnitude of the rest. And they follow a particular set of lines, and he'll have red arrows on a spherical globe map, and they always follow these lines that he made. And I just had a brain fart. But so he has this
2 places on Earth that these come from. So he has a way of somehow monitoring the activity in these 2 places. Is that what you're saying?
No, he uses the GS whatever it's called.
Okay. The Doppler reading of some sort.
No, it's not a Doppler. It's the seismographs.
Oh, seismograph, right? Okay. So he's figured out a pattern, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And he figured out a formula, and he also figured out a formula to figure out when these deep earthquakes happen, the magnitude
Yeah, I was
that
about to
they
move to
are.
California when I started watching him, and he was scaring the shit out of me. I was like, no, I don't want to watch this channel. I'll never move back to California. A lot of shit he thinks is gonna happen.
Yep. But he's very accurate. He's very accurate.
Yeah. Okay. So does he? Do you think it was your take that he actually does know the Earth is flat, but he just can't say that because he doesn't want to get targeted?
I don't know if he's gone that far, but everything else that's talked about in here, or that we've studied in the last 10 years, he'll be knowledgeable of it. He taught me some stuff when I was in his chat room. Me and my girlfriend my girlfriend at the time was actually chatting with him, and he was like telling us like what's that programming subliminal, it's like subliminal programming type stuff. And he
You
was
mean yeah, the
subliminal messaging.
Yeah, subliminal is one thing. I thought maybe you were talking about something else. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, just pretty much everything we studied,
Right. Well, I was just
as a
thinking
group in
if
here.
he would actually if he's actually onto something, and maybe realizing that the Earth is flat would help him out a lot, or even help us out a lot if there's something he's figured out with these two areas that are important.
I've heard him speak before, like of people, bothering, quote, bothering him, filling up his emails and whatnot of flat Earth stuff. I don't know if he's ever tried to like put his arrows that he has on the spherical Earth on like some type of azimuthal, projection map or whatnot. I don't know.
It's funny that like the respect that you have for people, even of his magnitude, has to if it's 2021, right? So if you haven't looked into flat Earth by now, it's hard. There's a certain amount of respect you just don't have automatically because it's so obvious. Obviously, if he has looked at it and then doesn't want to think that that's true, then he's in denial. And if he's looked at it and hasn't come to the conclusion that it's true, then he's stupid or in denial or just, not that that deep a digger or something. It's just hard to think that anybody could be ignoring this at this point.
I honestly think that if he had come to the conclusion as we have, that he would not share it with anyone.
Yeah, that's probably the case. If he's got any common sense at all, and he's a researcher on the level you're talking about, then he knows already. He's like a Ken Wheeler. He's just not saying it because of the crowd base or whatever. For whatever reasons, people have their reasons, I guess. But yeah, it's just interesting that was the case with some of these. Like it's kind of like full circle with the conversation. Geocentrism. It's like, okay, so that we're geocentric, but you think it's a ball still? How could that be? Doesn't make sense still.
I thought Rob did an excellent job when he debated what's the guy's name that made the principle?
Oh, I forget his name. He debated
He's
him.
a Catholic Yes, but he didn't debate him like science wise. Because they're both like believers in the Bible.
Was it an evolution debate?
No. It was a flat Earth versus Rob named it biblical cosmology debate versus geocentric debate. But the reason why he wanted to go there was because he knew that this guy does believe the Bible, even if his theology, hermeneutics, whatever is a bit skewed because he's a Catholic. But he knew he believed the Bible. So Rob took it just from a biblical perspective that the Bible, you can't say you believe every word in the Bible and then think you live on a ball. Because
That's the weird thing about it. Like, why is that? How does that debate not end in 5 minutes as soon as he says, "Okay, a ball doesn't work if it's not spinning"? So, what is the guy's response to that?
You should just go watch the debate.
I should. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I
that'll
think
give you the
Rob's
answer to
logic.
how they could ever conceive that it's okay to be a ball but not be spinning or not be flying through space, just floating there in one spot in space. Is that really what they think?
I think Rob's logic in debating him on rather than on science,
Yeah,
but
I know.
on
Yeah.
the biblical
Trying to
belief was
convince them that the
because
Bible says it's a flat stationary. Right?
yeah, you can't say you fully believe in the Bible and keep the belief that you have because the Bible clearly says the opposite of what you
Gotcha.
are promoting.
So did he concede at all, or was it just kind of like, okay, well, would agree to
I'm
disagree?
biased because I've been following Rob forever, and you know I'm a biblical cosmologist. That's what I would name myself rather than a flat earther, and so I have a biased opinion. But I think Rob just straight up kicked his ass.
I'm sure he did. I mean, I would say that debate or any debate, there's never been a debate ever won by any globe earther over a flat earther, period, ever, no matter how bad the flat earther is, because the globe earther is starting with a false premise. So there's no way to win that. And in my mind, it doesn't matter what it looks like to anybody else. Did my volume just go down?
No, you're still the same. You're good.
Okay. I gotta go to bed. But,
yeah, me too.
I gotta try to go to bed.
I've been.
I gotta at least go to bed, even if I don't sleep.
So you really
That
like
is a
me?
weird.
As soon as the sun,
I am.
as soon
Dude.
as the sun comes up, you just instantly get
but
tired,
I do
right?
drink coffee. I drink coffee late at night. And I always think that's probably it, but
And
it
no
is
matter
kind of
how
true.
much
I've always been
sleep you've got, if you wake up early in the morning and the sun's up, like just the back of your eyeballs
I
are
don't feel like if I get up
tired
in the
and sore.
morning, I don't. I've done schedules where I have to get up in the morning, but I prefer to stay up at night for some reason. So,
If I
but I
have
do
to have
think it
a
could
meeting,
be biological clock, like somehow chemistry related or something.
if I have to be somewhere before 10 o'clock in the morning, no, I'd say before 11 o'clock in the morning, I literally have to stay up all night so that I can be on time because
Do that
alarms
too
like don't
sometimes.
wake me up.
Mm-hmm.
Alarms just don't wake me up. My
I know.
subconscious
I hear
is
you.
like, nope, that's not important.
You're like, okay, I do have tomorrow. I have to be there at 10, so I'll go to sleep until like maybe 6. Just stay up, right?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. It sucks because society is so aggro about the early morning, early bird gets the worm attitude. You know, it makes me. I've gotten so annoyed with it over time. Like I just wanted to start my own company or work for myself so that that I could just make my own schedule. That's how mad it makes it's the whole early bird thing. Especially because I'm going to be up during the day. I love the sun. Don't get me wrong. I love the sun. I'd rather be in the sun during the day, relaxing than I feel like energetic at night. Like that's when I'm ready to work. I don't ever feel like hurrying around first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I'm the same way. But I was gonna. Damn, what was I forgot what I was gonna say. Don't matter.
That's right. I gotta go with you, bro. Did I start with you?
Yeah, peace, man.
Yeah, I sent you a Heath Ledger video that claiming he's Dabu 7. And now I just found another one. I'll send it to you. I don't know what the claim is, but it says he's still alive. Actually, are you into that kind of thing? The whole theories about people not dying, not really dying. Celebrity death
I
fakers.
haven't into it. No, I mean I don't think Kobe Bryant died. I don't think that.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
I don't think the pedo got killed himself in a jail.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, there's
what
an
I was
interesting
gonna
one.
say.
I'll send you one. I found one that no one else has found that I'll send you something about. But there's some of them are really interesting. How they could just like retire the name. I don't think Michael Jackson died. I don't think Prince died. Prince is actually probably his sister now, Taika. That's how weird. It's like Bizarro Land has to be. I'm curious to see how Bizarro Land is. That's why I look.
I think that Prince and Michael Jackson were killed. I think they were turning on their handlers.
Ooh, that's the story you took. That's kind of like that take on those two, at least especially, is kind of like the people that think that there's a secret space program That's why they're making it seem like it's not a spinning ball and flat Earth is a psyop. You know, because if you really look into it, I think that Michael Jackson probably still alive and Prince. But who knows? You know, maybe they were killed and then there's someone trying to make it seem like Prince is his sister. But when you really look at it, I think it's his sister. You have to hear. I'll send you something about that, and I'll send you the reason I think Michael's alive. Did you ever see Dave on Larry King? Did you ever see that?
Yes, that's what I was about to tell you. Is that's the most convincing one that I've seen.
Yeah.
But other than that, I have not been convinced in the slightest. But yes, that one does definitely have some merit to it.
It's either him or it's someone trying to make it seem like it's him. Kind of like like we used to say about UFOs. Like either UFOs are real or they're trying to make it seem like they're hiding it. And it's probably the answer is both. UFOs are real, but they came from the Nazi regime, and they've been hiding them this whole time and trying to make us think it's aliens. I'll send you a video that just came out about that. The EWAR's Part 8 is out, by the way, guys. If you're into that Lost History of Flat Earth series, he talks about Nazi Germany, basically becoming NASA. And his last one, EWAR,
man.
You watched any of those yet? Lost History of Flat Earth.
Possibly if they're older, possibly. I haven't really. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you that I done forgot twice, and then I remembered again. The thing that's affected me most in the past year and a half with this boogeyman crap going around is how nothing is open at night anymore. Like I can't go to Walmart.
Oh yeah,
I can't go to Walmart
Walmart in the
or
middle
whatever
of
and
the night,
go shop and like it's
yeah, I'm
like
with you there.
man.
Right?
Like that's when I used to go shopping and stuff, and
Yep,
it's like I'm
same.
never awake during the day, and when I wake up,
Right?
at 2 o'clock, I don't have to be at work, but I try to be at work by 4, like after everybody leaves, so that I can like go and turn the fans on and get the building cooling down. And
Right. So you're working a night job now?
no, I don't have a
Work
job.
for
I work
yourself?
for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
I'm not technically employed by anyone. I've been working for myself since I was 6.
Are you involved in technology as your way of making a living? Do you do computer stuff?
No.
Oh.
I'm like a handyman. My craft is electrical, but I can do just about anything. So, move business. I have one main client, and he has multiple businesses. I'm pretty much his bitch. I just do whatever he wants me to do. And out of all his companies, the people that know my phone number to call me to fix stuff, I just pretty much just whatever dog's barking the loudest, type of thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a schedule.
So you got plenty of work when you need it.
Oh man, I got more work. I got more work than I can do.
How do you do that at night if you're working out of people's places?
I have full access to all the buildings.
Oh, okay. So it's a building, so you can go in at night and do it. I see.
Yeah,
That's cool.
and I don't need permission to go in any of them, even the ones that like he doesn't necessarily operate. He told his vice president to leave me alone and let me do what the hell I want to do.
Wow. Cool.
His vice president gave me shit when I was because an employee came in the morning and I was using the printer and the computer for another project for one of the other businesses. So I'm using minuscule amount. I'm using a little bit of ink, a little bit of paper, and a little bit of electricity, And somebody came in early one time and like not caught me there, but we ran into each other. And his vice president sort of jumped my ass. And I'm like, dude, I've been doing this for 2 weeks, and you haven't even noticed I've been there. Not only that, you're talking about responsibility for the building. Would you rather have a building just sitting there without an alarm on it? There's no alarm system on the building. Or would you rather have someone that's been working for the company 20 years sitting there doing some projects for another part of the company? I'm like, dude, you really need to get off your high seat. He doesn't like it because he can't tell me what to do, and I'm one of the only people out of like 50 people that he can't tell what to do. He just doesn't like it.
Gotcha.
And he thinks I cost a little bit too much because he'll rather pay somebody to do half-ass work and then have to have it redone 5 years from now. But the owner knows that if I do something, they're never gonna have to mess with it again.
Gotcha. Right on. Hey man, I gotta go to bed. Nice talking with you though, everybody.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, brother. Later.
I hear someone still surfing the web. Bonk, is that you that's surfing the internet?
Oh, hey, am I still on? My bad. I'm playing chess. I'm running out of time. My
Yeah.
bad. Is that loud?
Is, is that your phone too that keeps going off? Getting notifications? Dun, 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 dun.
My bad. Yeah, let me just turn it off.
There ain't no bad. What does it matter? There's no one else talking.
Yeah.
How's your night going? Or is it day for you? It's night for you, right?